High above the clouds, upon a majestic flying castle crafted from darkened stone and ethereal magic, two figures engaged in a fierce battle. One was a man donned in silver armor, wielding a radiant blade in his right hand. The second figure, in stark contrast, was dressed in a pitch-black suit of metallic armor. The atmosphere pulsated with tension as the two formidable beings locked eyes and disappeared just before colliding and unleashing a spectacular clash of magical energy. Gripping his enchanted sword tightly, the man in gleaming silver armor faced his opponent with unshaken determination. His piercing blue eyes locked onto the fiery gaze of the adversary, whose twisted, horned visage exuded pure malevolence. As the confrontation intensified, the ominous figure's obsidian wings unfurled, casting a foreboding shadow over the battlements of the soaring fortress. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the clash between the two warriors unfolded, forcing both men to momentarily retreat. Strangely, they seemed to have sustained a comparable amount of damage. One left behind trails of radiant energy, a testament to the holy power coursing through his enchanted blade, while the other exuded fumes of shadowy darkness, a manifestation of the malevolence that fueled his dark prowess. You're a strong hero, but haven't you realized it? Are you this much of a fool? Be quiet, demon, the time for words has ended. Accept your fate at the end of my blade. I see then die. The demon clad in pitch-black armor unleashed a terrifying surge of dark energy, materializing into demonic heads that hurtled themselves toward the so-called hero. However, just before the ghastly heads could collide with the handsome man, his silvery armor emitted a bright glow. Mysterious symbols emerged, weaving into a luminous shield that dispersed the fiendish spell. How are you able to counter my death spell? I am protected by the goddess. Your demonic mana has no hold over me. The demon posed the question, swiftly met with a response as the hero charged forward. The clash of these two beings, each wielding immense magical power, unfolded in a more direct and upfront battle. The once majestic castle walls began to crumble under the relentless pressure of their magical and physical attacks. Before long, the combatants burst through the ceiling and continued their fierce duel beneath the vast expanse of the night sky. The confrontation between the hero and the demon elevated to new heights as they soared through the open air, exchanging blows and magical projectiles that illuminated the night. The once gigantic flying castle became riddled with holes from the relentless barrage of attacks before they both landed on a large, flat section of a collapsed roof. As the battle unfolded, it became apparent that one individual was gradually inching toward victory, signaling the impending conclusion of this epic clash. The hero swung his radiant blade with precision, each strike guided by the divine energy coursing through him. The demon countered with dark and twisted spells, yet the blade drew near with every clash. Soon, the demon's arm was severed and disintegrated into rays of light. The demonic individual collapsed onto his knees in defeat. Despite being out of breath, the hero grinned triumphantly and pointed his sword at his fallen adversary. This is the end for you, Demon King of Burden. Your reign of terror ends today. Humanity has won, and I shall guide them. Haha. The Demon King began laughing while clutching his shoulder that had been severed along with his arm. Even when he tried to activate his regenerative abilities, it would not regrow due to the corruption of holy energies that had invaded his wound. What's so funny, fiend? You have lost. You are indeed a mighty hero, but your sheer stupidity overshadows your might. Have you not realized it yet? The hero didn't release his grip on his blade, and his gaze remained fixed on the weakened Demon King. Though his opponent was in a weakened state, the hero understood that it didn't necessarily mean the Demon King was devoid of one last trump card. However, the demon remained on the ground, his eyes fixed on something unfolding behind the hero. Realized what? I'm not going to fall for your tricks. At least try to die with some dignity. Oh, I will, but it seems that your so-called allies wish to bury you with me. Laughter erupted from the Demon King's mouth, and it was followed by a brightening of the night sky. The hero, sensing something amiss, turned his head to take a glance. His eyes widened as he saw numerous bright rays streaking through the sky, resembling a massive meteor shower. No, why would they? They were supposed to only activate the Magitech cannons. If I failed, but I'm still alive, they should know this. After exclaiming in disbelief, the man took out a white medallion from beneath his armor, adorned with a symbol representing the alliance that he was fighting for. Frantically, he activated the medallion, attempting to communicate with his supposed allies and halt the impending disaster. However, to his horror, there was no response. His once allies in his quest against the demonic forces seemed to have turned a deaf ear to his desperate plea. You see, hero, your allies have abandoned you. Did you really think those bastards would allow someone with as much power as you to exist? You probably don't even know why this war was started in the first place. You were nothing more than a puppet for them all. The hero's eyes widened in realization, and a sinking feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. The meteor shower wasn't meant for the Demon King alone. It was meant to obliterate both the hero and the defeated demon in one fell swoop. Betrayal stung deeper than any wound he had suffered in the battle. In a desperate bid for survival, the hero channeled every ounce of his remaining energy into a protective barrier, creating a shimmering dome around himself and the Demon King. The celestial meteors collided with the magical shield, causing a spectacular explosion of light and energy that sent shockwaves through the sky. For a moment, it seemed like he might actually survive, but he had used up most of his energy in the previous battle. In his current state, he was not much stronger than the average High Knight, and soon the explosions engulfed the entire area, shattering the radiant shield that was supposed to protect him. His body was tossed towards the demonic being he swore to defeat. The last thing he saw before everything went black was the Demon King's eyes filled with pity. Both of them would die this day, and the true perpetrator of their demise would go unpunished. Both individuals were filled with immense rage, but their screams were quickly silenced by the massive explosions, along with the demon castle exploding with them. The hero and the Demon King, once bitter enemies, now found themselves entwined in the same tragic fate. As the remnants of the flying castle rained down from the sky, the once majestic structure now resembled a celestial funeral pyre and marked the end of an era. The hero's entire life flashed before his eyes, beginning with his arrival in this strange world. Memories of the beautiful princess who welcomed him flooded back. He reminisced about the years of training and hardships he endured to reach this point, only to realize that everything may have been a lie, perhaps planned from the beginning. Yet his thoughts weren't the only ones present. Strange visions of a younger, horned boy filled his dying mind. He witnessed the boy crying over the charred remains of other horned beings, presumably his parents. The boy's sadness and indignation were something he could perceive, along with many more old memories of his past deeds. However, this feeling didn't last long, as both men soon faded away into the void, their consciousness along with them. From a safe distance, the people responsible watched as the shockwaves collided with their armies and magical weaponry responsible for this disaster. There were many individuals here. Some showed faces of triumph, others of disgust or uncertainty. The Demon King along with the hero were presences that couldn't be ignored. They all quickly rallied their troops to investigate the crash site. Could he have survived? A woman asked, her voice resonating with authority and a touch of sadness. She stood amidst the gathered group, adorned in an intricate nun's habit that seemed out of place amid the war-torn landscape. Her eyes, however, were sharp and discerning, revealing a depth of wisdom that surpassed her outward appearance. "It is unlikely, Sister Seraphina. The explosion was immense, and even someone of his prowess would struggle to survive such a cataclysmic event. We plan to eliminate both the hero and the Demon King, and it seems to have succeeded." A man with a stern expression, clad in elaborate mage robes, responded to Sister Seraphina's question. The moment he brought up the planned assassination, a deep scowl adorned her lovely face. "Please don't say it like that. It was all God's will. He would have brought ruin to the kingdom." "Ha, whatever makes you sleep at night, lass." A third person decided to chime in. He was shorter than the mage and priestess, but a lot wider. In his hand, he was holding a large axe, and his red beard covered most of his face. "Think what you will, Ungrim," the woman replied while turning away from the laughing dwarf. Soon a fourth member approached the three, a man dressed in intricate armor with a crest adorning his chestplate. The moment he did, many of the surrounding soldiers started to bow, and just the three individuals that were previously talking retained a more casual air about them. "If Malachi believes that we were successful, then it is probably so. However, it won't hurt us to verify his death, if it's Prince Leander's wish." Seraphina nodded while also looking out into the distance. There a man of unprecedented beauty and elongated ears stood. An elven man of unparalleled grace observed the aftermath of the cataclysmic event from his vantage point. His keen eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any signs of movement or survivors. The once mighty flying castle had been reduced to smoldering debris, and the area below was scarred by the impact of the celestial meteors. As the armies closed in on the crash site, the elf turned around to leave. Everyone else ignored him and instead ventured towards the scene of devastation. It took them many days to sort through the rubble, but eventually the mage named Malachi approached the epicenter of the crash, examining the charred remains of the once proud flying castle. His trained eyes scanned the area for any lingering magical residue. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "There is no doubt. The hero and the Demon King are no more. Our plan was successful." A heavy silence hung in the air as the gravity of their actions settled upon the group. Prince Leander, however, remained composed. His regal demeanor betrayed none of the internal conflict that may have brewed beneath the surface. The hero fulfilled his purpose, and so did the Demon King, Prince Leander said, his voice carrying a sense of closure and relief. "The kingdom is safe from the threat they posed. We have accomplished what needed to be done. Gather up their remains. We shall return to the kingdom with good news." Seraphina nodded, her expression conflicted but resolute. Ungrim grunted in agreement, still uninterested in the moral intricacies of their actions. Malachi, though seemingly satisfied, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As the group prepared to leave the desolate scene, A faint whisper of wind carried an echo of distant laughter, a haunting sound that seemed to linger in the air. The three remaining members of the group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure if they were merely imagining things, or if the remnants of the hero and demon king still lingered in some form. Little did they know that the consequences of their actions would unfold in ways they could not anticipate, and the threads of fate were not so easily severed. The epic tale of the hero and the demon king might have reached its tragic conclusion, but the journey of another was just about to begin. A new life had awakened a creature without a form, resembling a gray amoeba. It floated comfortably in a void filled with nothing but darkness. The being had just been born, and it had no idea where it was or what it was. It simply floated around without a care for the world, lacking much intelligence to ponder its existence. Having just been created, it knew not of its purpose or whether such a concept was even relevant. It had no care in the world, lacking any real senses besides feeling some sensations on its outer shell, rendering it unable to perceive anything. From time to time, it bumped into other beings just like it, their amoeba-like bodies bouncing off each other as they floated in the vast open space. However, this one in particular was a bit more curious than the others. It attempted to bend its body to maneuver around, or even poke the other shapeless creatures whenever it collided with them. In the middle of one of these curious outbursts, something novel occurred. A phenomenon made its way into the space filled with shapeless creatures. It was a strange occurrence that elicited a reaction from the many beings in this dark expanse. Most saw it as unfavorable and utilized their limited capabilities to move away, but the curious bundle of gray matter was different. Instead of fleeing, it moved toward the cluster of strange energies, eventually colliding with it. After the contact was made, a bright light flashed, illuminating the void. For a moment, it showcased the endless expanse that these creatures had found themselves in, along with the countless numbers of them. Resembling jellyfish with a more pale coloring, they seemed to be composed not of flesh, but of some other form of energy. The moment the light appeared, they began to scatter and reacted as if the radiance caused them pain. The curious one from among them, who had approached this strange phenomenon, felt something new. Emotions that it had no capacity to comprehend started rushing in. For a moment, it felt anger, then quickly switched to sadness, and again rage took over. Strange visions of worlds and events that it never knew were rushing into its very core, altering it. The entity it made contact with looked like a bundle of white and black energy, and its gray body was now absorbing this peculiar energy form which was causing changes. Its once gray and lackluster body began to shift. The creature was transforming. Initially, the surface turned pure white, shedding the gray tone, and made the amoeba appear as if it were made of pristine white snow. However, not long after, it began to darken. It was as if the absorbed dark and radiant energies were engaged in a battle inside this new being's body. The newborn creature was experiencing something new, pain. Its entire body was being torn apart by the conflicting energies, and during the ordeal, strange images presented themselves. At one point, it saw a peculiar being with pointy things protruding from its head. This being was surrounded by other similar individuals, all bowing before it as if in worship. Shortly after, the vision shifted to a new individual, this one devoid of any pointy extremities, and surrounded by fewer creatures that were showcasing peculiar expressions that it didn't understand. Together with these images, the formless being was receiving a lot of information. Its senses were becoming overloaded with everything it was experiencing, and its body was about to collapse. To preserve itself, it attempted to counteract these two conflicting energies by attempting to contain them within its body. Miraculously, it succeeded, and its form, which had been shifting between two colors, settled into a darkened silver luster that remained. Proto-nucleus has evolved into divine demon nucleus. Something echoed throughout its being as it finalized its form. The shape of its body remained somewhat similar, but it had grown twice in size. The grayish tone was no more, replaced by a shiny dark silver shell. The information overflow that it had been fighting against had settled down, but the energies were still present. However, before this being could ponder its situation, a new occurrence hit the empty void. Suddenly, strange rifts started appearing everywhere. They produced various colors and beckoned to the residents of the void. The other grayish amoebas were drawn to these rifts and willingly entered through them. The curious one didn't feel as compelled as the others, but one of the openings seemed to be calling out to it. Slowly, it ignored the previous events and headed toward the rift, answering the beckoning call. Ise. As it went through the rift in space, it felt as if it were traversing through something akin to a strange membrane, requiring effort to push itself through. Due to its enlarged body, it became momentarily stuck within the rift. After shifting back and forth a few times, it managed to squeeze itself through. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over it as it found itself in an unfamiliar place. Its senses expanded further, and it felt as if it were changing its shape to fill something up. SCRVE Protect DES Troy Arise. The voice became more audible than before, and the commanding tone was apparent. The being was instructed to arise, and so it tried. It managed to open its eyes, or in this case, something different which allowed it to fill its vision with the new scenery. The void from which it came was no more, replaced by an unfamiliar landscape. As it attempted to move, it sensed that the shapeless body it had previously occupied had also transformed. It observed strange protrusions that weren't malleable, but instead allowed only rigid movement. The newborn being attempted to move these new limbs, and when it did, a strange screeching sound was produced, followed by a lot of rattling as the being tried to propel the new body forward. Progress was slow, but it was beginning to understand how to use this new body, which was somewhat similar to the memories it had been given. The being identified the upper limbs as arms and the lower ones as legs, which it could move. The only problem was the loud, distinct sound that it could now hear whenever it tried to do something. After a few moments, this same sound attracted some unwelcome guests, more creatures walking on two legs but somewhat different. These creatures weren't identical, but shared similar parts from which its body was created. They were draped over their limbs, and one was even wearing an almost exact replica of its own body. There were 3 beings in total, and they produced a strange sound from their upper orifices, which this new being identified as mouths. The memories continued to flow in, but it could not yet understand the language being spoken. Its contemplation was interrupted by the voice it had previously heard, giving it a direct order: protect, kill, destroy. The message was quite clear, and when it glanced into its right hand, it noticed some type of metallic object there. In response to the voice's demand, it felt somewhat enraged. It raised the object it was holding and started moving towards the trio. It felt an urgent need to protect this place, to kill whoever was here, to destroy everyone in its path. It charged forth, producing various screeching and clacking noises. Its footsteps echoed throughout the place, and it took in the new sensation of sound while trying to fulfill the order. Soon, it swung the metal object at the first person in front of it, ready to take the head with one quick movement. However, it did not go as the newborn being had planned. As it swung down to hit its target, the person just moved out of the way. Instead of hitting the living being, the metal weapon collided with the ground. At this point, something struck its chest area, sending it flying against the wall. The moment it collided with the wall, a metallic clang echoed through the area, and it could feel that some of its limbs had been torn apart. One of them landed on the floor, while another one rolled into the distance, where one of the beings it was trying to attack stepped on it. Unable to fully comprehend the words of the other beings, it could identify that the tone was mocking its demise. Before it could stand up again, a fast-moving object collided with its head, sending it flying into the air. It rolled around the area before coming to a stop close to one of its enemy's feet. At this point, it could see the rusted-over body that it once occupied a strange metallic shell that mimicked the humanoid form. It began to blame the voice that had ordered it towards its demise for this failure. The enemies it faced were far too strong, and the body it was given was far too weak. It could only remain in that spot as the beings it now identified as humans clobbered it over the head with a heavy metal object. It could not resist, nor could it restore itself back to its previous shape. Soon, its vision went blurry, and nothing but the void awaited it. This place was different. It was not the same void that it had been created, but something much colder and devoid of anything else. The feeling was uncomfortable, but soon it heard the same voice once more. Rise, minion! It was much clearer than before, and it found itself being summoned yet again. As the being was called forth from the void, it felt a surge of energy. This time, it emerged in a different environment. It found itself standing in a dimly lit chamber surrounded by strange symbols and runes on the walls. The air was thick with an otherworldly essence, and the being realized that it had taken the same form as before. The more it existed, the clearer the memories became. It started comprehending its existence as some sort of metallic creature. It looked at its limbs, mostly rusted over plates of metal. Many small holes within its body continuously produced loud sounds, something it now realized was not conducive to survival. Learning quickly from its last encounter, it understood that the more it moved, the more likely a group of humanoid assailants would arrive to slay it. Not sure what to do, it observed the changed scenery and found itself in a collapsed temple. Before it was a small circular basin with some water, and upon glancing into it, it saw its head, which looked like a helmet that would be adorned by something called a knight. With the help of the memories it was gaining, it acquired more knowledge, allowing it to identify itself. It was a monster found in places called dungeons, categorized as living armor. This revelation didn't help much, but as it focused on the reflection showing a rusted piece of armor, a strange feeling washed over it. The creature desired to know more about itself and what it was. Suddenly, as it tried to decipher its origin, something strange appeared before it. Floating words with strange symbols began to materialize, and it started to slowly understand. If it was correct, then this thing before it was called a status screen, and it had all the information that this creature desired. A lone, corroded suit of armor stood before a basin of water, gazing at a strange table that had appeared. Whenever it tried to grab it with one of its metallic hands, it just phased through. After a few attempts, it gave up, realizing that perhaps there were some things in this world that couldn't be touched but only looked at. Soon, it started focusing on the numbers and letters presented to it, unsure of their significance. It didn't know if a higher number was better or perhaps the lower one. It also noticed the prevalence of one particular letter, F. Next to it, there was a little line that it identified as meaning something lesser. This letter accompanied a series of strange numbers and was placed in a bracket next to it. The living suit of armor knew that there was some meaning to this, but it wasn't quite sure. This was not the only thing it could see on this screen. As it continued to stare and poke at it, a secondary one appeared on the side. There were more tables there, but they were smaller, filled with text, and separated. When looking at the first screen, it managed to decipher the letters above it, which gave it the name, status screen, and the words below it were supposed to be basic attributes. When looking at the other screen, it got the words skill list from it. For the time being, it took its time to try to go through these skills it had. Basic power slash. Active skill. Perform a powerful slash attack. Lesser metal body. Passive skill. Increases the body's defense. Defense is dependent on durability. There wasn't really much to look at there as it was mostly empty. It somewhat understood the first two skills but wasn't aware what was the problem with the last one. It was filled with question marks, and even if it continued to stare at it, nothing happened. Was this a good amount of skills or was it not? The memories that it absorbed were indicating that it wasn't a good thing, and after recalling his first defeat, it had to agree. Who am I? Am I weak? What is my purpose here? What is this place? Why do I have to protect it? The creature moved past the status screen as it started asking itself more questions. It had been compelled by the strange voice to attack those beings, but now it didn't know what to do. It had lost and was destroyed, but somehow it had returned to this world in the same form as previously. The feelings that it was going through were strange, and it didn't like what it was feeling. I am not it, I am something, what am I? The monster started hearing a voice inside of its head, and it could identify it as a sort of internal monologue. Its thoughts were becoming clearer, and it was starting to comprehend that it was some sort of being. It looked at the status screen and started going through the words. It took a moment, but it was able to read the classification that was presented there. Am I damaged, corroded bronze armor, or not? There was something that didn't fit there. It could understand what a name was, but this description felt a bit foreign. It could comprehend that a name wasn't like that. There was a feeling associated with it, something more intimate, more familiar. The monster armor continued to read the name constantly and finally reached an epiphany. Damaged armor, bronze armor, corroded armor, corroded. That doesn't sound right. What is corroded? This new being started to ponder his existence and the meaning behind this word. Soon another word entered his mind that had a similar definition but affected a different type of metal, rust. For some reason, this resonated with its very being, and at that moment, it made a decision. The open status window started to shift around. It was as if the world had taken notice of the decision and decided to alter things according to the will of the metallic creature. The clacking and corroded body started shining in a pale light as if something had changed, and before the monster could figure it out, another window popped up in front of it. The named monster title has been acquired. New words appeared on the status screen, which the monster now called Rusty examined thoroughly. A title gained by a monster possessing a name. It offers various bonuses and opens new evolution options. The title appeared in the section related to his skills and was somehow moved to the side as if it was different than the rest. After reading the explanation, Rusty didn't really understand the meaning, but he was sure that he knew the word evolution. He instinctively knew that it was something important for his future survival. Besides the addition to the name, it witnessed the numbers going up, more than doubling in some places. Rusty felt that the body was starting to move a bit better and that he could exert more force with his metallic limbs. His mind had become clearer, and the most important thing he discovered was a strange sense of himself. I am a he. Previously, Rusty couldn't see himself as anything other than a genderless creature, but now he was convinced that he was male. It was something that the memories he had absorbed before were, for once, agreeing upon. Now armed with a newfound sense of self, Rusty, the living armor, was ready to tackle a new issue. It involved this place that he found himself around, the voice that was telling him things he should be doing, and the strange denizens that were walking around him. Rusty was not the only one living here, as there were other monsters beside him. As he was finishing up identifying himself, another creature walked past him. It looked a lot different than him, as it was not made out of metal but instead just bones. Rusty didn't know what this being was, but it didn't seem too interested in the metallic being before it. The skeletal thing rattled past him without stopping and went on its merry way as if nothing was wrong. What is that? He asked himself while glancing at the strange walking pile of bones. The shape was similar to his, but it was much thinner. The way it walked was also different, but it still had a humanoid shape. The more Rusty stared at the CR feature, the more he was interested, and to his surprise, he started seeing some words hovering about the monster's head. Lesser Skeleton L1. There it was, the identity of the being he was trying to identify, and just like with his last find, another pop-up window had been triggered. This time, Rusty wasn't as surprised as before, and he just read what he had received. Identification skill has been acquired. This one was added to the skill screen under Skills. Identify. Passive skill. A skill used for identifying the unknown. While this was similar to the title, Rusty noticed that there was something different. This time around, no numbers went up. It seemed that these titles were different from skills, or at least from this one he had gotten here. After acquiring this new skill, he also noticed something peculiar. It was as if information related to it was injected into the core of its very being. He instinctively knew what it was for, and to test it, he looked down at something. Identification, rock. Just a regular-looking rock. Oh, identification, dungeon floor. The floor inside of a dungeon. A. Identification, water. Just some water, it could be dirty. HM, identification, rubble. Rough fragmented stones that were once part of something. Rusty wasn't sure what to make of this skill. It felt like these descriptions didn't really offer anything new. The strange memories that he had been slowly digesting were more useful. Nevertheless, it was an interesting thing to do, and he continued to look around this darkened chamber. Identification, destroyed statue. Once a depiction of a goddess that was part of a temple. The statue reminded him of one of the human beings that he encountered recently. The features were more feminine than masculine, and it seemed that there was a wing attached to the statue part that had mostly been destroyed. As he was examining this thing before him, a sound resounded within his being to inform him about something new again. Congratulations, identification skill has reached level 2. Oh, level 2. The skill it had been using had apparently leveled up, and it informed him about the possibilities. Rusty started becoming aware that leveling up skills was somehow advantageous, and a higher number was always better than a lower one. Eventually, the piece of living armor moved on from this issue as it reevaluated itself and its capabilities. In his right hand, he was holding a weapon that, with his newly gained identification skill, he could name. It was a corroded sword that looked similar to his damaged metallic body. It didn't look sharp nor that it would last for long, but it was his. His body wasn't too fast as he was lumbering around and seemingly around the same speed as the lesser skeletons here. The boost it received from gaining the title raised his attributes slightly, but he didn't feel that much powerful, and none of the letters had changed either. Pat Row L, M of E. PR Odict as he was trying to figure some more things out. The voice inside of his head started echoing again. It felt like it was crackling a bit in some parts, and that it was slightly quieter, but he was still forced to obey. Before him, a strange path emerged. It was as if he was looking at the scenery from a different vantage point as the information was given. He knew that the voice wanted him to move to a certain spot in this place, and he was compelled to do its bidding. Who are you? Did you make me? Rusty was intrigued by the disembodied voice, but it didn't answer his inquiry. It remained silent, and then after a minute had passed, it repeated the same message as before. This time around, the living armor heeded the call, as it felt that something bad would happen if it didn't. Soon, it was moving through this strange place in which it had appeared. The void it came from now nothing more than a distant memory. Previously, it was impossible to take a good look at everything, but now he was seeing many new things. His identification skill went into overdrive as he continued to use it on everything that he could see. Rusty felt a strange connection to the environment as if it was alive. The dark chamber was filled with all sorts of things: crumbled statues, shattered pillars, remains of unidentified creatures, and many corridors illuminated by braziers. As Rusty moved forward, he encountered more creatures similar to the lesser skeleton he had observed earlier. They varied in appearance and also gear. Besides swords, they were holding spears, maces, and shields. Some of them were even wearing rusty armor similar to the body that he was made of. This was not the only type of monster, as he witnessed beings that were the same as him. The moment he encountered another corroded armor, he was ecstatic. Immediately he made his way towards one to greet it, but even after he arrived before it, the other piece of armor didn't acknowledge his existence. It was the same with the skeletons. It was as if they couldn't see him or even each other. All they did was lumber around this place, moving along similar paths that he was ordered to. After a series of encounters with different monsters, Rusty started to notice patterns in their behavior. It became apparent that these creatures were not acting independently, but rather operating under some unseen influence. The voice in Rusty's head, the strange paths that emerged before him, and the scripted movements of the monsters hinted at a controlling force, orchestrating the events within the dungeon. This force also affected him, but for some strange reason, he felt that he could resist it to some extent. While he felt compelled to take the path that he was given, for brief moments he could venture away from it. When he tried, he would be reminded by the voice constantly until he returned to the correct spot. It was something that was starting to annoy him, but at this time, he was unable to free himself from this outside influence. After a few hours of exploration, he found himself in a wide open chamber with various other monsters. Just like in the corridors, it had many torches or braziers lighting it up, but also some light was coming from a small crack in the ceiling. It contrasted with everything else, and Rusty was intrigued. He ventured forth toward the illuminated spot that was falling radiating tree onto a tree stump. Rusty was drawn to something there, a lone green leaf that was resting on a thin branch. It was an anomaly in this dark, rusted dungeon, and he couldn't help but feel a strange connection to it. Reaching out with his metallic hand, he gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its vibrant green color. It felt fragile yet alive, a stark contrast to his own damaged and corroded form. Just like before he tried to identify this object, and to his surprise, he was given an answer rather quickly. Identification, leaf of vitality. Once consumed, rises the constitution attribute slightly. Consume, Rusty was interested but also confused. He was a sentient piece of armor, not a true living being who could eat or consume things. This thing was supposed to raise his constitution by a certain amount, but he wasn't sure how this consumption should take place. He tried recalling some of the memories he had access to, and images of humanoid creatures putting things into their upper orifices emerged, like this. The type of suit of armor that he was had a proper helmet and a visor. He mimicked the visions from his memories by opening this visor and putting the leaf of vitality into his helmet. However, it didn't seem to have worked, as the leaf just ended up falling into the empty space that was the inside of his armor. It remained there without having its essence consumed or absorbed, and his constitution never was raised. He was somehow confused, but the identification skill probably didn't lie. There was perhaps a way to get something out of this green item. However, before he could take another crack at it, something in the distance occurred. One of the skeletons started producing a strange shriek while charging towards a dimly lit corridor. Soon after, its skull came flying out of the opening and alerted the other monsters within. All of them, along with Rusty, looked at three individuals emerging from within. First, he thought that it was the same ones that had caused his previous demise, but after closer inspection, Rusty realized that these were different. One was a human clad in worn-out armor, carrying a sword that looked like it had seen better days. Another was someone with elongated ears with a bow slung across their back, and the third was a lot shorter, wielding a massive warhammer. Their expressions were serious, and their eyes scanned the surroundings as if they were expecting trouble. That on sweet it. However, there was a fourth individual that none of the monsters and neither him had previously seen. A more slender-looking person was hanging on the wall and shouting something to the group of three that had just charged in. Rusty was starting to decipher their language, but he still wasn't quite sure what they were trying to communicate. Kill. Rusty felt a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The voice in his head was loud, and he felt compelled to move forward. The recent memory of having himself smacked by similar creatures was still vivid. The sensation after his demise was uncomfortable, and he did not want to repeat it. However, he was feeling something else, something that made his metal body tremble, and he somehow identified it as the feeling of excitement. Three adventurers burst into a spacious chamber teeming with low-level monsters. The skirmish commenced as they swiftly dismantled an undead skeleton, triggering a small wave of other creatures to surge toward them. Despite being outnumbered, they showed no signs of perturbation in the face of adversity. As they advanced through the corridor, a fourth member of their party emerged before them. A woman, clad in light leather armor, had concealed herself from the creatures, clinging to the wall unnoticed. "What's wrong? You gave us the signal. We have a problem. What happened?" One of the adventurers asked the woman who descended from the wall with a somewhat annoyed tone. "One of those things ate the leaf." "It ate the leaf?" "Yes, I told you that it ate it, so it ate it. It's one of those living armor things." The adventurers exchanged glances, a mix of confusion and intrigue painted on their faces. They had encountered various monsters in dungeons before, but the idea of a living suit of armor consuming something was beyond their usual experiences. "Are you sure? Living armor that eats vitality leaves. I'm telling you it happened." It picked up the leaf and put it in its helmet, and then the leaf disappeared inside. The adventurers redirected their attention to the open chamber where a rusty suit of armor stood. The creature appeared to be observing them, its visor emitting an almost inquisitive vibe. It was encircled by various skeletal monsters and a few others of its kind, but it was the sole one that remained stationary, distinguishing itself from the advancing pack of creatures. "Well, we can't let it go. That leaf is crucial for our mission, and we need to complete it to get the money. Let's take care of the undead first. Try not to damage that rusty armor monster. Those leaves are delicate." The leader of the group, who seemed to be the human clad in worn-out armor, shouted out some orders while the other three nodded. The adventurers quickly formulated a strategy, efficiently dispatching the oncoming small horde of monsters while ensuring they avoided harming the peculiar living armor. Unbeknownst to them, the corroded suit of armor kept his eye on them, intrigued by how they behaved. The way they moved, coordinated, and fought together was quite fascinating. Is this called strategy? The way they move seems to be with purpose. Rusty, the living armor, was among the group of monsters in this large dungeon chamber. Initially appearing ordinary, they cleverly utilized the rubble to their advantage. The adventurers observed how they strategically manipulated the environment, compelling the monsters to approach in a specific manner and avoiding confrontations with more than one or two at a time. Clearly, they were using the surroundings to prevent getting surrounded, something that seemed unfavorable. Despite an initial urge to charge in mindlessly, Rusty managed to restrain himself from attacking the group of living beings. His previous encounter had imparted some valuable experience, leading him to believe that repeating the same tactic would yield similar results. Instead, he chose to observe while his more impulsive allies risked their lives. Eventually, an idea began to form in his mind. What if he used the same environment to his advantage and approached the group from somewhere the other monsters weren't? As the battle between the adventurers and the monsters unfolded, Rusty adeptly navigated through the shadows, applying his newfound understanding of strategy. Amidst the noise of clashing weapons, monster roars, and occasional shouts from the coordinating adventurers, the screeching sound produced by Rusty's corroded armor went unnoticed. Stealthily advancing through the chaos, he approached the group from an unexpected angle. The adventurers, engrossed in the ongoing battle, appeared to overlook the lone suit of armor, which seemed indistinguishable from many others. While Rusty got closer, he began to analyze the adventurers' skills and tactics. The one in worn-out armor exhibited remarkable strength and durability, deflecting attacks with a well-worn sword. The archer with elongated ears showed incredible accuracy and agility, effortlessly dodging incoming strikes while firing arrows with precision. The shorter member of the party wielded a massive warhammer, delivering powerful blows that could crush bones and armor alike. Kill. His mind surged with animosity toward the group of four, the internal voice making it increasingly difficult to focus until it became unbearable. Sword in hand, Rusty finally succumbed to the urges and leaped out from behind a thick, collapsed pillar. Though his initial plan had been to take his time and approach while his brethren kept the adventurers busy, even with this hasty approach, he successfully closed the gap. Watch out. The leader of the adventurers called out to the long-eared person that Rusty was targeting. The man in worn-out armor swiftly positioned himself between Rusty and the elven individual. In this impulsive leap, Rusty felt a surge of excitement as he tightly gripped his sword with both hands and swung downward. Instinctively activating his skill, Basic Power Slash, a red glow enveloped his weapon. The speed of the downward swing hastened, and he sensed the weight increasing. This was his opportunity to defeat his enemy. His opponent hastily raised his sword to guard, and Rusty's sword connected. The man, slightly off balance and caught off guard by the surprise attack, couldn't fully block the corroded weapon. Rusty experienced a sense of achievement, envisioning his sword connecting with the man's shoulder and cleanly severing it. However, there was a crucial factor he hadn't taken into account: the durability of the weapon he was wielding. The adventure leader wore a worn-out suit of armor that protected critical parts of his body, including the shoulder Rusty had targeted. At the moment Rusty's sword connected with this metallic armor, the weapon gave out. Instead of witnessing the man's shoulder being torn to pieces, the corroded sword was shattered. The only evidence left behind was an indentation where Rusty's power slash had landed. Shitty piece of armor. His opponent seethed with rage. Although the hit didn't penetrate, the leader of the adventurers felt sharp pain emanating from the afflicted shoulder. Now without a weapon, Rusty attempted to tackle his enemy. However, just like before, a boot landed on his chest plate, propelling him back toward the collapsed pillar where he had been hiding. Despite the heightened stats from gaining the title, he was unable to react in time. As his back collided with the rubble, some of his armor pieces scattered to the sides. This is getting annoying. Let's clean these fuckers up. The battle continued with more vigor as the adventurers took it a bit more seriously now. It was impossible for the low-level monsters to even land one good hit on the party of four. The difference in skill, experience, and power was too drastic. There was no way that the monsters could win. Even if they outnumbered the party 5-1, they all fell after getting hit once or twice. Rusty struggled to stand amidst the scattered armor pieces. Missing a leg and an arm, with some of the other plates fallen off, he found himself unable to reassemble as the connections between the pieces were lost. Before he could react, another blow struck his body, this time delivered by the shortest adventurer wielding a big warhammer. "Hey, be careful, one of them has the leaf inside." The slender one from the group shouted at the stocky one, who didn't seem to care that much. Soon the battle was over, with the adventurers emerging victorious against the remaining monsters. The chamber, once teeming with undead creatures and living armors, now echoed with the sounds of heavy breathing and the clinking of weapons being sheathed. That could have gone better. Is everyone all right? Indeed. As the dust settled, the adventurers regrouped, assessing the situation. the leader, still nursing his injured shoulder, shifted his focus to the battered living armors they intentionally didn't fully destroy. His attention honed in on one lying next to a pillar, exhibiting a hammer-shaped hole through its chest. That vitality leaf better be in one of these damn armors. Frustration marked the leader's tone, aggravated by the injury to his shoulder. He then turned to the woman who had been in the chamber beforehand, noticing her annoyance with what he was insinuating. "What? You don't believe me? Why would I lie?" The leader sighed, acknowledging the glare from his party member. Nonetheless, still seething from the encounter, he chose to vent his frustration on the armor that had caused him pain. With one smooth kick, the helmet went flying to the side and landed between the legs of the female party member. She picked it up, still frowning. At this point, Rusty had not been slain, and could feel a strange sensation inside his broken body. The leader of the adventurers had thrust his hand through the hole, searching for the leaf that Rusty had swallowed. However, something else occupied Rusty's thoughts as he came to a realization he was extremely weak. The gap in power and speed against these humanoid creatures was insurmountable. Even after sneaking up and activating his strongest skill, he couldn't inflict any serious damage on his opponent. The situation was profoundly disheartening for the young monster, unsure of what course of action to take. Given a body and a set of skills that weren't particularly impressive, Rusty experienced a peculiar feeling within his core, yet couldn't fully comprehend it. The desire to become stronger and achieve victory welled up within him, but the path forward remained unclear. The situation felt increasingly hopeless, and a sense of impending demise lingered, reminiscent of his previous defeat. There it is, you were actually right. See, I told you. It became evident that once the leaf was extracted from his body, Rusty would lose any significance to the party of adventurers. His brethren were undergoing the same fate, being searched and subsequently hammered to death. Rusty resigned himself to an inevitable demise, preparing to enter the void once more. Yet, to his surprise, one member of the party did something unexpected. "Hey, what are you doing? Never doubt me again, you idiot." In a fit of anger, the woman stuck Rusty's helmet onto the party leader's head. She playfully stuck out her tongue in his direction, while the other two party members laughed at her childish behavior. It appeared that she was merely being playful, and no one made a big deal out of it. However, for Rusty, seeing his helmet on the man's head changed the perspective. Compatible skills have been found. Please choose a skill that you want to learn. The voice that had been updating him whenever a skill or title was gained began to speak again. Time seemed to slow down as Rusty was presented with the opportunity to choose from the three options laid before him. Universal language. Passive skill. Allows a person to understand spoken words and writing of the universal language. Basic power thrust. Active skill. Perform a powerful thrust attack. Basic swordsmanship. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a sword is required to unlock more powerful sword skills. What is this? Rusty found himself pondering, having never seen something like this before. While he understood the concept of skills, acquiring them in this manner was something new. Weighing his options, he considered the first one, which would help him understand these creatures better, but deemed it unnecessary given the knowledge from the memories he was granted. The power thrust seemed intriguing, likely an alternate version of his power slash skill. However, when he examined the third option, his decision was clear. What he needed were more potent skills, not ones similar to what he already possessed. Basic swordsmanship offered the prospect of acquiring such skills, making it the obvious choice for him to pursue. Do you wish to learn the basic swordsmanship passive skill? Please confirm to begin the process. After concentrating on the third option, the voice resounded inside his head once more. It asked him if he wanted to learn the skill and presented two choices. There was a large green button with the word "yes" on it and another red one with the word "no." Rusty had made up his mind and quickly gazed at the big green button, waiting with anticipation. Soon after, he heard the voice again, and the process began. Beginning the process of skill absorption, please wait as the skill is absorbed from the host. Haha, you made her mad again. Hey, come back, huh? The adventurer whose head Rusty now occupied felt that something was off. The moment the helmet settled onto his head felt strange, but he didn't think much of it. There wasn't supposed to be any danger involved since the creature had been defeated, and even if it were alive without being connected to the body, the helmet wasn't deemed dangerous. However, as he tried to remove it, he found it unyielding. The hell, it won't come off. What is with this thing? Stop pretending. If you think that'll start feeling bad for you. No, I'm not joking. This thing won't come off of my head. To everyone's surprise, it didn't seem like their party leader was faking it. A moment after the helmet settled on his head, he found himself going down onto one knee as sharp pain took over. It felt like his head was being pierced by something, and he couldn't do anything about it. Even after clutching the helmet with all his might, he could not pry it off, and it began to glow, indicating that something indeed was happening. "Did you get this thing off me?" The adventurers frantically tried to assist their leader, but the helmet resisted all attempts to be removed. The glow intensified, enveloping both the helmet and the leader's head. They didn't know what was happening, but it wasn't anything good. The dwarven member of the party finally decided to do something more drastic as he grasped his warhammer and told the others to back away. Keep still, wait, what if you? There is no time, lass, do it. There was no way for them to know what was transpiring, and their leader understood this fact. He lowered his hand so that his dwarven companion could take aim. The other two looked at the predicament with concern in their eyes, realizing that they couldn't simply pry the helmet off with her grip strength alone. Soon, the large hammer flew at the corroded helmet at a precise angle. Leader, are you okay? Do I look okay to you? The man responded to the elven companion as his eyes scanned the chamber for the helmet that had caused him pain. Quickly grabbing the dwarf's large hammer, he charged at the source of his problems. The helmet was promptly squished and shattered under the harder metal, leaving nothing but bent pieces behind. The other adventurers watched as their leader relentlessly flattened the piece of living armor until there was almost nothing left. Out of breath, he moved towards the remains of the armor's body and promptly delivered retribution as well. At this point, the one responsible for his pain was no more, as Rusty found himself traveling through the void once again. Unbeknownst to the adventurers who believed they had defeated the monster, Rusty was being restored by the forces inside this dungeon. In another corner of the dungeon, a new suit of corroded armor began to shiver as life was bestowed upon it. Occupied by the entity that had caused the adventurer leader a great deal of grief, for some reason, it held both of its metallic hands up as if cheering itself on. Despite having been defeated, it seemed unfazed, as this encounter had given it something new, and perhaps this was how it could become stronger. A lone armor stood around two identical beings, but it was certainly not the same. The way it moved and articulated was strange. Even now it was swinging its arms around wildly while looking at something before it. The two other suits that were there didn't react to the peculiarities of their brethren, nor were they capable of it. It's there. I became stronger. Rusty rejoiced while looking at the skill window with two brand new skills. One of them was the one that he absorbed from the adventurer, while the other appeared out of seemingly nowhere. He could only assume that it was the one that he couldn't previously identify, as all the question marks were gone. Skill absorption. Active skill allows the user to absorb and learn compatible skills if certain criteria are met. Basic swordsmanship. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a sword is required to unlock more powerful sword skills. The question marks have disappeared. I wonder why. He was curious as before, but his curiosity was overshadowed by his joy. Two new skills had been gained, which had to mean that he was stronger in some way. The basic swordsmanship skill was already at work, as he could feel the movements of his corroded sword becoming better. It was somehow telling him how to guide it and increased his offensive capabilities to some extent. But how did that work? Rusty recalled the strange incident with the human adventurer. He had been defeated yet again, but after a part of his body was placed on the human's head, the skill was activated. Being a sentient suit of armor, he didn't perceive the head as part of those beings. His helmet could come off if he wanted, and at this moment he took it off. The slit in the visor acted like his eyes, but he could move his body even when it wasn't touching it. And while pondering, he attempted to rub his metallic chin, but his helmet had been placed down on a large rock. As he contemplated this situation, some audible noises entered his non-existent ears. On the sides, two other living armors were lumbering around, and when he glanced at them, he had an idea. Quickly, he grabbed his own head and appeared before his brethren. What if I do this? Armed with some inspiration, he grabbed the helmet of his look-alike. The other living armor monster who was walking by stopped in its tracks but didn't attack. It had become clear that these beings didn't see him as an enemy, as the voice that commanded them all kept everyone in check. Once the other monster's helmet was removed, he used his body to carry over his own helmet and replace the old one. It didn't work. To Rusty's surprise, he didn't hear the voice of the world that had previously presented him. With a choice of 3 skills, it had not appeared. The feeling that was present when he occupied the human's head was also different. It seemed that he couldn't use his new skill in this way. However, he did not stop with just this one test, and instead moved on to the second piece of corroded armor to try it on them. Not working, the feeling was the same, and soon the corroded armor went out to patrol their designated dungeon spot. Rusty was left confused about the issue, but this didn't stop him from approaching a different type of monster, one of the skeletons that occupied this dungeon. It was the most prevalent type here, and they carried various weapons, not just swords. Thus, he approached one that was holding a sword along with a shield that looked like a washboard. The monster stopped after a metallic helmet was placed on its head, but it surprisingly didn't look that out of place. Skill absorption has failed to activate. The cooldown period has not ended yet. Please wait until the cooldown period has ended. Oh, the voice of what he only knew as the world echoed inside his metallic head. It provided him with an explanation, and also gave him a series of numbers that were constantly changing. If he understood this correctly, then he would need to wait a prolonged amount of time before this skill could be activated again. Hey, wait. As he contemplated this newly gained knowledge, the skeleton friend that he had placed his head on started moving away. To his surprise, this monster was rather fast, and he needed to give it his all to keep up with the pace. It took him a good few minutes before he was able to regain his helmet. The timer that had been presented had been lowered during this time and confirmed his previous assumption. With not much else to do but wait, he decided to explore this large dungeon. Move. The voice resounded inside his head and forced him to patrol like the rest, but without any enemies around, he was able to get a better look at the dungeon he occupied. There were many corridors, some quite tight while others were spacious. Rusty navigated the corridors with the clanking sounds of his corroded armor echoing through the dungeon. The walls were adorned with dimly lit torches, casting flickering shadows that danced along the cold stone surfaces. As he explored, he stumbled upon a peculiar spacious chamber that was devoid of most of what the others had. The only eye-catching thing inside was a large staircase leading down. This was not the patrol route that the voice wanted him to take, as he was just passing through, but for some reason this piqued his interest. Once inside, he made his way towards the stairs, and there he experienced something strange. He was not able to move down the stairs, and even approaching them was quite hard. Rusty tried to analyze the situation. It seemed as if an invisible force was preventing him from descending the stairs. Frustrated but determined, he attempted to take a running start, but just as he was about to approach the opening to the stairs, the voice resounded. It was much louder and seemed angered by the attempt to go down this wide set of stairs. Leave forbidden. Rusty froze in place, his metal frame trembling with the force of the command echoing in his head. The voice was not one to be ignored, and the sheer power behind the words made it clear that descending those stairs was not an option. As the echoes of the command subsided, Rusty hesitated for a moment. The desire to explore the forbidden depths of the dungeon clashed with the overwhelming compulsion to obey the voice. It was a peculiar situation that he did not have an answer for, but it seemed that he was stuck for now. With a reluctant sigh, or the metallic equivalent of it, Rusty turned away from the stairs and resumed his designated patrol. The voice seemed appeased, and as he moved through the dungeon corridors, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this place than met the eye. The dungeon was not just a maze of stone walls and dimly lit torches. It held secrets and hidden passages that piqued Rusty's curiosity. Although his primary purpose was to follow the commands of the voice, the desire to uncover the mysteries of the dungeon grew stronger within him. As Rusty continued his patrol, he encountered other monsters. Besides the previously encountered skeletons and living armors like himself, there were also strange small creatures called goblins. Other species that he encountered were spiders who liked to crawl up on the ceilings and hide in dark places. Then there were smaller things like rats and insectoids. The green ones didn't seem to like him too much, as when he approached they started throwing rocks at him. There was something different about them, as if they had their own little section of the dungeon just for themselves. The voice inside his head also kept him from venturing forth into the areas that were marked by strange totems. After getting to know more of the denizens of this dungeon, Rusty also noticed one thing. Each one of them had a certain number applied to their classification. Skeleton L3, mine is at 1. Will I get stronger if it goes up, just like with the skills? Rusty's identification skill was the only one that had been going up, and as it increased in levels, more information was produced when he identified things around him. Previously, he couldn't even see the levels of his dungeon brethren. Now he knew that there was some way of becoming stronger, but how would he achieve this? Would it just go up by itself, or was there something to it? Then the answer somehow presented itself to him. As he was walking through one of the smaller corridors and passing next to another living armor, they bumped into each other. The two staggered for a moment while being pushed against the side walls. You have gained +1 experience points. Huh. Rusty heard something that he never heard before, and when glancing at his status screen, a leftover log was still there. He had gained an experience point, and the source of this was something that was stuck on his pauldron. After bumping into the other corroded suit of armor, he squished a small monster arachnid onto the wall. It was quite small and just died from the weight, but it still counted. The spider was turned into some green goop that was running down the wall. Rusty gave the dead creature a few pokes before opening up his status screen to look for a few more answers, and there he discovered another new number that had gone up. There was an actual indicator for gaining levels, and he just needed 49 more of these experience points to fill it up. If I got 1 experience point for this small creature, what will happen if I defeat a bigger one? His head turned towards the living armor that had passed him by. It was just slowly lumbering along without a care in the world. Rusty knew that the monsters here were different than him. They wouldn't react even if he got closer and took off their body parts. Perhaps this was the way to get stronger, by slaying these beings that weren't truly alive. He clenched his corroded sword and approached the other armor piece. His corroded frame generated a lot of noise, but this creature didn't seem to mind. It just continued on the path that had been given to it by the voice. Even after Rusty was standing right behind it with his arm raised and sword glowing, it didn't do a thing. However, before the basic power slash could claim its first life, the voice resounded inside Rusty. "Stop, ally." It stopped him in the middle of the downswing and didn't allow Rusty to finish the attack. The authoritative command kept him in check as it referred to the other living armor as an ally, a term loosely known by Rusty who didn't really consider it. The term made him question his desire to gain experience and if it was something worth continuing. However, he couldn't really see these other monsters as true allies, but more like prisoners who had to adhere to the voice commands. Do allies force others to do their bidding? As he pondered this, the other living armor continued its patrol, seemingly unfazed by the attempted attack. Rusty couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to these creatures and this dungeon than he understood. The voice had labeled them as allies, but he wasn't sure about that. What if the voice considered him an enemy? Wouldn't all these so-called allies destroy him instead? This was something worth pondering, as Rusty was aware of his relative weakness. It would be impossible for him to contend with so many monsters that were driven by the authoritative voice. This left the other fleshy creatures as the best source of those experience points, but they were not something that he could deal with at the moment. Instead, he turned his attention to some other creatures within the dungeon, ones that perhaps could provide him with something. Another smaller being fell to his sword as he continued his carnage. As Rusty wandered through the maze-like dungeon, he continued to assault smaller creatures. Smaller spiders, rats, and even slugs on the walls were all fair game. They didn't seem to be part of the control structure of the internal voice, and there were many of them here. It was quite easy to dispatch them, as for some reason they were slow to react to his advances. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Classification: Damaged Corroded Bronze Armor FL2. Rusty was now a level 2 damaged rusty bronze armor and had gained 3 whole attribute points. Considering that all of them had increased by 5 when he gained his title, the increase seemed rather small. His maximum hit points had gone up, and after leveling up he also noticed that his magic points were restored instantly. However, his special points remained low, and they were regenerating at a very slow pace compared to the magic points. This also reminded him about his previous tests. The time to acquire some new skills had come, so he homed in on another skeletal monster who was holding a sword along with the shield. His helmet made its way onto the creature's cranium, and he was presented with a new message yet again. Compatible skills have been found. Please choose a skill that you want to learn. Basic Shield Bash. Active skill. Perform a bash with a shield. Even though the message told him that it found multiple compatible skills, he was only presented with one option. There was also another peculiarity. The skill was in a grayish tone this time around, while previously it was a lot brighter. Nevertheless, he focused on the skill just like before and waited for another message just like last time. Insufficient SB to learn this skill. Please try again when you have sufficient SB. Not enough SB. Rusty was perplexed by this result as he continued to try to select the skill. The skeletal monster eventually started walking away, and he had to retrieve his helmet. He recalled that after absorbing the skill from the human, his special point counter had gone down to 0. It seemed that he would need to wait quite a bit more before he was able to use this absorption skill again. While he was lacking SB, this didn't deter him from anything. It was possible for him to level up his attributes by defeating small insects and rodents. While this was a slow process, he was not really in a hurry. The resources that he was given would eventually recover, and he would be able to gain some skills with time. So he started his first leveling drive, and the small creatures that had lived here in peace would soon know fear. Are you sure we should be here? Yeah, don't worry, it's just the first floor. There are only goblins, skeletons, and rusty armors around. They are all trash. I don't know, wouldn't it be better to go to an easier dungeon? The monsters from the lower levels sometimes travel to the upper ones. That very rarely happens, and if something does, I'll just protect you. An older teenager responded to a girl who was slightly younger than him. Both of them were slowly going down a very long set of stairs leading to a mostly empty chamber. Within it were paths leading to different places, each marked and given a symbol. Oh, I know those. We should probably avoid the goblins, right? The girl pointed at one of the markings, and the young man that she was with nodded. That's right, the goblins are weak, but they work in larger groups. It would be hard to deal with just the 2 of us, but we should be fine if it's just 1 or 2 of those green bastards. The young man laughed while puffing out his chest. He was wearing a cheap set of armor along with a sword strapped to his side. The younger girl had some leather armor, and her weapon of choice was a bow that she was already holding in her hand. Even though there was no danger in sight, she seemed worried about this little expedition. As I said, stop worrying. The monsters here are rather weak. How about we just go get some skeletons? Those guys are quite slow. The man pointed to another path on the right side of the chamber. What about the living armors? Those bundles of rust will fall apart from one good kick. Nothing to worry about, they are actually weaker than a skeleton. Just take a few more hits, are really slow, and you can hear them coming instantly, if you say so. The girl nodded while the young man continued to grin. He moved in close and placed his hand around her waist, which made her slightly frown. Don't worry, just stick close to me and there won't be any problems. For a moment she noticed that he had a strange expression when getting this close. Her instincts were telling her that something was wrong, but due to some circumstances, she needed to get stronger. Leveling up in this dungeon was the fastest way to alleviate her troubles. Even if her companion wasn't the most trustworthy, without him, she would have been unable to come to this place. How about you lead the way then? Sure thing, just leave it to me. After wiggling out of his grasp, she made the man move in front. He was just a regular fighter type, while she was best at ranged combat. Their combination had an obvious synergy, and she intended to use it to battle the monsters here. Soon, the two disappeared into the corridor and were on their way to adventure. Is there any way to hasten this process? How long have I been doing this? Rusty lowered his head and gave out a sigh as if he was a human. He had spent many days exterminating small critters and bugs around the dungeon, and at this point was having an issue finding more of them. Sometimes humans wandered in, but he was lucky enough to avoid them for now. It didn't seem like they wanted to stay in this dungeon too long, or at least not on this floor. One more discovery was a set of stairs going up, which like before he couldn't approach. Rusty was even unable to enter the large empty chamber before the stairs started and could only glance at them from far away. It seemed to be an even more forbidden zone that the voice inside of his heart kept him and the other monsters away from. However, he was able to resist the orders some more, and perhaps his higher levels had something to do with it. If I could only grind something else, Rusty produced a new word that he somehow knew the meaning of. If he continued like this, his levels would only continue to rise at a very slow rate. It was impossible for him to attack the other monsters in the dungeon, which left the humanoid creatures that came from the stairs above as his targets. He had done his best to observe their movements from a safe distance while the other monsters had been destroyed. There was one main reason that he did such a thing, and that was his current level, which he was afraid to lose. The levels of his allies ranged from 1 to 5. He was now the highest level monster wandering this dungeon floor. After observing the deaths of his fellow creatures, he realized something. Every one of them had an assigned level that they always returned to. It didn't seem to decrease, but it also wasn't increasing either. It was possible that if he died now, his level would be reset, and he would again be a level 1 monster. This was something that he wanted to prevent at all costs, as the multiple days of killing critters would go to waste. Resisting the voice wasn't easy at most. He could slow himself down and wait for the orders to subside. Eventually, as the battle came to a close and there were no other monsters around the fleshy enemies, the call to arms would cease. It was as if without the monster's involvement, the voice inside his head couldn't perceive any enemies. The creatures like him were its eyes, and if he didn't explicitly look at an animate humanoid, it wouldn't trigger the voice's orders. There was one more interesting effect that he also needed to watch out for. If another monster from the dungeon encountered an enemy, they would send out some sort of hidden signal. If he was close by, the voice would also be activated. It was some sort of way to call for reinforcements, but it was easily avoided by him with a small ruse. He just avoided locations that were hotspots for combat. Even if he was ordered to patrol, there was some wiggle room for him, and he used that to prevent any deaths from happening lately. Something that he wanted to pat himself on the back for. Basic shield bash. Active skill. Perform a bash with a shield. Basic power thrust. Active skill. Perform a powerful thrust attack. Rusty had managed to acquire 2 new skills, one through absorption and the other through regular leveling. When he reached level 5, he was given the basic power thrust. It made him realize that he needed to deliberate more on what skills to get. If they were attainable by regular level ups, then it was a waste of time to use the absorption skill that had some more drawbacks. One of them he recently discovered. After attaining the basic shield bash skill, the timer had been reset and doubled in length. It was possible that it would become harder and harder to use that skill. Perhaps saving it for something more special would lead to better outcomes. However, he still needed to test it further, and perhaps absorbing something from the humans in the dungeon was a better idea. Those creatures are strange. What is their purpose? They always come from that place and always travel through the same path down. What lies there that they would risk their lives for? Will I be able to see it? His interest was piqued, but he couldn't do much about it. Even now, as he was doing his rounds and passing by the staircase, he tried to head down, but the annoying voice inside of his head kept preventing him from progressing. However, he was not going to give up. Each time he attempted this feat, he was able to get half a step more in. It seemed that maybe he would eventually be able to head down and unveil the mysteries on the lower floor. Thus he continued on his way while looking out for some smaller creatures. Even though their numbers had decreased, they were still there for him to slay. Even his power/skill had reached the second level, and so did his basic swordsmanship. It was the only way for him to level up, so he made his way towards one of the best grinding spots. Enemy, Ga. To his surprise, he heard a commotion at a part of the dungeon that was usually empty. Rusty had been using it for a while now, and no humans had ever wandered in. There were only large bugs and rats in this side of the dungeon, along with a few of his monster brethren. One of them had just been dispatched by what seemed to be an armored human, similar to the one that had previously defeated him. Should I try it? But there is another one and I'm alone. After ducking behind the corner and losing sight of them, the voice inside his head quieted down. Just as previously, if he didn't keep looking at the humans, it would not be able to see them. Staying here behind the corner and waiting for them to pass was the best solution, as he didn't think that he could handle them quite yet. His levels and skills were going up, but after getting easily defeated previously, Rusty decided to take a safer approach. This was also a perfect chance to eavesdrop, as his language skills had started to improve and he could now mostly understand what was being said. Are they fighting with each other? Can they do that? Hey, stop that. I told you that I'm not interested. If you're going to be like that, then maybe it would be better if we just return now. The tone that this person was talking exuded an aura of annoyance. Rusty strained to listen, his metallic hearing tuned into the conversation between the two humans. It seemed like a disagreement of some sort, and he was curious about what was happening. The monsters in the dungeon didn't respond much, and he couldn't actually produce a voice himself, so this was quite intriguing. The second voice, deeper and more assertive, responded, "Come on, don't be like that. I was just joking around. No, I think we're done here." The other voice didn't let up, and he could hear this maddened person walking in the other direction, which led out of the dungeon. The other person remained in the same place for a moment before he finally said something in a now annoyed tone. "This damn bitch, who does she think she is? Is she going to report me to the guild? Fuck." It was quite an interesting tidbit. Rusty wasn't sure about the relations of these humanoid creatures, but he could feel animosity and something similar to killing intent coming from this man's voice. He wasn't sure how he was aware of something like this besides the memories he came equipped with giving him the answer. What are they doing? They aren't like us. Isn't there a voice keeping them from attacking each other? Not long after the man voiced his dissatisfaction with the situation, he ran back after the other human person. Rusty was able to hear the two shouting some profanities at each other before a fight broke out. He could clearly hear the two beings clash against each other, something that wasn't possible for him and the monsters in this dungeon. They are fighting. They had moved into one of the dead-end corridors that was not normally patrolled by any monsters. Rusty knew this as it was close to his grinding spot where he spent a lot of time. He slowly approached while trying to minimize the sound of his rusty body. Luckily, the two humans were shouting too much to notice anything. When he arrived at the scene, he took a little peek so that the voice would not be alerted. There he saw a strange scene playing out. The bigger human had taken out the lower half of his armor and was wrestling around with the smaller one. What they were doing was unknown to him, but it didn't seem like the one on the bottom liked it too much. The fight continued, but eventually, a rock was used to disable the smaller opponent, which gave Rusty an idea. Isn't this a chance? They seem distracted, maybe I should. He knew that he couldn't win against one of those beings in a fair fight, but perhaps they had injured each other enough for him to capitalize on the situation. Nevertheless, Rusty knew that he needed to be cautious. There was no telling what his enemy would do, and there was still some ground to cover before he reached that dead end. His body producing loud noises was a big weakness, but luckily, when he looked behind himself, he spotted something that could aid him in this endeavor. "You shouldn't have been such a prude and just let me do it now. Look at you." The man panted while tossing a bloody rock to the side. The woman that he tussled with lay passed out before him with a gash to the side of her head. It was too late to go back now, and he did not want to stop either. However, just as he was about to do the deed, a strange clunking sound echoed from behind him. There he witnessed a living armor monster charging his way, a corroded blade in his right hand. This corridor was rather dark and mostly lit at the end. He could barely see the monster by the reflection that its corroded armor was producing. It charged with reckless abandon while scraping its corroded weapon on the walls. The man quickly jumped up to his feet but instantly lost his balance as his pants were around his ankles. He was caught off guard by the monster, but luckily, it was quite sluggish and uncoordinated. A massive swing came his way, but he knew how to handle this situation. Instead of blocking or evading, he jumped forward. His shoulder collided with the chagrined monster, which was toppled to the side. The man didn't go uninjured as his shoulder felt as if it had been hit by a mallet. However, the monster had taken a lot of damage as well and, most importantly, lost its balance. "Fucking piece of shit monster, die," the man shouted as he managed to grab the metal gauntlet that was holding the sword and overpower the creature. The two tumbled to the ground, and the living armor was slowly losing. Eventually, its corroded blade was used against it, as the human adventurer started delivering multiple hits while shouting. The difference in levels and stats was apparent, and the hollowed suit could not survive the beating. Yet, even though this one had been defeated, it was not alone. Suddenly, darkness took over as the man found himself with something on his head, a corroded helmet quite identical to the monster he had defeated. It was not alone. Another one of the living armors had crept behind him and placed his head onto his. What the hell? The man quickly grabbed the helmet in an attempt to throw it off, but to his surprise he couldn't. For some reason the corroded helmet was stuck, and quickly after he felt something similar to a splitting headache taking over. The pain was tremendous, and he felt like a needle was being poked through his eye socket. He panicked and started squirming around. What is this thing? Guh. As his attention was on the helmet, he forgot about the being that it belonged to. He was not alone, and an even sharper pain took over his right thigh. Something had pierced the unprotected part of his body and was quickly yanked out after. He could not see what was happening, and the continuous pain was making it even more difficult. The man started to furiously swing his hands around, but without connecting with anything, he soon felt his other leg being pierced by the same object. His legs gave out, and he found himself down on the ground. At this point, there was far too much blood that he had lost, and the strength that he once had was gone as well. His body, weakened by the continued injuries, finally gave out, and he found himself down on the cold dungeon floor, his last breath soon to be drawn. As he lay there with almost no life left in him, the helmet was removed, and he caught a glimpse of his executioner, a similar-looking armor to many he had easily dispatched in his life. It took the helmet and placed it back onto its chestpiece, now covered in his blood along with the corroded blade that had been used as the weapon. It didn't say anything as it raised its blade for a final time to deliver the finishing blow. The blade was brought down with a swift motion, ending the man's life. The dungeon fell into silence once again, with only the distant echoes of the battle lingering in the air. The victorious living armor stood there, its corroded exterior splattered with fresh blood, unmoving and seemingly lifeless. Yet it was roused again by the groans of another. It turned to face the second adventurer that was still alive, its sword still dripping with blood from the previous encounter and itching for more. The first kill title has been acquired. Basic power thrust has leveled up. In the blink of an eye, he had reached level 9 after slaying just one human. The man emitted various strange noises as he was being stabbed, but eventually it was over. Rusty felt quite pleased with himself, having instantly gained 2 levels by defeating a single enemy. What made it even better was that he didn't suffer any damage, as he used one of his monster friends to absorb the brunt of the attacks. His tactic of placing his helmet on the human while he was distracted had worked. Similar to the previous encounter with another human, this one couldn't remove the helmet. While the man focused on his head and was blinded, Rusty began poking, and eventually he bled out. There was one mishap during this tactic that he was examining closely. Skill absorption has failed to activate. The host has died before the absorption process could finish. The status he came equipped with had a log window that displayed all the recent system messages. It appeared that killing a person while absorbing their skill was a prohibited action, and he might have been too focused on stabbing the target to notice the issue. It was a finicky skill, and it seemed that he would need to either bind his next target or render them unconscious to some extent before attempting it again. Oh, should I test it on this one? His body turned, emitting a loud screeching sound. There was still another human being in this dead-end corridor with him, and they were still stunned. Rusty approached the woman while holding his helmet under his metallic armpit, uncertain of what to do, but his status screen pointed towards only one option. My special points went down because I activated the skill, so I can't do it anymore. I'll need for the cooldown to refresh. He placed the helmet back into its original spot as he realized that he couldn't use the skill again. Before even looking at the new title he gained, his body moved forward. The sensation the leveling up had given him was strange, and he yearned for more of it. His gauntlet clenched tightly onto the corroded sword that was about to break from the previous chaotic stabbing. It aimed true at the groaning woman's neck, but just as he was about to go through with it, something strange happened. There was something inside him that made him stop. It wasn't a voice or any skill from another opponent. It was as if he couldn't bring himself to deliver the finishing blow to this injured woman. Rusty wondered what was wrong. It made no sense to him. This human was just a source of experience points, a means to make him stronger, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to plunge his weapon into her neck. Why? Rusty asked himself, but no one answered. The memories within his core seemed to be running wild, presenting him with random tales of enemies being spared, but also different ones where other creatures were shown no mercy. He couldn't really understand why he should give up on this kill here, and soon the turmoil within him subsided. With newfound determination, he gripped his sword again, and this time around, he saw nothing stopping him from claiming this bundle of experience for himself. However, just as he was about to plunge it in, various voices echoed from behind. People were coming and they were close. Oh no, it seemed he had taken too long, and perhaps the humans were guided here by something similar to the voice he had. It was strange that this part of the dungeon, which had remained empty, now had so many visitors. Time was running out, and this was a dead end. Rusty knew that if he started running, his clunky body would give away his position, and he would likely be attacked. The humans were faster and had keen hearing there wasn't really any place to run. What do? I don't want to be slain again. What if I lose all these levels? While his skills didn't seem to be affected by his deaths, he wasn't so sure about his levels, which were abnormal for this dungeon floor. This uncertainty had triggered something akin to a survival instinct in him. Empowered by it, he devised safer battle tactics that aided him in reaching this 9th level. His gaze landed on the shattered body of his monster ally, eventually giving him an idea of navigating through this situation without the need for a direct confrontation. Hey, there's some blood here, it's still fresh. We need to hurry. Don't stop, we might be too late. Did that bastard really go through with it? 3 people emerged at the entrance of the dead-end corridor, their footsteps echoing in the narrow space. Leading the way was a tall and muscular woman wielding a large 2-handed sword, with an elvish man and a woman half his height following closely behind. The trio cautiously advanced, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Hey, Silra, stop. What, did you find something? The large woman stopped for a moment while the smaller one called out to her. She pointed to something on the ground before replying. Fresh blood and monster tracks. We are close, get ready. All 3 nodded before tightening their grip on their weapons. The elven man wielded a bow, while the smaller companion carried double daggers that, at her shorter height, looked like regular longswords. The largest of the 3 took the front as they all moved slowly into the darkened corridor. Soon they discovered the gruesome scene that had unfolded not long ago. Is he dead? Did he get killed by these low-level monsters? Never mind that look, it's Layla, she's alive. Blood was everywhere as the corpse of one man lay in the middle. He had multiple stab wounds in his legs and some that had slipped between parts of his armor. It was clear that he was dead, but it also seemed that their friend was alive. The smaller woman from the group quickly moved towards the person named Layla to aid her, while the 2 other people started looking around this dead-end corridor. Did he die to these monsters? Was he already injured beforehand? The elven man asked the large woman while looking at the stab wounds. It was clear that the weapon was a corroded sword that was near the scene. The idiot was probably too busy with something else, but still, damaged, corroded armors got him. The large woman pointed out the lack of any protection below his waistline. The 2 were confused by this scene, as the man should have been able to defeat these monsters. They were slow and loud, with a bad sense of balance. With a few pushes, their bodies fell apart, making their metallic bodies more of a weakness than a strength. Hey, you 2 stop babbling and help me. Calm down, Mita, how is your friend? She's alive, just a few scratches and nicks here, and also this gash on the head. I think she will pull through. Mita took out a small vial of red liquid and poured it over the head wounds that Layla had suffered. While the effect wasn't instantaneous, the wound started to heal at a rapid pace. After a moment, she started regaining her consciousness, but was still disoriented. Good, we need to get out of here before more monsters show up. Can she walk? Layla, do you recognize me? Mita, is that you? What happened? Give us a moment, Mita replied to Silra while trying to help her friend up to her feet. She positioned herself at the exit of the dead-end corridor, ready to face any monsters that might appear. The last member of the party of 3 decided to inspect the gruesome scene that had transpired. Swiftly, he began examining the man's body, removing parts of his upper body armor. He halted after revealing his arm, which bore a peculiar marking. He has one of them too. Elwyn, did you find something? I did. This bastard is one of them. It's a miracle that your friend managed to survive. The man named Elwyn examined the tattoo that depicted a scythe inside of a crescent moon. It was a marking of a certain group that he and the others were aware of. Soon, he shifted his attention to one of the monsters, a living armor. One was close to this man, while the other one leaned against the wall with its helmet to the side. It seemed that this dangerous man had been slain by these 2 monsters, which was still quite surprising. He could only assume that he was too busy with debauchery to notice them approach. One of them, what's going on? He's dead. Did you kill him? No, it seemed he succumbed to these 2. Maybe he was tired. Layla managed to gather herself and finally noticed that the man who had tried to assault her was dead. She couldn't remember much past the point she was hit by the rock. See that? The moon and the scythe. Yeah, this guy is part of a nasty bunch. They hunt new adventurers for their experience points and equipment. You are lucky that he was an idiot. Mita pointed out the tattoo, identifying the man as part of an infamous group of adventurer hunters. After this encounter, Layla realized that perhaps the monsters were not the most dangerous creatures within this dungeon. It became clear that she couldn't really trust people that she didn't already know, shattering her worldview. Hey, what are you doing? Mita looked at her elven friend who had decided to move towards one of the defeated living armors. He slowly picked up a few pieces before going for the helmet that was on the side and was now placing it directly in front of his own face. This thing feels strange. There is something about it. While the others were talking, Elwyn started examining the crime scene. Judging by the blood splatter, it seemed that it wasn't the armor in the middle that got him, but the one by the wall. He moved over to it and picked up the helmet that had a few holes in it. However, before he could examine it further, he heard Silra calling out from the distance, and monstrous growls accompanied her shout. "Hey, we need to get out of here now. There is a pack coming this way." Urgency in Silra's voice sent shivers down their spines, and without wasting a moment, the group hurriedly gathered the injured Layla and started retreating from the dead-end corridor. The echoing growls were getting louder, indicating that the pack of monsters was closing in. As they rushed through the dungeon's passages, Elwyn finally decided to throw the corroded helmet away and instead grabbed his bow. Even though it was peculiar, it was still only a corroded piece of metal that wasn't worth the space it occupied. All of them quickly left the dead end before they could be trapped in it by the charging monstrosities. The group navigated through the dark passages, trying to put as much distance between them and the approaching pack of monsters. Layla, still recovering from her injuries, stumbled occasionally, but Mita and Elwyn supported her, ensuring a swift retreat. Soon, from behind, a group of several skeletons made themselves known. They charged at them as if they had set off some type of trap. There were many, and now that they were spotted, they knew that more of them could appear. Luckily, these creatures were only between levels 1 to 5, not something that this trio would ever worry about. Are we going to take care of them? That depends. How are you feeling, Layla? I'm fine, don't worry about me. I can fight too. Good, let's clear these bastards out then. Silra shouted while charging into the group of skeletons like a mad woman. Her shoulder collided with the first undead creature and sent it flying into the others. Mita and Elwyn followed suit, engaging the skeletons with precision and efficiency. Layla, still recovering, stayed back but assisted them with some well-placed arrows if the moment allowed for it. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the trio fought as a well-coordinated team, exploiting weaknesses in the skeletal structure of their opponents. Silra's powerful swings shattered bones, Mita's swift strikes targeted vital joints, and Elwyn's arrows found their marks with uncanny accuracy. The clattering sound of bones hitting the ground echoed through the dungeon as the skeletons were systematically dismantled. As the last of the skeletal remains fell, the group took a moment to catch their breath. Elwyn grumbled under his nose, which the others noticed. Is something wrong? These numbers are strange, and how they found us in that secluded corridor was also odd. Was it? Silra held her large two-handed sword over her shoulder, while making nothing off it, but her elven friend couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The monsters in the dungeon weren't able to pinpoint the location of adventurers unless a certain few conditions were met. Was one of those living armors still alive? It couldn't be. The elven man looked towards the darkened corridor they had just gone through, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Hey, Elwyn, snap out of it. We need to go. There might be more on the way now. You're right, let us move. While he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off, more monsters could be on the way. They were here to rescue Mita's friend, not investigate the strange activities of the monsters within. There was still some ground to traverse, and his party needed him to detect traps and watch out for ambushes. The monsters weren't the only problem, and there was always the possibility that one of the Crescent Scythe bastards could be there. However, after their departure, something began to move in the darkness. The sounds of corroded metal echoed through the dead-end corridor as the being there could finally relax. The metallic entity that had played dead among the shattered armor of his fallen monster ally emerged cautiously from the shadows, its head missing. Did they need to throw my head that far? I can barely see my body. This is quite hard. Rusty would frown if he had a mouth. He had decided to play dead after seeing the group of adventurers approaching, and it seemed to have worked. They had focused most of their attention on the dead man and the woman who had been alive. He wasn't sure what to make of these creatures. One of them had attempted to kill the woman previously, while these three, who were clearly stronger, decided to help her. While this was on his mind now, something more troublesome had happened. His helmet that acted as his eyes had been thrown to the side, further away from his body, that he disassembled slightly to make it seem as if he was dead. Now he was having trouble reassembling himself into one piece again. Despite being able to move his metallic limbs, the visibility was limited, making it challenging to see them clearly. It took a few good minutes until his body appeared in the distance with one arm still missing. This is annoying, but at least I have survived and my level is still 9. After placing his helmet back onto his shoulders, it magically reconnected with his armor. He then quickly returned to the previous scene of his battle, where parts of his armor were scattered around. They weren't in good shape even though he had not been hit much. The fact that he was moving around so much was straining his body. It seemed that it wasn't designed for this much movement. For a moment, he contemplated if it was possible to use the parts of his fallen brethren, but before he could give that a test run, a strange light appeared on the ground. It was where the adventurer had died, and also where the other living armor was lying. The two were starting to bubble up, and the longer this bubbling effect took, the smaller their bodies became. Rusty was fascinated by this strange phenomenon and continued to look as the other living armor disappeared first, its metallic parts being absorbed into the dungeon floor. The man was going through a similar process, but his body was vanishing at a much slower rate. Soon there was nothing left besides the blood that for some reason was left untouched. Neat, now what should I do next? Rusty glanced at his status screen and could see that his level was at 9. There was a bar representing the experience he needed to gain for the next level up, and by the looks of it, there wasn't much to go. Even if he still could only defeat smaller dungeon creatures, it wouldn't be long until he achieved level 10, and for some reason he expected something substantial to occur at that point. He was certain that, for lower-rank monsters like him, level 10 was the limit. Stop running away, there is no place to run. You have gained +1 experience points. Another rat fell under the massive metallic boot and joined its brethren in rodent heaven. Rusty was going through a rampage after discovering a small colony of these creatures. They were quite agile beings, making things a bit challenging for the slow-moving living armor. However, eventually, he managed to cut off all the escape routes and trap the small creatures in an enclosed area. Then the slaughter began. The metallic echoes of Rusty's relentless extermination resounded through the dungeon. The small rats were no match for his brute strength and the corroded sword that cleaved through them effortlessly. The experience points kept piling up, bringing him closer to the coveted level 10. I wouldn't need to do this if I got that other human. Why did I want to let them live? As he was finishing up his grinding drive, his thoughts went back to a few days ago, where he encountered some strange adventurers. He managed to get the first one, but had been stopped by a strange invisible force from delivering the final blow. It still didn't make any sense as there was no reason for it. They were there with no way to defend themselves. Was there a reason to not defeat a foe when they were down? He truly didn't know. Congratulations, you have gained a level. You have reached the level limit. Please choose a path forward. It has come, but what is this path forward? With the last rat squashed beneath his foot, Rusty stood victorious in the small rat nest. The dungeon floor was littered with the remains of the creatures, and the metallic armor glinted eerily in the dim light. The level-up bar on his status screen was now full, and Rusty felt a surge of relief as he was given the level-up message. Level 10 was now his, and he was quick to look up his current stats. Is that it? His stats went up by a little bit, but he was still quite weak. Rusty expected some drastic change to occur, or perhaps he would get a new weapon. Even having his damaged armor restored would have been something, but he wasn't receiving anything. Thus, after receiving nothing, he decided to go through all of these status windows, and finally, he discovered something new. A new one had appeared. Oh, this must be it. Will it let me become strong? A new window appeared with a strange icon of an egg seemingly transforming into a larger creature that was like some type of quadrupedal monster. He had never seen something like it before, so identifying was impossible. However, without waiting, he quickly tapped this status window, which brought up something called evolutionary paths. Please choose a path. A path. But there is only one. Rusty looked at the singular option in front of him, which looked like a less damaged but still corroded living armor form. It was depicted as a 3-dimensional model from the side, and his current form was also in this window. It was to the side, and an arrow was going from it to the less damaged armor. Rusty bronze armor. So I can turn into this rusty bronze armor. I was expecting something grander. The only thing on this screen was his current form and the new one that was almost identical. It was just the same set of armor with fewer dents and holes, but still corroded over. However, considering that his current body was somewhat damaged, this was perhaps the way to get over his injuries. I guess I should press this then. There was a big green button under the rusty bronze armor that had "Select" written over it. The moment Rusty pressed it, a strange glow erupted for a moment with a phenomenon of corrupt text. Some symbols started appearing over the letters that he couldn't read, and for some reason nothing was happening. Is there something more? This was truly a head-scratcher for the living armor, as he wasn't sure what to do. There was no confirmation to ask him if he wanted to go with this singular option or not after the screen. He continued going after the select button repeatedly, and even attempted to do it with both his hands after focusing on it didn't work. Why doesn't this work? Wait, where am I? Suddenly, he focused his attention elsewhere as the dead rat bodies vanished, and the dimly lit dungeon lost all of its light. As he looked around, he could see a bit of light in the distance, and while stretching his arms to the side, he could feel a hard surface. The open dungeon chamber had switched to a narrow tunnel that he was now going through. He couldn't see anything or hear himself producing any sound, which felt off. At the end, he arrived next to a large door with light seeping in through the cracks. His curiosity got the better of him as he quickly started pushing, and to his surprise, the large doors started to part to reveal something that he had not seen before. A bizarre environment that lacked a ceiling or any dungeon walls. It was a wide open space filled with various things. As he looked up, he could see vast darkness populated by tiny dots of light. It somewhat reminded him of the old void he came from, but it had something within it. However, this space was far from empty, as before him was a giant body of water and a strange structure floating over it. This building hovered over the body of water with one large bridge leading towards it. A giant castle, floating majestically over the expansive body of water, was a breathtaking sight. Its architecture seemed to defy the laws of physics, with towering spires and intricate details that glistened in the ambient light. The castle was crafted from a material that Rusty couldn't quite identify, as it emitted a soft, otherworldly crimson glow, not something that he had ever encountered in the dungeon he came from. The structure was vast, with multiple towers that reached into the sky, disappearing into the darkness above. The exterior was adorned with mysterious symbols that seemed to shift and change as Rusty gazed upon them. It hovered over the water, which looked like a gigantic lake, devoid of any movement or living creatures within it. To the sides were nothing but desolate land that stretched onto infinity. How vast! The living armor, who had been existing for a little bit over a month, was speechless. He could not comprehend what he was seeing and how he got here. A moment ago, he was battling rodents and insects, but now he found himself somewhere truly magical, with seemingly only one path going forward. The castle that he was looking at was quite vast, and it stretched all the way into the clouds. There was only one way to get there, and that was through the rocky bridge. However, Rusty was quite an inquisitive suit of armor and decided to first move to the side. He wondered if perhaps there was something to this desolate area around it, or perhaps the water down below held something interesting. To his surprise, he was held back by a seemingly invisible wall, with the only path that he was allowed to take being forward towards the floating castle over the large lake. There was nowhere else to go, thus Rusty moved along the bridge toward the floating castle. The crimson glow from the castle reflected on the still water beneath, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. The sound of his metallic footsteps echoed through the vastness, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Eventually, he arrived before a large castle gate that slowly creaked open without the need for him to push anything. The interior revealed a grand hall adorned with intricate designs and strange symbols that seemed to pulse with energy. The air inside felt charged, and Rusty couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation as he ventured inside. This was a whole new world for him. All the objects were peculiar, and nothing he had ever seen before. Instantly he was drawn to the furniture and objects inside, yet nothing was as it seemed. He spotted a strange table with various small items spread out on it. In an attempt to investigate, he grabbed a few which caused some to drop down to the floor. The material they were made of was smooth yet brittle. When they collided with the hard tiles on the ground, they shattered and the liquid inside spilled out. However, instead of the parts spreading out, they just stopped and almost instantly reverted back to their previous shape. It was as if time was reversed before his metallic eyes, and quickly after he attempted to smash something else, but soon it just restored itself to its previous shape. What is this? Can items restore themselves this easily? Could I restore my body like this? Rusty glanced at his own body, which had been damaged in several areas before. The holes remained, and whenever he moved, his body produced an obscene amount of noise. Yet for some reason, there was no echo in this place and a certain lack of any movement. It was as if nothing was here and it was left abandoned. During his investigation, something eventually caught his metallic eye as a strange light flashed in the distance. That is, after following this light, he ended up at a large set of stairs and probably the only way forward. He wanted to wander around this grand place, but besides the lush rooms filled with strange, expensive-looking items, there wasn't really anything that interesting. No weapons or enemies that could give him experience. He wanted to know why he was here, and the large door above the stairs was calling to him. Rusty ascended the grand staircase, each step echoing through the vast hall. As he reached the top, he found himself in front of another set of colossal doors. These doors were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes and symbols that seemed to tell a story he couldn't decipher. Before he knew it, the doors opened automatically as Rusty approached, revealing a room filled with many strange metallic objects, light and heat. It was an awe-inspiring sight, with molten metal flowing like rivers and ethereal flames dancing in the air. The air was thick with the scent of metal and enchantment. Rusty somewhat knew what this place was as the memories given to him identified it as a forge. On the sides, he could see many tools, like various types of hammers, pliers, and chisels. But his focus was on the middle part of this forge where something stood, a direct replica of the rusty bronze armor that he had seen before. It looked exactly like the display inside of his status screen, and was clearly what he was supposed to evolve into. Rusty could tell that it wasn't another living armor but an empty shell. Is that my new form? He could somehow tell by instinct that it was the truth, that would be his new body, and perhaps this was something that all monsters that evolved went through. After looking around for a moment, he decided to approach the middle area to take a look at what was probably his new body. At first, he circled around it, but eventually he decided to touch it with his own metallic hand. Instantly, he could feel a connection being formed and something from inside of his current shell being pulled towards the new armored body. This must be it. I'm going to get a new, stronger body. As Rusty felt the connection growing stronger, he could sense a surge of energy coursing through him. It was as if he was being drawn into the new body that was standing in the middle of this fiery forge. He did not know the meaning behind the tools, but he also didn't care. It was obviously better than the damaged one that he was occupying now, so having his essence flow into this one would be what he needed to do. No, stop, don't just go into it like that, you idiot. Just as he was about to slip into the new body, he heard a voice calling out to him from a distance. The connection to his new body was severed as he prepared for combat. Rusty was lacking his corroded sword, but there were some metal tools around this forge. However, before he could arm himself, he saw his strange opponent who was nothing more than just a ball of light. What is that? I'm not a that. It can hear me. I'm not in it either. To Rusty's surprise, the ball of white light he was talking to could actually hear and understand his words. It was floating in the distance while shouting at him. For some reason, it was trying to keep him from merging with the new body that was just standing in the middle of this large forge. Who are you, and why shouldn't I? Did you even bother to examine your surroundings? Why would you just ignore everything that is in here? The ball of light approached him, and it wasn't much larger than an egg from a chicken. It started buzzing around his head while shouting and scolding. Rusty could not get his head around what was happening, as this was the first time interacting with another creature. The monsters in the dungeon were more like lifeless husks, and the voice in his head would only give him orders. Hey, what are you doing? Instinctively, he reached out to catch the ball of light, but it was quite agile, a lot faster than the rats and with too much space around them to corner. I'm not sure who is the fool, hero. Shut up. If I didn't speak up then, he might have vanished from this place already. Rusty stopped chasing the ball of white light as he heard another voice from the other side. This time around, it was a ball of darkish light floating his way. Its voice was a lot deeper, but its demeanor was also a lot more relaxed. The two balls of light started arguing before him, which just made him question their existence more. Even in this form, you failed to learn from these past mistakes. Or did your fragmented form finally start to deteriorate? I'm sure you'd be happy if I vanished, but I'm not going to die before a damn demon. Oh my, is that a challenge? The two seemed to ignore his existence for a moment, which gave Rusty some time to think. His mind was blank and he had no idea what was happening, but the more he listened to their voices, the more familiar they became. It was as if he knew them from the moment he was born or came to this world. I think our metallic friend is confused. This isn't surprising, these lowly creatures aren't known to have too much intelligence. The fact that he can form a sentence is already astonishing. Hey, was that an insult? Oh, how interesting. I wonder if he would understand sarcasm. The black ball of light started chuckling while Rusty felt somewhat annoyed. He was sure that he had been insulted but didn't know how to respond. The two balls of light were quite chatty, but his attention moved back to the new body he wanted. It was possible that these two just wanted to keep him from getting stronger, so while they were chatting, he started to slowly turn back to the corroded bronze armor. Hey, didn't I tell you that it was too early to use that? Do you know that this place, this soul forge, can make you even stronger? Can it make me stronger? The white ball of light zoomed between him and the corroded piece of armor. The moment he heard it say that he could get even stronger, it activated a deep-rooted desire. Rusty was tired of hiding from the humans in the dungeon, and also tired of getting ordered around by the voice inside his head. If it was possible to use this place to gain even more strength, then perhaps he should listen to what these two had to say. The Soul Forge, had I known you possessed a blessing like this, hero, I would have struck you down much sooner. That's the price you pay for being an overconfident oaf, Demon King. Despite such a gift, you still ended up getting backstabbed by your close aides. That's quite an accomplishment for someone with so many talents. Quite an accomplishment in itself, don't you think? Really. I recall a certain demon army inexplicably retreating, allowing me to stroll right into your grand demonic castle. Perhaps if you treated your aides as individuals rather than cattle, they might have supported you. Nonsense, they were born to serve me, and their purpose was to follow my orders without question. Loyalty is a weakness, hero, one that I have eradicated from my ranks. How loyal were those people you trusted, hero? Rusty listened to the back and forth between the two orbs of light. It seemed that this place was called the Soul Forge, and it was supposed to make him stronger. However, before he received an explanation, the two beings of light started arguing with each other, as if harboring some unresolved resentment. What is loyalty? During their conversation, Rusty finally decided to interrupt. The two orbs of light turned their attention back to him, and the white one sighed as if dealing with an ignorant child. Loyalty is when someone is devoted and true to another, usually out of a sense of duty or love. It's a concept that you probably never had the chance to experience in your dungeon full of mindless monsters. Sense of duty, love. Instead of answers, he was given more words that he didn't understand, and to make things worse, the two beings of light didn't seem to agree with each other. The dark sphere was quick to interrupt and say that the white one was wrong, and the two started to argue with each other once more. Ignore my ignorant friend here. Loyalty is a weakness, a chain that binds you and limits your potential. Limit my potential. Indeed, and you seem to be someone that wants to be strong. Don't you want to be strong? I do. Good, then accept me as your master, and I shall bestow upon you immeasurable power. Don't believe this idiot demon. He doesn't even know how this place works. Rusty found himself uncertain about what to do. The two glowing lights weren't making any sense. They used words that he didn't fully grasp. One thing was clear: they were more akin to the humans he encountered inside the dungeon than the silent, less intelligent monsters. While he didn't trust them, there seemed to be something that they knew about this soul forge that was supposed to make him stronger. I don't care about those words, just tell me more about this soul forge. Can it really make me stronger? The two orbs ceased their bickering just as the Dark One responded. Well, hero, this is your gift. I'm genuinely intrigued. How does this soul forge work? It appears that it, along with my demon castle, has become one with our hollow friend here. Probably a result of the merger after our untimely demise. It's not exactly the same. I used it to refine my enchanted equipment by gathering rare materials and refining them, but this one. I'm considering that the only thing of note is that heap of junk in the middle. Do you mean that this place can somehow refine and improve on our friend's metallic body? Hey, I have a name, it's Rusty. Oh, my apologies, what a magnificent name, Rusty. Rolls right off the tongue. The dark orb chuckled in a way that Rusty, for some reason, didn't appreciate. Unaware of concepts like sarcasm, he decided to let it pass. How do I improve my body? If it works the same as before, you'll have to gather the proper materials and learn the skills required for metallurgy and ore refining. Now that's a good one, a living armor becoming a blacksmith and forging its own body. Rusty, despite not fully understanding the implications of becoming a blacksmith for his own body, felt like he understood the gist of it. They were telling him that he could use the tools here to somehow enhance his own body. The only question was how. While the tools were there, he didn't see any raw resources like ores or ingots. There wasn't really anything to work with, so he turned to the white ball of light that seemed to know this place more. Where and how do I gather proper materials? How do I learn skills for this metallurgy? He waited for the answer while the white ball of light gathered his thoughts. This was it. He would finally be given the answer that he was waiting for his whole existence. I don't know, and I don't quite remember. Haha, the black ball of light started laughing, and it sounded quite menacing with that deep voice of his. Rusty was baffled by the response, not understanding how the white ball of light could do this to him. The answer was right there, but he was being denied, and he was starting to feel something strange coming out. Huh, you don't remember. Did you lie to me? Why would I? As the ball of light was trying to answer, the whole chamber started shaking as Rusty's voice became packed with more anger. What is happening? The two orbs started flickering along with the soul forge and the whole castle. It was as if this whole place was reacting to the rise of Rusty's emotions, not something that the late hero and demon lord thought he had. Calm down, I just don't remember. My memories, parts of them are missing. I really don't quite recall how this place worked. Rusty, my friend, calm your nerves. The hero might be a fool, but at least he is no liar. The two observed the angered armor as the tremors subsided. Their forms, once trembling, started to recover along with the glow. Rusty, devoid of any readable expression, gazed at the two orbs as if anticipating an answer. It seems that our fragmented existence lacks some of our previous experiences and memories. Fragmented existence. Yes, the two of us had perished. It seems you have somehow absorbed our essences that were recreated in this place. Oh, it must have happened that time. Rusty vaguely recalled his time within the void with other amoeba-like existences. Back then, he had absorbed something radiating the same light as these two orbs. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The Soul Forge, it seemed, was a place that could enhance and refine his body, and Rusty acquired this ability by consuming these two beings with the peculiar identities of hero and demon king. So you're saying that I have the power of a hero and a demon lord within me. Not quite, we are nothing more than shells of our former selves, but if you desire strength, then maybe there is something we can do. The black orb, more talkative than the white one, floated over to what was supposed to become Rusty's body. It circled it as if examining it before stopping. Soon after, the black orb started glowing, and to Rusty's surprise, the corroded armor began changing color. From a bronze with many rusted parts, it transformed into pitch black, that I would be reduced to this. The Demon King orb gave out a sigh after performing the strange phenomenon. His size had diminished, and so did his light after he made the armor turn into a darker hue. What did you do? The white orb floated towards the now darkened armor and started to examine it as well. I just infused some of my essence into the metal. It should be a tad better now. What do you think, Rusty, my friend? Helpful, aren't I? Intrigued by the change to his new form, Rusty approached and sensed that it had become stronger than before. He was drawn to it, wanting to exchange his damaged, corroded body for this enhanced version. However, before he could, the orb of white light voiced his concern. Stop, is there still something wrong? Rusty asked, somewhat annoyed with the back and forth between the orbs. Do you really think that I don't know what you are trying to do, Demon King? Whatever do you mean, hero? The black orb replied in a mocking tone, while the so-called hero orb approached the darkened armor. Soon, it began to change colors again, growing brighter as the white orb infused it with its essence. Eventually, the color returned to a more bronze hue with a subtle intensified sheen. There, that should balance things out. Quite the busybody, hero. The two orbs resumed their disagreement, but Rusty wasn't paying much attention. Instead, he focused on observing his newly transformed body, now infused with a blend of both of their essences. Though the corrosion remained, something had improved, and he was confident that this armor was better than the previous one. Finally, Rusty decided to proceed with the transformation. The Soul Forge didn't appear to have anything else in store, and the white orb didn't completely recall how it operated. There weren't any more rooms to visit, and he just couldn't wait to finally ascend to a new form. Thus he immediately attempted to touch it, even when the black orb voiced his concern. How impatient. He could feel his essence flowing into the stronger body while his old form crumbled to the ground. The transformation revealed his previous form, the dark silvery divine demon nucleus. It flew away from the old, damaged armor and slowly entered the new one, and the transformation was finally taking place. I'll give you one more piece of advice, Rusty. You might not want to use that absorption skill too much. While having many skills is a plus, you don't want to become a jack of all trades, master of none. It takes time to train thyself in many skills, so it would be better if. I think he can't hear you anymore. What a shame. I still wanted to inform the silly monster about the dungeon heart. Let us hope that he doesn't do anything stupid. Destroying it wouldn't be the smartest idea. As the Demon King was trying to lecture Rusty about the ways of using skills, the hero interrupted. The armor in the middle of the Soul Forge had begun to fade soon after the nucleus made its way into it. At least now we know that he can't remain here after entering the new armor, but both of us are still here. Quite the predicament we found ourselves in. The Demon King and hero exchanged glances for a moment. Both fell silent, realizing that their existence hinged on the strange monster they now inhabited. Though mere fragments of their former selves, they retained a wealth of memories and emotions from their previous lives. Still driven by desire, they recognized the potential of this living armor and pondered if steering it in the right direction could fulfill their lingering ambitions. I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let you do it. Whatever do you mean, hero? You know what I mean, don't even try to hide it. Ha, not like you are any different. I can feel the anger seething out of there. You want to have vengeance, and why not use a blade of another to fulfill that desire? The white orb remained silent after the question from the Demon King. Soon it floated away towards the empty castle that was now his new home. This world seemed to exist in another realm or dimension, but it was somehow tied to the living armor, who was now in the process of returning to the world of the living. Rusty could sense the merging of the hero and Demon King essences within him, intertwining and shaping his newfound form. As the process was completed, Rusty found himself standing tall in his new form. The once damaged armor now felt stronger and more resilient. His senses were heightened, and he could feel the power coursing through his metallic body. Congratulations on achieving a new path. I have evolved. Once his vision returned, the familiar floor with the dead rodents was once again waiting for him. It was clear that he had returned to the dungeon, and he found himself with both fists in the air in a sort of victory pose. He was quick to focus onto his status screen to see what the changes were, and to no surprise, his attributes had gone up by a lot. Oh. All the minuses have vanished, and I've even gained a plus here. The first thing he noticed was that his attributes had increased by a minimum of 30 points, with his constitution and strength being even greater. Although he still had a lot of F letters in his status, there were no minuses and even a few pluses, indicating that he had become stronger. While moving around, he could feel that his body was more responsive and agile. The once armor filled with many holes was now restored. To make things even more interesting, he could feel a strange energy radiating that could perhaps be attributed to the twilight part of his new classification. This is incredible. I feel stronger, faster, and more alive than ever before. But this might not be all. I should go through everything. Basic elemental chart. Active skill. Allows the user to imbue objects with elemental mana. Outcome will differ depending on the type of the object. His previous skills like basic power thrust or slash didn't see any changes, but there was one new skill that he had acquired from his evolution. After reading the explanation, he had an idea of what it did, so he was quick to give it a try. However, there was also another skill that sounded similar to the skill absorption one, this one focusing on materials, which he didn't truly understand. Material absorption. Active skill. Allows the user to absorb compatible materials from various objects. As he went through it, he recalled what the white sphere of light had said about the Soul Forge. He was supposed to be able to upgrade his body there, but there were no enhancement materials to work with. Perhaps this skill would allow him to gain such materials, or perhaps it would directly augment his body. This concluded his exploration of his new status and his visit to the strange Soul Forge. There didn't seem to be a way to return to that location at this moment, and it was probable that he would need to max out his current level to revisit that area. It was time to test out these new skills, and the elemental charge one was first. Rusty gripped his sword, which had also changed to fit his current form more. He somewhat knew how to use his new skill, and as he attempted to activate it, he was presented with a question. Basic elemental charge has been activated on the corroded bronze sword. Please choose an element. Oh, he was presented with two choices: infuse the sword with the light element or the dark element. Without waiting for long, he decided to select the light element first and watched as the sword started glowing brightly. The light was more intense than any of the torches there, illuminating the area nicely. Is the light the only thing that it does? While he found this effect to be intriguing, he wasn't sure if it would give him an advantage during combat. It would obviously give away his position to anyone in the vicinity, but perhaps there were some uses for it that he didn't fully understand. After noting that his mana had dwindled by exactly 20 points, he activated the element of darkness. This time around, the blade was surrounded by a strange black haze. Is this good or not? It takes a lot more mana than the power slash and thrust, so it should be good. Rusty asked himself the question while holding the darkened blade. The effect lasted for about a minute before the black smudge disappeared from his blade. He wasn't sure, but perhaps after hitting someone with this darkened blade, it would have some kind of added effect to the strike. However, before he could truly grasp these new skills, there was more work to be done, and perhaps with his heightened stats, he would finally be able to challenge some of the humans and emerge victorious. Maybe those guys, but there are so many of them. I should probably wait for a chance to present itself like last time. Why do they always wander around in large groups? How am I going to get stronger in an environment like this? Rusty continued to talk to himself with an annoyed tone while hiding behind a large pillar. His ability to resist the voice had increased, and he could now even look at the adventurers without being pushed into a frenzy as long as he distanced himself. Since leaving the Soul Forge, there was no one to talk to, so Rusty developed an even bigger habit of talking to himself. After evolving from a damaged, rusted-over suit of armor to a slightly less rusted-over armor, he was searching for a way that would allow him to evolve even further. However, his plan to ambush another lone adventurer wasn't working, as they always roamed around in larger groups. Even though his stats had increased significantly, and he had gained some new skills, Rusty still felt apprehensive about attacking a large group of adventurers. They always seemed too powerful, and the assistance he received wasn't sufficient. Now that he was stronger and faster, he realized how slow the other living armors really were. The same could be said for any other monster there. He wanted to use them as a distraction, but they kept getting defeated before he could even sneak up to deliver a slash. Haven't seen any of the groups fighting like the two last time. Does that not happen often? Rusty noticed that after the incident with the two adventurers, the groups were more on alert than before. It was as if they reacted to the event and increased their numbers to avoid more trouble. Should I just go hunt some rodents? But another thing Rusty noticed was his experience bar. It began to rise much slower than before. He only needed to kill a few dozen rats, bugs, or large slugs to go from 1 to 2 before. Now, on the other hand, it seemed like the requirement was 10 times as high. Things weren't looking too good for him at this pace. It would take him a month or longer to gain even one more level. I ended up here, if only I could go down. While scouting the environment to ambush a lone adventurer, Rusty followed a group of 5 towards the stairs leading to a lower level. Normally, he wouldn't be able to approach these stairs as the voice inside his head would start complaining, but now it was different. Even after reaching the stairs, there was nothing preventing him from going down. It seemed that his new evolution allowed him to descend to a new part of the dungeon. Rusty wanted to do nothing more than to test his new body and skills, but this new discovery changed his plans. The only thing stronger than his drive for more power and levels was his curiosity. He was already looking forward to seeing new scenery and monsters on the lower floor. With caution, he descended the long flight of stairs, ensuring that he wouldn't make too much noise. His body had changed and didn't produce as much sound, but it wasn't fully silent either. Luckily, it seemed that the group of adventurers he had previously followed had moved on to another location. After 5 minutes of walking, when he arrived on the floor below, there was no one there. As Rusty reached the bottom of the staircase, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor that stretched out in both directions. The air felt different, and he could sense a faint, eerie energy in the surroundings. Excitement and anticipation welled up within him as he ventured further into the unknown depths of the dungeon. The corridor twisted and turned, occasionally branching off into smaller passages. At first glance, this lower floor seemed more compacted. Having more tightly knit corridors wasn't necessarily good or bad. The sole advantage against adventurers in this dungeon was the abundance of monsters. With a sufficient number of them, it was possible to overwhelm even a larger party. Surrounding them in a corridor like this could be achieved, but it also restricted the area for attacks. There simply wasn't enough space to approach the enemy from all directions. Though there weren't many pillars for concealment, slipping into one of the numerous side corridors was an option for waiting. However, if a group entered after him, there would be no means of escape. Rusty wasn't quite sure if he could outrun an adventurer even with his raised stats. His body wasn't quite designed for running, but he did have an advantage over the fleshy beings. He never tired. However, his body did become slower whenever his magic points reached 0, something that he learned to watch out for. As he continued with his traversal of this new space, he noticed a commotion. There were people shouting and monsters growling in the distance. With a steady pace, he continued through the corridor and peeked into the area that the sounds were coming from to finally discover a larger chamber. There was a party of 5 humanoid beings fighting against a monster type that he had never seen before. Curious as always, he was quick to use his identification skill on one of these new creatures. Classification: Zombie L3. Type: Undead. His skill had leveled up since through the time in the dungeon, and he was now able to identify monster types as well as their levels. The sight of the undead creatures attacking the adventurers intrigued Rusty. The zombies were slow and clumsy, but they seemed relentless, pushing the adventurers back with sheer numbers. Zombies undead interesting. I wonder what's the true meaning behind a monster type, Rusty observed, pondering the truth behind monster types and classifications. There likely existed a significance to the identification, but he couldn't quite grasp it. The adventurers had a system similar to classification, but it differed. When he glanced at one of them wielding a sword and shield, he could discern some information. There was no type, but only a classification, as if the other one was hidden or didn't matter as much. Classification: Fighter L7. Despite the relatively small level difference, it was evident from their movements that the adventurers were stronger. After undergoing his first evolution, Rusty had come to realize that levels could be deceptive. Even though he was merely a level 1 monster, he was far stronger now than when he was a damaged rusty bronze armor variant. Attack! The voice inside his head gave him an order which he managed to resist. He was now able to observe without losing himself at all. At first, it looked like the adventurers were struggling, and the zombies were pushing them into a corner. Then in a strange flash of light, a large chunk of them tumbled down to the ground. What was that? The bright attack triggered a recollection of his new skill, which allowed him to infuse his sword with a radiant light. It came from the adventurer who was in the middle of the group. It seemed that they were protecting him, while the man was holding up a strange-looking necklace. It was composed of many beads and ended in a cross shape. This item looked to be the source of the light that was destroying the zombies in this chamber. Classification: Cleric L8. Oh, that's a new one. Would that be the 4th type? Rusty examined the man in the center, effortlessly dispatching the undead creatures. This marked the first occasion he could identify this particular type of adventurer. The previous encounters had involved fighters, scouts, and thieves. He donned a loosely fitting robe, one that likely provided minimal protection, presenting a stark contrast to everyone else who, at the very least, wore leather armor. It was evident that each class fulfilled a distinct role. The fighters stood out as the physically strongest among them, typically clad in heavier armor. The scouts maneuvered with more agility, armed with a ranged weapon capable of launching pointed projectiles from a distance. Meanwhile, the thieves resembled the fighters but wielded shorter weapons such as daggers or short swords, and they were the most agile of the bunch. Initially, he pondered joining the battle due to the considerable number of those fleshy beings. Despite their initial sluggishness, they persisted in advancing even after being struck by weapons. Even losing limbs didn't impede their progress, gradually cornering the adventurers. However, everything changed when the cleric intervened, managing to dispatch these formidable monsters with a burst of light. The cleric's radiant power proved effective against the undead, but Rusty discerned an anomaly. The individual executing this feat appeared fatigued, and the bursts of light occurred at irregular intervals. It seemed as though this magical ability wasn't something he could fully manage. There might be a limit to its uses, akin to Rusty's constraints with magic points. This vulnerability was something that he could potentially exploit. What would happen if that light couldn't be produced? Would the zombies overrun them? Gradually, a plan took shape in his metallic head. If he could somehow disable the cleric, his allies might take care of the rest. The only hurdle was getting close enough to land a hit. The radiant light posed its own threat, as he wasn't certain if it would affect him like it did the undead creatures. It appeared there was no way to close the gap without putting himself in danger, especially if he engaged in close-range melee. They didn't have those on the floor above. Could I use it? Classification: Skeletal Scout L4. Type: Undead. His helmet swiveled to focus on another undead, this one wielding a bow. Strapped to its back was a quiver holding a handful of arrows that it shot in the direction of the adventurers. They defended themselves with shields, and the scouts retaliated with their own shots. It was apparent that the skeletal scout lacked power, but its arrows were reaching their targets. Rusty lacked a bow, and he wasn't versed in archery. However, this presented no issue, as his absorption skill allowed him to acquire the skills of the skeletal monsters if he desired. With his increasing level, there was a possibility of executing proficient ranged attacks, a capability currently absent in him and the other living armors. That should be all. Let's get the materials and get out of here before they revive. While he was devising his new scheme, the battle reached its conclusion. All the zombies and skeletons in the area were defeated, and the adventurers emerged victorious. Though they had not suffered any casualties, they appeared visibly fatigued. Rusty took note that they probably wouldn't be able to handle another wave of monsters as effortlessly, something that could benefit his newest plan. Keeping this in mind, he withdrew momentarily. If he lingered, there was a chance that more random monsters could arrive. For the time being, he simply wished for the adventurers to depart, allowing him to inspect the large chamber with peculiar slabs of rocks protruding from the ground. Fortunately, the group only took another 10 minutes to conclude their activities before retreating back into the corridor leading them back to the first floor. Rusty, who had concealed himself in a separate tunnel, re-emerged and cautiously returned to the scene of the battle, where numerous monster parts lay scattered. He observed that the radiant light had the ability to reduce the skeletal monster bodies to dust and transform the zombies into larger piles, some with charred remnants remaining. That's a powerful ability. Will it destroy my body too? Should I try to learn it? The overpowering nature of the radiant light was evident, capable of annihilating multiple monsters simultaneously without direct engagement. Considering his absorption skill, there was a possibility for him to learn it. However, for that to occur, he needed to keep the cleric alive. Rusty lacked confidence in facing the entire group alone, and the other monsters wouldn't wait for him to acquire the skill for himself either. With the adventurers gone and the area appearing clear, Rusty cautiously approached the remains of the fallen monsters. His metallic fingers sifted through the debris, as if searching for something specific. Luck was on his side as he spotted a damaged weapon, likely belonging to one of the adventurers. A broken spear was embedded in the remains of a zombie, its metallic tip deeply lodged in the flesh. Unlike the other monsters turned to dust, it seemed the adventurers deemed it unnecessary to remove this broken piece of weaponry, or it was a remnant of another battle. Compatible materials found. Would you like to refine this weapon into base materials? Before arriving here, he had managed to decipher the material absorption skill on the upper level. It was a straightforward process. He just needed to find something containing metal, and the skill would activate. Parts of monsters, like other living armor, also worked, but only after they were slain by adventurers. This presented a challenge in refining their parts, as the monster remains would eventually vanish without leaving anything that he could gather. Material 1. Bronze 10. Material 2, unavailable. Iron 5. One limiting factor existed for this skill. There were certain material types he couldn't refine from weapons. He was restricted to only absorbing bronze, copper, and tin. Once he selected the desired material, the process would commence. The broken piece of weaponry would start to glow and vanish before his metallic eyes. Though uncertain about the specifics, a graphical representation of this process appeared in his status window. The section was labeled the Stash tab, and it was subdivided into many smaller squares. Currently, most of these squares were empty, except for 3 containing drawings of ingots. One represented the copper he had absorbed, the second one tin, and the last one bronze. Once he gathered 100% of any given metal, it would transform into an ingot and be recorded here. Though currently unable to do anything with them, he anticipated that when he returned to the Soul Forge, something would be triggered. It also used SB as its main resource without having a long cooldown period as the skill absorption skill. At a slow pace, he continued to harvest any bronze and copper he could find. The strange slabs of rocks that were sticking out of the ground he identified as tombstones. It seemed that this place was some type of burial ground, and the zombies that had been defeated started to slowly emerge back within the ground. It was as if they were moving traps that would spring out the moment someone approached from below. You have gained +1 experience points. While navigating the area, he stumbled upon a new discovery. In one corner of this place, there was a nesting ground for strange worm-like creatures. Upon seeing them, he decided to experiment and gained a point of experience after stepping on one. The encounter didn't end there. Shortly after squashing the bug, a peculiar purple mist shot up from its compressed body. You resisted the poison. Poison, being a being of living metal, Rusty lacked internal organs that could be affected by the poisonous mist. He grasped the concept that poison could have adverse effects on living beings, but it held no threat for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up one of the worms from the ground. It wriggled around, attempting to bite into his metallic body. After gripping it firmly, he gained another experience point and triggered the release of the poisonous mist. Those people did stay away from this side of the chamber. Were they afraid of these things? His mind brimmed with new ideas on how to leverage these small creatures to his advantage. Soon the rattling of bones caught his attention, signaling the reformation of a skeletal scout alongside the zombies. When he examined the quiver with arrows it held, along with the bow, a brilliant plan for his next hunt began to take shape. Perhaps in the near future, he could accumulate substantial amounts of experience. However, before that, he needed to thoroughly explore the entire second floor to uncover any additional surprises that might aid his quest for strength. "Come here, you undead bastards. We don't have all day. Come here." Shouts of people filled a gloomy underground crypt. Many tombstones with strange markings started releasing foul-smelling fumes as bodies of undead creatures burst forth from the ground underneath. Tens of them emerged instantly, looking in the direction of where the shouting was coming from. The moment they spotted the few humans there, they started charging instantly. In the dim light of flickering torches, a group of determined individuals stood their ground, weapons drawn. Even though many undead monsters like skeletons and zombies were approaching them, they didn't seem too bothered. Everything was going according to their plan as some ran around strategically to force the monsters into a more tightly knit group. Soon many zombies were bumping into each other while charging after one of the adventurers. "That's it, herd them together. We can't waste too many spells on these trash mobs. Get ready, Edmund. Radiant light, source of grace so pure, I stand against darkness. My prayers will endure. Turn undead away, banish the night in thy name, restore the sacred light." In one corner of the undead crypt, a man stood, his rosary wrapped around his hands as he continued to pray to his gods. Under him, a layer of radiant light was beginning to form, and the more he continued to say his prayer, the more of it appeared around his body. All the monsters that had been herded together were heading in the direction of this man named Edmund, something the people in here had planned all along. The group of adventurers had 6 members. 4 of them had shields and heavier armor to protect the praying man, while one of them, who was more nimble, lured in the monsters. It was a surefire plan that this group had carried out a few times before, and their goal was to move into the deeper areas of this dungeon once their levels had increased. Even though a single zombie or skeleton didn't offer much, with the help of divine magic, they could easily dispatch large groups of them instantly. That should be enough, now hold. On purpose, the group placed themselves with their backs to a wall. The zombies and skeletons could only come from one direction, which allowed them to lure in many more. The 4 fighters with the large shields pushed back against the undead creatures and waited for their cleric to finish the chant. Just like every time, once the spell erupted, these monsters would turn to nothing more than dust in the wind. "Grant me strength in this holy endeavor, banish the shadows, let them fade forever, turn undead." However, their half-heartedly created plan didn't account for everything. At the moment the priest was about to finish casting the turn undead spell, something out of the ordinary happened. From an unknown direction, something flew in an arch and connected with the ground close to the cleric. Once looking at this projectile, they identified it as an arrow with a strange worm creature squiggling around as if it had been freshly impaled by it. As it wiggled around, a purple gas erupted from it, and it quickly started spreading through the whole area. To make things worse, it wasn't the only one there. Soon others started falling down in the general direction of this party that had led itself into a dead end on its own accord. It was not something that they expected to ever happen, as the monsters here were not intelligent enough for such tactics, nor did they detect any other adventurers who could have planned an ambush. "Shit, it's poison mist. How did a crypt leech get over here?" The adventurers' coordinated strategy fell apart as the unexpected poison mist engulfed the area. Panic set in among the group as they realized the dire situation they found themselves in. The cleric Edmund struggled to complete his incantation amidst the chaos. The mist, originating from the punctured crypt leeches, started affecting the adventurers, slowly weakening them. Edmund quickly cast the cleansing spell. "No, we need to get rid of the zombies first. Cast turn undead first." "What are you doing?" I cough. The cleric Edmund was struggling with the poisonous mist and the interrupted turn undead spell. He could not focus on chanting due to the poison and inability to do it while coughing so loudly. Even one of those worms could produce a large explosion of this mist, and something from afar continued to shoot arrows in their direction. Even when the adventurers used their shields to bat them away, the pierced leeches continued to burst and produce more mist. Make things worse, they had attracted a large group of undead monsters that continued to push. "Shit, this never happened before. This was supposed to be a safe zone for leveling. Did the guild lie to us? Stop talking, we need to get out of here." It was clear that their plan would not work. The cloud of poison was surrounding them, and the longer they stayed inside of it, the harder it would be to leave. They were all under the poison status now, and even their cleric was suffering and unable to cleanse himself. Soon they all charged out together and made a run for it. Even though it was hard to break and move, they needed to do it to survive. "Come on, we need to get to the corridor, it isn't far from here." Luckily, there was an escape route nearby, a narrow tunnel not too far from here. They knew that if they were able to make it there, then even the zombies wouldn't be able to follow after. Soon they made a break for it. Everyone was coughing, and their skin was turning purple. They were losing stamina and health points at a rapid pace, but as long as they made it to the safe location, then their cleric could cleanse all of them. To their surprise, when they reached the tunnel that should lead them to a safe location, it was not the salvation that they expected, as an unknown person was waiting for them. At least that's what they looked at first, but soon the adventure party realized that it was not a human but a monster that shouldn't be in this area. A living armor, what is it doing here? The team leader asked while charging forward, but before he could push the monster out of the way, a massive burst of poisonous mist erupted from the ground. To his surprise, the ground was littered with the small bugs, and the monster seemed to be purposely stepping on them while retreating into the tight corridor where even more poison awaited them. Considering this turn of events, running towards that location would become impossible, and they would quickly succumb to the poison. Eventually, the group of adventurers ran out of options. The monsters were unaffected by the poison in the air while they continued to suffer. Their bodies became sluggish, and some of them were finally caught by the horde they had enticed. The numbers were not something that they could contend with, and soon their loud screams filled this underground crypt. Rusty observed the demise of the adventurer party with a mix of curiosity and detachment. The poison mist had done its job, rendering them vulnerable to the relentless attacks of the undead monsters. The living armor, hidden in the poisonous corridor, watched as the adventurers fought desperately for their lives. He noted how their once coordinated group crumbled the moment he introduced something that they weren't expecting. This was his test run for his new strategy. After previously discovering the hidden poisonous bugs, he decided to use them. On his back, he was wearing a quiver that had been emptied out a few moments ago. Right after the adventurers gathered the zombies, he set his plan in motion and started firing. Once the worms were pierced, there was some time to fire them before the toxic fumes erupted. The result was quite favorable, so he soon moved to the second stage of the plan. Before he attempted this, he took a whole week to examine his enemies and gather archery-related skills that had helped him in this new endeavor. Basic power shot. Active skill. Perform a more powerful ranged attack. Basic archery. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a bow is required to unlock more powerful archery skills. With their help, he was able to somewhat aim his shots in the direction he wanted. The adventurers were ready to receive arrows that were shot directly at them from the skeletal archers, but they weren't ready for him, who aimed at the blind spots in ground. Rusty quickly realized that strategy was key to getting stronger, as the monsters in this dungeon could be used in various ways to give him a shot at slaying these adventurers. He just needed to cut off their escape route with some of the poisonous bugs that he transported to this closest corridor. Even if they charged in, the poison would do its thing, and now it was time for him to get involved directly. As the remaining adventurers fought desperately against the undead onslaught, Rusty stepped out from his hiding spot. His metallic form clanked softly as he approached the group, which was still under the influence of the poisonous mist. The adventurers, weakened and overwhelmed, weren't even able to react to his sword coming in from the back. Arg. His blade slid between the gaps in one of the man's armor as he drew blood. His opponent was grappling with two zombies and unable to react to the third opponent that emerged from the now thick poisonous fog. As he drew his blade out of the wound, blood started spilling out, and the man soon was overpowered by the other monsters that started to rip his body apart. Rusty's gaze turned to the others, and the one with the cleric class in particular. This was the focal point of his strategy. Without this person, this group was incapable of defeating the undead creatures which they awoke themselves. He knew that if they took their time, they would have been victorious, and his plan would not have worked. If they used their blades instead of the strange light, it would have taken longer, but their defeat would not have come. As he drove his blade into the wheezing cleric, he tried to learn, as this was just the beginning of his journey. Congratulations, you have gained a level. His mind was taken elsewhere as he heard the message informing him that he had leveled up. He momentarily stopped himself from attacking some of the remaining adventurers, which was a mistake that he would now remember. After the cleric went down, Rusty found himself flying into some of the other monsters as something collided with him from the side. His body was metal, but it was hollow inside, not something that could take strong blows. In the past, this would have caused him to break into multiple parts, but he was not quite the damaged rusty armor anymore. He was not that weak. After colliding with a skeleton and zombie, he managed to stabilize himself. When looking at his side, he could see a gash in his armor that had been formed by an axe swing. The owner of the axe was the only remaining human who had not yet succumbed to the poisonous mist. I will not die here. The adventurer swung his axe with determination, aiming for Rusty's vulnerable points. Rusty, realizing his mistake, quickly regained his composure and raised his sword to parry the incoming blows. The clash of metal echoed in the corridor as the rusty blade was pushed back and broken from the impact. Luckily, the lingering poison along with the other monsters was still there. Even when the adventurer wished to deliver the final blow, he couldn't. Get off me, ah. His neck had been bitten by one of the monsters, and soon more closed in on him. The adventurer began swinging around wildly, attempting to pry the monster off him. His will to survive was commendable, driven by sheer desperation. Before long, Rusty's broken blade made its way into the man's flesh as he pierced it through one of the other monsters, a surprising feat for the one delivering the final strike. So it is possible. Congratulations, you have gained a level. The battle concluded, and the mist began to clear away. The zombies continued to pile on top of the defeated adventurers in a gory display, while Rusty tried to comprehend how he had managed to pierce one of the other dungeon monsters. He soon concluded that it had only occurred by mistake during a confrontation with an enemy adventurer. When he attempted to strike any monster intentionally, he found himself still unable to do so. He didn't have much time to deliberate on the possibilities as his attention was taken to his status screen. He noticed a few things, one of them being the much higher amount of stats that he was getting from these 2 levels ups than before. Previously, he never got more than 1 attribute point in anything. Now he was getting multiple points in all of them. There was also one other interesting thing. His strength stat received a plus to the letter F representing it. I think I get it. Rusty soon grasped the purpose of the letters. They served as a simplified means of gauging his power. After the numbers surpassed a specific threshold, the letter would transition. Although uncertain of the precise number, it appeared to be around 66 for the plus sign. Rusty speculated that if he had this amount, then 33 might be the cutoff point for the minus sign. Could 99 be the limit for the attributes? Does something happen once you get over it? There was no way for him to predict until he reached that point, but before that, he had other problems to address. Despite gaining 2 levels and defeating all the adventurers, his body bore the scars of battle. A massive hole adorned the side of his body from the recent axe hit, and his sword had snapped in the middle. Unsure of how to deal with his broken weapon and the injuries, Rusty faced uncertainty about how to proceed further without weapons and with holes in his body. Is there no way to take care of this? Do I need to not get damaged before getting a new body? This felt somewhat unfair to Rusty, who grew weary of sustaining continuous damage. The adventurers proved to be a formidable foe, and he harbored doubts about defeating them without incurring any harm. Although he could risk death again, he remained uncertain whether he would be restored to the same state he had become. There had to be a way to mend himself, and soon enough, his system came to the rescue. While he stared at the destroyed blade and the hole in his armor, a pop-up screen materialized. Do you wish to use gathered materials to repair the damaged sword? Familiar with how these processes worked, Rusty promptly confirmed. As he did, the stash tab containing all his materials suddenly appeared. Please select the materials that you want to use. In his stash, Rusty found only 3 items: tin, copper, and bronze. To make things easier, the icons representing the ingots were color-coded. The box containing the bronze ingot was green, while tin and copper were orange. Upon selecting the bronze, a peculiar phenomenon occurred on the surface of his broken blade. Gradually, it began to revert as if time were being reversed, and within a minute the blade was fully restored. This is it. With a cheer, Rusty held the restored sword high in the air. One of his major problems had just been resolved. Now, he only needed to concentrate on gathering more bronze to mend any future wounds. As long as he had enough, he would be able to restore both his body and weapons. The only downside was that it also used a few of his special points, which would limit the repairs. No wait. His attention shifted back to the defeated adventurers, now mauled by the undead monsters. Before he could begin collecting their weapons and armor, the dungeon seemed eager to swallow them whole. The only item he managed to retrieve was the lone battle axe that had caused him an injury. There must be a better way of gathering those materials. While one battle had concluded, this marked only the beginning. Rusty, having tasted victory once more, felt his goal of becoming stronger drawing closer. He envisioned dominating this dark expanse, aspiring to become the strongest monster here and perhaps beyond. Combining tin and copper. Please wait. Bronze ingot has been created. It does work. Was this what the orange color meant? Rusty delved deeper into his newly discovered ability to use bronze ingots from his stash tab. He also had ingots of copper and tin, which he could combine to form the bronze necessary for repairing his body. Only after combining the 2 metals could he use them, as copper and tin didn't integrate into his body independently. The process was intriguing, albeit costing SB, a resource crucial for many of his best skills. SB management posed a challenge. It took hours for the bar to recharge, and leveling up alone couldn't increase the number. The only potential way to increase this resource was through evolving, and perhaps that was the sole method available. Now what should I do? What do you think? After shifting his attention away from the stash tab, he posed the question to a drooling monster. It was one of the undead, just standing in the crypt where he had dealt with the adventurers. The others behaved strangely for a moment after the battle concluded. They stopped moving, and eventually the graves they emerged from began to open. Slowly, some crawled back in, while others, like this one, stayed behind, becoming Rusty's conversational partners. "You don't have anything to say, Mr. Zombie. No one ever answers besides those two light balls. I wonder what they are up to." Some time had elapsed since his visit to the Soul Forge, and Rusty began to miss the creatures capable of conversing with him. This particular monster just stood there, with some sort of liquid oozing from its upper orifice. He gave it a few pokes, but the creature eventually departed when one of the graves opened up for it, not even going to say goodbye. How rude. Fine, I'll get stronger without your help. After shaking his metallic fist in anger, Rusty picked up the large axe that had remained. Fortunately, it didn't vanish like the rest of the adventurer armor that the zombies brutalized. One other piece of equipment that he had managed to wrestle away from his monstrous friends was a sword sheath. After strapping it to his body, he would not have to constantly hold his corroded blade with his hands anymore. It appeared that as long as he didn't leave equipment on the ground for too long, the dungeon would not be able to absorb it. Perhaps it possessed a skill akin to his material absorption, which made sense as he often witnessed some of the holes within this place mending themselves. The voice hasn't been telling me much since I got to this level. I wonder why. Upon descending to the second floor, he noticed something peculiar. The voice didn't instruct him to patrol anything. It was as if he was somewhat free from its grasp. While it still prevented him from attacking other monsters deliberately, if he accidentally struck them, the voice did not intervene. Despite his attempts after the last battle, he found himself unable to perform an attack even from a distance. Should I stay here or try another location? Rusty had emerged victorious, and his strategy appeared to be yielding results. However, for some reason, he felt an inclination not to linger here. The adventurers seemed to be cooperative beings, forming groups and coming to each other's aid. Though uncertain, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone stronger might arrive to investigate the fate of the defeated group. One of them mentioned something, a guild. "I think this guild thing isn't anything good, but I won't let it stop me either." Perhaps he needed to exercise caution, but this wasn't the only spot where he could defeat enemies. Equipped with his quiver and poisonous leeches, he had alternative means to overcome other foes. These were not his only resources. Upon reaching the second level, he extensively explored the area and found other interesting things that could aid him. Thus, armed with the means to defeat the foes that he had previously feared, it was time for him to begin the hunt. He only had access to the first and second floor, but the latter was about twice the size of the one he was initially summoned to. While navigating through it, he encountered several interesting chambers, such as the zombie-filled one. It became evident that this floor contained more concentrated danger zones with fewer monsters traveling between them. There were other places that he could hunt the adventurers, and there was no reason to just wait for another party to arrive at the crypt location. It must be my lucky day. After arriving at the next location, Rusty had to wait for a few minutes until his next target arrived. The place resembled a wide corridor with seemingly nothing interesting. However, upon inspecting the ground, he noticed strange square tiles with various symbols on them. When adventurers entered, they moved in a peculiar pattern over those square tiles, hopping between them. "This one will be more difficult, but I can do it." Rusty psyched himself up while preparing his new scheme. This room held a certain secret that could be used to defeat the 4 people passing through it. Once they were around the middle of the long corridor, he decided to make himself known. "Hey, what is that thing doing there? That's not supposed to happen." The place was well lit, and he was waiting at the other end where the party was heading. His metallic body was easily visible, but that didn't matter as he only needed to place himself on a specific tile for his plan to work. As he stepped on it, a clicking sound resonated, and a large slab descended, blocking both the entrance and the exit. In response, the adventurers started shouting, clearly confused by what was happening. The monster set off the trap. "Did the guild give us faulty information? The sides. Shit, get ready. The trap has been triggered." One of the individuals pointed to various rocks sliding to the sides, revealing more monsters. A combination of zombies, skeletons, and corroded armor pieces that resembled the old variant to which Rusty used to belong slowly emerged from small pockets within the walls. They quickly turned to face the small group of adventurers. The monsters outnumbered the adventurers 4-1, but this wasn't an immediate death sentence. Rusty was well aware of the strength these adventurers could possess, and without bringing the poisonous worms with him, this plan would likely fail. There is something wrong with that living armor. What is it doing? Basic archery has reached level 3. As in the previous battle, Rusty employed the exact same tactic of introducing poison into this chamber. With both the entrance and exit now closed off, the poisonous mist produced by the little creatures spread rapidly. He fired off a few arrows into the distance to ensure that it covered the entire area, and just like before, the adventurers had no answer to this tactic. They began to cough, and in their weakened state, they became perfect targets for the monster onslaught. With not many arrows remaining in his quiver, but enough to produce the poisonous cloud, the rest of the battle would need to be fought at close range. Rusty had strapped his original sword to his body, but for this occasion, he wielded the sturdier iron axe he had taken from the other party. Charging at the group overwhelmed by the 20 or so monsters, he aimed to join the fray. The cleansing potions. Some of them tried to drink some type of blue-colored liquid, but were unable to as they were rushed by the monsters from all directions. Their skins started turning purple, and veins bulged out which gave Rusty all the information that he needed to know. Soon he swung down his axe at one of the people, but to his surprise, he could not use it too well. Something feels off. The weapon was clearly superior to his one-handed sword, but Rusty found swinging it to be jarring. Even when he landed a few hits, they weren't too precise and lacked power. He managed to use his power/skill with it, but something wasn't quite right. It was as if his current body was not suited for handling this weapon. It felt similar to the time when he was still only a damaged, corroded bronze armor, and he had an inkling as to why this was the case. Soon, he decided to just throw the axe at one of the adventurers and pulled out his sword from the sheath. Arg. And no, stay away. I can't die here. With the combined powers of the dungeon monsters and the poison, the group of 4 eventually succumbed to the ambush. They fought valiantly and even managed to defeat 10 of the undead monsters, but the more they struggled, the more the poison spread within their bodies. Even after drinking potions, without being able to leave this trapped corridor, it was pointless. Soon the whole corridor was covered in silence, and Rusty was rewarded with another level up. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Hey, stop eating them. The battle was won, and he had suffered a few minor scratches here and there. While it might not be the most honorable way of fighting, using the other monsters as meat shields was proving effective. Previously, he was unable to even harm one of these fleshy humanoids, but now he had successfully defeated 2 whole parties. His level had increased from 1 to 4 in just a span of 1 day, and perhaps there were even more gains to be had. Hey, give me that. After wrestling away a few pieces of armor, he started absorbing the metals inside. To his surprise, the best source of bronze was from the other corroded armor pieces left by the 2 living armors that had been with him. Their pieces were scattered around the corridor and seemed quite compatible with his skill. It appeared that after the monsters were considered dead, they reverted to just armor that he could now use. The loot here was a bit better, but soon it was vanishing like before. Rusty wished to collect more of everything to use later, but there were no areas in the dungeon that wouldn't swallow them up. He discarded the axe he had used, and instead decided to grab an iron longsword. It now became clear that without the passive skill for using certain weapon types, he would be unable to use them proficiently. I feel like I should be gaining some skills, but I'm not. After these few confrontations, he was left pondering some of the leftover memories. He was sure that people were able to gain skills through means other than just leveling up. However, he had to use the absorption skill to gain most of his, and the rest were obtained through leveling up. Perhaps after he visited the Soul Forge again, one of the balls of light could give him an answer, but for now, he needed to move towards the 3rd location. This was not the last spot he had discovered that could allow him to grind levels faster. Having used up the poison leeches, which were unnecessary for this location, Rusty now needed to gather more arrows. Soon, a few skeletal scouts were left without a quiver or bow, as the one he had used had also broken down. The repairing skill didn't work on weapons acquired from others, but only on his own bronze blade. The rest needed to be replaced by other means. After a long walk, he finally arrived at the last destination, which seemingly looked like a dead end with no place to go but down. He now stood before a deep chasm with no clear bottom. Even when he accidentally kicked some rocks down, there was no echo, as if it were a bottomless pit. Normally, this place wouldn't offer much besides falling down to his doom, but in the distance was his current target, a set of dangling bridges. It was a path leading to a different section of this dungeon level and also the next set of stairs, probably leading to the 3rd floor. During his scouting trip, he noticed that people tended to go through this place to reach the other side. There were only some monsters at both ends, but nothing on the sides. He was sure that no one was expecting him, as he had already confirmed it. They are getting information from this guild, but they never accounted for me. The longer he lived in this dungeon, the more he could analyze his main opponents. Initially, these adventurers seemed like powerful foes that he could never hope to defeat, but now things were different. They were ill-equipped and unprepared for an unexpected turn of events, and he was starting to believe that they lacked intelligence as well. Thus, he waited for his prey to appear, and finally, after an hour or so, another group of 4 emerged. They dispatched the monsters that were waiting at the start of one of the bridges. Then, they continued on their way through the seemingly bottomless chasm. The bridge they took was made of wood and vine and would wobble around slightly. Yet, even with this danger, the adventurers didn't seem to mind going through it together. Rusty wasn't sure why they were so convinced that it wouldn't crumble, but he attributed it to the same reason the other 2 parties fell: lack of intelligence and over-reliance on old information. Soon, he notched one of the arrows into the bow and aimed. He found the perfect spot just so he could easily hit the adventurers who were passing over the bridge. The arrow started glowing as he used the basic power shot skill that he absorbed from the skeletal scouts. After releasing the arrow, it sailed through the air, finding its mark and striking the adventurer in the back. The individual staggered, letting out a cry of surprise. The others turned to look at the screaming man who staggered and fell over the bridge to his doom. Ha, this is too easy. Rusty felt something in his chest as he saw the man plummet to his doom. The continuous victories were slowly increasing his self-confidence that had been previously destroyed after his first 2 deaths. Quickly, he was realizing that perhaps these opponents weren't as formidable as he previously thought. They were panicking and not really able to do anything, so he continued to unload more arrows without worrying about being hit himself. The tunnel he was in lacked any light, but the area where the bridge was situated was quite well lit. As the adventurers scrambled to face the threat, Rusty continued to fire arrows from his vantage point. The wobbling bridge made it challenging for them to maintain their balance. The element of surprise gave Rusty a significant advantage, and soon another target was hit, this time wounding another man on the leg. Due to the shaking and screaming, the monsters on the uncleared end were now alerted to the adventurer's presence and started to slowly move in their direction, something that Rusty was counting on. The wounded adventurer struggled to stand, while his companions desperately tried to stabilize him. The monsters, sensing the vulnerability, closed in. Rusty continued his barrage of arrows, targeting the weakened individual. The glowing arrows struck with precision, causing chaos among the group. "Damn it, we need to get off this bridge," one of the adventurers yelled. "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to die here." Another adventurer did the same, and to Rusty's surprise, the wounded person had been abandoned while the other 2 ran to save their skins. With the target being more stationary, he decided to focus on the wounded man, as gaining experience was the main point of this strategy. While this allowed the other 2 to escape to a safe location, the man left behind eventually succumbed to the arrow barrage and also fell down into the dark chasm. Oh well, 2 out of 4 isn't bad, but I didn't get that much experience out of this one. He couldn't help but feel a mix of satisfaction and disappointment in not being able to defeat the whole group before they ran. Chasing after them was a possibility, but he would probably not be able to find them. The continuous victories had bolstered his confidence, and he craved more. Thus, his hunt continued, and the dungeon had finally become his hunting ground, or at least that's what he thought without realizing what he had set in motion that very day. Soon he would realize that perhaps he shouldn't have underestimated the people called adventurers. "What are you talking about? That's impossible. Say that to my party member that got pierced by a damn arrow. That bridge was supposed to be safe. We followed the guild instructions, and now both of them are dead. We would need to confirm your claims. The dungeon is set for another shift in another 5 months. It's impossible that something changed this early." "How will you do that? They both fell into that bottomless pit. Are you going to have someone climb down here? Even if they did, what would that accomplish? The dungeon would have swallowed up their bodies already. I understand, but please stop shouting." "How can I stop? You sold us faulty information." A large man was shouting at a smaller woman wearing large glasses. She was wearing a unique uniform that marked her as a member of the Adventure Guild's management staff. The woman took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure despite the heated confrontation. Her Adventure Guild uniform was a striking blend of functionality and style, designed for both practicality and recognition. The rich navy blue fabric, though understated, carried a strong visual identity. The outfit featured a floor-length skirt that gracefully reached the ankles, and a prominent guild badge adorned with a layered arrangement of sword, shield, and staff, indicating her affiliation with the guild. "Is there a problem?" a man asked, his voice calm but authoritative. "Ah, sir." Amidst the commotion, a person materialized beside the woman, who served as one of the many receptionists in the expansive building. The counter they occupied was just one of many within the vast structure. For her safety, especially from the adventurer elements, her section of the counter was segregated and protected by thick metallic bars. The man who appeared stood on the adventurer's side, who showed no signs of backing off despite the circumstances. "The problem is your guild selling faulty information." Other adventurers and onlookers began to turn their attention toward the unfolding scene. In a place where reliable information was crucial, claims of a disturbance attracted the curiosity of those seeking help. The man who had appeared seemed prepared to request the adventurer to quiet down, but before he could speak, another adventurer chimed in, adding to the growing interest and speculation among the onlookers. "Hey, haven't some of the new parties not returned yet? A priest from the church was here the other day. I think that he was asking for a cleric who didn't return from an expedition. Now that you say it, I think another group had also gone missing." Everyone started mumbling, and the news that something strange was happening within the dungeon. The woman behind the counter exchanged a quick glance with the man who had appeared beside her. It was clear that they were not expecting such an uproar over what seemed like an isolated incident. The Adventure Guild took pride in providing accurate and up-to-date information to its members, and any suggestion of misinformation was a serious matter. If this has any validity, then we need to investigate. The man looked to the receptionist, who quickly turned to the man who had been shouting before. Sir, could you please calm down and provide us with more details? We take these matters seriously, and we will investigate the claims. This gentleman here will take your statement, so please follow him. The adventurer exchanged glances with the brawny man from the guild, who sported an eye patch over one eye, reflecting a grizzled and experienced demeanor. They eventually moved to a more secluded spot where the younger man gathered himself and began to explain the situation. He recounted the events that unfolded in the dungeon, emphasizing the strange attack coming from a faraway location. An arrow? Was it a skeleton scout? No, I saw it for a moment. It looked different. It was reflecting light and wearing armor. Armor. The man with the eye patch furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Details provided were intriguing and raised questions about the nature of the dungeon's inhabitants. He took notes on the adventurer's statement, making sure to document the discrepancies between the reported incident and the guild's information. The brawny man spoke with authority, and the adventurer nodded in agreement. After managing to calm down a bit, the man that reported the issue went away, and the Adventure Guild staff remained. What do you think, Vice Guild Leader? Was that person making it up? The receptionist lady asked the man after the issue was resolved. The adventurers inside the guild continued to whisper and chat. It was now something that they couldn't ignore. It might be a lie, but we can't ignore it now. The guild's name is on the line. Schedule a meeting for the scouting party and let them check those claims. Of course, sir. Don't call me sir. I'm not that old. I'm only 38. Oosier. The man scratched his beard before walking away, leaving the lady receptionist to roll her eyes in annoyance. Once he was gone, she resumed her work, realizing that it was now her responsibility to get to the bottom of this situation. Assembling a scouting party became imperative. While adventurers going missing wasn't an uncommon occurrence, the fact that they vanished within a seemingly safe zone added an unusual element to the mystery. What was different that time around? I'm not getting the same feeling with these creatures now. Rusty pondered, reflecting on the successful adventurer slaying he had executed some time ago. Memories of his first kill resurfaced, the necessity to use his helmet to incapacitate one adventurer, and the subsequent struggle to deliver a finishing blow to an injured woman, which then led him to almost being discovered. Over time, he had slain multiple adventurers, and any initial remorse had faded. Instead, he found himself fixated on leveling up and growing stronger. Was it because they were injured by another person? That's not quite it. Since his visit to the Soul Forge, Rusty had experienced a surge in strength and wisdom. He now knew that he had swallowed two entities, which somehow fused with his essence. The black orb claimed that the knowledge inside him belonged to these two orbs. Rusty could only deduce that his actions might be influenced by those memories or the entities themselves. However, as he grew stronger, their hold on him seemed to waver, and he considered the possibility that he was becoming more of his own person. Not like these creatures would show me any mercy either, and they kill the others with no remorse either. There is no reason to stop, but it doesn't feel great either. There is no honor in hunting a much weaker foe or one that doesn't give me any experience points. With time, the sentient piece of armor developed its own set of rules and a moral compass. While it deemed humans as worthy foes, it refrained from taking the direct route. However, a conflict arose within Rusty as he harbored the desire to face them head-on eventually, seeking a fair and equal battle to determine the superior fighter. One part of him urged for more subterfuge and treachery, emphasizing the element of surprise as his primary weapons. Another part, however, craved a more honorable approach. Now that Rusty could restore his armor without relying on the voice, the prospect of a more honorable approach seemed plausible. The internal conflict continued to shape his evolving moral compass and approach to combat. Uncertain if his current mindset was the right way to think, Rusty grappled with the conflict within him. However, one thing remained paramount: his main goal of achieving strength. The notion of having power simply for the sake of an easy life didn't quite sit well with him. Could the answer be somewhere in the middle? Rusty considered that perhaps the correct path forward lay in the middle and found balance while seeking guidance from both sides. Why choose between two extremes when the middle ground seemed like a viable alternative? All this thinking is making my head hurt, that is if I had anything inside of it. A piece of armor started quivering around as it tried to imitate laughter, but instead was shaking menacingly. The only other being that was here with him was an unmoving zombie that was drooling all over itself. Without any adventurers around, these things just stood there without even moving or patrolling. Cheer up. Rusty pushed his metallic fingers into the monster's mouth in an attempt to make it smile. However, he wasn't too delicate with it, causing the jaw to become dislodged. Instantly, he received a warning from the dungeon voice, interpreting it as an attack against another monster, something he hoped to be rid of eventually. Okay, I'll put it back in place. Rusty attempted to grab the wobbly jaw and put it back into place, but his efforts only exacerbated the situation. The dungeon voice became so loud that he was forced to back away and leave the zombie alone. The monster was left with a strange perpetual open mouth, its jaw barely hanging on by a few skin folds. Now then, should I head up, or remain here instead? After dealing with almost 3 adventure parties, he was feeling good about himself. Rusty contemplated his next move. The lack of adventurers at the designated spots left him in a dilemma. He could either continue his assault on unsuspecting parties, or he could ascend to the level he was created in and try his luck there. The groups that roamed that floor were weaker, but there weren't as many opportunities there either. I should go see the first floor. No one has gone through here in a while. Eventually, Rusty decided to return to the upper levels. He observed that, for some reason, he hadn't encountered any other parties venturing down since his previous victories. A fleeting doubt crossed his mind about whether using the bridges had been the right decision. He hadn't gained much experience there, and 2 humanoid creatures had managed to escape. Nonetheless, there was no harm in returning to the upper levels for a closer look. Rusty grabbed his new bow and poisonous leeches before making his way back up. On the way up, as Rusty began ascending the stairs, he noticed that his poisonous ammunition burst into fleshy bits. It became evident that taking living creatures from the lower floor to a higher one was not possible. The reason for this limitation eluded him, but it meant he would be unable to employ his previous tactic of poisoning his enemies through the air, at least not in the same manner as before. I guess this will have to do. Adapting to the new circumstances, Rusty opted to smear his blade and armor with the poison that liquefied. While he aimed to face opponents more directly, he wasn't willing to forgo the benefits of poison. His immunity to this status effect was a part of his strength, and he intended to use it to his advantage. It's back. Back on the first floor, the voice urged Rusty to start patrolling once again. While it remained one of his fears, he recognized that he needed to move around in certain areas. However, he could now take breaks and be more cautious of the route than before. This approach allowed him to keep an eye out for potential targets, offering him the opportunity to engage in a proper display of strength. Even if Rusty faltered and started losing, he knew he had one secret technique that would likely allow him to survive. This assurance kept him from worrying too much about the potential challenges he might face. Everything felt quite familiar to Rusty, considering he had spent most of his short life on this very floor. The atmosphere remained the same, with the sound of distant footsteps and muffled voices reaching his metallic ears. While it seemed like there were fewer people around, he didn't dwell on it and proceeded toward the source of the sounds. Arriving at the area where he was once defeated, he noticed that the same vitality leaf had reappeared. Just like before a party of adventurers appeared, this one only consisted of 3 people. Their levels were lower than the people that he encountered at the lower levels, and it seemed that there was also no one hiding up on the walls. Fighter L4. Fighter L4. Thief L3. Rusty easily identified the levels of the group and made a decision. This presented a good opportunity to test out his leveled-up skills and stats. The chamber was spacious, and other monsters were present, potentially aiding him in keeping 2 of the 3 opponents busy. First, he examined the group's attire to locate the best target for the upcoming battle. The 2 fighters had the exact same level, but wielded different types of equipment. One held a metallic club, identified as a mace, while the other held a sword. Knowing that his body was most susceptible to blunt attacks, Rusty decided that facing the man with the sword was a better idea. Despite his desire to prove his strength, caution remained a priority. Soon the first stage of the plan commenced as he allowed the other monsters from the dungeon to notice the group of 3. Even though his side had the numbers advantage, his brethren were quite easy to dispatch. The other armors could be kicked away and they would crumble into many pieces. The monsters within the chamber started to converge on the adventurers. The fighters swung their weapons at the approaching armors, easily dispatching them with powerful blows. The thief darted between the attacks, finding openings to strike at the monsters from behind. Despite the adventurers' lower levels, their teamwork and coordination were impressive. The events unfolded in a manner similar to the previous battle, and the group seemed to encounter no problems as they approached the vitality leaf pronounced by the light hitting the tree stump. It was now time for Rusty to make his appearance, knowing he would only get one surprise attack, and he needed to make it count. Armed with his poisoned sword and a body that didn't produce as much sound, Rusty finally jumped out from behind a destroyed pillar. His blade shone as he activated the power thrust skill, plunging his weapon into the mace wielder's thigh. The man was shocked and turned around while swinging his weapon, but Rusty quickly performed a backstep to avoid getting hit. Even though his primary target was the sword wielder, Rusty knew he needed to weaken the other 2 first. His blade, smeared with a potent poison, served as the perfect distraction, and now the battle was fully underway. Where did that thing come from? The second fighter shouted while quickly trying to aid his now injured friend. As expected, a kick was sent in Rusty's direction, but this time he was ready. He had identified a significant weakness in himself. His body was metal and more resistant than the fleshy skin of his enemies, but it was hollow inside, making him relatively light. In contrast, the human he was fighting likely weighed 3 times his own weight or perhaps even more. Utilizing this knowledge, Rusty agilely dodged the kick, allowing the fighter to overextend and lose balance. Taking advantage of the opening, Rusty retaliated with a series of quick slashes aimed at the fighter's exposed areas. While most of the attacks didn't hit, one managed to nick an area between the armor Rusty was using. His sword, now covered in blood, still retained some poison on it. His plan seemed to have worked as the man with the sword started chasing after him. The thief, on the other hand, attempted to aid his friend, but was surrounded by some of the other weaker monsters still present. More and more continued to rush in, and while previously they wouldn't have been a problem, now one of the men was injured and the other needed to protect him from the increasing numbers of enemies. This is it. Rusty parried the sword strikes and continued to hold his own against the human. He could discern the attack patterns, and his body was now able to react. Despite suffering some slashes, he returned them in kind, finally savoring the proper battle he had hoped for all this time. "I'm really doing it." Rusty's sword grazed his opponent's cheek, causing his rage-filled expression to waver. The poison was doing its work, further weakening the adventurer. Rusty seized this opportunity to push the advantage, relentlessly pressing his attacks. The fighter, who was now visibly fatigued, struggled to defend himself against the relentless assault. Meanwhile, the other fighter, along with the thief, was having some trouble against the other monster skeletons and living armors. It seemed they were not prepared for this type of situation, as only on the floor below did the poisonous leeches exist. Without having to worry about these status effects, it was possible that these individuals didn't bring any antidotes for such an occasion, and Rusty's tactic was relying on this possibility. He persisted, slowly improving his own movements. It was a strange feeling, but he could sense his actions becoming more refined and his body reacting in a more streamlined fashion. The fact that his opponent was affected by the poison also helped, but Rusty was actively becoming stronger and learning from his first real one-on-one confrontation. Basic swordsmanship has leveled up. A message sounded out, but he ignored it and stepped in to deliver a blow to his opponent. Instead of the scratches he was making before, this one strike drew blood on the man's side. Rusty didn't go uninjured, though, as the man's blade also made its way towards his chest. However, even though this wasn't the first gash on his armor, he was still able to continue. His body was made of metal and ran on mana and not blood. As long as his limbs weren't pulled apart or destroyed, he would be able to continue without ever tiring. This was one thing he noticed about these adventurers, that he didn't have a stamina meter. Rusty always kept his distance before attacking, and he had observed that his enemies suffered from a debuff of sorts that made them sluggish. There was a similar state when it came to him when he depleted all of his mana, but as long as he had some left, he could move around without ever getting slower. As the fighter stumbled backward, Rusty seized the opportunity. With a powerful swing of his poisoned blade, he aimed for a critical strike. The sword connected, slashing through the fighter's armor and inflicting a deep wound. The adventurer fell to the ground, defeated and writhing in pain. It was time to savor his victory and deliver the final blow. Rusty moved in, his blade raised high as he prepared to activate his power slash skill. With one grand attack, he was attempting to dislodge the man's head from his neck, a rather large weak point that these humanoid creatures had. The other two were close to beating the other monsters, so he needed to hurry, but before the last strike could be carried out, an unfortunate event occurred. The attack came from behind, connecting with his raised arm that was holding the sword. It went into the metal and took his whole forearm, along with his sword, to the ground. To his surprise, the 3 adventurers here didn't seem to be alone, as another person appeared to aid them. He quickly turned to the person to attempt an identification check, but to his surprise, he could not perceive this person's level, a situation that had never happened before. Archer L, the mysterious archer who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, was an enigma to Rusty. His level remained hidden and shrouded in mystery. Despite the shock of losing a large portion of his arm, Rusty was still able to remain calm. He was an inorganic being that could not feel any pain. Even if his arm was gone, it would not affect his psyche. The archer held a longbow and was already knocking another arrow and ready to fire. What's with that living armor? It's different from the others. The archer spoke out from afar and was ready to fire again, but some luck was still on Rusty's side. Monsters from within this large chamber moved towards this man's location and forced him to focus on them. However, this person was much more nimble than anyone that had previously visited this dungeon. With one shot of his bow, he was able to pierce through multiple monsters and embed them on a nearby collapsed pillar. It was clear that this person was vastly superior to anything that Rusty had seen before, and probably not someone that he could face without subterfuge. It might be time to use that. While the 4th adventurer was momentarily busy, Rusty decided to grab his arm that was now on the ground with a large arrow inside of it. This arrow had pierced right through his gauntlet and vambrace parts, just in the place where they connected. The ground was brittle enough for him to be able to yank it back out, and after connecting it back to his body, he was able to move it around as the elbow joint went undamaged. However, the enemy that he had almost defeated had used this chance to get away. Pursuing him would inevitably expose Rusty to another arrow from the skilled archer. Instead, he hoisted his blade high into the air in a manner visible to all. This tactic successfully diverted the adventurer's attention, as their gaze fixated on the raised sword. "What is that thing doing?" The adventurer who had previously appeared called out, having quickly cleared the monsters around him in less than half a minute. His gaze was fixated on the raised sword, and simultaneously he readied another arrow to target Rusty standing nearby. To his surprise, before he could release his projectile, a blinding surge of light erupted from the rusty blade. What? Damn my eyes. Rusty had just enough mana in himself to use the basic elemental charge skill that he had learned. Opting for the light element, he infused his sword to create a dazzling burst of radiant light. Although it wouldn't inflict direct harm on the adventurers, it served its purpose by momentarily blinding them and providing Rusty the opportunity to escape. With haste, he dashed into one of the numerous corridors, stifling the persistent calls of the dungeon voice urging him to continue the fight. The compulsion to heed the voice lessened upon activating the elemental skill, a perk Rusty had tested and discovered earlier. His secret technique involved fleeing while suppressing the commands for slaughter from the persistent voice. The other monsters could not hold themselves back from attacking, which would keep the adventurers from catching up to him. Despite being encased in heavy metal armor that hindered his speed, he remained unconcerned about traps or monsters, something the pursuers would have to contend with. It might be better to go down to the lower floor. Rusty made his way to the staircase leading down to the lower floor. His metal footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor as he made his escape. The adventurers, still recovering from the blinding light, struggled to give chase. The archer, in particular, had difficulty adjusting his vision, and the pursuing monsters proved to be an additional hindrance. What the hell was that? I've never seen a living armor act like this or any monster before. Oi, what's the holdup? Having successfully eluded capture, Rusty left the adventurers behind in the chamber where the vitality leaf spawned. As he made his way to safety, 3 other people arrived from behind the corridor that the archer ventured through. The one that called out to him was clearly of the dwarven race. "I think we're finished with the scouting job." The archer squinted while some tears escaped from his eyes. The dwarven companion started chuckling mockingly, clearly trying to rile up his companion. "Are you crying? Do you need me to call your mommy?" "What? That thing just uses some type of blinding spell. It caught me off guard. It won't happen again." "Haha, are you sure you didn't just pee your pants instead?" The dwarf's grin widened, and his laughter echoed throughout the expansive chamber. The archer, growing increasingly irritated, pointed his bow in the direction of his carefree ally. The dwarven man, in response but still grinning, raised his large halberd in a defensive stance. However, before the situation could escalate, another voice resonated from behind them. "Hey, Rystel, knock it off. Leave Keon alone. We all saw the flash of light. You'd have been blinded too." A woman wearing dark leather armor appeared between the two and managed to calm the situation down. "Ha, you humans are easy to rile up." The woman shook her head around and turned to the man named Keon for some clarification. "What happened? What was that bright white light?" "I'm not sure. Either the monster was using a magical blade or it's an irregular. An irregular monster has spawned on this floor." But the information stated that strange things were happening on the second floor but not on this one. "If it's an irregular, then we need to chase it down." "Wait, calm down, Livy. I got it with one of my arrows. As long as it has it, I'll be able to track it. We should probably help those 3 newbies first. 2 of them seem to have been poisoned by that thing." The woman, referred to as Livy, sighed and nodded in agreement. A 4th member emerged from behind, clad in a heavier set of armor and wielding a large tower shield. Without uttering a word, he moved toward one of the corridors where a few monsters began to emerge. While the trio focused on assisting the lower-level adventurers, he effortlessly dispatched the small wave of insignificant monsters, each with a single strike from his large mace. "No problem, but first take this antidote and then tell us about what happened here." "Of course." The thief quickly received a blue potion to aid his 2 party members, with the majority administered to the injured fighter who had fallen victim to the surprise attack. Despite losing a considerable amount of blood and succumbing to poisoning, the mysterious mending liquids allowed for rapid recovery. Following the administration of the antidote, the fighter's skin complexion gradually shifted back from its previous purple hue. Afterward, a red potion was employed to seal the wound inflicted by the living armor's blade. "This should do, but your friend lost some blood. He will still need some time to recover. Now, tell us what happened here." Livy posed the question now after the trio of adventurers seemed to be all right, and they quickly replied. "It all happened when that weird armor appeared. It actually surprise attacked my friend here. Do living armors have a sneak attack skill? I don't think so. They should be more similar to fighters and later knights. But if it's an irregular monster, then perhaps it had gained some thief skills. The adventurers began pondering the situation among themselves as the party that had encountered the living armor recounted the events. They explained how the armored adversary had struck with a weapon coated in poison, incapacitating one of their comrades. Additionally, the metal monster had cleverly employed the other ones as a shield, isolating the remaining fighter from the group. That's quite the intelligent monster. Either it was all luck or this thing is more like a natural monster than a dungeon-created one. What do you think, Keon? Considering that it had chosen to escape when in danger, it seems to have a sense of itself and survival instincts. Could a monster from outside have wandered into the dungeon instead of it being an irregular? This is quite strange indeed, but weren't normal monsters supposed to be afraid of dungeons? Wouldn't the other monsters attack them instantly? You make a good point there. It must have been a monster from this dungeon. There is no other explanation for it. Keon responded to Livy, who was grappling with the strangeness of the situation. The behavior of this irregular monster seemed to be different and didn't make much sense. From time to time, such an irregular monster would appear in a dungeon. They were usually mini-bosses that had heightened stats. The monster that almost killed a man in this party at first seemed like one. However, just the fact that it chose to escape made it seem like it was not a typical irregular monster. Then there were outside monsters that had a more self-centered identity. It would make sense for them to act like this. However, typically monsters with higher intelligence, born outside dungeons, would not venture into such domains. A force usually kept them at bay, and as long as a dungeon heart was present, they would be repelled. Only higher-tier creatures could overcome this barrier, and the living armor they encountered did not seem to possess that level of strength. Oi, what you two worrying about, huh? As Keon and Livy attempted to comprehend the situation, their bushy-bearded dwarven companion chimed in from the side. Leaning on his halberd with a grin, he quickly added, "Don't we just need to slay that thing and our job will be over? If it runs away from someone like Keon here, then it can't be that strong. I bet the guild will give us a nice bonus if we take care of it." Well, that's true. Livy replied while Keon frowned as Rystal implied that he was weak. This mission was just to scout out the second floor, but tell me, Keon, how strong was that monster? She asked again while assessing the situation. Livy, as the leader of the party, faced the need to make a decisive decision. The targeted monster might be nearby, which would enable them to swiftly accomplish their mission. Despite not deeming this dungeon overly dangerous, they remained cautious and recognized that a few areas could be problematic even for them. I don't know, some irregulars are capable of calling in reinforcements quickly. What of it? All these monsters are just F-rank. We can deal with all of them easily. The dwarven man chimed in, his halberd now positioned over his shoulder. It was clear that he wanted to push on to take care of this creature now and not wait for later. Livy turned her attention to her archer companion for some confirmation, as it was he that had seen the creature. How strong was it? I didn't manage to identify the name, but by its movements, I'd say that it's at most an F+ rank. Distracted by the presence of the three adventurers and the other monsters, Keon was unable to identify the monster's classification and level. Nevertheless, his keen observational skills allowed him to gauge the opponent's levels to some extent, even without directly consulting their status screens. F+, haha, this is going to be easy money. I say we go after it. You said that you would be able to track it, right? Sure, but what about these guys? Keon pointed to the three young adventurers who had been injured previously. They had been weakened, and one of them could not walk on his own. This was when the previously silent member of the group approached. Despite his imposing appearance, his eyes showed a glimmer of concern as he examined the injured adventurers. I'll take them to safety. Let us leave it up to Dedrick. Eventually, the leader of the group gave in to the request, and they split into two groups. Dedrick took charge of guiding the three injured adventurers to safety, with the plan to reunite with the main party afterward. Meanwhile, the remaining members decided to pursue the monster, their aim to complete their mission and perhaps get a better reward after. They moved quickly through the corridors, effortlessly dispatching the low-ranked F-monsters that posed no challenge to their skilled party. After a while, they reached a juncture, a place that they didn't expect. Hey, isn't that one of yours? Yes, it is. Can you still track it? For a short while, but... The group found themselves in an unexpected location at the stairs, leading to the lower floor of the dungeon. The arrow that had pierced through the living armor's forearm lay on the ground, indicating that the creature had descended further into the lower level. Can irregular monsters normally go between floors? They shouldn't. Now this is getting even more interesting. An irregular monster that acts like a monster from outside the dungeon. The dwarven man was quite intrigued by this turn of events, but now the party needed to make a decision. Should they venture further down into a potentially more hazardous area, or would it be wiser to contact the guild and request backup before proceeding? What was up with that guy? Why was he so fast? Rusty asked himself while almost tumbling down the stairs to the lower floor of the dungeon. A hole remained from the arrow that had pierced through his arm, but its size didn't warrant spending his precious bronze resources on repairs just yet. 1 bar of bronze from his stash tab could mend a much bigger opening, so it was better to save it until his injuries increased. As a monster, he didn't experience pain and wouldn't suffer from conditions like bleeding, but was instead reliant on external factors for his healing. If he ever found himself battered without enough bronze ingots around, he would be done for. Until finding or developing a passive method for repairs, he needed to be extremely watchful of his body's status. The encounter had left him with more questions than answers. He hadn't anticipated such a powerful opponent appearing out of nowhere. Fortunately, his secret technique had proven effective, and it confirmed his observation of his humanoid enemies. Their eyes were a weak point that he could exploit with bright lights, something that he was also immune against. Well, I should be safe now, at least I got in some practice, so it wasn't totally a waste. Next time I'll be victorious. He was not someone to dwell on past mistakes, and even in this loss, he could see the value in the experience. It demonstrated that he had indeed become much stronger than before and showcased his capability to contend directly with adventurers, at least the ones that visited the first floor of the dungeon, without truly needing poison. It gave him a small confidence boost, but also showed that he wasn't quite there yet either. My attacks lack a bit of weight to them, though is there something that I can do about that? After the confrontation, he realized that his hollow body was a serious weakness, and addressing this fact could enhance his all-around strength. While contemplating this important issue, he encountered his old friend, the zombie with the slack jaw that he caused. After observing this monster's size, he was surprised by its perfect dimensions that were just below his. Instantly, a thought crossed his mind. What if he allowed himself to be worn by this zombie? Would he be able to become a lot more robust? This was quite an intriguing idea, and he approached the slack-jawed zombie to test it out. Placing his helmet on top of its head was relatively easy, but it became increasingly challenging to position any of his other parts. He managed to dislodge his breastplate and strap it to the monster, but anything after that became a puzzle he could not solve. The moment he removed one of his gauntlets, it became impossible to affix anything else. Also, removing his sabatons or greaves just caused him to lose his balance instead, even though the zombie isn't moving much. The main problem was that he had to split his perception between multiple parts, something that he was unable to do at least at that moment. Moving each part independently proved to be quite challenging for him, and without some external assistance, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to place himself onto the other monster. Feeling a bit frustrated with the failed attempt to combine with the zombie, Rusty decided to focus more on his current concern. He was able to get away from the adventurers, but he might not be lucky the next time. It seemed that he might have to abandon his more honorable approach of one-on-one fighting. Instead, he would need to revert to his old tactics or further develop his abilities to eliminate those fighters before they could seek help. The lower floor was dimly lit by flickering torches, casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls. The faint echoes of distant water drips echoed through the distant passages but were interrupted by something. Rusty had not gone far from the stairs and suddenly heard some footsteps coming his way. Normally, he wouldn't make much of it and just move to a location that the adventurers didn't usually travel to. However, the voices that he heard sounded quite familiar. "Let us hurry, my skill won't last for long. That living armor could not have gone far. Right behind you." The first voice sounded similar to the archer that had pierced his body with a simple arrow, and he was not alone. At the moment, they were still far away, but these sounds that the tunnels were producing were sometimes misleading. Rusty knew that he was unable to defeat that one adventurer, even more when he had more help. There are others with him, I should probably hide. For the time being, he didn't think much of it. This second floor was bigger than the upper one, and the many winding corridors made it harder for anyone to track anything down. After spending some time here, he knew of a few hiding places that were usable. After blending into the shadows as best as he could, he began to make his getaway. Those footsteps, they just keep getting closer. How do they know where I am? The footsteps drew nearer, and it didn't seem that even ducking into other corridors was achieving the result he expected. Typically, adventurers would eventually choose the wrong path, allowing him to escape. However, for some reason, these individuals were able to track him down immediately. At this juncture, Rusty was not fully aware of tracking skills or how they functioned. He could only increase his pace and attempt to get away in a different fashion. Eventually, he managed to reach the graveyard area where his undead allies were waiting. Swiftly, he grabbed a new bow and a few arrows from a nearby skeleton scout and made his way toward the poisonous leeches. Just after securing some ammunition, his pursuers finally emerged from the same corridor he had come from. They were quite vocal about their arrival, and it became clear that he was their main target. There it is. It looks slightly different than the rest. That classification, a Twilight variant. Ever heard of something like it? No, but I bet that its parts will sell for a lot if it's a unique, irregular variant. Let's get it. If he had eyes, they would be opening wide now. The people came all the way here just to get to him, and it seemed that they were even aware that he was a corroded twilight bronze armor, different from the rest. He was not sure why this made him a better target than the other monsters, as he was not aware of adventurers selling monster parts for money. However, he did not panic, but instead aimed with his trusted bow and arrow. They don't have a cleric in their party, so I should have the advantage. Rusty held the environmental advantage in this area, as it had been a proven hunting ground for him. The only downside was that these adventurers weren't attempting to round up the undead skeletons and zombies beforehand. While the creatures were rising from their graves now, they would likely not be able to surround the adventurers as easily. Thus he began employing the old poison tactic, and soon a cloud of purple mist began to envelop the area. This thing, how intelligent is it, to actually use those poison bugs like this? Quite the crafty rust bucket. Wouldn't it be a corroded bucket? The archer turned to the party leader with the question while she was left without a retort. You know that bronze doesn't rust right. It corrodes. It's iron and steel that does that. You didn't know that. Just shut up, the lone woman from the adventure party shouted back at the archer. Rusty looked from afar and was slowly starting to get irritated. There was a sense of leisure around the group, as if they weren't taking it seriously. It started becoming clear that these people didn't consider him a tough opponent, and he could tell it from their expressions. The other adventurers that he managed to hunt were different when he confronted them, but these people showed no fear, just contempt. To show them that he meant business, he finally aimed his arrow toward one of them, and the designated target was the smallest one who wielded a strange large weapon. He appeared to be the slowest among the group and likely the easiest target. After piercing a leech with his arrow, Rusty swiftly shot it towards the man. Even if the arrow was deflected by the man's weapon, the poison would still linger. To his surprise, something strange occurred. The man who had previously shot him with an arrow aimed his bow upward. It flashed with a pale blue light for a second before he released the projectile. It traveled in a peculiar arch to collide with Rusty's arrow and suddenly diverted its path to the side. You're not getting any of those past me. The archer snorted after executing the skillful ranged attack, but the situation was far from over. While Rusty couldn't directly poison them, the chamber was gradually filling up with the toxic mist. The area Rusty stood in was already covered in the poisonous haze, as he had stepped on a few of these worms beforehand. To approach him, they would need to wade through it and contend with the zombies heading their way. Put on your masks and don't get injured. As long as you don't breathe in the poison or let it seep into your wounds, it's harmless. We know. Before the purple cloud could envelop them, they donned strange-looking masks on their faces. The masks had large round shapes covering their eyes made of glass, and a prolonged bottom part with another strange-looking circular add-on. It was an unfamiliar sight to him, but soon he would comprehend their purpose. The group casually walked into the mist and, to his surprise, effortlessly dispatched the zombies as if they were nothing. They can resist poison like me. This was not what he had anticipated, and panic began to set in. His entire strategy hinged on the poison affecting the fleshy humanoid adventurers, but they didn't seem affected at all. He overheard them discussing something about wounds, and he was certain that, at most, he could injure one of them before the other two closed in. It dawned on him that the poison was now ineffective, and that the best course of action was to flee. Rusty retreated with haste and used his knowledge of the dungeon layout to navigate to another location. Now that he knew that escaping would be difficult and that poison didn't work, there were other means he needed to implement. The adventurers efficiently dealt with the small zombie horde and relentlessly pursued him. While none of the creatures in the dungeon posed a match for them, not all hope was lost yet. Hey, wait, this is. Next up was the trap puzzle corridor, where he had previously defeated his second adventure party. Rusty waited on the other end as he was a few steps ahead of them. Once the party of three found itself inside of it, he threw a large boulder at one of the tiles to trigger the trap. He observed the door closing and trapping the adventurers within, giving him a chance to escape. Will this be enough, or can they still find me? Having successfully trapped the group in the corridor, Rusty pressed on further. He wasn't sure how they were able to track him, but perhaps if he got far enough away, then eventually he would elude their pursuit. His body wasn't particularly fast, but it never tired. Soon he arrived at the location where he had dispatched the third party. There a large gorge with flimsy bridges waited for him, but he did not cross it. The bridge led to the third floor that he could not pass into, and instead, he aimed to go into one of the other corridors. To his surprise, before he could attempt this feat, a strange sound appeared from behind. The lone entrance where he was trying to escape through was hit by a strange arrow that, after embedding itself with the top part, created a strange white barrier that looked a bit similar to a spider's web. He wasn't sure what to make of it, but it was created by his pursuers. And when he attempted to push it to the side, his metallic hand had become stuck. You're not going anywhere, just wait there, you damn pile of rust. What's with this cowardly monster? It's just trying to lead us into traps and dead ends. This is getting annoying. Let's just kill it already. For a moment, Rusty thought that he was actually in the clear, but the three adventurers didn't stop chasing him. Going by their tone, he was aware that they were losing their temper and also getting tired of the chase. He assumed that eventually the stamina debuff would kick in place, and they would have to at least postpone their chase, but now he had no way of escaping. His gauntlet was stuck in this spider web trap that had been created out of nowhere. Luckily, he could just relinquish his gauntlet as it was not something that he required to survive. Now he was left with only two options. Either he could face the angered adventurers or cross through the short, flimsy-looking bridge. I don't think I can take them in a fair fight. There's only one way for me to survive this. I need to get to the other side. Uncertain of his chances, Rusty forced himself to take the bridge. On the other end, other monsters could potentially aid him. However, that wasn't his plan as one of his hands was already missing, and battling was improbable. After quickly reaching the wobbly bridge, he started to cross it with the three people following after him from behind. Once I get to the other side, I'll just cut the rope. This seemed to be the only way he could envision escaping the situation. After crossing to the other end, he would slice through the ropes holding this bridge together. This action would likely send his pursuers plunging into the seemingly bottomless pit below and let him live another day. While the plan seemed sound to Rusty, there were some factors he hadn't taken into account. One of them was the other monsters on the other end that after he was about a quarter way through, started charging in his direction. Rystal, hey stop, do you want to die? If we wait he's going to run away. What are you waiting for? Just stop stupid, think for once. It appeared that these individuals were not as oblivious as he had assumed. Only the shortest one attempted to cross the bridge, but the other two stopped him from going. Meanwhile, Rusty struggled to find his balance with his missing gauntlet. Around the halfway point, the entire bridge started to wobble violently as the other monsters were coming closer. Soon they were trying to push themselves through him to get to the other side. Their intent was clearly to attack the adventurers that he wished to escape from. This isn't worth it, Livy. Yeah, just do it, Keon. The leader nodded and the archer notched his arrow. Soon, it flew through the air and collided with Rusty's backplate. He was instantly pushed off balance, but managed to prevent himself from falling. Giving up was not an option, and he pushed himself forward to try and get to the other side of this bridge. In his mind, if he could get there and cut the ropes, then the adventurers would have to eventually give up on their chase. However, a second arrow found its way into his armor and collided with his foot. It was exactly at a moment when he was taking an important step, and finally, he started falling. His only working hand attempted to grab onto something, but it was to no avail. Soon, Rusty found himself airborne, tumbling down into the darkness below without anything to hold on to. Damn thing gave us enough trouble, let's just get that one part it left and get out of here. The trio of adventurers didn't even care as they watched him plunge to his demise. The only thing on their minds was now profit, and staying here would be a waste of time. As Rusty descended toward his demise, they shifted their attention to the approaching monsters and the leftover gauntlet. Their minds had already moved on from this entire encounter, leaving Rusty with nothing but falling into the darkness and looking forward to the inevitable collision at the end. That was an annoying pile of rust. You mean corroded, right? Just shut up about that already. Let's just get out of here. If you so please, madam. The archer from the group attempted a very formal bow, or at least something resembling it. His lack of training in such matters made his performance rather stiff. The team leader Livy sighed and delivered swift punishment to her party member by kicking his leg. Instantly, the man recoiled in pain, but luckily most of the damage was taken away by his shin protector. Ow, not the shin. Stop playing around, let's get that gauntlet that monster left and get out of here. I bet Dedrick probably got lost somewhere in the dungeon again. He should have caught up to us by now. The dwarven warrior responded after extracting his halberd from the undead creature he had just defeated. A few of them made it over the bridge that their target had fallen from. While they intended to capture the entire creature, it was sufficient to bring a part of its body to present to the guild as proof. It doesn't look much better than the metal from the other living armors. Can we even sell this for more than a silver coin? I don't know, it had a strange name to it. Never heard of a Twilight variant. Maybe we can sucker in one of those alchemists. Those guys. Yeah, those idiots love to pay good coin for these unique monster parts. Livy dislodged the gauntlet from the sticky net that it had been stuck to. After looking at it for a moment, she shrugged and tossed it into a bag that was carried by her warrior friend, Rystal. Let's find Dedrick and grab whatever else we can from this low-rank floor, but it probably won't be anything worthwhile. The trio soon left with their spoils and left the fallen living armor behind. In their minds, this was the end of their mission, and after reporting their findings to the guild, they would be done with everything. Hey, Keon, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Livy spotted her archer party member looking at the seemingly bottomless pit without moving and eventually moved over to confront him. What is it? I don't know, but I didn't hear the voice of the world. Oh, do you think it might still be alive? I'm not sure this pit is deep. It could be out of range for me to get any experience, or perhaps I didn't do enough damage for it to count. Well, not like we can do anything about it now. We'll just report this to the guild too. Both of them glanced down, but eventually retreated to the path they came from. Even if the monster somehow survived, it was much too weak to pose a threat to most adventurers. All the group of adventurers could do was relay this information and then collect their reward. They didn't care about what the guild did afterward, nor did they concern themselves with the safety of other adventurers who might be in danger. Somehow I'm still alive, but I might not be for long. For a moment, Rusty found himself falling into the deep and dark gorge that seemingly had no bottom. While he didn't quite reach the bottom and his fall had been cushioned, he still found himself in a dangerous position. At some point during his descent, he collided with something that softened his fall. It was similar to the sticky net that had ensnared his gauntlet, but it was on a much larger scale. He couldn't move and, just like before, was stuck. The fall had dislodged some of his armor pieces, and he was missing one of his legs. His armor had somehow survived the fall but had become cracked in a few places. While he was still alive, a big problem was approaching, and it looked rather hungry. A creature emerged from within the darkness. The absence of any light didn't pose a problem for Rusty, as he was still just a piece of living armor. He perceived the world differently than humans, and even in fully darkened places, he could still see. This creature was quite large and slowly crawled toward him on its 8 legs. It resembled some of the bugs he used to kill to gather 1 experience point, but it was much larger and looked much more dangerous. What should I do? He tried to wrestle himself out of the sticky net but was unable to move. His movements seemed to only irritate the large spider creature that was approaching, as it shook the web he was entangled in. When he looked around, he noticed that he was not the only one there. Many other creatures that had now turned to skeletons or were wrapped up in the netting were present. Perhaps even the adventurer that he had caused to fall into the chasm had made his way down. There is something different about this creature. It doesn't feel like it belongs here. One particularity about this monster was that it felt different than the dungeon monsters he had previously encountered. Within the dungeon, there was a type of sense of belonging. It was a sort of barometer that every creature there had, and it helped him distinguish between his allies. It seemed as if this thing was not born of the dungeon, and it wouldn't hesitate to tear his body apart. To make things worse, this spider monster was already munching on Rusty's missing leg. He could see his sabaton vanishing into its gullet. He knew that these creatures normally preferred to munch on more fleshy monsters, but this one seemed to have an appetite even for metal. Considering that he couldn't move at all, this seemed like the end of his adventures. Just as he had managed to escape the group of adventurers, he was now going to really perish again. Will I lose my levels and evolution? He was not afraid of death, as the 2 previous times he was just reformed as the same corroded armor. However, after gaining many skills and experiencing his first evolution, he was unwilling to simply give up. An emotion akin to pride began forming in his metallic form, and he could not be sure if reviewing was even an option. For some reason, he felt that the dungeon's influence was a lot weaker here, and that if he accepted his fate now, all of it would end. But how do I get out? I can't even move. Even though he wanted to resist, there was no way of doing it. The monster was already on top of him and munching on his other leg. Without any problem, it bit through his remaining quiss and was on its way to eating him alive. Fear bottled up inside of him as he tried to exude more of his strength, but it was to no avail. The monster placed one of its legs on his backplate and plunged it right through. The difference in power was apparent, and even without this spider web he was in, there was no chance of him coming out on top. There has to be something. The monster was busy eating his body parts, but he wasn't giving up. His remaining arm was still holding his sword, and in a last-ditch effort, he decided to use one of his only skills. This skill was not known for its damage, but perhaps it would do something. Thus, suddenly a burst of light enveloped his weapon and illuminated this entire darkened area as if it was day. Goh. To his surprise, the monster that was holding him tightly reacted quite strongly, and this wasn't all. The webbing that he found himself trapped in did the same. For some reason, it started to dissolve the moment the radiance took over this place. While the monster didn't die, it was as if the light he was producing was able to burn through its body. The part of the web that was around the sword became loose, and soon after his whole arm was free. Now that he could move it, he realized that there was a way to free his remaining body parts. After a few strategically placed cuts, he was finally able to dislodge what remained of his form. At the moment, this was his right arm and upper body with both legs missing and no left hand. It was quite the predicament. At least the monster had retreated into an opening in the wall. Where am I? While he could see inside the darkness, it didn't mean that he could perceive things that were too far away. With the help of the light, he could now see this place and perhaps a way to save himself. There were some holes within the walls of this chasm, but there was also no visible bottom that he could see. One such opening wasn't that far from his location, and perhaps he could reach it. There was one problem, though. He would need to get there first, but most of his lower body was missing. At first, he thought about restoring his damaged body, but such an act would take some time. While the monster spider had retreated to a nearby hole to save itself from the light, the radiance would not last. His magic points had not fully recovered, and thus he would be unable to activate this skill again. Considering that this monster wanted to eat him, it would probably attempt to stop him. I should have some time, it's better than nothing. The plan wasn't very safe or plausible, but there was nothing else he could think of. After the light on his sword started to die down, he holstered his blade and used his only good arm to pull himself forward. At the same time, he quickly brought up his stash tab and willed it to use one of the bronze ingots to restore his lost gauntlet. It would take a few moments for it to reform, but with 2 working arms, he would be much quicker. Its many eyes focused on the suit of armor that was crawling away. It gave chase, but at a slower pace. It seemed to still be wary of the light that had been previously produced, and its body was even sizzling from the damage it received. Rusty continued to crawl, and after restoring his second hand, he continued at a faster pace than before. Time was running out, and the monster continued to approach Rusty from behind. He did not turn to look, but continued crawling forward until he reached the end of the road where only one large strand of webbing remained. With one hand, he grabbed the robe-like web and used his other hand to cut it. However, even when his sword collided with it, the webbing didn't give out and he was seemingly stuck in place. Guh, the spider gave out a strange sound while increasing its pace. It seemed to have now fully recovered from the light attack and was unwilling to let its prey escape. The 8 legs were utilized to quickly bridge the gap that had been created. If one isn't enough, Rusty wasn't willing to give up. He had come too far to be just eaten by this thing, nor did he want to fall to his death either. Just like he had announced, if one strike was not enough, then he would try again until they were. His sword began to chip and dull, but he did not relent. Until the end, he did not give up, and just as the giant spider was about to pounce at him again, the webbing finally gave in. The sword he was using broke at the exact moment Rusty sliced through. One hand clung to the rope like web thread, and he was now swinging through the darkness. His path took him towards the opening in the wall that he had previously seen. As he flew through the air, he felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. While the monster didn't give chase, he did not truly judge the distance too well, and instead of ending up in this opening, he collided with the wall on the side. This isn't good. His metallic fingers pushed into the rocks instantly, but he started sliding down. He desperately tried to grab onto something, but the smooth surface of the wall offered him no grip. Rusty slid further and further down with an increase in speed. Panic set in as he realized that he might end up falling into the abyss after all. Instantly, he attempted to grab onto something as his fall still continued. The empty hole took him by surprise, but he was able to grab onto the edge to keep himself from sliding down more than before. His body, now consisting mostly of his upper torso and limbs, didn't weigh that much, so he was finally able to hold himself together. Then with haste, he started to pull himself up into the narrow opening that had appeared. There wasn't much space here, but enough for him to finally relax. I'm safe, I survived. If he was a human being then, he would be sweating bullets by now. He was still stuck in a void filled with darkness where he couldn't see the bottom nor the top. If he wanted to get back to the dungeon where he came from, then climbing seemed to be the only way. However, the metal-eating spider monster was above him, and perhaps more of the same types lurked in the darkness. But now what? With the light from his blade gone, he couldn't see that far anymore. There was an ever-encompassing darkness very reminiscent of the void that he came from. He thought of restoring his body now and attempting to climb up. Rusty was a monster that could not tire out, so perhaps he would be able to eventually crawl to safety. However, the walls were quite flat, and just like before, he would probably just end up sliding down and further towards the bottom. It looks like I should be able to squeeze through. If going up wasn't an option, then perhaps the hole he discovered would give him some answers. While it was small, in his current diminished form, he would be able to crawl through. When looking inside, he could see that there was more space inside, and it seemed to lead somewhere. Without much hesitation, Rusty decided to venture into the darkness of the narrow passage, or more precisely, squeeze himself into it. His bronze body scraped on the jagged edges of the rocks and created a somewhat uncomfortable sound. Instantly, he could hear some movement in the distance, as if something outside had been awoken. Quickly, he pushed himself inside while not caring about the damage he was sustaining, and eventually, he was able to force his mangled body into the narrow opening before something loud and heavy landed close by. As he crawled more inside, he could feel something hitting his backplate that became even more dented than before. Luckily, he was left with a small amount of hit points that allowed him to get to safety. Whatever tried to grab him from the other side relented, and finally, he could truly take a breather. He was now in a new place, somewhere where even the monsters were trying to attack him. For the time being, he decided to take a breather. His body was battered and scratched all over, and while he still had some bronze ingots to restore his body, his resources were limited. He needed to pace himself as the challenges that awaited him were unknown, and perhaps finding bronze in this area wouldn't be as easy as before. That's better now, what should I do? Rusty had expended a large amount of bronze to restore the rest of his body to its original shape. After crawling through the initial hole, it gradually expanded enough for him to walk on both his metallic legs. The entire place felt somewhat peculiar, as if still under the lingering influence of the dungeon, but not entirely so. While he was falling down the large hole, he also heard the voice screaming at him before suddenly going silent. It was as if something had severed or blocked the connection he previously had. However, this was still similar to him going down to the second floor, where the connection was lessened as well. Once here, he also noticed a new peculiarity. If that thing tried to eat me, I should probably assume that those aren't friends either. Classification: minuscule meum ant drone L 4G+. Type: insectoid. The first thing that caught his metallic eyes was the creature's head. It had two large antennae that were constantly twitching. It had a set of mandibles that opened up the moment he was spotted. Its size wasn't that large, as it reached up to about his knee, but it was also somewhat lengthy. The monster had two other main parts besides its head, and was somewhat similar to the monstrosity that had almost eaten him. However, it has one less set of shorter legs, not as many eyes, and its coloring was dark brownish. Is it charging? Rusty had been able to reform his body and blade with the help of his leftover bronze. His resources were running low, and he was down to 2 more bronze ingots. To his knowledge, there was no bronze to be gained here, so he couldn't let himself be damaged anymore. This large ant monster didn't seem to be a friend like the skeletons or zombies. He needed to protect himself. The ant monster hurled itself at him as soon as he made himself known. Preliminary analysis indicated that this was a G+ rank monster, and not something Rusty had encountered before. Rusty, classified as an F rank monster with some F+ stats, found himself unsure whether this made him stronger or weaker than the creature. However, judging by its movements, he was inclined to believe that it was actually much weaker than him or any of the monsters he had encountered before. Its attack pattern was quite rudimentary, as it came at him in a straight line. The only weapon it possessed was a pair of mandibles that could potentially chew through his armor, a theory Rusty was unwilling to test. Instead, he sidestepped the attack and instinctively activated his power slash move. His sword executed a swift downward strike, effortlessly cutting the creature in two. You have gained +10 experience points. It's kind of weak. The monster ant proved unable to withstand more than one hit from his sword. In comparison to all his previous experiences with adventurers, this monster felt like a joke. It moved slowly and approached him without any strategic or intricate thought. Then, to make things even better, the experience gained from defeating it was much higher than from any other insect or rodent he had faced. While it didn't come close to the experience received from killing an adventurer, the risk factor associated with this creature was rather low. Isn't this rather good? Maybe I shouldn't return to the upper layers. Rusty thought to himself, as his main reason for existing was still the pursuit of power and further evolution. He was able to attack the monsters here and gain much more experience than when he was on the upper levels. The adventurers he had previously hunted proved to be too much for his current capabilities, but these G-rank ant monsters could be just the thing that he needed. Oh, there is a lot of them. While he had dispatched the first minuscule meum ant drone, more of them appeared afterward. He assumed that these creatures functioned similarly to the monsters he was acquainted with. If they were any more close by, they would be drawn in by the sounds or some other commanding voice. Soon, instead of just one ant, there were 5, and the battle started again. They started coming at him from the front, as there was no other way to approach him. At first, he imagined that this would allow him to take them on one by one. However, some of the ants started to crawl on the sides of the tunnel, and one moved onto the ceiling. They attacked him from all directions, and the battle got quite hectic. After thrusting his sword into one of the monster's abdomen, another one bit his left leg. Soon after, another descended from the ceiling and met a swift end as he cut it in half. Its green innards sprayed onto his armor, but it didn't bother him too much. It appeared that this time around, his armor was sufficient enough to prevent any substantial damage. The monster's mandibles were bending the bronze, but they couldn't rip through it. Finally, his armored form was coming in handy, and he quickly dispatched the 5 other dog-sized insects. All this experience, this is great. Rusty began to cheer as he gained 60 experience points in a matter of minutes. Previously, it would take him multiple hours of trying to find small rodents or other creatures to achieve the same result. It was not something he was accustomed to, and he craved more, and to his surprise, this was not quite over. Oh, they are still approaching. This is becoming a bit troublesome perhaps. While he loved the continuous experience grind, the monsters kept appearing, and he was forced to endure more annoying attacks. His armor managed to withstand the assaults, but the more ants bit the same spots, the sooner he would start losing body parts. He utilized his swordsmanship as best as he could, but he felt that he couldn't sustain something like this forever. After another 5 minutes, there were now more than 15 corpses in the corridor where Rusty had appeared. He had managed to push through and finally arrived at a fork in the road. The chamber he entered had multiple entrances, and from several of them, he could hear some suspicious echoes. It was evident that these monsters were being attracted from a greater distance. His skeletal friends and other living armors weren't capable of such feats, and he was realizing that this place probably held some other secrets he didn't know. I need to leave, even though they are easy to kill. I can't handle hundreds of them at a time. He was aware of his limitations and unwilling to allow himself to die. Many things have changed, and he now didn't expect to be rebuilt as the previous 2 times. He would also be unable to return to this place, at which he arrived through sheer luck. It was best to find a safe corner in this new part of the dungeon, where he could take a moment to reassess the entire situation and formulate a proper plan. That one seems safe. I can't sense any sounds or movement. Rusty did not have ears either, but he was somehow able to perceive sound waves in some way that he didn't fully understand. Soon he ventured into this path, which was scarcely illuminated by the strange insects on the ceiling. Normally he expected to make a clean getaway, but to his surprise, the monsters were following after him. It's similar to those humans. They somehow know where I am going. Finally, he realized that these monsters might never let up and that he needed to do something. Rusty didn't really have a clue as to how all of this was happening, as the monsters from his dungeon level had no such capabilities. While running, he tried to strain his metallic brain for answers. Memories from the demon lord and hero had become quite faint since he visited the Soul Forge, but he was somehow able to decide something. The monster blood, perhaps. After confronting the first few monster ants, he became covered in their insides. The armor he was wearing was now coated in green goop and various liquids from the monsters. However, even if this was the cause, what was he supposed to do about it? The mess was all over his body and covered all the main parts. Even if he took himself apart, there would still be remnants of the ant remains left on his armor. He would only be making himself weaker for the next confrontation. Misfighting the only way. Maybe eventually they will give up. This was a possibility, but he didn't truly have enough information about these new creatures or the layout of this new part of the dungeon. His only weapon, that was his sword, wasn't looking too great either. He would probably need to spend another bronze ingot to repair it, as it was already chipped in a few places. With this thing in mind, he continued on his way, and perhaps along the way, he would find something that would allow him to survive this. Should I follow these glowing bugs? He could hear the clicking and clacking of the monster ants behind him, and after a while, he arrived at more forks that led to more tunnels. These passages he was traveling through were starting to become wider and also brighter. Rusty noticed that some tunnels were more illuminated than others, as if the glowing bugs were attracted to something there. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like he should follow the well-lit passages. After increasing his pace, something caught his metallic ears, a sound that he had not heard before. At first, he was apprehensive about moving forward, but the sounds of angry ants behind him forced him to move forward. Eventually, he arrived at a larger chamber with a strange new thing he had previously not seen before. Is this water? Where is it all going? This might have been a mistake, as he arrived at a well-illuminated area, but there was nowhere else to go. Below him, he could see a large stream of water that was flowing at a rapid pace in one direction. The only problem was that there were no other tunnels that he could now go to, but the ants were still chasing him. Should I go back? Rusty turned around and considered his options. He could either push back into the corridor and face the approaching ants or turn around to face the tides. It was not a bottomless pit, and it seemed that the water should at least be able to wash off the smelly insect bits from his body. He wasn't sure if his metallic body would be able to float, but it could be the only way to get away. After looking back and forth, he decided to give it a go. The monster ants were easy enough to beat, so perhaps finding a safer route would be better. However, the moment he took a few steps towards the passage he came from, he noticed a huge problem. There weren't just a few ants, but they had turned into a massive surge of multiple insect bodies coming his way. He managed to dispatch a few before quickly retreating to the area with the water. Now, diving in didn't seem like such a bad idea. Well, I survived last time. There was no other way out, as countless monster ants were pouring out of the corridor and crawling up the walls. If he tried to go back in, they would quickly surround him and bite him to death. Even if he could defeat multiple tens of them, eventually, he would probably succumb to the horde he was facing. The decision was made for him, and he found himself jumping off the ledge into the rapids below. The last thing he saw was the many ants on the ledge looking down at him. Luckily, it didn't seem like they liked this river too much, as none of them decided to jump down after him. He was quickly carried away while bumping into some rocks, and his body, at first, remained on the surface, but eventually started to fill up with water. With more weight, he started going under, but before he was fully submerged, a large log came flying in. Rusty identified this log as something that could keep itself above the currents, so he clung to it with all his might. The lone log carried him downstream, and he had no idea what was happening around him. Light kept expanding the more he traveled through this rapid river, and other sources that he couldn't fully identify yet showed themselves. The current started to pick up speed, and the surroundings began to change. He soon found himself in a wider area where he spotted some other monsters on the side. It were some other ant-type monsters, but some of them were larger than the drones he had seen before. They stood on the sides while he continued to cling to the log and go downstream to eventually fall down another hole. It was a waterfall that he arrived at, and during the fall his grip became loose. His helmet had started to fall off and he had to grab it to not lose his head. Thus, he found himself free falling and made quite the splash down below. Once underwater, he collided with some other debris brought down by the water and continued to flow further down, but eventually, he reached an end. Rusty clung to some branches that allowed him to float forward, and eventually he could feel some ground under his feet. His body was filled up with water, which made it hard to move forward, but luckily the area he came up in wasn't that deep. The waterfall made a lot of noise in the distance, but besides it, there was no one here. No monster ants or other creatures, but instead a well-lit area greeted him. As he was slowly lumbering out of the large body of water, he raised his helmet up. Quickly from his neck cavity, a large amount of water started to spray out along with a fish jumping out that used his body as a submarine. It flopped around in the air and then plunged back down into the small lake that had formed down here. Rusty continued to move forward while parts of his body continued to leak, and only after getting out did he start looking around. This area was quite shiny, with many crystals producing bright lights. They were in the walls, on the ceiling, and all around the area. Other minerals were also sticking out that he couldn't identify, but this was not what he was focusing on. The lights here felt a bit similar to something, and that something was the light attack that he could produce with his sword. Perhaps, just like with the spider, this light could be the reason why there were no monsters here and why the ants did not follow him. Should I use this area? It doesn't seem like it's used by anything or anyone. Rusty pondered his options as he stood in the illuminated chamber, dripping water and surrounded by sparkling crystals. The absence of any immediate threats gave him a moment to think and plan his next move. The water that still clung to his metallic frame dripped onto the rocky ground and created small puddles that reflected the ambient light from the crystals. While he wasn't sure about the connection these glowing crystals had with his sword skill, they seemed to be repelling the monsters and keeping them away. It was perhaps possible to use this chamber as a safe haven, something that he could turn into a base. Identification: Petty Light Crystal. A crystal filled with a minuscule amount of the light element. And what about this bigger one? Identification: Lesser Light Crystal. A crystal filled with a small amount of the light element. It doesn't seem like I can store them though. I bet they would probably come in handy inside the tunnels, as those ant things don't seem to like the light. They are fine with those other glowing bugs though. I guess it's the light element part and not the actual glow. I can store these though, at least the petty ones. Identification: Petty Mana Crystal. A crystal filled with a minuscule amount of mana can be used to restore MP. But how do I use these to restore my MP? After realizing that he was relatively safe, he explored the area and found these two resources. The white glowing light crystals could provide him with a place to rest and run away to, while the blue ones could perhaps make battles easier. Basic power thrust and slash were his two main attacking skills, but they needed MP to be used. After a few swings, he would be drained of that resource and need some time for it to recharge. His identification skill suggested that it might be possible to use the smaller blue crystals in some manner. Thus, he decided to test this by using up most of his mana while away from the area with the mana crystals. There was another path leading out that eventually turned into a dark corridor that the passive effects could not reach. There he held one of the small mana crystals to see if it would do something. It's not really doing anything. I was recovering more mana back in the crystal cave. Rusty wasn't sure what he was doing wrong or how to tackle this issue. He tried holding the crystal closer to his body and even attempted to place it inside his own metallic body. These attempts went unrewarded as nothing seemed to be happening, but then, with some luck, he managed to figure it out. When he attempted to retrieve the crystal from within his body, he fumbled a bit. The shiny stone landed on the ground and cracked slightly. It seemed that these strange minerals were quite brittle, and even a small fall would cause some damage to them. However, once some cracks were revealed, a tiny amount of strange blue mist emerged for a second. Oh, my MP bar jumped up by a few points. The moment his body came in contact with this blue mist, he recovered some magical points. To further test this incident, he picked up the cracked stone and crushed it into fine powder. This produced a more intense mist that somehow was sucked into his metallic body and quickly restored his MP to full. So that's how you do it. Just crush it and it's done. Rusty cheered at his new discovery and quickly made his way back to the cave filled with these crystals. He was able to store the smaller ones that were about the size of his thumb in his stash tab. Would you like to store petty mana crystal inside of your inventory? When he focused on the mana crystal, he was eventually given a prompt by the world system. Under the window with the message, there were two buttons, one in red that said no and one in green that said yes. He had learned that he could either will it to be activated or press it down with one of his metallic digits. For some reason that he didn't fully understand, it felt better to poke at it with his digit instead of forcing it with his mind. It was also a bit faster when he didn't have to focus his brain too much. Storage capacity for this item has been reached. Oh, what is this now? After acquiring exactly 10 of the crystals into his stash tab, he was unable to put in any more. There were hundreds of these small ones in this cave, and even larger ones that he couldn't even process. However, for some reason, there was a limit to how many of them he could carry in this stash tab. He could see the number under the icon representing them, and was unable to switch to any of the other squares inside of his inventory grid to fit any more of them. Strange, I guess there are some limits. Rusty was not sure why he was being limited by this system, but perhaps if he leveled up, more inventory space would be freed up. It seemed that something was trying to keep him from acquiring too many of the good items early in his evolutionary journey, and having too many of the lesser ones wasn't possible either. 10 isn't bad though, should be enough for now. He wasn't deterred by this turn of events, as having more mana was always a plus. With the help of these crystals, he would be able to defeat more enemies, and returning here to restock was always an option. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, as it would keep him more grounded. Otherwise, he could end up venturing too far into the unknown caves and get himself slain by some entity he doesn't yet understand. I did overdo it with those adventurers. Maybe if I didn't kill so many, those strong ones wouldn't have appeared. Rusty pondered over his recent experiences and decided that a more cautious approach might be more beneficial. The illuminated chamber with crystals had provided him with a sanctuary of sorts, a place where he could recover and strategize. This would be his new base of operations, the lair of Rusty the corroded twilight bronze armor. Now it's official. I think humans put symbols on the things that they claim, so this cave is now mine. I will call it Rusty's Lair of Crystals. There were 3 main parts to this place. One of them was the waterfall and lake through which he entered this area. It was an open space surrounded by light crystals and luminescent insects. Further inside was the cave with the blue crystals and some other minerals that he wasn't sure about. Further away was another passage that led out and into a new dungeon area where he expected to encounter some monsters. 2 entrances, one through the waterfall and the other one through this path. Should I bring some of the light crystals over here to keep monsters from approaching? He had marked his new base, but something was missing. This entrance was quite dark, and it was even possible that some monsters would chase him further inside. To alleviate this problem, he decided to bring some of the light crystals over here. These were octagonal with pointy endings, while the blue mana crystals were more rock-shaped. After yanking one out of a crystalline structure, he was on his way to bring it over here. However, once on the path away from the main cave, something strange happened. The once bright white light started to fade away, and once at the destination, the crystal was barely producing any light. What is this about? Rusty was surprised and quickly began doing some tests. After going back a few steps, he noticed that the light was becoming brighter, but the further away from the main cave, the less did the crystal shine. He wasn't sure what this was about, but it seemed that it wasn't possible to take these light sources with him, something that he was actually planning to do. This sucks, now my perfect plan is in shambles. After the realization, he felt quite sad. He had intended to stick a few of these inside of his body. If the monsters didn't like the light, then perhaps it would function similarly to the poison leeches he discovered on the 2nd level of the dungeon. Now he realized that it would be pointless to bring these crystals with him, as they would only make his body more sluggish. This just leaves one more problem. Where will I find some bronze? It was time to head out of this place to continue his adventure, but one problem remained. There were no metals in this place that he could use to help restore his body. After the fall, he had gone through most of his reserves, and killing the monsters here also wore out his sword. Eventually, he would run out and his body could collapse. Thus, his first task became to localize a source of either bronze or copper and tin. If he was able to do that, then this place would become a true heaven for leveling. I think there are places called mines in underground areas like these. Maybe I can find one here. It was time to embark on a new quest to become stronger. He knew that he needed to be careful, as this was a truly new place without any allies. Previously, he could use other monsters to hide himself, but now, his situation was more similar to the adventurers he had defeated. It was probably best if he learned from their mistakes and didn't dive in too deep. Is there something that can aid me to not get lost? Before venturing out, he created a simple map of the areas that he had encountered here. He continued to add things to the well-lit walls, and this caused him to notice something. In the dungeon above, the walls and ground tended to mend itself, but it didn't seem to be the case here. Even after more than half an hour had passed, he couldn't see any changes to the scratches that had been created. Rusty wasn't sure if it was possible that he had left the dungeon he was born in or that something else was at play here. Perhaps this crystal cave area was unique, but he would only find out once outside. There was a possibility that these white and blue crystals had something to do with it, but he couldn't be sure. Thus, the first thing he did was begin marking the walls after leaving his new lair. If the markings that he left remained in place, then it would mean that he was perhaps not in a dungeon anymore. He didn't need to go far to arrive at a new location, this one also near some water. It was a larger chamber with a high ceiling and a place with many stalactites hanging up from the ceiling. To his surprise, he was not alone here as some monsters resided in this place, different ones than the minuscule Miam ant drone he encountered. Classification: Lesser Giant Centipede L2F. Type: Insectoid. First monster he noticed was quite long, with many tiny legs coming out of its body. The centipede had a glossy, dark exoskeleton, and its numerous legs produced a clicking sound as they skittered across the ground. At first, he thought that this thing was swiftly moving towards him, so he drew his sword, but it stopped in its tracks. What is it doing? This monster was about as long as 3 drone ants put together and was certainly stronger, but it was still something that he could probably handle. It supported the rear of its body with some of its legs while rising up to make itself taller. After using some mandibles to produce some strange sounds, it retreated towards the small river in the middle of this chamber. At this point, Rusty had already prepared his sword to strike this large insect, but instead of lunging forward, it just retreated without doing anything. What are they all doing? The lesser giant centipede wasn't the only monster here, as there were others of different types. Rusty saw some slug monster not that far away, slowly crawling over to the river and placing its head inside. Some of the ants were also there doing the exact thing at this flowing river. While Rusty didn't need any food or liquids, the other creatures did. It seemed that they were all gathering in this large cave area to do this and not attacking each other while doing so. They are getting along. But not quite. At first, he thought that these large insects were just part of the dungeon, much like he was with the skeletons and zombies. He was unable to attack the other monsters either, but he considered himself to be a bit more unique. The ones here were clearly on edge, and some of them were even hissing at each other. This area was perhaps some type of safe ground where these monsters didn't want to attack each other. There are a bunch of them here, but they don't like each other. He was not sure how this truce came about, but instead of making any sudden movements, he just watched. The monsters seemed to act in a sort of pattern. They would hiss at each other before going towards the flowing river from which they would quickly drink and retreat. There were many of them here, and each type slithered or crawled into a different corridor. Eventually, a thought crossed his mind, and he quickly started identifying more of the monsters, searching for ones that would be the easiest to slay. Most of them were of similar strength and ranged from the F rank to the F+ rank, with the weakest of the bunch being the ants that he had encountered previously. The only reason the other monsters seemed to be afraid of these ants was their sheer numbers. Classification: Lesser Giant Beetle L3 F+. Type: Insectoid. Those ones look the hardest. Would I be able to damage it with my sword? He concluded that going after the ants would probably be the easiest at first. They were the only monsters that were below F rank, and he could kill a drone with one swing. While they would quickly try to attack him together, as long as he didn't enter their lair fully, he would probably be safe. Yes, this is probably the best plan. I will slowly conquer this place, and after I evolve, his body began to shake with anticipation, as this place was providing him with an almost perfect hunting ground. There were various monster types that he could face and slowly build up his levels. He could start with the weakest and slowly build himself up towards stronger ones. It was time to begin his conquest of this area and make himself the strongest. Rusty was now determined to establish his dominance in this new cave system. Carefully observing these monsters would give him important insight into their weak points. He made sure to look for softer-looking spots in their bodies he could sink his blade in. Most of them used their mandibles as main weapons, but other ones like the slugs seemed to use something akin to acid instead. The hunt had now begun, and he would rise above all. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Whoa, I gained a level. But I better keep on running, Rusty said to himself while trying to put more power into his metallic legs. The ground underneath was quite uneven, and his body was not suited for such a fast pace. His metallic legs clanked against the rocky ground as he sprinted through the twisting tunnels of the cave system. The echoes of his footsteps were mixed with the angry hisses and clicking sounds of the pursuing ants. They are really angry. Well, I don't blame them. I did kill quite a lot of them this time around. As he navigated the passages, Rusty continued to glance at the glowing light insects on the walls. These creatures, just like the monsters here, needed water to survive and would remain close to their source. The main watering hole in this dungeon attracted a lot of glow bugs, and this was where he was heading. However, the large ant monsters didn't relent and kept on pursuing through the series of tunnels he had memorized. It seemed that these tunnels were not the same as the dungeon that he came from. Each mark that he left behind remained and allowed him to maneuver back to his lair. There was one problem. Just as he could place markings on those walls to create lasting holes, so could the ants. He quickly made a discovery about these pesky creatures that slowed down his exploration attempts. These strange ants liked to tunnel through the rocks and left smaller passages through which he couldn't fit through. They all connected to larger corridors like the one he was running through and allowed his enemies to come from various directions. It was the same now. During his sprint, one of the little buggers jumped at him from above. It came through one of the many openings in the walls that were hard to make out and sometimes blended together with the scenery. The ant lunged itself onto Rusty and landed on his helmet, which it promptly started chewing on. "Get off me." He wanted to shout but failed to have the vocal cords to do so. The monster trashed around and tented his marvelous visage slightly before he could wrestle it down. Soon after, the monster found itself without a head after he activated his power slash skill. His sword started glowing red and increased in speed to deliver a devastating blow to the monster. "You have gained +8 experience points." Huh, 8 not 10. Was this one different from the others or something? Rusty found himself perplexed as he noticed a decrease in the amount of experience points he received. All the little ant monsters were giving him 10 experience points each, but now for some reason, he was receiving less. On his way out, he confirmed this number change by dispatching a few more of the troublesome insects. There was little time to dwell on this issue, as Rusty had to navigate through another obstacle first. Eventually, Rusty managed to outmaneuver his pursuers and finally arrived at the glowing oasis where the other monsters gathered. The gentle sounds of flowing water were interrupted by his clacking and the screeching insects behind him. A whole battalion of drones swiftly surged through the cave opening and entered the watering hole area. This was all according to Rusty's well-thought-out plan, and the moment he arrived here, there was nothing to worry about anymore. As the Miam ants displayed their aggression, the other monsters within the cave began to react. Even in the dim confines of the cave, certain rules governed these creatures, and engaging in combat within this space was one such rule they couldn't breach. "Oh, they are fighting. I need to use this chance to get away." The acidic slug creatures spat at the approaching ants, while one of the large beetles used its mandibles to fend off the invaders. They took the outburst as an unprovoked attack that went against the unwritten rules here. Rusty took advantage of the chaos and slipped away from the battleground. He moved silently, avoiding the attention of the battling monsters, and made his way back to his own lair where he was certain to find peace. "That could have gone better, but I did it. I leveled up again. Now I'm one step closer to evolving, but not quite there either." There was one big problem, and it was visible on his status screen. His health points were going down. His only weapon, which was a slightly corroded blade, kept breaking, and he needed to restore it with the help of his old bronze resources. Living beings could restore themselves by just sleeping, but he was different. His health pool would not regenerate by itself. He needed to find a metal deposit, and he needed to do it quickly. "At least I don't suffer any negative effects from low HP." Though unable to regenerate like humans, Rusty enjoyed certain perks of his unique physique. One of them was that he didn't really feel pain, nor would he slow down with holes in his armor. As long as his joints functioned, he could persist in continuous movement without experiencing fatigue or succumbing to statuses like bleeding. "I'm level 6 now. In 4 I should be able to advance to a new form again and restore my body then, but will it be able to hold out for that long?" He had a sinking suspicion that such a feat would be somewhat difficult. The monsters he faced had an inclination to swarm and attack from all directions due to the holes in the tunnels. He was receiving small dents and gashes while fighting. This would probably lead to his demise as a more crucial part of his armoring gave out. Losing a leg or an arm would likely make further leveling impossible. But how will I find bronze or other metals? Think, Rusty, think. Where do metals come from besides from adventures? Rusty started straining his empty brain to find an answer to his problem. He had ventured into the caves but had not been able to find much. The insect creatures were made of other materials than metal, and he could not integrate their carapace into his metallic armor. Even after searching around, he was unable to discover any bronze deposits, and he had a few options left. Either I keep it safe and go at it slowly until I reach level 10, or I go in deeper. He was pretty sure that things like metal ores existed. They were rock formations that should contain the resources he needed, and were usually found in places like this underground area. Rusty was also sure that he would need to find both copper ore and tin ore to produce bronze, as his body was an alloy of the two. "I don't need as much tin though, so copper is the one I truly need." He retained some leftover resources from his previous scavenging endeavors, with a surplus of tin ore compared to copper ore. To produce 1 ingot of bronze, he required 3 copper ingots and only 1 tin ingot. Due to this ratio, Rusty had managed to accumulate extra tin ingots during the period when he was absorbing weapons and other living armors. Thus his quest for the precious metals continued. After bending some of the dents back into place, he set out back to the watering place. Upon arrival, he noticed a lack of interaction among its inhabitants. He saw a few dead ants on the ground, likely a result of the group hastily retreating after being attacked by the larger insectoid types. If I only knew what to look for, Rusty came to a halt and surveyed the various entrances, each harboring a different type of enemy. At this point, he opted to confront the lesser ants that were a rank below him in strength. The other monsters looked a lot tougher, and his sword would dull rapidly if applied to their tougher carapaces. Identification: brittle rock. A slightly more brittle rock than usual will crumble under pressure. Well, this isn't it. Identification: hard rock. A harder rock required more pressure to break, not it either. Rusty found himself identifying various rock formations while combing through this underground lair. It seemed that the ant drones had dwindled slightly and did not appear as much at their usual spot. This allowed him to go further to attempt to identify the minerals on the walls. However, there was nothing besides rocks of various shapes, sizes, and colors that were of no use to him. That was until he encountered one of his friends. You have gained +8 experience points. 8 again. If he had a face, he would be frowning after defeating the monstrous ant. It was alone, but he knew that eventually new ones would appear. It became clear that these monsters could somehow communicate with each other through means he didn't understand. After finding a dead ant, others would eventually appear, so he knew that time was of the essence. Wait, what's that rock stuck to the ant? He didn't really have much time to identify his adversaries as they tended to swarm around him, but this time around, he noticed something stuck to its carapace. Identification: copper or pebble. A mineral containing some copper metal can be processed with other such minerals to produce copper. Oh, it's there. He quickly grabbed the small pebble that was stuck to the dead monsters and examined it further. This happy moment didn't last for long, as when he attempted to quickly absorb the copper inside this tiny ore fragment, he couldn't. The amount of copper is too small, too small. Rusty wasn't expecting to get much out of this little rock, but he wasn't given even 1% to his copper stash. Not everything was lost. If this ant had this pebble, then it meant that more was around here somewhere. After identifying the corridor that this monster came from, he made his way towards that location. As Rusty ventured deeper into the tunnels, he encountered more of the ant drones and, to his delight, discovered additional copper ore pebbles clinging to their bodies. However, the amount of copper in each pebble remained minuscule, and putting them together didn't show any results either. It was clear that to make this work, he would need quite a bit more, and it needed to be in one piece. Should I continue or come back later? He started to weigh his options as he had pushed into the ant nest further than before. It was clear that he managed to diminish their numbers now, and the other insects had also helped him in this endeavor. I guess going a little further than this shouldn't be a problem. I'll just run again if I have to. After making up his decision, Rusty followed the trail of copper pebbles to a new location. The corridor he was following had traces of the same pebbles, along with strange noises coming from the same direction. To not allow himself to be discovered, he slowed down his pace and finally peeked out into a seemingly large chamber within. What is that? It's a lot bigger than the others, but it's stuck. Rusty almost retreated after seeing a strange insectoid creature within this chamber. It was many times larger than the ant drones, but of similar shape. After a quick identification attempt, he was able to unearth its name along with some interesting facts. Classification: Lesser Mium Ant Queen L7F+. Type: insectoid, a queen. So is it their leader, or is there a kind somewhere too? He started looking around, but he did not discover any other large ants like this one. However, this didn't mean that there weren't some peculiar-looking oval-shaped things. They were all over this chamber, and some of them were even moving around. Identification: minuscule Mium ant. Contains a minuscule Mium ant inside, which will hatch after a week has passed. To make things even more interesting, he could see how these eggs were being produced. At first, it seemed that the queen ant was stuck, but this was not the case. It just had a really large rear part that was also white like the eggs it was producing. This large organ was connected to the ant queen and seemed to weigh it down. Once an egg was squeezed out from the rear, one of the ant drones would carry it away to a larger pile. So that's how these ants are created. But wait, I'm not here for this. Where is the copper ore? Rusty realized that he was running out of time. He had not been discovered for now, but that could quickly change. Finally, in the distance, he saw something interesting. It was a wall plastered with minerals, many resembling the copper that he was here for. There was one small problem. The wall filled with copper ore, and perhaps other metals, was right where the large ant queen resided. It probably won't just let me take it after I've killed so many of her children, will she? This was quite problematic. He had potentially managed to discover a small mine that could help him restore his body. However, if he wanted to take it, then defeating this large monster and all of its minions was a necessary task. He was severely outnumbered, and the last boss was also the largest one that he had ever seen. I can do this. I've leveled up, gained experience, and learned from my encounters. This is just another challenge on the way to becoming strong. Rusty pumped himself up while trying to take in the sights of this chamber. While he had decided to take the whole ant colony on, it didn't mean that he would do it by himself. There were ways of lessening his burdens, and tactical thinking was still key. Rushing in like a madman could always be done later, but first, he would use his surroundings and tactics just like he did in the upper levels of the dungeon. That one looks to be a bit smaller than the other ones, it should do. Luckily, these guys don't go around in such large groups like the other ones, and judging by its level, it shouldn't be that tough. Lesser Giant Centipede L1F. Rusty identified his new opponent and judged its power according to his old stats. When he was a level 1F type monster, he was much more sluggish and uncoordinated. His hunting target this time around was not a Miam ant but a centipede-looking monstrosity. It had a long body and numerous legs, making it swift and agile. Rusty figured that it could possess a venomous bite, but with his metallic body, this was a non-issue. After stalking this weaker one to this more secluded location, he decided to initiate his new plan. To get rid of the ants and their queen, he needed some help. For this purpose, this centipede was required, or to be more specific, its innards. With a plan formed in his metallic mind, Rusty waited for the best moment to go for it. His living armor frame seemed to give him an advantage over these monsters. If he remained perfectly still and had no other insect sense on his metal, he would be considered an inanimate object. He just needed to place himself inside of a corridor and wait for his victim to appear. Then, just as the insect was crawling through, he activated his power thrust. His sword started glowing and plunged itself into the monster's head. With a swift and well-executed strike, the monster's weak point had been hit, something that Rusty had also eventually discovered. The adventurers and even these insects all had a similar weak point, which was their heads. Cutting off this monster's many legs or even body parts would not be the smartest move, as he had seen it fight with some ants. Going for the head was always the best solution in battle. You have defeated the lesser giant centipede. You have gained plus 25 experience points. The lifeless creature now lay in the corridor, its legs twitching sporadically. Rusty immediately got to work by grabbing the long monster and placing it over his shoulder. The fresher the remains were, the better, so he needed to make his way towards the ant lair. There were a few things that he had noticed about his current adversary and how they could seemingly track him everywhere. After making sure that the coast was clear, he made his way into the ant colony. Their numbers had dwindled since he had begun hunting them, but with that queen there, it was a temporary situation. To make sure that they continued to go down, he wanted to start a fight between two of the species living here. Then when the moment was right, he would strike and get to that large copper deposit that he needed. A smaller pack should be somewhere there. Rusty knew that patience was key, and he had taken many days to get used to these underground tunnels. He kept avoiding the insects and just gathering information about their movement patterns. Only after having enough data about his current opponent did he decide to act, and this group of 3 ants would be the start of his ploy. After placing the body of the lesser giant centipede to the side, he engaged with the trio of minuscule Miam drones. The ants were a bit confused by the body of the other insect that was tossed to the side, but quickly identified the metallic suit of armor as their main adversary. Rusty, who had managed to level up, didn't have a problem handling 3 drones at once, and soon they all fell to his blade. Afterward, a blue crystal appeared in his hand, which he crushed immediately after. Quickly, all of his MP was restored, which would allow him to perform more powerful skills if the need arose. He was still in enemy territory, and keeping himself prepared was crucial. Being attacked down here was a constant possibility, and he intended to get out of here without sustaining any further damage. Now, to make it look believable, Rusty began his plan of getting the 2 insect types to fight by placing the dead centipede in the middle of this battle scene. Around its body, he placed the recently defeated ants, and to make it move believable, he even placed one of their legs into the other insect's mouth. These things seemed to be territorial, so this should work, I think. The monsters that he was facing seemed to use scents of other creatures to keep track of everything. He figured this out after being constantly chased by them within the tunnels. Each time he got some of their bodily fluids on his armor, they would somehow manage to track him. However, after washing up in the waters down here, they would be unable to track him any further. Inspired, Rusty contemplated the prospect of spreading the scent of another insect to see how the ants would react. Could it potentially confuse them or divert their attention towards one of the other monsters in the underground domain? It was clear that they all had their separate territories that met up at the main watering hole. While they seemingly adhered to a peculiar pact of non-aggression there, Rusty wondered whether introducing the scent of a centipede inside the ant territory would be enough to break it. After carefully setting the scene, Rusty retreated to a safe distance and observed. The scent of the lesser giant centipede mingled with the ant lair, and eventually, a drone appeared on the scene. Their antennae started twitching, and it seemed like they were on high alert. The drone approached cautiously, investigating the scene of the staged battle. Rusty couldn't see that well from his viewing angle, but considering that the monster didn't instantly identify his position, something had changed. I better get out of here. I think the centipede's scent might be masking me for now. His armor had caught some insect fluids, and his sword was also covered in them. This was also part of his plan, as he wanted a trail of both the insects leading out. Once the ant pointed its head in his direction, it was time to move. From time to time, he would rub the blood-covered sword on the sides of the walls to keep the scent fresh. As he moved, he could hear the faint sounds of the ant drones following the scent trail that he placed. It reached the watering hole and towards the direction of the centipede territories. Quickly after, he ran towards his lair where more water resided and where he could wash up. Then when the time was right, he peeked out to see if his plan had been successful. Oh, they seemed to be mad at each other. After returning, he saw both sides squaring off against each other. On one side, he saw multiple ant drones, and on the other, two giant centipedes. Both insect times were locked in a fierce territorial dispute, mandibles clashing and legs moving. However, after a few minutes of posturing, both sides started retreating to their sides, and no actual war had started. It seemed that it would not be that easy to trigger both sides to engage each other. Maybe I'll need to create more conflict to escalate things faster. Rusty pondered his next move as he watched the tense standoff between the ant drones and the giant centipedes. The initial plan had worked to some extent, but it seemed that the territorial dispute might need a little push to turn into a full-blown battle. Seeing that his previous plan had partially worked, there was no need to think about it but continue with it. Thus, for the next few days, he began placing carcasses of centipedes into the ants' colony. To make things look even better, he began to do the same with the other side. He wanted to make it look like both sides were encroaching on each other's territories. At some point, one side would probably give in to their urges and finally attack. However, even after a week, they still continued to act in a somewhat passive way by just gnashing their mandibles at each other. It's not really working, but maybe if I do this. Rusty had begun to worry that his perfectly created plan would not work. Even after going back and forth between two insect territories and suffering some further damage, nothing had changed. The ants weren't showing signs of launching a full-scale attack on the centipedes, and vice versa. It seemed like he needed to escalate the conflict further. I wish I still had a bow with me. I guess this rock will have to do. While he lacked a projectile weapon, his basic power shot skill seemed to work with some thrown objects. If he got a large enough rock, he could add some momentum to it. Thus he took aim at one of the stalactites hanging above the insect monsters. He aimed to rouse some of their protective instincts. If even one of them attacked the other group, then his job would be done. With a swift motion, Rusty hurled the rock toward the stalactite, causing it to detach and crash loudly onto the ground between the ant drones and the giant centipedes. The sudden disturbance startled both groups, and their antennae twitched in agitation. The drones, who interpreted the falling stalactite as an attack from the centipedes, quickly charged forward, and the insect battle had finally begun. Rusty was elated by what was happening and remained hidden as the chaos unfolded. The centipedes, after noticing that the ants were charging, quickly retaliated. Their long bodies twisted and turned as the skirmish between the two groups erupted. The ants outnumbered the other group, but they were smaller and weaker creatures. It required at least 3 or 4 of them to take care of one of the giant centipedes. The underground battleground echoed with the sounds of clashing mandibles and skittering legs. The battle was fierce, and even some of the other insects from other groups started taking part in the extended melee. It was actual pandemonium, and Rusty was a bit surprised at the scope of it all. Did I overdo it? He asked himself while retreating to his lair and waiting. While the monsters were fighting, it was impossible to go to the copper mine that he desired. Rusty remained patient and continued to wait while stocking up on the mana stones. He hoped that this insect war would allow him to gain a valuable resource, but he could not leave it all up to the centipedes. That queen ant was still there, and he had no way of telling if they would be able to contend with it alone. The constant aggression between the insect species that he sparked started to dwindle. Eventually, he was able to appear at the old watering hole that had been transformed through the day-long battles between the monsters here. Just like he had calculated, these beings were different from the ones from his dungeon. Their corpses were everywhere, and he needed to capitalize on these dwindling numbers. The once large groups were now reduced to scattered survivors, each side nursing wounds from the prolonged conflict. It was at this point that Rusty decided to make his move. This time he did not need to be that stealthy, as both sides had retreated into their lairs. After confirming that the coast was clear, he made his way into the ant tunnels that had become filled with the remains of insect combatants. The way looks clear, but I should hurry. If that queen is still alive, it will produce more drones if I wait for too long. With urgency, he navigated through the tunnels. The remnants of the battle were evident, with the scattered carcasses of ants and centipedes creating a gruesome path. The once lively tunnels were now eerily silent, only interrupted by the occasional clicking sounds of injured ants or the faint echoes of distant skirmishes. The battle still raged on, but both sides had diminished in numbers. While he was not here for leveling purposes, he couldn't help himself to defeat a few ants and injured centipedes. This allowed him to notice a discrepancy in the experience gained again. It seemed that injured monsters gave fewer amounts of points compared to uninjured ones. You have gained plus 13 experience points. As he moved in deeper, the monster's remains started to dwindle until none of them appeared again. He could see some markings on the ground and insect parts here and there. It was as if something dragged the remains further in. These lead into the queen's chamber. I wonder what they are doing. Rusty continued pushing on until he arrived at the place with the copper vein. Before entering, he made sure that everything was in order. This was the place of the final battle, and he knew that he would need to probably face a large group of either the ant monsters or the centipedes. To no surprise, the chamber where he spotted the copper vein and many eggs was being guarded. Many drones were there, but also remains of the other insects had been dragged before the queen. She was in the process of devouring the centipedes that were also smaller in size. Are they trying to restore the numbers? Think she is producing more of those eggs than before? Rusty knew that there wasn't much time. The number of drones that had survived had dwindled, but it would eventually be restored. This species seemed to be weaker than the other, but they also probably could replenish their number faster. Their main tactic was swarming their opponents with numbers, and after these eggs all hatched, he would be unable to conquer the copper mine anymore. Still, their numbers are quite great here. I probably won't stand a chance if I just go in like this. He knew that going in with a tactical mind was the key to victory. While he strived to be the strongest, the time for pushing forth was not yet there. However, he had a plan on how to further weaken his opponents, and for that occasion, he had brought over one of the large light crystals from his lair. The real fight starts now. Don't forget to follow, favorite, and rate. Rusty positioned himself strategically, making sure he had a clear view of the Ant Queen and her chamber. With the light crystal emanating a faint glow, he waited for the perfect moment to initiate his plan. The drones seemed to be preoccupied with the queen as they were regurgitating something into her mouth. Considering that she couldn't move from this place due to the large abdomen, it was probably food. Classification: Lesser Mium Ant Queen L7F+. Type: Insectoid. There it is. If it can only stay in that one spot, then it shouldn't be that hard to defeat. He needed that copper deposit that was sitting next to the monster's enlarged rear end. Even now he could see white eggs coming out of it and getting carried to the side. It seemed that these things took some time to hatch, and even now some of them were growing. The forces of the ants had been diminished, but they still had a large group here. Several of these tunnels connect to this main chamber. If this crystal does its job, then I should be able to do it. Despite being nothing more than a sentient piece of armor, Rusty experienced a peculiar sensation in his core, something akin to emotions. Emotions, both excitement and fear, coursed through him as he contemplated the impending battle, a battle that could potentially result in his final demise. Yet he recognized the necessity of confronting the Ant Queen to strengthen himself and overcome the challenges of this insect-infested underground. Restoring his body was necessary for his future survival, and he understood that this battle could not be avoided. No way to go back now. If I wait, these ants will just come back in greater numbers. What if they eventually overrun those other insects? After pitting the two species against each other, it appeared that the ants were beginning to win. While the centipedes possessed larger and stronger bodies, their cooperation was more than lacking. It was likely that the ants would emerge victorious in the end. However, this victory could lead to a larger issue, as he would be against even greater numbers than before, something that he would be incapable of handling. Here it goes then, come at me. It was time to start his plan, and the first thing he did was to place the large light crystal on the ground. Next to it, he started stashing the other mana crystals, and stopped after it was glowing gently. Then he started making some noise. While he was not capable of shouting, hitting his chest with his metallic gauntlet was enough to produce quite a ruckus. The drones that had been busy feeding the queen and handling eggs instantly turned in the direction of the strange living armor. There was a small swarm of them in this chamber, and he would certainly be defeated if he attacked the queen with all of them in there. Thus, he decided to lure them out and make himself a target. Just as he expected, the small drones tossed themselves at him the moment they saw him. They seemed angrier than usual, probably due to the fact that he had invaded their colony's innermost sanctum, where their queen resided. The large ant gave out a strange hissing noise in his general direction, which seemed to call forth even more ants. One ant tossed itself at him, and he quickly cut off his head, its fluids falling on him just as he had planned. Soon after, he turned around and started to run while ensuring the drones followed him. He could hear the skittering of their legs behind him as he led them away from the queen's chamber and deeper into the labyrinth-like tunnels of the ant colony. Rusty knew he couldn't afford to let any of them catch up to him, as a swarm of angry ants could easily overpower even his sturdy metal frame. However, he also didn't want to actually flee to safety. The angry ants needed to be close enough to keep following him, and the more the better. After spending some time fighting these monsters, he had memorized a few paths and also marked them for easy use. He continued to lead the ants on a wild goose chase through the tunnels, and eventually, he made his way back to the chamber where his target resided, the Ant Queen. He had gone in circles to return to this place that was now a lot emptier than before. Where is that crystal? With haste, he tossed himself at the magical crystal that he left to the side, and now it was time to finish up his trap. He produced many smaller mana stones that he could store in his stash tab, and with their addition to the other mana crystals, the light started to shine brightly. It encompassed almost half of this chamber, and most importantly, the tunnels that he led the ant drones into. Please work. While he had performed a few tests with the insects, he wasn't sure if this light was all that it took to keep them at bay. It worked in his own lair where there were many, but he could only bring enough mana stones to make one of them shine brightly here. Luckily, the moment the radiance took over, the ants stopped in their tracks and could not go any further. Haha, I knew it would work. Rusty raised his arms up into the air and cheered again, something that he started doing whenever performing well. His plan had succeeded thus far, and with the ants halted by the brilliant light emanating from the crystal, it was time for battle. The queen was still there, along with a few leftover ant drones that had higher levels than the rest. It seemed to be her honor guard, but it would not be enough to stop his charge. Let's finish this, come ants. 6 drones remained in this egg-laying chamber, and they quickly charged at him with their mandibles clicking in agitation. With his sword at the ready, he faced them head-on. The first swing instantly decapitated one of them, and soon after it plunged into the second one. 2 of them were instantly down, and he quickly retreated before the third one could pounce at his helmet. Ha, I know all your attack patterns, you silly ants. You'll have to try harder than that to defeat me. Rusty danced between the attacking ants, using his superior agility and combat skills to outmaneuver them. With each precise strike of his sword, he managed to take down another drone to reduce their numbers even further. Despite their numerical advantage, the ants seemed unable to land a solid blow on him, and even when they did, his armored frame proved too hard to bite through. Soon the 5th one was down on the ground, and only one lone drone remained between him and the screeching Ant Queen. She was constantly clicking and clacking her mandibles in his direction while giving off strange sounds. He wasn't sure what it was about, but he believed that she was trying to call for more help. Luckily, the light within this chamber was keeping the other drones at bay as they couldn't enter this place. Rusty advanced forward with a confident stride. The remaining ant drone charged at him with desperate ferocity. Rusty sidestepped its attack with practiced ease, then countered with a swift and precise strike that severed its head from its body. There was no need for fancy skills, as he could read this little monster like an open book. As the final drone fell to the ground lifeless, Rusty turned his attention to the Ant Queen. She was a formidable opponent, larger and more heavily armored than the drones. She had sharper mandibles of greater size, and her legs seemed like they could pierce through hard rocks. But Rusty was undeterred, as this monster had one big weak point. It could not move due to the large rear part attached to it. Regular ants had 3 main parts: the head, the thorax, and the abdomen. This lesser Miam Ant Queen was slightly different, as she had a 4th appendage to which her abdomen was connected. It looked like a large white caterpillar, and it was thicker and longer than her entire main body. Due to this strange egg-creating organ, the queen found itself rooted in place and dependent on her drones for everything. They needed to feed her and also to protect her. Finally, Rusty approached the Ant Queen with caution, his sword gleaming in the dim light of the chamber. The queen clicked and hissed as she sensed the threat he posed. She swung her massive front legs at him along with her mandibles in a warning, but he remained unimpressed. As long as I judged the distance well, I should be able to kill her. While this ant monster was a lot bigger and better armored, it was still just an ant. It had the same weaknesses as the smaller ones that he could exploit. After fighting the smaller drones for so long, he had identified gaps in their insect armor. These spots were usually at the joint areas, or at the parts where the head, thorax, and abdomen connected. However, when it came to this one here, there was an even bigger weak spot. He circled around the Ant Queen to arrive at the strange-looking organ she was connected to. His sword moved in a thrusting motion as he pierced it from the side. Instantly, he could tell that the monster was in pain and receiving damage. He wasn't sure how other creatures worked in this world, but everything had health points. It was possible to defeat some monsters by hitting the same spot over and over again. In this case, that was also part of his ploy. Don't hate me for this, Ant Queen, I need that copper. Thus he continued to hit her weak spot over and over again while the monster trashed around in agony. Her movements became more erratic, and her attempts to defend herself grew feeble. The once mighty monarch of the ant colony was now reduced to a wounded creature, or so he thought. His assault was relentless, but the queen still had one trick up her sleeve. He could see the monster's health bar with the help of his identification skill, but he was sure that it was going down. But his enemy didn't want to just give up and die. As he was stabbing the rear end continuously, the Ant Queen started thrashing even harder. It was to the point that he could see the caterpillar like rear organs sliding forward with her. Wait, what is it doing? The monster was doing something strange. It was doing something to its abdomen, or to be more precise, to the part that connected to the egg-laying organ. It started to stab it while also yanking itself forward, as if it was trying to tear it off and get free. This doesn't look. He realized that he might have underestimated this monster's tenacity. The Ant Queen's attempts to free herself were becoming increasingly frantic, and she was starting to separate herself from the rear organ. The rest of her body was mostly uninjured and probably capable of defending itself. Eventually, he attempted to switch to attacking the main body, but after a few pokes, he found it hard to pierce the carapace and even the weak parts. His corroded sword had become dulled with time, and he wasn't sure if the time to spend his restorative resources was wise. Thus he continued attempting to stab the monster and slash at it with the help of his power skills. With the added momentum and attacking power, he managed to dislodge one of the monster's hind legs. However, the monster wasn't letting up and finally managed to separate its main body from the organ. It had managed to free itself and first fell forward in a daze. Rusty didn't panic yet as he tossed himself at the creature from behind. He would not relent until the queen was defeated, but even after landing a few hits, the monster was still not dead. It turned around and angrily launched itself at the living armor that had been giving it pain for so long. The monster ant was bigger and stronger, so his body was flung into the distance and collided with the nearby wall. The monster gave out a massive shriek of anger, and its antennae continued to twitch with anger. It looked at Rusty, who was rattling around and trying to gather himself off the ground. His foot was loose, and so was his left arm. With haste, he attempted to set himself back into place, but the monster was coming. It charged with speed and force that he had never seen before. Rusty scrambled to his feet, his damaged body protesting against the sudden movement. With his sword in hand, he braced himself for the incoming assault. The Ant Queen charged at him relentlessly, her mandibles snapping menacingly. He intercepted them with the help of his sword, or at least attempted, but to no surprise, his sword finally snapped in two. His body was slammed against a nearby wall as the Ant Queen attempted to gut him. However, even though her mandibles were sharp and bit through his bronze body, this was not the end. He retracted his broken sword, stuck it into the monster's mouth, and then quickly activated his strongest skill. The ant monster's mouth started glowing along with the leftover part of his blade that he enhanced with the light element. These monsters were all susceptible to this element, and he could infuse his weapon with it. Once inside the monster's mouth, the glowing sword entered its body and made it retreat. Rusty could see that the queen was in disarray, and he needed to quickly follow up. This was the time to spend the rest of his bronze and conjure up a new blade. The holes and gashes on his bronze body started to rapidly restore themselves, and he was granted a replacement sword. Soon after, his only leftover mana crystal was crushed to restore his MP. All of his bronze reserves had been just consumed, but he didn't care. The foe needed to be defeated first. Soon he launched himself at his adversary, his blade glowing red as he launched a series of powerful thrusts and slashes. His attacks were precise and relentless, each strike aiming for the weak spots he had identified earlier. The Ant Queen, now weakened and disoriented, struggled to defend herself against Rusty's onslaught. Her mandibles snapped wildly and even were able to produce new wounds on his metallic form. However, he did not care and only plunged his sword into one of the monster's eyes, and finally the monster was faltering. With each strike, Rusty felt a surge of power coursing through him. This was his moment to prove his strength and resilience. He refused to let the Ant Queen defeat him. He would not fall after coming this far. The cavern echoed with the clash of metal against chitin as Rusty and the Ant Queen engaged in a fierce battle. Despite her size and strength, she had been injured too much, and the metallic armor proved to be more resilient. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Rusty delivered the decisive blow. His sword pierced through the weakened carapace of the Ant Queen, dislodging her head along with it. Without being able to screech in agony, the queen collapsed to the ground, her body unmoving and lifeless. You have gained plus 250 experience points. You have gained a new title. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Haha, I did it, but while he was happy that he had been victorious, there was one little problem. The light crystal that he had left behind was starting to dim, and behind it was a sea of angry ant drones. They were clearly enraged by the death of their queen, and probably wanted to have a nibble at his metallic body. Don't forget to follow, favorite, and rate. Give up already, your queen is already dead. A shriek escaped from an ant and was soon followed by another as they charged at the monster that defeated their leader. Rusty took up a stance and prepared himself for the onslaught of angry drones. He knew that despite his victory over the queen, this wasn't over yet. The light crystal had dimmed and some of the drones managed to slip through, but he was not scared. Victory was near. As the first wave of drones descended upon him, Rusty swung his sword with precision to deflect the initial mandibles and slashed through their exoskeletons. These smaller creatures were not much to him who had just managed to gain another level. With each swing of his sword, more of the bodies riddled this chamber. You have gained +6 experience points. The drones kept coming, seemingly endless in their numbers, but Rusty fought on with determination. He was a whirlwind of steel amidst the swarm. Despite their ferocity, the drones were no match for his strength and increasing skills. He never tired and their numbers started to dwindle. You have gained +6 experience points. Eventually, the ants' numbers started to dwindle, and the robust suit of armor raised his sword for the last time. With a final and resounding swing of his sword, Rusty cleaved through the last of the ant drones. Their lifeless bodies now riddled the entire chamber. The chamber was now eerily silent and quickly became dark as the light crystal dimmed fully. Rusty stood amidst the carnage with his sword broken and body battered, yet victory was still his. I thought they would never stop coming. Rusty couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had emerged victorious against overwhelming odds by defeating both the Ant Queen and her small army of drones. His efforts had not been in vain, and he had proven that he was a capable warrior. Now all that was left was to take the loot that he had fought for, but first, he needed to glance at his status screen. I've gained 2 levels and I'm almost level 9 too, but they almost got me. I don't have many hit points left. Rusty's body was mangled up and had several large gashes in it. Luckily, he wasn't missing any important parts and could still move. This body of his was quite robust, and unless his parts were severed, he could keep on moving. However, it would eventually give up and he would be unable to move. At this moment, he could barely move forward without his legs breaking apart. I haven't got any new skills lately. That's a bit strange, but I did gain a new title. I wonder what it does. Ant Slayer. Title. A title gained by defeating a large number of ant-type monsters and their queen. Whenever fighting other similar monsters, the person with this title gains a 1 damage bonus. Just 1%. That doesn't sound like much, but I guess it's better than nothing. His level had increased and more power coursed through his body, but it wouldn't last for long. He needed to restore it before leaving this place, and the copper vein here was what he needed. After placing his hand on the rock formation, he awaited for his system to initiate. He had not had much use for his SB for a while, but absorbing this copper would change that. The amount of copper is too large. It's too large. Previously it was too small, but how do I make it smaller? Before him was a large wall filled with copper ore that he needed to chop into smaller pieces to use. His body was mangled, and it was the same for his sword. It would probably break if he attempted to strike this wall with his weapon. While copper would allow him to restore his weapon, it still felt like a waste to ruin it before it was truly worn down. He also lacked one other resource, which was tin. Before finding it, he needed to conserve all resources. Rusty pondered his predicament for a moment and considered his options carefully. He needed a way to break down the large wall of copper ore without damaging his already worn-out sword. As he scanned the chamber, his eyes fell upon the carcass of the Ant Queen. Perhaps this could be of some use. She was able to pierce through hard rocks with those legs and mandibles. Rusty approached the carcass of the Ant Queen and inspected her mandibles. Despite the damage inflicted upon her during their battle, they remained sharp and sturdy. However, they were still attached to the monster's large head and perhaps not the best option for now. Some other severed appendages were also there, which were the Ant Queen's legs. They were much lighter, but also seemingly sturdy. After picking up one of the legs, he decided to use it similarly to a spear. First, he poked the wall with normal attacks, and soon after used his power thrust skill to plunge it in deeper. The leg broke in a few spots, but also embedded itself in the rocky formation. After moving it around a couple of times, he was finally able to dislodge a larger chunk of ore that was bigger than his fist. This should do it, right? He placed his damaged palm on it and was finally given the correct prompt that would allow him to take it. His SB went down by a couple of points, and the ore found its way into his inventory. It was a separate item from the regular ingots he received when absorbing resources from weapons or armor. Will this turn into a copper ingot eventually? This was not his first time working with items, and he was certain that he needed to gather more fist-sized ores. With the help of the Ant Queen's leg, he continued to mine the ore in this room, and after gathering another 3, he was finally able to combine them into a proper copper ingot. With the freshly obtained copper ingot in the stash tab, Rusty felt a surge of relief. This was exactly what he needed to restore his damaged weapon and body. Now, all he had to do was mine more of the ore and gain more ingots. While he wanted to continue with his mining spree, there was still one thing that he didn't decide on. The many white eggs in this chamber were still here. Previously, he chose to ignore them as they weren't posing a threat, but now he could see that one of them was moving. He stopped for a moment to check what was going on. The egg was twitching around and eventually, something started to emerge from within. It was an ant drone, but it looked a lot more feeble than the ones that he had encountered. Its exoskeleton didn't seem to have hardened fully, and it had a brighter coloring. The creature was clearly disoriented, but without giving it much of a thought, it was soon dispatched with one swing of his sword. You have gained +5 experience points. It was quite easy to kill, and Rusty knew that it was the right choice to have saved them for later. Piercing an undeveloped ant egg didn't yield any points of experience, so he needed to wait for them to fully develop and hatch. His goal was still to level up as much as he could, and killing the newly hatched insects was quite easy. With his mind now set, he turned his attention to the remaining copper ore. Despite his damaged state, he continued to mine the ore with the Ant Queen's leg-turned improvised mining tool. Chunk by chunk, he gathered more ore and spent points to absorb them into his inventory space. Whenever he ran out of SB, it was time to focus more of his attention on the ant eggs. Eventually, the chamber became devoid of any signs of life, and his limit for copper ores and ingots had been reached. So 10 seems to be the limit for everything. It seemed that this cheat-like restorative ability he had with the help of his inventory had its limits. There was a limit to all items that he could hold in a square, and it was impossible to spread them out through the stash tab. After 10 of each item was gathered, there was no way of getting any more unless he carried them to another location. This would limit his healing ability during combat, as with time and enough damage, he would reach a limit. He had spent several days in this ant colony and had already restored his body. In his inventory, he had reached the limit of copper ores and ingots and was now contemplating his future plans. He just needed a little bit more to reach the 10th and final level before his next evolution, and he could not wait to gain more power. I wonder what my next body will be like. Could I make it bigger and heavier? But what if I become too big to fit through these tunnels? His mind was filled with thoughts of future forms and battles. He still had a bone to pick with the adventurers that had forced him to fall down here. While on one hand, their actions had propelled him to his current state of power, on the other, they had nearly led to his demise. He had not yet searched for a way back up, but perhaps after he gained more strength, then climbing back up the chasm would become a possibility. Now then, I should take as many of the ores back to the lair and plan my next move. Rusty was ready to leave this dark place. The light on the light crystal had dimmed a long time ago, and now this place was pitch dark. He scanned the place with his senses again to see if he didn't miss any of the ant eggs. While he was planning to return here a couple of times, it was better to kill these small monsters right after they had hatched. Oh, what's that? It looks different from the others. On his way out, he discovered one last ant egg that was a bit peculiar. The others were all white and went brown when something was about to hatch from them. This one, on the other hand, looked silvery and metallic. It reminded him a bit of his own body, but not quite. It's smaller than the others, too. He had almost missed this egg as it had been stashed to the side. Was it discarded by the other hands, or did it roll away during the chaos of the battle that ensued a few days ago? Rusty didn't know, but one thing was clear. This egg was taking a while to hatch, a lot longer than the others. It seemed to be a bit special, and for some reason, he was drawn to it. Why don't I take it with me? There was space inside of his body to take this egg with him, along with a few copper ores. His chest cavity was filled out with copper ore, while the egg was shoved into the neck area and covered up with his helmet. With his task now completed and the ant colony whipped out, he made his way back to his own lair. The journey back to his lair was uneventful, save for a few close encounters with wandering insects that he easily dispatched. Some of the centipedes wandered into the tunnels that the ants had ruled before. Even with the added weight, these monsters didn't pose much of a threat to the current him that was almost at max level. Rusty felt a sense of relief wash over him as he found himself at the watering hole. The number of insects had decreased, and he was able to easily walk to the tunnel leading to his lair. His adventure had come to an end, and he had emerged stronger than before. He wasn't sure why, but he felt content about his recent victory. Now where should I put this? Upon reaching his lair, Rusty carefully laid out the copper ores he had collected and stored them all in one place. He then turned his attention to the metallic-looking egg he had found. For some reason, it didn't feel right to just leave it out in the corner, so he created a little pedestal on the side. There was just a perfect spot next to some blue and white crystals. I wonder if this will even hatch. He was not convinced that a monster would hatch from this egg, as he had brought it over to his lair, which was filled to the brim with light. The other monsters didn't seem to like the light and perhaps even took direct damage from it. It wasn't strange to assume that whatever was developing inside would just die. Well, it doesn't matter. I should focus on finding some tin now. Maybe I'll find some in the centipede lair, or should I try the other ones? There were 4 main monster types in this dungeon, with the ants being one of them. Besides the ants, there were also the centipedes, the slugs, and the giant beetles. After some consideration, he decided to go with the centipedes first. That group had been weakened by the territorial battle with the ants and would probably be the easiest to beat. Then, if he was victorious, he would follow it up with the slugs and finish up with the strongest, the giant beetles. The latter had the largest bodies that he didn't feel confident in being able to dispose of. He wished to go through his next evolution before confronting that variant of insect. As Rusty prepared himself to venture into the centipede lair, he made sure his armor was properly fastened and his sword was ready for battle. With the help of some rocks, he was able to sharpen it further. His inventory was stocked with copper ingots, and the egg was stashed in a safe location. It was time to set out once again into the dark tunnels. Nothing can stop me. I'll probably be level 10 after I come back. I can't wait. Rusty ventured forth with a confident stride. After his victory against the Ant Queen, he was pumped up. Nothing could stop him now. Soon his footsteps echoed in the outside corridor, and the only thing left inside his lair was the strange silvery egg. Once all noise died down, the F began to emit a faint glow, its surface shimmering for a split second before stopping. Silly insects, you can't defeat me. Rusty sliced through another creepy crawler while hearing the world system notifications. He had left his lair behind and begun his leveling spree. First, he headed to the old ant lair to gather up more copper ores back to his base. After the third tip, he started encountering the long centipede monsters, which seemed to be attracted to the bodies of the ants, which for some reason were not vanishing anymore. It was clear that the dungeon rules were different down here, but his well-being was not in danger. The monsters here were also different as they liked to feast on each other's bodies, not something Rusty was capable of as he could only absorb metallic parts from items that these creatures did not possess. Armed with higher levels and more bronze to repair his damaged body and weapon, he started pushing back. It became a daily occurrence for him to get into multiple brawls with these creepy crawlers. Their bodies were more robust, and their bites deadlier than that of the ant monsters. However, they did not work so well together as well, and would also not be able to track him if he escaped. After gathering enough raw resources, he set out to the deep tunnels that led to the centipede lair. The tunnels there were surprisingly narrower than that of the ant colony, but Rusty's armor provided him with the necessary protection against the sharp rocks and jagged edges. The deeper he pushed in, the more the number of his enemies increased. His confidence could not be shaken, and with each encounter, he became stronger and soon reached level 9. With each level gained, his strength grew and he felt vindicated. His combat prowess was increasing, and he felt more and more attuned with his metallic body. Yet, as he delved deeper into the centipede lair, the challenges grew more daunting. The creatures here were larger and more aggressive. Their chitinous exoskeletons started to become a problem that he could only cut with the help of his skills. However, despite the difficulties, Rusty pressed on, determined to reach his goal of reaching level 10 and advancing even further. This looked similar to the ant lair. With time, he reached a more open area with a massive amount of smaller tunnels leading to it. He could hear and see a mass of crawling monsters everywhere, but they were not attacking. Right in the middle, there was a much larger insect that was curled around strange orb-like objects. It seemed to have the same purpose as the ant queen, but there was one problem. This thing looked a lot stronger than the previous monster he faced, and it also was not rooted in place. Classification: Lesser Giant Centipede Matriarch L4E. Type: Insectoid. If I go by the classification, this might be a bad idea. I already had trouble with the queen that was an F+ monster. After wandering this world, he started to understand the rating system of other creatures. The ants that were of G rank were below his F rank, and this monster was an E rank. He could easily vanquish the G rank ant drones the moment he arrived at this area, and would probably be able to even if he was a level 1 damaged armor. This might call for a tactical withdrawal. There was no real reason for him to engage this more massive creature at this point in time. There were no tin or copper deposits that he could see in this area, and the risk of facing such a formidable opponent outweighed any potential rewards. Rusty knew that being discreet and calculative was the right way of going about things when it came to survival. There was no reason to rush, and leveling further could be done through safer means. With a cautious step backward, Rusty began to retreat from the lair of the giant centipede matriarch. He made sure to move silently and avoid drawing attention to himself. The last thing he needed was to alert the massive creature to his presence and find himself in a battle he couldn't win. However, his body was not very silent, and after stepping on a crunchy piece of rock, he awoke the monstrosity. The giant centipede matriarch seemed quite attuned to the noise and instantly turned to face the direction of the intruder. She rose with her elongated body that was well over 10 meters long and emitted a low hiss, her numerous legs skittering across the ground as she prepared to strike. Rusty's non-existent heart sank as he bolted away in panic. Rusty knew he had to act quickly if he wanted to escape from the giant centipede matriarch's wrath. With a burst of speed, he dashed down one of the smaller tunnels in hopes of her enlarged body becoming stuck. To his dismay, the creature seemed to have just fit perfectly through them. Behind him, he could hear the sound of the matriarch's massive body slithering after him, her hisses echoing through the tunnels like a menacing symphony. Rusty knew that he needed to get away, and luckily, there were a few things that he could do. On his way out, he started smacking some looser-looking rocks to block the path behind him. While it would make navigating back more difficult, it was better to block the tunnels now than be devoured by the large monster. Even with this strategy, he could feel the monster skittering behind him. When he glanced back, he could see the monster's jaws snapping around and its legs skittering on the side of the tunnel. This monster seemed to be quite enraged by his presence, but luckily he stumbled upon a small crevice. It was barely enough for his metallic body to squeeze through. The large insect matriarch attempted to follow quickly after, but was unable to. Her head was somewhat wider than the rest of the body, with large vice-like mandibles on each side. While this was the perfect chance to get away, a chance presented itself. What if Rusty's battle sense was telling him that perhaps it was time to go on the offensive. His sword glowed in red as he plunged it into the monster's mouth. Then quickly after, he twisted it around while also activating his light elemental skill. The inside of the monster's gullet started glowing and the creature started thrashing about. "Ha, take that." The monster seemed to be injured, but then it did something unexpected. Instead of trying to push itself and get stuck in the narrow passage, it started to retreat. To Rusty's surprise, he could not pull back his weapon anymore and instead was getting yanked along with it. Even though his strength stat was at an F+ rating, it wasn't enough to go against the E-rank monster. "No, my sword, give it back." Rusty struggled to maintain his grip on his sword as the giant centipede matriarch began to retreat, dragging him along with it. The narrow passage provided little room for maneuvering, and Rusty's metallic body scraped against the jagged walls, which caused sparks to fly around. The creature's strength was just far too great for him to win, and holding on would only make things worse. He made a quick decision to let go of his weapon, as he was not going to relinquish his arm that was beginning to leave his body. Instantly, he tumbled back, and the monster retreated with his still glowing sword back into the darkened corridor. Did it just leave? Rusty lay there for a moment, gathering his thoughts about the loss of his beloved sword. Luckily, he still had enough resources to produce a new one, but eventually, his tin reserves would run out. Slowly, he pushed his scratched-up body off the ground and decided to leave this place. The matriarch would be a great target to test his future body out, but for now, it was better to keep himself safe. What should I do now? Should I try those slugs, or should I just wait and take things slowly? After returning to the main watering hole, he resumed his journey. The centipedes weren't the only monster type here, as strange, slow-moving slugs and large beetles were also an option. The centipedes weren't a difficult foe, but with their matriarch wandering the tunnels, it would perhaps be better to target some of the slugs. He knew their behavior to some extent and had already decided on a tactic to defeat them. Slugs it is then. With a determined stride, Rusty set off in the direction of the slug lair, a place he hadn't truly explored yet. It seemed that these creatures all gathered around one larger monster that produced offspring. These would probably be similar, but he wouldn't be sure until he explored their tunnels like the others. Once inside, he encountered a few of them quite quickly. These guys are a lot slower than the others, but they all stick around each other for some reason. Rusty picked up a rock from the ground and threw it in the direction of the monsters. His projectile traveled in a nice arc in the direction of one of the slow-moving monsters. Yet, right before it was about to collide with this strange creature, it was intercepted. The creature expanded its mouth as if it were some sort of fleshy harmonica and gobbled up the rock. It was a strange sight to behold. These monsters had similar bodies to worms, but they could elongate their mouths. These shot out at fast speeds, quite a stark contrast to their slow-moving bodies. They seemed to have a symbiotic relationship, working together to defend themselves against potential threats. They were similar to the ants in that regard, but they would not be able to chase them down with their slow speeds. There is always an easy way now. These guys have one weakness. Just like any other creature, it seemed that everyone had a weak point that could be exploited. Even Rusty, who was a living armor made from metal, had his drawbacks. One of them was his hollow body that was susceptible to blunt forces and tipping over. These slugs had one deficiency when it came to their attacking patterns. At first, it seemed that those mouths would make short work of anyone who would approach them, but there was something that he could exploit about them. His first enemies would be a quartet of slugs, and to defeat them, he just needed a handful of large rocks. After flinging them all at the group, he grabbed his restored blade and began to approach. The strange mouths launched forward at the projectiles and chomped them down. At the ends of these appendages, there were razor-sharp teeth that would quickly embed themselves into anything they could grab. However, once the attack was initiated, there was a window of opportunity that an attacker like Rusty could abuse. The slugs had an easy attack pattern and a reason why they stayed so close to each other. Their attacks were strong and fast, but they could not be used multiple times. If one of them missed, then they needed others to continue the battle for them. However, if he managed to set them off all at once, then victory was assured. Rusty maneuvered around the prolonged mouths that launched themselves at the rocks that he threw. As soon as they extended their appendages to grab the rocks, he darted in close, slashing at the exposed bodies of the slugs. His sword cut through their soft flesh with ease, causing them to recoil in pain. He counted in his head, and after exactly 8 seconds he started to retreat. At this point, the mouths would have retracted themselves and were ready to lounge at him again. You have gained plus 18 experience points. Got one, just 3 left. He continued with his tactical assault on the slugs, and he became more adept at this tactic with each he defeated. With each precise strike, he whittled away at their numbers and retreated at the right moment before they could prepare a counterattack. It took multiple hits to damage the strange slimy bodies, but eventually, the area was nothing more than green goop. You have gained plus 16 experience points. The last one was eventually defeated, and he continued with his exploration into the new area. This place was a lot more spacious than the rest, and he encountered large caverns filled with groups of these slug creatures. As long as he kept his distance, they would not approach. They were quite a good source of experience points, but he couldn't become careless. Even with his abilities and tactics, complacency could still lead to his downfall. Some of the slugs were positioned strategically, making it difficult for him to approach without risking an attack. They were able to hang up from the ceiling, and once approached would fall down and attack with their grabby mouths. Others seemed to have the ability to blend in with the environment and were just waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Nevertheless, they didn't pose a big enough threat to this metallic body and were a great source for continuous farming. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Congratulations, you have gained the elemental discharge skill. You have reached the level limit. Please choose a path forward. After continuous days of battling, the day had finally arrived. He had got to level 10 and even gained a new skill. He was overjoyed that his hard work had finally paid off. His journey towards excellence and triumph was only starting, as he expected this evolutionary change to be an even bigger step than before. I should return. Even though there were some slugs left to slay, he instantly stopped with his hunt. The bar that showcased his experience points was all filled up. Even if he continued to defeat more enemies, it wouldn't gain him anything anymore. It was better to conserve his body and to quickly return to his lair of shiny crystals. I wonder if those two will be there. After glancing at his maxed out status, he took some time to examine his new skill, which was something that he didn't expect. Basic Elemental Discharge. Active skill allows the user to eject a powerful surge of elemental energy from within objects imbued with elemental mana. His skill was also quite intriguing, but he decided to not test it out for the time being. His thoughts were filled with new evolutionary options and a new, more robust body that he could finally inhabit. Thus, once back in his lair, he took up a spot close to his ant egg that he had been fostering for the past 2 weeks. Next to it, he set himself down on the ground and looked at the enticing status window before him. Please choose a path. Choose what path? It looks different than last time. Rusty was confused while staring at his evolution options. Previously, after clicking forward, he was greeted by a singular evolutionary path. This path presented him with his current body, but this time around there was none. Instead of a better-looking armored form, there was only a phantom of a door. I don't want to turn into a door. How would a door even hold a sword or fight monsters? However, the more he looked at this door, the more it reminded him of something. It looked exactly the same as the large castle gate doors he encountered the first time he went through his evolution. They were just much smaller on the system screen, which confused him. And does this just mean that I will arrive inside that large hall instead? It made more sense that he would be brought before the Soul Forge instead of turning into a castle door, so he just carried on like the last time. He pressed the select button that was waiting for him and waited. Just like before, it took some time, but eventually the surroundings started to shift. The glowing crystals that were everywhere vanished and were replaced by the same grand hall, adorned with intricate designs as the last time he was here. I'm here. He had made it inside of the floating castle while skipping the trip through the long bridge. Once inside, he actually possessed a voice that could echo through the empty halls. This was his second time here, so he knew where the Soul Forge was, but before going there, he decided to explore this vast place once more. Hello, is anyone here? After watching adventurers communicating with each other, he kind of knew how to do it himself. Previously, he encountered 2 glowing orbs here, one dark and the other similar to the crystals from his cave. He wandered around wondering if they were here once more, but it didn't seem so. Could they be inside the Soul Forge like last time? There weren't many changes to this place, and even after picking up some silver plates, he was not able to absorb the metals inside. This place might have worked under different rules than the real world he came from, but perhaps with time, this would change. With nothing else to do, he decided to walk up the stairs and into the Soul Forge that had his new body. It's there. He shouted in joy as he saw his new form standing tall. It resembled his current body, but was devoid of any rust-over parts. It was a fully functioning bronze armor. While it didn't really change in form, it felt more powerful and radiated some strange power. However, before he could charge in and take up his new and improved form, his old friends finally decided to show themselves. The prodigal son has returned. First, the dark sphere of light made itself known, and it was quickly followed by the white one. Son, don't give him strange ideas. We aren't related. Aren't we, hero? Rusty has both our memories and seems to have inherited some of my cunning. You call using poison and cowardly tactics for killing cunning. Why yes, what else would it be? It does not matter how you are victorious, just that you are the one left standing. Only a demon would think like that. Your friends seem to think the same. They lived and you died. Shut up, the dark sphere that represented the defeated demon king started chuckling after making the hero mad. The two seemed to be at each other's throats, and Rusty somewhat knew the reason for it. Their emotions were mixed up with him, and he seemed to have actually inherited some of their traits. Well, he also has inherited some of your foolish traits and gets absorbed in combat too easily. Ha, finding joy in a fair exchange isn't foolish. What is life with no honor and compassion? I was not the only one betrayed if you treated your subjects with some empathy. This again, compassion only brings weakness. You need a calculated mind. If it was the previous him, then he would have probably already approached his new form and started fusing with it. However, now he was different. His short life had taught him that it was best to analyze the situation around him. There were a few things that had changed in this place, with multiple new passages appearing from within this forging chamber. When turning to the right, he could see a door with writing over it. It led to something called the armory and had a symbol that looked like a sword and a shield over it. Previously there was nothing there, but now the door was wide open. Then to the left there was another one, with a symbol of a book that led to something called a library. To top it all off, there was also a third path, leading to something called the training area. While he wasn't sure how this came to be, he realized that each of these paths could offer him valuable resources and knowledge to aid him on his future journey of strength. The armory could provide him with new weapons, perhaps eliminating the limiting longsword that was his only weapon. The library might contain ancient texts and scrolls that could teach him new skills, or perhaps give him new ideas for better strategies. Then the training facility could allow him to hone his skills to a greater extent. Hey Rusty, are you listening? Huh, oh you were, of course. Ha, look at him lie, instantly reminds me of me when I was little. He will make a great demon lord in the future. Why would he ever become a demon lord, you bastard? He is a monster. Do you think your kind will accept him? They'll attack him the moment he enters one of your cities. Becoming a demon lord and dominating the world is the obvious path for him. And with this soul forge around, this might be a possibility. The orb of darkness seemed to dim while talking about Rusty's future. The one representing the hero instantly started going brighter and tried to rebuke him. You must be mad if you think that I would allow something like that to happen, as if you will be able to do anything in your current form, hero. He is a monster, eventually. He will give in to his desires of domination and deceit. No, never. He had no remorse when handling those adventurers with poison. What do you think he will do once? Where did he go? As the demon king and hero were in a heated debate, the target of their discussion vanished from their sight. Both quickly looked at the bronze suit of armor, which represented the next evolution for their armored friend. It was luckily still standing there, and had not been touched, however. Some sound was coming from one of the side chambers. Maybe try not to make these boring speeches anymore, Demon King. The white light orb cackled, and soon zoomed towards the path leading to the armory chamber. This was something that had recently become available, and he knew that it was part of his old blessing. While the layout was different as it took the form of the old demon lord's castle, the functions were similar. Once he arrived there, he could see a confused bronze armor looking at empty weapon racks. Why is there nothing here? Because you have to make them yourself. Make them myself, Rusty asked while the hero orb replied. There was a reason why this place was called a forge. Indeed, Rusty. This might be called an armory, but it's more of a storage space. Once you have created a weapon at the forge, it will become available here. The hero orb memories were fragmented, but he was able to recall some facts that concerned his old blessing. He had some memories of forging a few pieces of weaponry, and knew that they were also connected to the training area along with the library as well. Create them myself, but I don't have any experience in making things. Do I just use my inventory? Not quite. You'll have to craft them with your own hands. All the tools will be provided by this space here. But if I can't use the inventory, how would I make anything? Rusty was quite confused. He had always just used the stash tab and his special points to repair his armor. He was unable to create anything by himself. Even when he wanted a bow and arrows, it was impossible. However, if it was something like a skill that could be learned, then it was something that he wanted. The white orb seemed to know a lot about this place, so he had reasons to believe that it could help him. I don't think I can teach you directly, but we should be able to find the basic forging and crafting methods inside of the library. The library, can I learn new skills there? Well, something like that. They aren't as effortless, but they should contain texts and scrolls that detail various crafting techniques. You should be able to learn how to forge the basic weapons and even parts of your armor, although I'm not sure how that would work with your body. The glowing orb paused while looking over Rusty's body, which was nothing more than a corroded suit of armor. In the past, the hero used this place to gain his strength fast, but he was a human. He did not forge parts that could become his body, but considering that Rusty was a monster, then perhaps something like that could be possible. Library got it. As Rusty waltzed out of the armory chamber, the black orb of light floated inside to look around. Our child is quite obedient, at least when you mention something that could benefit him. Stop talking to me. Oh, cheer up, hero, we might be stuck like this forever, or we might disappear the next time this place changes. HMPH. The two didn't seem to like each other, and it was painfully obvious. However, their situation was something they did not understand, nor did they truly know what they had become. Their forms could not even move freely through this soul forge, and once Rusty left, they would be in a semi-dormant state. During it, they could perceive what he was doing outside this dimension, but were unable to act in any shape or form. You and I aren't so different. I'm not anything like you. Are you not? I bet the only reason you are helping our dear Rusty is for your selfish reasons. Perhaps you wish to use him for your revenge. Are the ones that put us in this state still alive? I can't believe that I'm saying this, but how about a truce? A truce? What are you scheming? Scheming. Your words cut deep, hero. Knock it off. You expect me to trust the king of all demons who slaughtered millions. We live in troubled times. I never intended for all those atrocities to happen. Do you think that your side is without any fault? Do you even know why all of this started? What are you implying? Nothing. The past doesn't matter. However, presently we need to work together. What if there is a way to regain our previous forms? I'm sure you have some unfinished business with those friends of yours, and aren't there some people that remained faithful until the end? The demon lord's words started to make some sense, but the hero remained silent. He knew that he couldn't trust this being in the slightest. This didn't change the fact that he also wanted his revenge, and perhaps the living armor could facilitate it. While nothing was indicating that they could get out of this pocket dimension, perhaps in the future that would be a possibility. His old blessing was made by the gods, so it didn't follow the same rules that the system imposed. I'll take your silence as a yes then. While the two orbs chatted with each other, Rusty made his way back into the main soul forge chamber and then headed over to the library. His mind was filled with anticipation of learning new skills to create weapons. He already knew that the sword he wielded as his sole weapon was very limiting. There were also many skills that he couldn't use just by holding a sword, like the ones related to shields and bows. Once he arrived at the library, Rusty was met with towering bookshelves with ancient tomes and scrolls. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and dust, giving the chamber an atmosphere of knowledge. In the middle was a lone table with just one chair and some candles. However, while there were many bookshelves everywhere, there was no rhyme or reason for their placement. Where should I start? Rusty had never really used any books of scrolls before. He had only some fragmented memories of the hero and demon king which allowed him to read. From a nearby bookshelf, he pulled out one of the larger tomes that had some strange magical characters on it. Once the book was opened, he was greeted with more strange diagrams that he didn't understand at all. If Rusty had brows to furrow, they would be furrowed now. Trying to decipher these cryptic symbols was giving his metallic head a migraine. The diagrams seemed to depict various forging techniques and processes, but without any prior knowledge or guidance, they might as well have been written in an entirely different language. Then there was also the inclusion of magic, something called enchanting. That one might be a bit too difficult for you to understand. How about you try one of these first, Rusty? The two orbs of light arrived as he was flipping the book around and trying to look at the schematics from different angles. The white one seemed to know its way around this place, so Rusty decided to place the book he had away and followed after it. Yeah, this one will be a good start. This is. Before him was a brown booklet with some crude drawings of tools on it. It was titled Blacksmithing for Dummies, and for some reason he felt offended. However, he did not know blacksmithing or forging, thus he decided to give it a try. After placing the book on the main table, he began to read through these basic instructions. To his surprise, it was a lot easier to understand. The diagrams were simple, showing the steps of heating metal, shaping it with a hammer, and cooling it down to harden. With this as a reference, it might have actually been possible to create something. Don't forget to rate the story and follow. Tell me what that one is. This one is a ball-peen hammer. Correct. Now what's the one next to it? And that's a round drift, and it's used to hit through holes, expand, and shape them. You're quite the fast learner. How about we move over to the tongs then? Sure thing. Rusty spent hours poring over the basic blacksmithing guide and quickly absorbed every piece of information that it had in store for him. He found it surprisingly easy to absorb the information for some reason. It was as if he wasn't learning it, but relearning something that he had previously forgotten. The floating orbs commented on this phenomenon which could explain it. The knowledge he is learning was something you once knew, right, hero? That's right. I remember reading through these old texts before, though I can't recall most of it, only fragments. It seems that the library has our lost knowledge. There are some books on old ancient black magic, something that I have partaken in my past life. Rusty wasn't really paying attention to the two orbs that were discussing as he was examining the various togs and trying to compare them to the drawings in the books. It seemed that the library didn't only hold the knowledge of the late hero, but also the demon king. There were books on tactics and evil magic that were above his intelligence level, and for the time being he was focused on producing more weapons and not magical effects. I wonder, could our little Rusty here learn both dark magic and light magic? Something that shouldn't be possible. He does have those elemental skills. That's quite something, but it might be better if he doesn't showcase it once he encounters more adventurers. The two orbs seemed to nod at each other while having the conversation. The two knew that it was unnatural for a monster to be able to use light magic, something that only special people like a hero should be able to. The same could be said for dark magic, which was only handled by the highest demon lords in their king. It was not something a monster like a living armor should be able to use, and could cause him harm once he became a target of both sides. Sure, but will he even listen to us? If he has my tendencies, then it shouldn't be a problem. I would be more afraid if he took after you, hero. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Hey, could you two keep it down? It's hard to concentrate with all that noise. Rusty's voice echoed through the forge as he was finding it hard to focus on the blacksmithing tools on the ground. The two souls felt compelled to stop their banter in a strange fashion. It was as if the hollow armor had a sort of hold over them, as if they were his thralls. Luckily, the gag order only worked for a few seconds before their ability to talk was returned to them. Interesting. The demon lord whispered while trying not to anger Rusty, who seemed to be in command. Now that they were quiet again, Rusty continued to flip through the simple blacksmithing guide while looking at the tools on the workbench. Under the watchful gazes of the two floating orbs, Rusty finally began to experiment with the tools laid out before him. He picked up the hammer, and after feeling its weight in his metallic hands, it was time to practice swinging it around. The rhythmic clanging echoed through the forge as he hit a cold piece of metal with it. For some reason, it felt right in his hand, and after a couple of swings, it felt like it belonged there. However, hitting a cold piece of metal wouldn't achieve anything. To begin blacksmithing, he needed to fire up the forge and heat things up. And what should I make first? A big shield, a large axe, or maybe a two-handed sword? Excuse me, Rusty, may I offer some advice? What is it? Make it quick, I want to try crafting soon. The white orb of light floated down towards the mess of tools that were on the workbench. During his study session, Rusty had made quite a mess. The hero, while lacking much of his memories, knew the steps that needed to be taken to become a proper craftsman. Rusty might have had his memories and would learn it a lot faster, but these memories needed to be awakened in a proper way. Sure, a wise man once said that you should learn to walk before trying to run. Oh my, the hero saying something clever for once. The orb of black chimed in while chuckling, but the hero just ignored him. It seemed that Rusty didn't really know what he meant with that phrase, thus he decided to be less cryptic. I meant that you should probably do something easier. I propose you make a few simple small blades or nails first to get yourself acquainted with everything. Also, considering that we are working with bronze for now, it would be better to focus on molds and the smelter for now. Molds do sound simpler. Rusty nodded in agreement, realizing the wisdom in the hero's words. Starting with molds and smaller blades would allow him to grasp the basics of blacksmithing. He was also limited by his materials and only could use what was already unlocked. In this case, it was bronze. It seemed that he needed to limit his weapons to the material that his armor was made from or to the things he could absorb from the real world. While this place looked to be similar to a regular blacksmith's workshop, it wasn't quite the same. One notable advantage was the creation of molds that seemed to take the desired shape of what the creator wished of them. Normally, a person would need to create such a mold by carving out a wooden replica of the weapon and then inserting it into clay or sand. Only thereafter could they start smelting bronze and pouring it into the cavity. A simple blade is it, this one. In one of the corners of the forge, Rusty found a section with various rectangular molds. They had drawings of the weapons that he desired, and for the time being, he decided to go with the smallest one. It represented a small blade that was shorter than the daggers that the adventurers used. While it wouldn't be a great weapon, it would probably be the easiest to make at this moment. Will this do? Yes, that should be fine. You'll be able to make a simple hunter's knife with that one. Don't underestimate its size. At close range, it can be quite deadly. Rusty nodded in understanding and slowly picked up the mold that would house his first creation. He wasn't sure why, but he was feeling something strange and could almost not contain his joy. He examined this mold closely and felt that it shouldn't pose much of a challenge. It was quite simple. He just needed to pour the molten bronze inside and just wait. I'll give it a try then. With the mold in hand, he approached the smelting furnace. There were no flames at the moment, but after adding some fuel in the form of readily available wood, once this fuel made its way under the smelter, it could be lit up by a lever on the side, which the light orb quickly explained. If I remember correctly, if you find some coal outside, it should become available as a fuel source. The wood here should be enough to handle the melting point of bronze, but it won't be enough to handle iron or steel. Mr. Hero, how much of this fuel should I take? You shouldn't have to bring much. The Soul Forge just required one sample before unlocking the resource here. The materials here replenish themselves. They replenish themselves, so the bronze ingots that I gathered won't be used up during the smelting process. They shouldn't if it's the same, however. Once you are outside the Soul Forge, you'll have to use the resources you have previously acquired. The hero attempted to convey his discoveries to Rusty to the best of his ability, but he remained uncertain whether his bronze friend fully grasped the intricacies of the situation. Imagine it as unlocking an achievement. Once it is unlocked, it becomes available without a limit. I think I understand, so this means that I can just make all the bronze weapons that I want. Something like that, but be careful. While Rusty was overjoyed with the idea of unlimited resources, there were some downsides to this Soul Forge that the White Orb soon mentioned. While you are in the Soul Forge, your body remains inside the real world. If someone finds you during your stay here, then it could end badly. Wait, I have been here for 2 days already. Does this mean that I'm in danger? Rusty panicked a bit as he remembered leaving his body in the crystal cave. He didn't really try to hide himself from anything or anyone and assumed that no monster would be able to get in there either. However, his knowledge was quickly expanding, and he now knew what those light crystals were. While they would work against the dungeon monster, they would do nothing against regular adventurers. It should be fine with the time dilation of this place, but I'll leave the rest of the explanation to you, dear hero. The Orb of Dark Light decided to chime in before flying away. The Demon Lord seemed to be bored watching Rusty bumble around in the Soul Forge and vanished behind the entrance to the library. This left Rusty more confused and also made him realize that there were many things that he had no idea about. Time dilation. Yes, time dilation. It means that time here in the Soul Forge moves differently from the time outside in the real world. While it may feel like hours or days in here, only minutes or seconds may have passed in the outside world. However, I'm not quite sure how much of it has passed outside. The hero tried his best to explain the concept in simple terms, hoping Rusty would grasp its importance. His memories were still lacking, so he couldn't disclose the difference. It was possible that only seconds could have passed outside in the real world, or perhaps hours. So you mean if I spend too much time here, it could be dangerous for my body outside? Exactly. You must be cautious and not lose track of time while you're here. It's easy to become absorbed in learning and crafting, but you must never forget to keep yourself safe. If you die outside, you will also die here, but calm down. That cavern filled with lights should be reasonably safe. The hero wanted to propose the use of a clock to accurately measure the time dilation, but decided against it. Rusty was like a newborn child who was just absorbing information, and at this point didn't know much about clocks. Sure. Rusty's proposal sounds preposterous, but he was a living piece of armor that didn't require food or breathing. If he dug himself a hole, he would probably be relatively safe from any outside sources. He lacked an organic body that would generate an odor, so other monsters would probably not try to dig out a bronze suit of armor to eat. Eventually, he brought his attention back to the task at hand. He approached the smelting furnace, wood in hand, and ignited the fuel. Flames danced to life beneath the smelter, casting flickering shadows across the forge. Here goes nothing. To the side, there was a row of bronze ingots that could be used in the smelting process. For this small blade, just one of them would be enough. The smelter here was a bit different than the ones presented in the guide and felt much simpler, not from the aspect of size, but by how it had various slots that fit these ingots perfectly. The smelter was tall and oval in shape, and on the sides there were various metallic tubes. There was a slot at the beginning into which he could press the ingot. It seemed that later in time, he would be able to mix and match ingots with each other, but for the time being, only one slot was available. As the bronze ingot melted within the furnace, Rusty carefully positioned the mold in the designated spot, ensuring it was aligned properly. He watched intently as the liquid metal flowed down from the smelter, filling the cavity of the mold. The molten bronze glowed brightly as it settled, taking the shape of the blade within the mold. For Rusty, it was an exhilarating sight, witnessing the transformation of raw material into a tangible object. He felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him. This was his first attempt at blacksmithing. Even though this soul forge space made this process a lot easier, it didn't take away from him feeling elated. The light orb watched on in silence, moving as if he was nodding in approval at Rusty's progress. With the mold filled, Rusty waited patiently as the bronze cooled and solidified. The process seemed to take longer than he anticipated, but he remained glued to it. For a moment, he forgot his drive to become the strongest warrior and became something akin to an artisan. He wasn't sure why, but creating things with his own 2 hands seemed like something that was also his calling. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the bronze blade was ready. Rusty carefully opened up the mold, revealing the blade inside. However, to his surprise, it wasn't quite as good looking as he expected. The blade wasn't sharp at all, and the handle didn't look thick enough to hold. Luckily, he had someone to shed some light on this issue. Good, now you need to polish it and sharpen, then we'll create a proper hilt and it will be finished. Oh right, I almost forgot about that part. Rusty picked up the rough bronze blade, examining it closely. Indeed, it lacked the finesse and sharpness of a proper weapon. Crafting wasn't only about pouring molten metal into a mold. There were lots of other steps that needed to be taken to finalize the product, and he already couldn't wait to get to work. Don't forget to rate the story and follow. This is actually fun, isn't it? Rusty nodded as he settled before the workbench and grabbed a nearby polishing cloth. With careful motions, he began to rub the surface of the blade, removing any rough spots and smoothing out imperfections. As he worked, he couldn't help but be immersed in the process of crafting, something that he felt he could spend days on. There was something about creating things with his own two hands that was quite fulfilling. The bronze began to gleam under his touch, reflecting the light of the forge in a mesmerizing display. Rusty found himself lost in the rhythm of polishing with his mind, focused solely on the task at hand. Once he was satisfied with the blade's appearance, Rusty set it aside and turned his attention to the task of sharpening. Good, now you can either use a whetstone or the grinding wheel. While the whetstone will offer you more control and precision, it will take a lot more time. That's why I'd propose a combination of both. Start off with the wheel but finish with the whetstone. All right, to make things easier, he had a sort of assistant, who was the old hero. At first, the orb's tone was harsher, and the old hero was slightly annoyed by the fact that he was reduced to a blacksmith. Eventually, his tone became softer and more encouraging. Rusty's enthusiasm and determination were quite contagious. Even the old hero couldn't help to start enjoying this new process. His new student was quite responsive, and he did everything instantly without asking any questions. Rusty followed the hero's advice, using the grinding wheel to help sharpen the blade, and switched to the whetstone when the time was right for finer sharpening. It took time and patience, but eventually he achieved the desired result, a sharp, keen edge that gleamed in the light. Great, it's almost finished. Now you just need to assemble the hilt. This is just a bronze knife, so it won't be anything fancy, but it'll get the job done. You can fashion a simple handle using some leather or wood, whichever you prefer. After selecting a piece of wood from a nearby rack and began to carve it into shape, using the drawings in the blacksmithing guide as a reference. Even though his hands were made of metal, he found them to be rather dexterous. It seemed that he was given some type of boost to his crafting skills once inside the soul forge. With the help of some drawings from the blacksmithing guides for reference and the help of the hero, the process was eventually finished. The wooden handle was carved into a comfortable shape that fit well in Rusty's metallic grip. He then secured it to the blade using some twine, wrapping it tightly to ensure it stayed in place. Once he was satisfied with the handle's placement, he was left with admiring his handiwork. Not bad, but... Is something wrong? While Rusty felt a sense of pride for his first creation, the orb of light started to scrutinize it. After floating down, the hero started examining it from all directions before finally speaking out. I'll rate this around a C++ at most. Oh, a C+. Wait, that's not that great. At first, Rusty was overjoyed by the rating as he was only an F-rank monster, so anything above that ranking was quite good. However, soon he realized this wasn't that good and just slightly above average, with the letters B and a being still above it. Ah, I see. Rusty nodded in understanding. It was true that he was still lacking in many aspects of blacksmithing, but with time, he knew that he could improve upon them. With the advantages that this soul forge space provided, he could also focus purely on the creation aspects and leave some things to the magical machines. Identification, Twilight Bronze Hunting Knife. Rating Intermediate. Rank Common. When it came to the ranks of the weapon, the lowest was called Crude. These weapons were of extremely poor quality. The books implied that they were usually hastily crafted with minimal effort and poor materials. They offered minimal effectiveness in combat and broke easily. When thinking about his initial corroded bronze blade, it was clear that it was in this rank. Next was the common rank that his knife was in. This rank was filled with basic weaponry, and they offered the basic performance without much of an advantage over anything. They were more robust than crude weaponry and could be used to defeat slightly stronger enemies. After this rank were the uncommon items that offered some minor enhancements and bonuses to the wielder. The scripts say that an uncommon blade could enhance the basic stats or produce some other effects. Post-uncommon were rare items that weren't discussed in the basic books he had access to. It seemed that unless he got to a certain point, he wouldn't be able to read through the basic descriptions. After rare was epic, then legendary, and right at the end was mythical. But don't worry, with practice, you'll get better. And who knows, maybe one day you'll be crafting legendary weapons or even mythical ones. Legendary and mythical weapons, that sounds amazing. If Rusty had eyes, then they would be sparkling with excitement at this prospect. The idea of crafting powerful weapons was quite exhilarating. However, he wasn't sure if it was better to craft them or use them on powerful opponents and get stronger. Now that he had tasted crafting, his previous longing for power was wavering slightly. All right, how about you go test your new knife out? This will be a good chance to use that training area. Oh, right, there was still a room that I didn't visit. Rusty had already gone through the armory and library, but one last area remained, the training area. The hero urged him to take his newly made tool and see how it performed in combat. There was no reason to refuse, and he was also interested in the only chamber that he had not visited. Thus, with the knife in hand, he made his way to the training area, which was not something that he expected. Upon entering the training area, Rusty found himself in an empty, spacious room. He expected to find some training dummies, but there was nothing here besides something that looked like a circular arena. There were torches lining up the walls and on the ceiling which illuminated everything. "All right, let's see what you can do, Rusty." "What I can do, but there is nothing here. Do you want me to swing at empty air?" "Haha, not quite. Remember, this is the Soul Forge. It doesn't follow the rules of the physical world. In this training area, you can summon opponents that you have previously defeated to practice your skills. Think of it as a safe environment where you can test out your weapons and abilities without risking injury to yourself." "No injury to myself." "Indeed. Well, you'll still feel pain, though I'm not sure that metallic body can feel any, but any damage you sustain here will be repaired. But how do I summon opponents? If my memories serve me right, then first you have to approach the middle of this training area." Rusty did as he was told to and approached the middle of this large room. The moment he was there, something strange started happening. A small hole opened up and something started sliding up. He jumped back in surprise, but the hero quickly explained to him what had just happened. "This is the training area console. The monsters and opponents that you have defeated will be stored in it." At first, it looked like just a strange long cylinder, but once it was up, something unfolded. It took the form of an interactive screen that looked somewhat similar to the system windows he already knew. There were arrows on the left and right side, which allowed him to scroll through the enemies he defeated. The ants and other insects were all there. Even the few adventurers that he had slain were there, just like the hero proclaimed. "Interesting, no wonder you were able to get so strong in such a short amount of time. Hero, quite the cheater, aren't you? I don't want to hear it from someone like you." The orb representing the Demon King decided to show up and examine the newfound room. He was quite shocked at the existence of such an area that allowed people to constantly better themselves. It was clear that his enemy, the hero, had used it to heighten his skills, or at least get used to fighting demonic creatures and countering their techniques. "This place isn't as cheat-like as you might think. You can't level up your skills here. That is only possible outside of the Soul Forge in the real world." Rusty listened to the explanation and was saddened by this revelation. He knew that both passive and active skills could level up, but needed to be used in battles. Having a space where he could face countless opponents without any fear of being killed, it would still allow you to find weak points of old enemies. You could even test new skills or tactics against multiple foes or try out new weapons. What the Demon Lord was saying made sense. Rusty could hardly wait and began clicking at the arrows that allowed him to circle through the various enemies he faced. There was even an option to search by main types or to even write in the name for it to go quicker. However, his only weapon was a hunting knife, and it was much smaller than the sword he was used to. For the time being, he decided to use the weakest opponent that was on the list, an ant. "Our Rusty is still a cautious one, hero. Would you like him to face off against one of the adventurers with a knife?" commented the Demon Lord as light particles started to gather in the training area. Soon they started coming together to form a body that resembled a level 1 minuscule Miam ant drone. Just like anything else, the levels could be customized, but Rusty still wanted to be cautious. Rusty observed as the ant took shape before him. Its form was hardly imposing. It was an opponent that he had faced many times and defeated on many occasions. However, he was trying to test out his newly created hunting knife that he was still unfamiliar with. After taking shape, the ant stood there for a few seconds before springing to life. It quickly identified Rusty as its opponent and charged forward similarly to its real-life counterpart. The charge was rather slow and easy to read. Rusty's body was at the 10th level and his stats were close to monsters at the F+ grade. There was nothing to fear. He did not bother to dodge and allowed it to pounce at his left side. The monster's mandibles snapped at his armored form but were unable to leave more than a few dents. After tightly gripping his newly fashioned hunting knife, he quickly plunged it into the monster's head. It penetrated it quite effectively, and in a matter of moments the monster was defeated. Its body turned back into light particles and quickly vanished while he was left to ponder his test. "Is something wrong? This doesn't feel right." Rusty replied to the hero, who inquired about the silence. "What doesn't feel right? The weapon seems to work fine to me." "Think he meant the awkwardness of wielding it, isn't that right, Rusty?" The Demon Lord chimed in as from his perspective, Rusty awkwardly wielded the knife. In his past life, the Demon King was quite fond of these short-bladed weapons, but without the proper skills, they wouldn't be as effective. "Yes, I meant that. To my knowledge, Rusty only has the basic swordsmanship and archery weapon skills. To wield a knife, he needs basic dagger proficiency, which he lacks, and considering that he is a monster, he probably won't be able to learn it by himself." "What is that supposed to mean?" The hero orb along with Rusty were confused at the words of the Demon King, but he quickly elaborated on them. "Well, have you considered what our Rusty really is?" "What he is? You mean a living armor monsters?" Yes, that part too, but to be more precise, he is a monster that has been created in a dungeon. He is not a naturally born monster like an orc or a goblin, but an inanimate object given sentience by the dungeon heart. That's true, I haven't heard of living armors ever learning new skills. Because they can't, they are similar to golems that are constrained by their creators. Luckily, he has my skill absorption skill, so he will be able to learn new skills from others. Rusty always had wondered why he wasn't learning that many skills, and this explained it. He was limited to his evolution and what skills were given to him through leveling. Even if he picked up a polearm, he wouldn't be able to learn the basic skill to wield it properly. Knives and daggers went under the same skill, so for the time being, he would only be able to wield swords, bows, and perhaps shields. Don't feel down, my dear Rusty. Having too many skills isn't necessarily good. It takes time to level them up, and each weapon has its downsides. What the Demon Lord was right, and Rusty knew it. If he created every type of weapon and then decided to learn all their skills, his status window would quickly become bloated. It was better to learn higher tier skills for one or two weapons than to have all the basic ones for all of them. For the time being, handling the bow and sword was enough, and making the former would be his next task. I guess he didn't take my advice to heart. It's not bad to practice a new craft, no reason to not make more weapons. The two orbs of light conversed while peering down at a suit of armor supporting a hefty axe. It was a completed piece, now part of the armory's inventory alongside numerous other bronze weapons. It all started with one hunting knife and soon turned into a large weapon creation spree. With molds and an infinite supply of ingots at his disposal, the task became remarkably easy. In time, the empty armory had been transformed into a well-stocked arsenal, another fine addition to my collection. As Rusty admired his latest creation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Each weapon he crafted was a testament to his newfound skills as a blacksmith, something that he found enjoyable. Looks like you're getting the hang of this, the hero remarked while floating beside Rusty. No problem, not like there is anything else for me to do here, but now that you've built up quite the collection, what do you plan to do with them? Before Rusty could answer this question, the darkened sphere of light floated forward and spoke out. That's what I'd like to know. Why did you ignore my advice of focusing on swords? Rusty paused for a moment and considered the Demon Lord's question. It was true that he had no proficiencies in things other than bows and swords. However, he wasn't really thinking about such things when working here in the Soul Forge. Instead of focusing on survival, something else became the focal point. Well, it was fun. It was fun. Yes, it was fun to make them all, and I feel like after making these weapons, I'll also gain some insights into defending myself against them. I see. Leave the kid alone. He's just enjoying the craft. It's probably not something a demon king would know much about. Not everything has to be about battling and survival. The hero chimed in, but the Demon Lord wasn't convinced. Bah, perhaps he will find a way to learn more skills in the future, but it would be better if he didn't spend valuable resources to bring these weapons into the real world. He is not even a year old. He is just having some fun. Some fun. The Demon Lord Orb observed Rusty, who appeared to have shifted his focus elsewhere. The living armor had a habit of moving away whenever the two light orbs engaged in arguments. Rusty's attention span resembled that of a newborn child, and there wasn't any deeper meaning behind it. His sole desire was to craft as many weapons as possible, and he just ended up filling the armory during the process. This should be all, so now what? Now that his work was over, there wasn't really much to do. He had attempted to wield some of the bronze weapons in the training ground, yet similar to the hunting knife, they didn't quite suit his metallic grip. The library failed to offer any additional useful knowledge and was devoid of skill books or any means of skill acquisition beyond his skill absorption or leveling up. However, some skills could be upgraded here, but all of them focused on blacksmithing. Basic Smithing Mastery L2. Passive Skill. Increases proficiency with all basic blacksmithing tools like hammers during crafting. Basic Forging L3. Passive Skill. Unlocks the basics of forging. Helps manage the forge, smelter, crafting, and spotting imperfections in created items. His basic smithing mastery wasn't leveling up as fast as he focused on using molds without hammering anything. Luckily, when using the grinding wheel and the whetstone for sharpening or polishing, it began to react. It was also possible to change the shape of bronze through hammering techniques, but for the time being, he focused on the smelting process. Not all components of Rusty's weapons were crafted from bronze, for instance. The shaft of his bronze spear consisted of plain wood. The spear blade came with a pre-made socket that was perfectly fitted for it. All Rusty needed to do was to insert it and secure it in place by hammering rivets through the holes in the socket part of the spear blade. In the future, he hoped to move on to iron and steel, which required a bit more work and seemed quite fascinating. Are you going to leave without even saying your farewells? Once Rusty exhausted all the possibilities in the Soul Forge, he finally decided to move towards his new body, despite the Demon Lord's call as he approached the new suit of armor in the center. Before departing, he felt compelled to perform one last experiment. His metallic hand grasped the gauntlet of his new body to yank it out, and just like he expected, it popped right off. Did he just ignore me? What is he even doing? He is examining the gauntlet. What do you think he is doing? Does he perhaps want to? The two lights chatted while Rusty looked over the gauntlet in his hand. There was a distinct lack of connection between it and his metallic body. It felt like any other foreign item he had interacted with. First, he attempted to replace his current hand with the new one he had acquired. However, the moment it was connected to the rest of his armor, it simply fell to the ground with a resounding thud. It's not part of me. What are you trying to do, Rusty? The hero floated forward while Rusty was examining the gauntlet that lacked any corrosive parts. If I can make weapons, shouldn't I be able to make armor? Ah, I see. Do you wish to reforge the armor that your body is composed from into something better? Yes, that's it. Could I make it better and heavier? The hero and the Demon Lord Orb exchanged glances as if the idea was something plausible. Rusty was a living armor, a creature that could be considered a piece of armor. There was no reason not to think that he couldn't create his own body by hand. Rusty's ability to craft weapons had opened up new possibilities, including the potential for him to upgrade his own armor. It's definitely worth a try, but I'm not sure if you should do it now. The hero gave his input, and as a previous blacksmith, his words were heavy. In his eyes, Rusty was not quite ready to tackle armor making, and not when bronze was involved. Oh, but why? Why, you ask? Well, to be frank, I don't think you'll be able to improve on this current body of yours. I don't agree with the hero on much, but he is right. What will you do with a baddie riddled with imperfections and holes? Your durability might go down, and what if you mess up one of the joints? Do you wish to have a limp? Rusty paused, considering the valid points brought up by both the hero and the Demon Lord. While he was eager to explore the possibilities of upgrading his armor and wanted it to be heavier to alleviate his weakness, it was not the best idea. He could barely create intermediate weaponry just by using molds, and there were no molds for armor parts. If he wanted to make a gauntlet, it would need to be made from scratch. You're right. I shouldn't rush into something like this without proper preparation. Perhaps I should practice first. Exactly. It's better to take your time and ensure that you have the necessary skills and knowledge before attempting such a feat. The hero added while trying to make his ghostly form produce a smile but failed at it. His form was without a face and just a voice. Maybe I should practice while I still have the time, huh? Rusty looked at the gauntlet as its form offered him some smithing pointers. However, before he could take it to the workbench to study, it flew back to the body in the middle. Then suddenly, the entire soul forge started to shiver and quake. What's happening? He asked as his body began to feel strange. He started feeling weak and drowsy, not something that he had ever experienced as a living suit of armor. This space, it's becoming unstable. Commented the Demon Lord, who knew quite a bit about magic. Becoming unstable. What does that mean? Asked the hero, whose form was quivering as well. It means that our little Rusty might have spent too much time here. I think he should inhabit his new form before this whole place collapses on itself. Rusty took in the Demon King's words. The Soul Forge, his haven for crafting and self-improvement, was destabilizing. It seemed that he couldn't afford to stay here any longer, and that an actual time limit existed. He wasn't sure how long he had been here, but at least over a week had passed. Without wasting another moment, he dashed towards the suit of armor in the center of the room, as it was the vessel that awaited his consciousness. As he approached, the vibrations intensified, causing the surroundings to blur and distort. The hero and the Demon Lord's voices echoed in his mind as they urged him to hurry. With a determined leap, Rusty plunged his consciousness into the awaiting armor. His previous corroded form plunged down to the ground as his essence melded with the new one. Suddenly, the world around him fractured into fragments of light and darkness. The sensation was disorienting, akin to being pulled through a vortex. Colors swirled around him, and the echoes of voices faded into the background. Rusty felt himself being pulled away from the Soul Forge and back into the real world where his true form awaited. Whoa, I'm back. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos had ceased. Rusty found himself back in the cave filled with bright crystals. His magical vision was blurry at first, but in a moment it became sharper than ever. His senses felt enhanced in every way possible, and he felt reinvigorated. When looking down, he saw a lack of any corroded parts that had been replaced by a shiny new bronze body. This new body, it feels much stronger. Why did my stats go down but my health points and magic points doubled? At first, he was perplexed by his status screen. He was sure that he had become stronger, but all of the numbers had gone down. However, once he noticed that he had transformed from an F-rank monster into an E-rank monster, it all made sense. It seemed that the ranking letters represented his true strength, and the numbers were just an additional indicator. Once they went over 99, they would switch to the next rank and reset. Interesting. After he realized that he had truly advanced to his new form, it was time to take it for a spin. On the outside, he didn't look much different. He had an almost identical look, just one that lacked any corrosion. He was made out of shiny twilight bronze, and his form gleamed in the bright light of the cave. He could instantly feel the difference. His movements were smoother, and even his thoughts were clearer. It was as if he had shed an old, rusty skin and emerged as something new and improved. Even his trusty sword had been transformed and was shining brightly beside him. Once he gave it a few good swings, he could tell that he would do quick work of the monsters he previously encountered. Wait, what about the other weapons? Are they in my inventory as well? His basic sword reminded him of the weapons he created in the Soul Forge. He quickly accessed his inventory screen in the search for it. While he didn't find any of them inside of his stash tab, a new tab had been created, Armory. The translucent menu presented him with a new window in which all the items that he created during his time in the Soul Forge. Each item was also accompanied by a brief description and its rating. Rusty scrolled through the list and was given the option to spend bronze ingots to create them. I can get a set of throwing knives for 1 ingot, but I'll have to spend 3 for the longsword. His current weapon was an arming sword, which was shorter than the longsword he created inside of the Soul Forge. He was hoping to bring it out along with the bronze shield that he made, but it also would cost him another 3 bronze ingots. However, even with these high costs, he needed to test out this new feature. He considered for a moment, but eventually decided to get the shield instead as his old weapon was still enough. Would you like to make the Twilight Bronze Round Shield? Yes. Once he confirmed, a little animation played out before him as the bronze ingots he spent transformed into the Twilight Bronze Round Shield. To his surprise, the shield didn't end up in the real world, but instead appeared in his inventory. He needed to then select it before it appeared in his stash tab, where it occupied 4 squares instead of just 1. Rusty was confused about how to summon this item into his hand, but before he could think it through, another transformation took place. The whole stash tab expanded in size, and a separate equipment window appeared above it. It contained spaces that were filled up with his armor, but also some smaller and larger ones that were empty. Is that my body in the middle, and my sword on the left? In the central area, Rusty could discern sections of his body divided into multiple parts. One slot contained his cuirass and placard, while another housed his sabatons and greaves. The gauntlet occupied its own slot, and the pauldrons were likewise segregated. However, they all appeared grayed out, inaccessible to him. The only usable slots seemed to be 2 larger ones on the left and right sides, along with a few smaller ones that were empty. The left one housed his current arming sword, and to his surprise, he could remove it into his stash tab. Upon doing so, the sword vanished from the real world as if it had never existed there in the first place. Only after it was dragged and dropped back to the left large weapon slot did it appear once more. I see, so if I place the shield on the right side, it should. Rusty dragged the Twilight Bronze Round Shield from his inventory and placed it into the empty slot on the right side of the equipment window. To his amazement, as soon as he did so, the shield materialized in his hand. It shimmered with the same twilight bronze hue as the rest of his armor and reflected the light within the cave. With both sword and shield in hand, Rusty felt unstoppable. However, this wasn't quite finished, as he still needed to check if he had learned any new skills like he did when he turned into his previous form. What was that sound? Before Rusty could delve further into his investigation, he heard a faint sound like something being crunched, resounding from around the corner. Was his lair invaded by monsters? He needed to investigate. Rusty cautiously approached the source of the sound, his grip tightening on his sword and newly made shield. As he continued to move, the noise of something getting crunched started to get louder. Eventually, he peeked around the corner to see a strange white creature going at the mana crystals in this cave. What is that? It's different from the other monsters, but looks similar to the ants. Classification: minuscule gleaming mana ant L1G+. Type: insectoid. What he found was a rather small-looking monster. It was similar to the Miam ant drones, but somewhat smaller than even the smallest drone he had encountered. Its carapace was not brown or dark, but had a white silvery sheen. Besides the coloring and size difference, it also had a slightly larger head with more pronounced antennae. Yet, it wasn't the creature's appearance that struck Rusty as most peculiar. Rather, he found himself wondering why it was consuming the blue crystals. It looks really weak and is also just a G-rank monster. Should I just slay it? Annoyed by the intrusion, Rusty stepped forward, his armor clanking a lot less than usual. While stepping forward, he noticed a resounding cracking sound as he stepped into something. When he glanced down, the mystery of this monster appearing here revealed itself. On the ground, there were eggshells from the egg that he brought over from within the ant's nest. It was now clear that this monster had hatched from inside, and for some reason, it was fine with the light crystals here. It's different than the rest. It might be dangerous. This cave served as Rusty's sanctuary, a place where he could unwind and safeguard his loot. The light crystals effectively repelled other insects and even aided him in his battle against the Ant Queen. The fact that one of her spawns could now bypass the protective glow of the crystals spelled trouble. If more of these creatures existed, they posed a threat to his newfound base. As Rusty pondered his next move, the minuscule mana ant continued to feast on the mana crystals, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Its mandibles clicked as it chewed, each bite punctuated by a small crack as it shattered another piece of crystal. Rusty knew he couldn't allow this creature to roam freely in his sanctuary. While it was small now, everything in this world evolved and it could potentially lead more of its kind here. Rusty tightened his grip on his sword and shield. In his current upgraded form, this monster posed no threat at all, which gave him an idea. The Miam drones were able to leave small dents on his previous body. Though smaller than the Miam drones, its mandibles seemed capable of inflicting damage. Thus he decided to let it attack him a few times, to test his newfound durability. The creature, engrossed in its feast, didn't seem to notice Rusty's approach until he was a few steps away. With a sudden awareness of the armored figure before it, the ant's antennae twitched in alarm. It reared up slightly, and its mandibles clicked a few times, but something wasn't the same. He expected for the ant to rush him just like the drones did when he attacked their colony. However, this smaller creature seemed more docile, almost as if he was similar to the monsters from the original dungeon. Was it possible that the voice that had vanished was influencing this ant? It doesn't feel the same, the connection is lacking. Rusty still remembered the voice of the dungeon, which seemed to have a name. If what the Demon King claimed was true, then the thing he knew as the voice was the dungeon heart. He was created by it and had felt a deep connection before he fell into this area. There was a similar connection to the other monsters inhabiting those dungeon levels, something that was missing here. Despite not being part of that dungeon, the ant refrained from attacking and left Rusty perplexed by its behavior. The small insect moved closer in a slow fashion. Rusty remained still, anticipating its bite. However, to his surprise, the ant behaved differently. Instead of attacking, it repeatedly touched his bronze body with its antennae. After a brief moment, it glanced up and began a peculiar wiggle which left Rusty perplexed. Eventually, the monster turned away and returned to munching on the tiny mana crystals. It clearly doesn't see me as an enemy, but what should I do with it? This was quite the conundrum, as for some reason he felt conflicted. On one hand, the monster was a potential threat, and it was also eating the crystals here. What if it ate all the crystals and his lair was destroyed? Yet on the other hand, the creature's consumption rate was negligible, just like its size. It wasn't depleting the crystals at a rapid pace, and it would likely take years for it to make a large enough dent. It's a G-rank monster, so it won't give me much experience either, perhaps not even more than one. After farming these dungeons, Rusty has also realized one thing. The higher level he was becoming, the fewer experience points he gained. These ant monsters were the weakest types that were around and wouldn't offer him much, even less after he became an E-rank bronze twilight armor. Rusty considered his options, and something about its behavior nagged at him. It wasn't behaving like a typical monster, which made him want to observe it more. I wonder, would it attack the other monsters? A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps there was a way to use this strange creature to his advantage. While it wasn't his enemy, what of the other insects in this underground area? There was a possibility that it could aid him against them, just like the skeletons before. Even though it was quite weak, it could potentially act as a distraction. For the time being, Rusty decided to retreat and think his options through. After visiting the Soul Forge and engrossing himself with blacksmithing, he knew that it was sometimes better not to rush. His status screen still had some new secrets that he had not uncovered, and first he needed to go through his skills. He could feel that something new had appeared, but he wasn't sure if it would aid him in battle. What are these skills? Call guide. Active skill. You call your guide to aid you. My guide. Rusty was perplexed at this new skill and wasn't sure what to think of it. However, he knew that it was always best to not dwell on these things when activating the skill would give him all the answers. Thus, without thinking much, he activated the call guide skill, which he needed to do through the world system window, similar to his inventory screen. Choose which guide you wish to summon. Fallen Demon King. Betrayed hero. Both. He was given a choice between two individuals, but could summon both of them together. After reading the names, he instantly knew what this skill was about. After deliberating for a moment, he decided to call both the Fallen Demon King and the Betrayed Hero. He figured that there was no reason to call them separately, and also wanted to see what both had to offer for him in the real world. The cave flickered momentarily, and then two shimmering orbs of light materialized before him. One radiated a dark, ominous aura, while the other emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The Demon King and the hero quickly materialized before him and looked exactly the same as they did within the Soul Forge. Haha, I knew I would return. It was only a matter of time. The world shall tremble once more before the might of Demon King a burden. All shall pay for their folly. The booming laughter echoed through the chamber as a burden's triumphant voice echoed. His form exuded an aura of darkness and contrasted sharply with the bright lights of this crystal-filled cave. Is this really the real world? The hero's voice was a lot more silent, and some confusion was mixed into it. It contrasted with the Demon King's maniacal cackling. His form shimmered with gentle light and seemed to take in some of the light from the environment to shimmer even more. Rusty looked at the two orbs of light before him and wondered what he could use them for. They were here, but were they capable of aiding him in his battles, or could they only offer him their knowledge? After spending more than a week inside the Soul Forge, he got to know them a bit better. The hero was very knowledgeable when it came to blacksmithing and handling weapons. On the other hand, the Demon King seemed more clever and filled with other knowledge. I'll be sure to repay this favor, Rusty. As he was deliberating, the black orb started to float away. It was as if he was trying to flee from this location. However, once the Demon King put himself around 10 meters from the living armor, he came to a halt. It became evident that he was struggling to advance, and his once ominous form gradually diminished, his movements growing sluggish. No, what is this? It can't be. Did you think that you could just leave? Did you forget that we are probably nothing more than a skill for Rusty here? Damn it all. The orb of black light slowly floated back towards his owner, who just stood there without a word. This is fine, I'll get back to my previous form eventually. It's just a small setback on the way towards my full revival. Sure. What about you, hero? Don't you want to live again and punish the ones that crossed you? It seemed that even in these more real forms, they continued to argue about the same thing. Rusty remained uncertain about their true history, but it appeared they had been betrayed and slain by someone they now harbored intense animosity towards. This held little relevance to Rusty, as his sole focus lay in his pursuit of strength and how these two entities could aid him in achieving it. What can you do? His question was simple and to the point. The two orbs of light stopped talking with each other as they felt compelled by the order. What can we do? Nothing much than to offer you some advice. These spectral bodies don't really hold much power within them. The Demon King answered first, which left Rusty saddened. Was there truly nothing more than advice that these two could offer? It felt like it was a waste of a skill for them to just buzz around his head without offering anything substantial. However, a nearby ant that was crunching on some mana stones gave him an idea. Can you tell me something about that? That is a minuscule gleaming mana ant, answered the hero orb, which annoyed Rusty slightly. I know that already. It's a special mutation of the ant species, quite a rare find. Most of them die inside of the dungeons as they require a large amount of light and mana to hatch. Bravo, you brought it to the perfect incubator, Rusty. Incubator. The fallen demon seemed to know a bit more about this creature than the hero. Both of them seemed to be knowledgeable about separate things which were noted by him. An incubator is usually an enclosed place that helps beings grow or hatch. Damn, I already hate this. The demon lord replied with an annoyed tone. Even though he didn't want to offer this advice, he was compelled by something to do so. It was clear that he was compelled to do the bidding of this living suit of armor, at least for now. This skill has its uses, that the day would come that I, the great demon king, would be reduced to offering advice to a mere suit of armor. How humiliating. You'll get over it, the hero replied to the dark orb of light in a mocking tone. While the two were in the same boat, it didn't seem like he had any aspirations or knowledge of getting reborn. In his former life, he was merely a human, and perhaps the only entities capable of aiding him were the same gods who had once forsaken him. Then, can this ant do something for me? It didn't attack me for some reason. These monsters are said to be docile and very intelligent. It seemed to have been born without the influence of a queen, but I'm not sure. Perhaps it sees you as an ally. Rusty nodded while receiving even more information. It seemed that having a demon king who knew his way around monsters was quite handy. With these two around, it would probably be possible to create even better hunting tactics. However, as he was about to ask another question, something unforeseen started happening. Mana reserves are critically low. He started feeling strange, and his body was starting to give out. First went his legs, which collapsed and came loose at the joints. When he looked at the prompt, it seemed that this skill had consumed all of his mana. His mind became drowsy, and he was unable to do anything before everything went black. The voices of both the hero and Demon King faded away as he lost consciousness. I passed out. He found himself down on the ground with his body parts lying down at awkward angles. The last thing that he recalled was a red warning window before everything went black. The two orbs were not here with him anymore, and it was obvious why this had happened. I ran out of mana and collapsed. Previously, he had come close to this phenomenon, but this was the first time that his mana went below 1 point. It seemed the skill that let him call the two beings required a constant supply of MP. Once it reached 0, his body, which required mana to function, collapsed. Luckily, it wasn't a death sentence, and eventually, it recovered. At least I know what will happen when I run out of mana now. I should never let it happen while in combat. Once he was awake, he noticed another thing. The small ant that had been eating the mana crystals was now resting on top of his chest. It seemed that while he was out, it decided to make him into its bed. Rusty blinked, slightly surprised to find the small ant perched atop him. It seemed comfortable, its small body rising and falling gently with each breath. The white body had become enlarged and was now glowing, most likely a side effect of eating the mana crystals. Despite its initially peculiar behavior, Rusty found himself feeling a strange sense of warmth towards the creature. This creature is strange. For some reason, he didn't feel like moving, as if disturbing the ant's sleep would be bad. His body parts were sprawled out to the sides as he took a dive after passing out. It seemed that his body seized up in place and fell backward. This created enough force to send his limbs in all four directions, rendering him immobile and a torso. His head was dislodged as well, but remained closer to his main body. Now I know what will happen if I ever run out of mana. It was good luck that this had happened inside of this cave and not somewhere else. It was clear now if he ever used up all his mana at once, he would be pushed into some kind of strange dormant state. He had no idea how long he was out, but even the smallest monster would be enough to finish him off if he couldn't move. They are really far away, but Rusty possessed some degree of control over his body. If his limbs were separated, they could reconnect when brought close to his main body. However, in this scenario, he couldn't move his torso closer as it was too far away. Without even a single arm, he couldn't crawl closer, leaving him with the option of perhaps rolling, but he didn't have a proper spine to turn to the side either. Wait, there was that new skill. Maybe I should use it. Limb Control Living Armor. Active Skills. A skill that allows control of one's limbs to a certain extent. Before passing out, he noticed a new skill that could help him out in this situation. Gaining skills was a strange phenomenon, as whenever he received one, he instantly knew how it worked. It was hard to describe, but after using it once, it became part of his being. After passing out, his mana reserves had been recharged back to maximum. It was safe to use it, and soon his body started glowing. From within his chest plate, a strange emerald light emerged. It shot out from the holes that were made by his missing limbs. The glow first made its way inside the hollowed parts before enveloping them all. The scattered parts then started to float up into the air while Rusty felt a strange sensation. He could feel the limbs as if they were connected to his body, even when they were all far away from his body. His fingers twitched and grasped at the empty air with some force behind them. Eventually, with a focused effort, he willed his limbs to move and they responded. The dislodged metallic arm that was lying several meters away twitched and rocketed back towards his torso. It soon collided with his shoulder and connected itself back into the correct place. Rusty couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as his arm reattached itself to his torso. The sensation was strange yet satisfying, like pieces of a puzzle clicking back into place. With his arm secured, he focused on his other dislodged limbs, willing them to return to him. One by one, they obeyed his mental commands, flying through the air and reattaching themselves to his body. Once all his limbs were reconnected, he looked at the last issue, the small ant monster on his chest. For some reason, even while his whole armor was glowing and clicking around, it remained plastered to his chest. He wished to ask the glowing orbs about this minuscule gleaming mana ant, but after passing out once, he was now reluctant to activate that call guide skill. Well, it has to get down one way or the other. Rusty moved his reattached gauntlet towards the ant to give it a small poke. For some reason, it felt rude to interrupt its slumber, but he couldn't get up and look through his skill window otherwise. However, after his digit collided with the monster's antennae, a strange system prompt was given to him. Would you like to accept a bonding contract with the minuscule gleaming mana ant? A bonding contract. He moved his finger away while going through the strange prompt. The ant, which was fast asleep, looked up to him without moving from its spot. It had no eyelids, but its eyes turned to his form. It wiggled its antennae in what seemed to be anticipation. Rusty pondered for a moment, as he had no idea what this contract entailed. The creature was quite docile, and it seemed happy. Fine, I guess. As he confirmed his decision, a radiant glow enveloped both Rusty and the minuscule gleaming mana ant. It was as if an invisible tether formed between them, connecting their fates in some unspoken pact. Rusty felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and a newfound sense of connection with the creature nestled upon his chest. What a curious feeling. He thought to himself while the ant moved down from his chest and started performing a strange dance between his legs. To make things even more interesting, he was given a new window, one where he could see his new friend's stats. Stamina points, not special points. The monster's stats were quite low and in the G rank. When he tried to recall his original status screen, this monster was even below it. What he noticed was that this creature also had no name, just like he did in the past, and that he could see its status screen as if it was his own. It appeared in a section called Bonded Monsters that wasn't really explained. Maybe I should ask the hero or demon king about this, but first, he looked at the name of this monster just like previously. The name was long, but one word caught his attention. Then, just like when he had gotten his own name of Rusty, this ant had been named. Name, Gleam. Classification, minuscule gleaming mana ant G plus L1. Type, Insectoid. His new friend started dancing around as if he was given something tasty to eat. It was a strange feeling, but for some reason, Rusty was feeling joy. He started his life alone and without much purpose, but now things were changing. The two glowing orbs were there, and so was this sparkling ant that had just been named. Gleam, can you talk? He attempted to communicate with his new friend, but it didn't seem that this creature could respond. However, it seemed that it had some intelligence, as it responded by shaking its body as if it were trying to respond. No talking, then how about you bring me that crystal? Rusty pointed towards a nearby mana crystal with his finger, gesturing for Gleam to fetch it. The ant, understanding the command, scurried over to the crystal with surprising agility. It grabbed hold of the crystal with its mandibles and struggled for a moment before managing to lift it. With a determined effort, Gleam dragged the crystal back to Rusty, presenting it at his feet. Well, that's impressive, Rusty remarked as he was impressed by the ant's intelligence and order-following capabilities. Even without asking for confirmation, he knew that he received something similar to a familiar or a thrall. For one reason or another, the ant must have accepted him as his leader, which he then confirmed with the contract. Could it have done it to survive? As Rusty pondered the reason behind the ant's behavior, he realized it was ultimately without meaning. Perhaps the ant perceived him as its mother, or perhaps it acted out of fear of the other monsters lurking outside. Its body was quite small, and once it left this cavern, its fate would be sealed. Gleam stood little chance against the stronger monsters outside, and it would likely meet a swift demise if left alone for too long. Now then, did I learn any other skills besides limb control? Basic shield proficiency. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a shield along with other weapons. It is required to unlock more powerful shield skills. Previously, Rusty only was able to absorb the shield bash skill from one of the dungeon skeletons, but never got around to getting the passive. While holding the shield was fine, now he would truly be able to use it in battle. There doesn't seem to be anything else. He expected to receive something more magical like the elemental charge skill or the elemental discharge one, but perhaps later something good would arise. All his stats had gone up and he had access to a whole inventory filled with new weapons. He wanted to summon his arsenal instantly but needed to withhold. There was still a lack of any tin ore in this area. Before finding a vein, he needed to conserve his resources. Only one more anomaly remained, as his body had a strange addition. Previously, he was just a hallowed suit of armor, without anything on the inside. However, now a strange orb resided within him and it was glued to the top of his helmet. At first, he attempted to take it out, but the moment he tried, a strange foreboding feeling washed over him. It was as if his very essence was inside of this very tiny orb, and if he tried to remove it from within his body, something bad would happen. This was a new weak point of sorts, as previously to defeat him, his body needed to be mangled. Now, on the other hand, if this was damaged, he felt like something bad would happen. He needed to protect this small orb that was the size of a marble, and luckily it was at a location that would be hard to damage. Not much that I can do about this. I should probably go test out that one skill and also this new body. The basic elemental discharge skill was something that he hadn't truly tested out yet, as it was given to him when he maxed out his previous form. Now that he was transformed and had more MP to use such skill, it was time to take over the whole underground cavern. The strongest monsters that he had come across here were of E rank, which he was now a part of. Should I go after the centipedes first? The memory of getting chased by the large centipede matriarch was still fresh in Rusty's mind. It was a scary opponent that was much larger and was quite swift. While he felt confident now, it was better to test his sword out on the lesser monsters first. Afterward, it would be time to take care of the matriarch. Rusty was on his way out of the cavern before he noticed that the white ant continued to follow after him. This creature was rather weak and would not last even against a slug, but this didn't mean that it was of no use. Good then, Gleam, you will be the bait. A devious idea crept into his metallic head as he set off to the watering hole where the monsters gathered. Even with the ant queen gone, the other monsters continued to respect their space. However, the centipede seemed to have multiplied since his last visit and perhaps with time, would also attempt to overthrow the other monsters here. With Gleam by his side, Rusty ventured forth into the cavern, the echoing sound of his footsteps reverberating off the crystalline walls. As they approached the watering hole, the ambient noise of chittering insects and dripping water grew louder. The monsters looked in his direction and reacted in a rather novel way. Usually they would ignore him, but this time around, many of them started moving in his direction. It was clear that their gazes were not focused on his metallic frame, but on the gleaming ant, which was quite radiant. While Rusty had intended to employ his new little helper as bait, he hadn't anticipated that the monsters would react so aggressively upon seeing it. He had assumed they would avoid the radiance it emitted, as it was similar to the light he could produce with his sword. However, the monsters appeared to be drawn to Gleam's glow like moths to a flame. They skittered and slithered closer, their eyes fixed on the tiny ant as if it were a tantalizing treat. Rusty watched as the creatures closed in, their movements becoming more frenzied with each step. This wasn't quite what I had in mind. Gleam, get behind me. Rusty knew that the situation was starting to spiral out of control. Nevertheless, for some reason, he didn't feel that he was fully in danger. He was an E-rank monster who was being confronted by a bunch of F-ranks. When thinking about those larger monsters that towered over the rest, he imagined himself as one of them. He quickly assessed the scenario and raised his sword into the air. With the activation of basic elemental charge, it started glowing with an intense light. The monsters were blinded and stopped in their tracks, but this was not his plan. Soon after, he swung his sword forward in a sweeping motion, while also activating basic elemental discharge. When doing so, a torrent of light energy surged forth from the blade, engulfing the oncoming monsters within. The creatures screeched and writhed as they were struck by the force of Rusty's attack, their bodies convulsing. They were still alive, but they were stunned. Gleam scurried behind Rusty, seeking shelter behind one of his metallic legs. It chomped with its mandibles, but left the fighting up to its current master. Not bad. Even though they aren't dead, it won't be hard to defeat them in this state. You have gained +8 experience points. You have gained +9 experience points. Rusty charged in. The monsters were down for the count and easy targets. With swift slashes of his sword, he dispatched the stunned creatures one by one, their weakened forms offering little resistance against his onslaught. Gleam watched from the sidelines, its glowing body pulsating before it too launched itself at one of the injured monsters. As the last of the monsters fell, Rusty took a moment to evaluate his performance. His sword was still crackling with an elemental sheen, but the skill had run its course. Rusty noted that the monsters that had attacked the small ant lay dead, while others had decided to flee upon realizing his strength. It became apparent that these creatures weren't truly mindless and lacked the compulsion to fight to the last one standing. I wonder if they see me as one of those other monsters. Rusty was somewhat aesthetic, as this cemented his rise in strength. At first glance, his stats didn't look that much greater than the ones he previously had. However, as he had now had some time to utilize his new body, it became apparent that it was many times stronger than the corroded shell he had previously inhabited. There seemed to be some sort of hidden power boost accompanying his rise to the E rank that surpassed the numbers indicating it. There were a little bit over 10 bodies on the ground, composed of the centipedes and slug monsters. For some reason, the beetles stayed out of it for the most part and retreated to their side of the cave after he activated his new skill. However, to Rusty's surprise, another anomaly arose concerning his new friend, Gleam. Despite the ant not inflicting any damage, it was strangely enough gaining experience points. Gleam had entered the fray after the monsters had been disabled by Rusty's skill, targeting only the incapacitated ones. Its mandibles weren't particularly strong, and it struggled to bite through the tough exoskeletons of the large centipedes. Although Rusty landed all the finishing blows, Gleam managed to gain a level without landing any critical hits, while Rusty felt like he was receiving fewer experience points than before. Maybe I should ask one of them for advice. He pondered this issue as the memories of the Demon Lord and the hero weren't giving him any answers. While these memories provided a starting point for his understanding of the world, they fell short in unveiling its deeper secrets. Without directly consulting one of his guiding helpers, Rusty realized he wouldn't fully understand this situation. As long as I don't keep them out for too long, it should be fine. I just need to limit it to one guide. His MP was recharging at a faster rate than before, but he still chose to wait until it was maxed out. Passing out again was not something he wished to do, and he needed to see if he could actually use this skill correctly. Previously, Rusty did not pay attention to his mana usage, but this time around his visor would be glued to the system window. Thus, after waiting for a bit for his mana to recharge, he decided to summon one of the beings from the Soul Forge. Who should I pick, the hero or the Demon King? Rusty wasn't sure which one of them could offer him a better explanation. The hero had assisted him in refining his crafting skills and provided insights into weapon and armor creation. On the other hand, the Demon King seemed to possess knowledge about monsters and their behaviors, which could shed light on the peculiarities he was experiencing with Gleam. If it's about monsters, it seems that the Demon King could know better. While the Demon Lord seemed untrustworthy at the start and attempted to flee instantly when he was previously summoned, the skill call guide seemed to compel them to answer his questions truthfully. The decision was made and more precise knowledge of the monster world was needed. After postponing his journey towards the centipede lair, he ventured back to the safety of his crystal headquarters. Here he felt safe, and even if he passed away once again, there was no chance of him getting hurt. Rusty realized that this would be his final test. If for any reason it failed again, he would have to cease using this skill. Continuously losing consciousness whenever it was activated and being vulnerable to monster attacks was not a viable option. No hero this time around, Do you perhaps enjoy my presence more, my dear Rusty? But could you do me a favor and not summon me to this bright place? It's giving me a migraine, and I don't even have a tangible body." The Demon King appeared in the form of a glowing black orb. It was a strange sight to behold as it was forming itself. Shadows started forming from seemingly nowhere and expanded in size. Eventually, the fallen Demon King was there, his imposing voice being a reminder of the great evil that he once was. "I apologize for the inconvenience, but I need your help. What can you tell me about this ant?" Rusty was in a rush as he could see his MP drop by exactly 50 points. This left him with a bit over 70 points. Everything seemed to be fine at first, but he noticed another magic point being deducted right after. This was probably the reason for his downfall previously. The skill used up MP at a continuous rate. The ant again. "I see that you have given it a name. Well, at least it's not Gleamy." "Why would I name it Gleamy? Just ignore what I said. What do you want to know about this ant again?" "Oh, something strange happened after I woke up. It was on my armor, and then I was asked for a bonding contract." He quickly explained everything to the Demon King while keeping his gaze on the system window. There, he observed his MP slowly ticking down, but not at a rate that posed any immediate harm. Reflecting on his previous fall, he could only assume that summoning both orbs simultaneously had resulted in higher magic usage and initial costs, which then led to his sudden loss of consciousness. "Ah yes, a bonding contract. Those also exist. I usually preferred the thrall or slave contracts, much better." A thrall contract, indeed, let me explain. While a bonding contract forms a connection between you and a monster, you're compelled to share your experience points with them. However, if you manage to acquire a thrall, that wouldn't be the case. I'm sure you've experienced that before, haven't you? Receiving less experience than usual. That did happen, so a part of my experience is going to gleam. I'm not sure what the exact number is, but it won't go above half, and if your bonding partner isn't within range, you will be able to gain your experience at the usual pace. Interesting. So is there anything else I should know about this bonding contract? Well, besides sharing experience points, the bond can also grant the monster certain benefits. They might gain access to skills or abilities they wouldn't otherwise have, and they can become more loyal and obedient to you as their bond strengthens. Unique evolutionary choices might appear once they are ready, and you will have the ability to decide. I'll be able to decide, indeed. Thus, I would advise you to help your new friend advance quickly. It will be hard for this creature to survive on its own. The other monsters will be drawn to it like moths to a flame too. This peculiar species is special. It seems to attract other monsters too. Perhaps they are drawn to its mana. Some creatures are natural elixirs. It could be possible that eating it would unlock a special evolution too. Rusty nodded, absorbing the information provided by the fallen Demon King. It seemed that the bonding contract was both a boon and a burden. On one hand, he needed to share his experience with it, but on the other hand, it also worked in reverse. As the ant grew stronger, Rusty envisioned the possibility of confronting more formidable foes together. In the past, he managed to kill strong adventurers with the help of other monsters, so this tactic wasn't anything new. That's not that bad. I can just have him stay here if I just want to level up by myself too. That you can. Can this Demon King help you with anything else? Will you tell me to cook you something now? The black orb replied in a sort of annoyed tone. Rusty knew that this being didn't like to be ordered around, but it was not something he concerned himself about. After ignoring the question, he gave one of his own that concerned the change in his body. He removed his helmet and turned it around to show that strange marble glued to it. What is this? That. It's just a monster core. Monsters start growing once they become E-rank. Oh, does it do anything? It feels very important, as if something will happen if I touch it. Of course, if your monster core is destroyed, you will cease to exist. The Demon King's words sent a shiver down Rusty's metallic spine. The idea of his existence hinging on the safety of this small orb was daunting, to say the least. So it's like my lifeline. In a manner of speaking, yes. It's the essence of your being contained within that core. Damage it and you risk your very existence. However, once you increase in strength, so will you also gain skills and abilities to shelter it better. Once that's over with, you won't even remember that it was ever there to begin with. There are also benefits of having a monster core. You will not die unless it is destroyed. I won't, even if my HP goes down to 0. That's the fun part, it can't. A monster with a core must have its core destroyed, otherwise it won't perish. However, magical attacks that affect your whole body could be used as a finishing blow, so it would be best if you don't let your health fall below a certain threshold. Rusty absorbed this information with a mix of relief and fear. On one hand, knowing that he wouldn't die unless his monster core was destroyed offered a certain degree of security. This information could even save his life in the future. As long as his helmet that housed the core survived, he wouldn't die. However, it was quite a small and brittle-looking object. If he took too many hard hits to his bronze head, he could perish even if his HP wasn't fully lowered. My pleasure. Now, Rusty, my boy, how about we talk about something? I'm sorry, but you will have to go now. I beg your pardon." Before the demon lord could continue with his sentence, he was interrupted by Rusty. His mana had dropped by another 50 points, and it was becoming too dangerous to continue. Luckily, it was possible to end this skill whenever he chose. It only took a mental command for Rusty to dismiss the fallen demon king. Well, that's rude. The dark orb started to flicker before it dissipated into thin air, while shouting something at him that he didn't fully understand. Rusty had gained valuable information, and was glad that he asked about this monster core of his. Now he knew that he needed to protect his head more than his other body parts. "Now, what should I do about you?" Gleam wiggled its antennae as if sensing Rusty's gaze upon it. He could feel that this monster was eager to assist and would follow his orders. The problem wasn't its loyalty, but that it wasn't the strongest. For it to become of any use, it needed to at least reach the F rank like the other insects here. "I think it will be better if we start now." It felt wise to begin the leveling drive now, and he already knew that his companion could be used to lure the other monsters. With that in mind, Rusty formulated a plan. He would venture deeper into the cavern, seeking out groups of monsters to battle alongside Gleam. By strategically utilizing the ant's glow to attract foes, Rusty could dispatch them efficiently and ensure Gleam gained the necessary experience to level up. "Gleam, are you ready?" Rusty addressed his newfound companion, who responded with a series of excited movements, indicating its readiness for action. "Let us depart then." For some reason, with Gleam by his side, Rusty felt a lot more joy. He recalled his life before falling down the chasm. The other monsters would react to him at all, but Gleam was different. It wiggled around in a novel fashion and seemed to always be interested in the things he was doing. Finally, the two ventured towards the tunnels, and this time around they were not attacked at the watering hole. After considering his options, Rusty decided to enter the slug-filled tunnels. Gleam had a weak bite, but the slugs were quite squishy to the point that even he would be able to do damage. A new hunt started as he postponed the destruction of the centipede-filled dungeons and the matriarch waiting for him there. Instead, he focused on helping his new friend level up. One thing in particular stayed with him. The demon lord mentioned that he would be able to affect the evolutionary path of this small ant, and he wanted to see how. Just as expected, the slugs weren't much of a problem. After using Gleam to lure them in, he was able to avoid their initial charges and cut them in half. With the elemental discharge skill, thighs were even easier. These monsters liked to gather in a large group, which allowed Rusty to hit multiple of them at once. After getting hit, they were momentarily stunned, and even Gleam could finish them off through multiple bites that probably did 1 HP damage each. As the two pushed into the cavern, Rusty realized just how deep it went. The further he ventured, the more of the monsters he encountered. Luckily, he was not the armor that he used to be, and slaying them came to him rather easily. Even their best attack couldn't faze him, as he could easily block it with the bronze shield he created. Rusty couldn't help but marvel at Gleam's tenacity. Despite its diminutive size, the ant fought with unwavering determination, never backing down from a challenge. It was clear to Rusty that Gleam had the heart of a warrior, and he found himself growing more and more fond of his tiny companion. While he received less experience than before, it felt well spent as he could see Gleam's levels just skyrocketing. At the end of their push into the slug-infested tunnels, Gleam was already level 5. This leveling speed was only something he could have dreamed about when he was created. Eventually, they reached a large chamber at the center of the cavern, where a massive slug, easily 10 times the size of the others, lay coiled upon itself. Its body pulsed with an otherworldly glow, and its 2 extended eyes seemed to focus on the 2 intruders. "Gleam, can you hide yourself somewhere? This might be too dangerous for you to handle." Gleam seemed unwilling to part from his new metallic companion, but relented. The ant looked at the tunnel wall and started burrowing itself into it, disappearing from sight. With Gleam safely hidden, Rusty turned his attention back to the colossal slug before him. It seemed to be the big boss of this area, just like the ant queen and centipede matriarch. "I'll start with you then." Rusty pointed with his sword in the direction of the monster. The creature was surrounded by a small swarm of smaller slugs, which probably acted as its defense force. Once they were dealt with, defeating their leader would be much easier. "Go screw yourself," a young woman shouted at a stocky-looking man with a long red beard. He wore a blacksmithing apron over his clothes as he returned an item he had been given for appraisal. It appeared to be an old bronze gauntlet, corroded in several places. "What you want from me? It ain't worth that much. Take the coins or don't, I don't care." "HMPH, you don't care. I'm sure you'll start to care after I take this dagger and shove it up your arse." The man was of the dwarven race and started shouting back at the unruly woman. Luckily, she was not alone in this shop, and soon one of her companions began to pull her back before. "Livy, calm down. You are making a scene." Other patrons within the shop began to take notice, their attention drawn to the unfolding scene. The presence of metallic weapons and pieces of armor scattered around made it clear that this was a place frequented by adventurers seeking to purchase such gear. The shopkeeper, a burly dwarf, furrowed his bushy brows, his hands clenched into fists as he glared at the woman named Livy. I told ye already, the gauntlet ain't worth much. You can take the coins or leave it, but don't ye dare threat me in me own shop. The man repeated himself, but this time his voice boomed through the entire shop. His thick accent made it difficult for some people to understand him, but the message was clear. Livy's companion, a wiry human named Keon, attempted to defuse the situation. He understood that if this continued, their group could be prohibited from shopping in the store, something he wished to avoid at all costs. Please forgive her outburst. She's just a bit tired from the last mission. Don't worry, we'll just leave. Come, Livy. The shop owner grumbled under his breath and adjusted his apron as he watched the group hastily leave his shop. He let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head as he muttered curses in Dwarvish, clearly frustrated by the encounter. The other patrons in the shop returned to their browsing, while the party of the adventurers led by the person that just wanted to stab a shopkeeper, Livy. Hey, it's okay, we'll find another place to get rid of that gauntlet. How about we try an alchemist instead? That twilight bronze has to be good for something. Maybe they use it for something there. Fine, I guess. Livy responded in an annoyed tone while trying to compose her nerves. The party had been trying to sell this one item for a while now, but it seemed that it wasn't worth much at all. They were at the end of their wits trying to find a buyer willing to pay a decent price for the worn-out gauntlet. They received it from a rare unique monster, but for some reason, it seemed worthless. As they exited the blacksmith's shop, Keon led them through the bustling streets of the city. There were many people here with various races and professions bustling about their daily tasks. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the metallic tang of a blacksmith's forge and added to the lively atmosphere in this city. Keon navigated the group through the crowded streets with ease, his keen eyes scanning the various storefronts for any signs of an alchemist's shop. Eventually, they stumbled upon a quaint little establishment nestled between a tavern and a herbalist's shop. A wooden sign hung above the door and depicted a bubbling cauldron. It indicated that they had indeed found what they were looking for, and soon they were at the door. Dedrick, wait outside, or even better, go find Rystall before he drinks himself stupid again. Livy looked towards a third-party member that was wearing a steel suit of armor. His massive frame made it difficult for him to navigate through crowded places, and his presence tended to draw unwanted attention. Dedrick grunted in acknowledgement and stepped aside, his heavy footsteps receding as he made his way to the tavern that his dwarven companion frequented. With Dedrick out of sight, Livy and Keon entered the alchemist's shop. The interior was dimly lit by flickering candles, casting eerie shadows on the shelves lined with various vials, jars, and potions. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and magical ingredients, making it clear what this place was used for. Someone should open a window. Keon commented as a strange mixture of scents assaulted his nose. Livy rolled her eyes as she was accustomed to the complaints of her companion. Just focus, we're here to get rid of this gauntlet. Livy approached the counter where an elderly human with wild, wiry hair and thick spectacles stood, stirring a bubbling cauldron. The alchemist glanced up as they approached, his eyes squinting behind his glasses as he noticed a specific item in their hands. Welcome, travelers. How can I assist you today? His voice crackled and showed his advanced age. Livy didn't wait much before throwing the severed gauntlet onto the store counter before asking for money. We have an item we're looking to sell. What can you offer for this? The alchemist peered at the gauntlet and his eyebrows furrowed as he concentrated. He picked it up slowly and started to examine it from all sides. Eventually, he pulled out a large magnifying glass with strange arcane symbols on the sides. He turned it over, examining the intricate details, and muttered to himself as he assessed its condition. Livy and Keon watched while hopeful that this alchemist would see some value in this seemingly worthless item. Interesting piece. A bit worn and some corrosion have set in, but the interesting part is the metal in itself. Twilight bronze is quite a rare find. The alchemist's eyes sparkled with interest as he continued to inspect the gauntlet. Livy and Keon exchanged hopeful glances, sensing a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this person would buy this worthless piece of equipment for a few gold coins, instead of the lower prices every other shop owner had offered them. Yes, twilight bronze, it must be worth quite a lot. I bet you could melt it down and use it for enchantments or something. Use it for enchantments. The alchemist looked at Livy as if she said something silly and quickly corrected her on the assumption. Young lady, while twilight bronze is rare, it doesn't mean that it's worth much. I'm afraid that I can't offer you more than a few silver coins, and I don't think you'll get much better elsewhere. It's simply not in high demand. Livy's frustration flared up again, her patience worn thin after being met with disappointment yet again. She exchanged a glance with Keon, who sighed in resignation. It seemed they had hit another dead end in their quest to offload the gauntlet. However, it seemed that the old alchemist had noticed this display of negative emotions and decided to offer some advice. You see, while twilight metals are indeed very rare, they're not practical for most individuals. Their properties combine those of dark demonic magic and holy light magic, making them exceedingly rare and almost impossible to wield by any ordinary person. Even if you were to craft a weapon for a demon or someone proficient in light magic, they wouldn't be able to utilize it. The alchemist's explanation brought a new perspective to Livy and Keon. They had been so focused on trying to sell the gauntlet for its material value that they hadn't considered its potential properties. If it couldn't be fashioned into a better piece of armor than regular bronze, then it wasn't really worth much. But you're saying that it does have some magical properties. The alchemist gave out a sigh before he continued with his explanation. Unless you find someone like a Nephilim to wield it, this piece of equipment is practically useless. You'd require a perfect balance between both light and dark magic to unlock the full potential of this metal. As far as I know, such equilibrium doesn't exist anywhere. A Nephilim. Yes, an offspring between a demon and an angel. Livy and Keon exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. They were familiar with the concept of a Nephilim, an extremely rare species that was more myth than legend. While this rarity made the metal valuable and potent in the right hands, it held little value when sold to regular adventurers like themselves. At best, they could hold on to it in hopes of finding a collector willing to offer a better price. However, as it stood, the item was not worth more than a regular bronze gauntlet. Shit, how much were you willing to pay for it? The alchemist scratched his chin thoughtfully before responding. I could offer you 5 silver coins for it. It's not much, but it's the best I can do. Livy sighed heavily, feeling the weight of disappointment settling in once again. Keon gave her a nudge with his elbow and whispered into her ear quickly before she made her mind to leave again. It's already more than what the blacksmiths offered us. Let's just take it and go. We've lost enough time on this already. Yeah, I know. Reluctantly, Livy nodded in agreement. They had been trying to offload this item for over a week now, and it wasn't worth the effort. She turned back to the alchemist and extended her hand, indicating her acceptance of his offer. Fine, we'll take the 5 silver coins. The alchemist nodded in response and reached under the counter to retrieve the coins. He counted them out and placed them on the counter. Soon after, the gauntlet was given to him and the exchange had been concluded. Livy gave a half-hearted nod of acknowledgement, but her mind was already shifting to their next task. She scooped up the coins and stuffed them into her pouch before turning around to leave. Come on, let's get out of here. Keon followed suit, offering a polite nod to the alchemist before turning to leave. Soon they were gone, and the alchemist took the gauntlet into his hand while smiling. He took it to the side and placed it on one of the wooden shelves where other peculiar items of unknown worth were placed. Twilight magic, it is said that if someone mastered it, they could cut the very fabric of reality. Even harming gods wouldn't be out of the question. But alas, such power remains just a myth, and even if it wasn't, bronze would not be able to contain such power. Maybe I can use it as a paperweight. He let out a wistful sigh, his eyes lingering on the gauntlet for a moment longer before he turned his attention back to his cauldron, stirring its contents with a long wooden spoon. The shop returned to its usual quiet ambience, the flickering candles casting dancing shadows on the walls as the alchemist continued his work, lost in thought. However, at another location, deep underground, a battle with a creature wielding strange powers was already taking place. Now that your friends are all gone, it's just you and me. A bronze suit of armor stood atop a small hill of now dead slugs. Its blade was clad with a strange magical essence that illuminated this large chamber. This weapon was pointed at a large slug creature with a bulbous body that rippled with an eerie rhythm. The slug creature, sensing the threat posed by the armored figure, let out a guttural roar that echoed through the chamber. The slug creatures launched themselves towards him in a predictable pattern that he had grown accustomed to. Even if their bites connected with his body, he didn't receive more than 1 or 2 points of damage. In his current evolved form, there was nothing left for him to fear, and eventually, this became the outcome of the battle. A chamber filled with dead slugs, and their leader the only one remaining. He pushed back against the slug's body, exploiting the fact that, despite its ability to launch itself at fast speeds, it took time for its larger body to contort and take aim. Rusty seized this opportunity and delivered a magically enhanced power slash to the monster's side. The slice produced a large gash, accompanied by strange monster blood, but to his dismay, it began mending itself at a rapid pace. Some type of regeneration skill similar to my own. But such skills always have a limit. I just need to continue and it will eventually run out of resources. He pressed on and his attacks became more frenzied as he sought to overwhelm the slug creature's healing capabilities. With each strike, he observed how the wound would close, but not entirely, leaving behind faint scars that indicated progress. Despite his efforts, the battle continued, but eventually, his enemy started to falter. The slug creature proved to be a formidable foe, but Rusty was no longer an inexperienced combatant either. With each swing of his sword, he grew more confident in his own abilities. His tactics to exploit the weaknesses, along with a keen eye for his opponent's movements, allowed him to gain the upper hand. Finally, with one last powerful strike, Rusty delivered a finishing blow that pierced through the slug creature's thick hide, driving his sword deep into its core. The creature let out a final, guttural roar before collapsing to the ground, its body twitching as it succumbed to its wounds. Rusty stood over his fallen foe, his sword still crackling with residual light energy that was now dimming. You have gained plus 102 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Rusty gazed at the defeated monster as the system message resounded. He had emerged victorious, marking his first step in the domination of this cave system. Next was the centipede area, and then the beetles, but ultimately, Rusty still harbored the desire to ascend back up into the dungeon from which he fell. There, he would exact his revenge on the adventurers who had sent him down here. Rusty surveyed the chamber and his eyes lingered on the now lifeless form of the slug creature. With a sense of satisfaction, he attempted to holster his blade, but found it covered in strange mucus. Luckily, there was a shallow pond of water nearby which had been seemingly used by the leader slug for sustenance. I managed to level up but didn't gain any new skill so well. What about my status? While heading there, he looked over his status screen which had been updated. He had only gained 1 level, and his stats didn't seem to have increased that much. However, he could sense that compared to the old level-ups when he was still an F-rank monster, he was somewhat stronger. He couldn't quite tell why, but there appeared to be some sort of gap between ranks. Perhaps it was some sort of hidden boost that wasn't showing up on the status screen. I should ask the Demon King or the hero about it the next time I see them. Rusty was a bit annoyed at his inability to call his 2 helpers for advice. His mana pool was quite low, and he needed to wait for at least another hour for it to refill itself. For the time being, he decided to clean his blade in the shallow pond here. It was already filling up with the dead remains of the slugs. Despite being a living armor, he understood the importance of keeping his equipment in good condition. Back in the Soul Forge, he had learned of a couple of ways of cleaning his tools, and that if he left blood on his weapons for too long, it could cause corrosion and damage over time. As he dipped the blade into the water, Rusty noticed a faint glow emanating from behind. He glanced back to see a small white ant making its way in his direction while avoiding the bodies of the dead slugs. It was Gleam who had noticed that the battle was over and decided to emerge from its hiding place. His new companion was just like him, a new being who had been born not so long ago. The ant looked at the dead slug monsters with curiosity, its antennae twitching as it took in the scene before it. Rusty watched as Gleam scuttled closer, its tiny form illuminated by a radiance coming from its body. He wasn't that bright before, did he learn a new skill? The first thing Rusty noticed was that Gleam had more MP than he had when he was a level 1 F-rank monster. Another interesting observation was the intelligence stat, which had reached 99, with another bracket next to it having max written in. He could only assume that this meant the stat could not increase any further, but he decided to bring this issue up with one of his glowing helpers later for clarification. Gleam might be special, or I was just really weak. His mood dropped after realizing that this G-rank monster could have higher stats than his initial form. However, it also meant that it was the right choice to form a bonding contract with Gleam. If he became stronger quickly, then it would be possible for Rusty to use him in battle. Now for the skills, what are these? Basic mineral discovery. Active skill. Helps to detect minerals and ores within a certain radius. Basic tracking. Active skill. Allows the user to track creatures or objects over long distances. Pheromone trail. Active skill. Leaves a trail of pheromones that can be easily followed by individuals of the same species. Basic mana sense. Passive skill. Allows the user to sense the presence of mana in the environment, a requirement for spell casting. Basic mana manipulation. Passive skill. Allows the user to shape mana into various effects, a requirement for spell casting. Lesser produce light. Spell. A simple spell that produces light. Rusty's visor widened in surprise as he read through the list of skills. Gleam had acquired quite a diverse set of abilities, some of which could prove to be incredibly useful in their journey. The basic mineral discovery skill, in particular, could come in handy for locating valuable resources or hidden treasures within the cave system. Perhaps help him discover one of the ores that he had been missing. Gleam, you're quite something, aren't you? His ant companion noticed that it was being praised and showed a sign of acknowledgement by rubbing its antennae together in a happy manner. Rusty couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his little companion's achievements. It seemed that they were both growing stronger together. A spell, I think. I know what this is. Rusty wanted to give that mineral discovery a try, but his attention was pulled towards the mana manipulation and sense skills. These skills seemed necessary for casting spells, and regretfully he lacked both of them. Gleam, his companion, only knew one spell, which allowed his entire body to glow brightly and act as a light source. This spell cost just 5 points of MP and was somewhat different from the light Rusty could produce with his sword. It doesn't use up the MP afterward. Does it have some type of lingering effect? As he contemplated this, Rusty felt a surge of curiosity about his own potential for magic. He had long been somewhat aware of the existence of mana and the spells it could produce. In his shared memories, he could see both the hero and the demon king wielding these mysterious abilities. Perhaps somewhere along his evolutionary path, he too would be able to unlock them, and becoming a spellcaster wasn't just a pipe dream. You don't really have any attacking skills though, not even a bite skill. Gleam had received some interesting skills, but they weren't really suited for battle. The one spell that he had could only produce a faint light, which probably wouldn't hurt the other monsters like Rusty's did. The small ant showed his disappointment by clicking its mandibles in frustration, its tiny form visibly deflating. Rusty couldn't help but sympathize with his companion's predicament, as when he started, he wasn't really that great either. Don't worry, Gleam, you will get stronger. I'm sure when you evolve to a greater form, you will be really strong. Rusty attempted to cheer up his new companion with some words of encouragement. The ant perked up at Rusty's words, its antennae twitching with renewed conviction. Despite its lack of offensive skills, Gleam seemed eager to continue supporting Rusty in whatever way it could. Rusty couldn't help but admire the little creature's indomitable spirit. How about you help me explore this cave system? Who knows what we might find here? Why don't you use that mineral discovery skill? He gestured towards the dark recesses of the cave while Gleam scuttled forward eagerly. With a determined click of its mandibles, it activated the basic mineral discovery skill. Its tiny antennae twitched as it began scanning the surrounding area. Rusty stayed in place and looked at his small companion skittering around the ground. At first he was hopeful, but eventually he was made aware of this discovery skill's weakness. It had a rather limited range. Nevertheless, Gleam seemed to be focused and determined, its tiny form darting here and there as it diligently searched for any signs of valuable minerals or ores. Minutes passed, and Rusty grew increasingly impatient as he watched Gleam's efforts. He couldn't help but wonder if they were wasting their time on a futile endeavor. Then while his mind turned to his inventory screen, he thought of something. I wonder, could this work? Rusty realized he had managed to retain one whole leftover tin ingot. This was, in fact, the mineral he had been searching for, as without it, he could not transform the copper ingots into bronze ones. Considering this, he turned to Gleam, who possessed a tracking skill in addition to the mineral discovery one. The tracking skill appeared to have a larger range than the mineral discovery skill, so Rusty hoped it would prove effective in locating more of the precious mineral. Can you track this mineral for me, Gleam? Rusty quickly retrieved the ingot from his inventory and held it out in front of Gleam. The ant paused in its search and scuttled over to Rusty, its antennae twitching with curiosity as it inspected the tin ingot. After clicking its mandibles in acknowledgement, the tracking skill was activated. There was no visual cue indicating it, but judging by Gleam's speed, it seemed to have caught onto something. There was some type of invisible path that seemed to have been presented, and the ant started following it. Rusty could only think that this had been the skill used by the other ants to follow him, and that perhaps soon some tin would actually be before him. To his surprise, the journey was far as Gleam navigated around the dead slugs, only to arrive at the pond he cleaned his sword in. Is something wrong? It seemed that the ant wanted to move into the water, but just like the other members of its species, despised it. Gleam started moving around the water in an attempt to find another path. His partner darted around it, eventually ending up on the ceiling directly over it before coming to a stop. It seemed that what he was searching for lay within the water, which was quite murky. Is it in there? It was hard to tell, but he needed to check it out. He was a suit of armor, so breathing underwater wasn't a problem. The pond at the deepest end was only up to his waist, and he had an ingenious idea to aid in his search for the tin ore deposit. Instead of attempting to grab rocks, he removed his helmet from his body and submerged it in the murky pool of water. With his head close to the ground, it became much easier to spot any metallic residue that an ore might produce. The murky water made it difficult to see clearly, but after a few moments of searching, he noticed a glimmer of metallic shine. Carefully, Rusty reached down with his gauntlet. His metallic fingers brushed against something before he started squeezing. After a gentle tug, he managed to dislodge one of the rocks there with relative ease. Once it was on the surface, to his delight, there was a small tin deposit there. Good job, Gleam, you found it. I would have never been able to find it on my own. Now, how should I get it out? The water is kind of in the way. Mining the copper wasn't difficult, as it was situated on the side of a wall and easily accessible. However, in the murky depths of the pond, Rusty couldn't see the bottom, making it challenging to pinpoint the correct areas for mining. Fortunately, the hero had given some advice while Rusty was creating his bronze arsenal. It was possible to add regular tools to his inventory, so he had created items like a pickaxe and a shovel, which he hoped would aid him in his underwater mining endeavors. It will cost me 2 bronze ingots to make the tools. Although his body still required bronze to repair itself, Rusty had only sustained minor damage in the last encounter with the slugs. While he didn't want to spend it, there was a need for a shovel and some other basic tools. With Gleam's ability to locate more copper and tin ore deposits, he felt he wouldn't be wasting his resources. It was an investment for the future that would allow him to mine more easily. I'll get a shovel first. I need to drain this water. After accessing his tabs, he used one of the ingots to fashion a previously assembled bronze shovel. With his new tool in hand, he approached the edge of the pond. The water here seemed to slowly drip from the ceiling, which eventually formed this pond. What he needed to do was dig out a tunnel to the side, and from there, gravity would take care of the rest. Rusty began digging at the edge of the pond, his bronze shovel slicing through the damp earth with surprising ease. Gleam watched from a safe distance as the rocky gravel was tossed to the side. With each scoop of the earth he removed, the water level started to gradually drop. After several hours of nonstop labor, Rusty had managed to create a small trench leading away from the pond. Water trickled down the tunnel, flowing away from the immediate area. He continued digging until the water level had dropped by a significant margin and the bottom of the pond was revealed. With the water now mostly drained, Rusty could clearly see the tin ore deposits sticking out amidst the dregs. Before climbing down into the now drained area, he lifted up one of his metallic boots that had been filled with water. While balancing on one leg, he turned it around to empty the water and then repeated the process on the other side. Afterward, he spent another ingot of bronze to produce a pickaxe, and now the mining could finally commence. With his newly crafted pickaxe in hand, Rusty descended into the drain pond. His boots produced an audible crunching noise which caught Gleam's interest. His ant companion scuttled closer as now there was no pesky water to keep him away. Rusty approached the tin ore deposits and carefully began to chip away at the surrounding rock with his pickaxe. Chunks of stone fell away as he worked and revealed the veins of tin hidden beneath. With each strike of his pickaxe, he collected small pieces of tin ore, storing them away in his inventory for later use. Gleam watched intently, its antennae twitching with curiosity as Rusty mined the ore. Despite its small size, the ant seemed to understand the importance of their discovery and was eager to assist in any way it could. After another couple of hours of meticulous work, Rusty stepped back. His inventory was now filled with tin ore and transformed tin ingots. With this discovery, he was now confident in his future plans. The other monsters would not stand in his way, and with so much metal at his disposal, he would be able to restore himself and his weapons without worry. It was time to conquer this part of the dungeon and then perhaps journey elsewhere, where other challenges awaited. I think I've got it all now. I shouldn't run out for a while now. A shiny suit of armor stood before a pile of ore while feeling good about himself. Rusty had managed to mine the whole tin deposit and then also return to the copper vein he had previously left behind. It took him some days, but without a need to sleep or eat, he was able to get this job over quickly. Now he just needed to transport all of this back to his lair. Luckily, when he was at the Soul Forge, the hero had given him some good advice. Alongside the pickaxe and shovel, he had received schematics for something known as a backpack. It was a container crafted from thin bronze with leather straps affixed to it using rivets. With its assistance, he could transport a large amount of ore without making the inside of his armor dirty. Though his balance felt somewhat iffy with it on, once he had cleared the tunnels, there were few monsters left to halt his progress. Let us head back, Gleam, light the way. Walking through these lengthy tunnels started getting somewhat plain. Even upon reaching the watering area, the other creatures swiftly scattered at the sight of light emanating from the caverns. It appeared Rusty had transformed into the apex predator and was now feared by the insects. Although this brought a sense of satisfaction, confirming his strength and prowess, yet it also brought a strange new emotion to the surface that he wasn't quite sure about. I wish they at least tried to fight back, but it's no fun when it's too easy. Rusty had gained some degree of strength, and fighting these insect monsters had become easy. The only real threat he felt came from the larger E-rank monsters that still lurked within these cave systems like the centipede matriarch. She would be his next target, followed by the giant beetles who seemed to be the dominant species down here. Yet, once he vanquished them, Rusty harbored aspirations of ascending to face greater challenges once more. His sights were set on a rematch with the shadowy spider and the humanoid adventurers who had bested him before. I wonder if I could defeat them now, I'm not sure. The thought of facing those formidable foes filled Rusty with a mixture of excitement and restlessness. He had come a long way since his last encounter with those two foes, but he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. Despite his increased strength and the newfound abilities of his companion Gleam, Rusty knew that he still had much to learn and improve upon. If he could gain a new evolutionary stage before a confrontation with those old foes, he would stand a better chance. But for now, he needed to focus on the task at hand and bring these ores back to his base. Home sweet home. For some reason, Rusty began to appreciate the notion of having a home base to return to. After carefully unloading the backpack, he he deposited the last of the copper ores he had gathered. The pile had grown in size and was accompanied by a stack of ingots he had already transformed with his skill. Despite his inventory limiting him to only 10 ingots, he decided to use up his SB since he couldn't employ his absorption skill on the insects anyhow. Let me practice before I go confront that matriarch. Rusty put the backpack away by returning it to the regular inventory. He had his regular stash tab along with his currently equipped items. They consisted of a bronze shield and his old but upgraded arming sword. It was possible to reposition this sword into the inventory tab and opt for a slightly weightier longsword with a longer blade. It takes a few moments to exchange, but it could save me in the future. The inventory system he possessed could only accommodate a finite number of items. Initially, he could transfer items from the stash tab located beneath his equipped items screen. However, once it went over capacity, he would have to deposit the surplus of items into something known as a warehouse. Although the space there was much larger, it too also had its limits. He speculated that eventually, he would be forced to store any additional items in the real world. At first, this didn't appear to pose much of a problem, but Rusty soon encountered a drawback. Retrieving any item from the warehouse demanded an additional expenditure of special points SB. This depleted his resources rapidly, making it smart to use this feature before embarking on an adventure. He could swap items inside the immediate stash tab without incurring further costs, and basic resources like bronze could be allocated to a separate resource tab, but could not exceed the limit of 10 either. As Rusty contemplated his inventory management strategy, Gleam scuttled around him, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the small chamber they had designated as their temporary home. This brought back the next issue, which was Gleam's level, which was already 9. Despite not having slain many monsters since defeating the slugs, it was evident that his ant companion would soon reach the threshold of G rank and be able to evolve into an F rank monster, similar to his previous form. Gleam, do you wish to evolve and get stronger too? Rusty posed the question, and his small friend replied by gnashing his mandibles around as if it wanted to bite down on an enemy. The Demon King had mentioned something about his presence potentially influencing the ant's evolution, but perhaps it would also shape its character. It appeared that Gleam, too, harbored aspirations of surpassing its former self and perhaps towering over other ants that tried to suppress it. Then let us go and let us become stronger together. The dew of living armor and glowing ant emerged from their makeshift abode of radiant crystals, prepared to confront the trials that lay ahead. With confident strides, they made their way toward the territory of the centipede insectoids. Upon arrival, their gaze fell upon a rather small specimen which was clearly a level 1 monster. Stay behind me, Gleam. This will be over quickly. Rusty wanted to step forward to slay the small monster, but he was stopped, not by other monsters but by his ant companion. Gleam appeared to be trying to communicate by gnashing his mandibles and wiggling his antennae in a manner that suggested something. Do you want to face it on your own? Gleam's response came in the form of a happy dance. If Rusty had a face, it would likely be showing a smile at this moment. He was pleased to see that his companion shared his eagerness to test their strength against a formidable adversary. Despite the creature being an F-rank monster, its stats weren't that superior to those of the ant. It appeared to be a foe that could be vanquished in a fair battle, so Rusty decided to humor his companion with this wish. If you're confident, then be my guest, and don't worry, if it gets dangerous, I'll help. It seemed that Gleam was a bit mad after Rusty insinuated that it wouldn't be able to defeat this trivial foe. Rusty chuckled at the indignation his friend was showing, but also admired his spirit. After nodding with approval, he stepped back and allowed Gleam to take center stage. The small ant wasted no time, darting forward with surprising speed. Its tiny form moved with agility as it closed the distance between itself and the centipede monster. The centipede, after sensing the approaching threat, reared up and was ready to strike. With a swift motion, Gleam dodged the creature's lashing attack, narrowly avoiding its sharp fangs. The ant retaliated with a quick jab of its own, sinking its mandibles into the centipede's side. Though its attack was small, it seemed to have caught the creature off guard. Rusty instantly noticed that his friend was quite smart, as Gleam did not go after the hardened exoskeleton, but the creature's legs instead. The centipede hissed in pain as 2 of its legs were severed by Gleam's precise strikes. Despite its size advantage, the centipede found itself struggling to keep up with the small but agile opponent. Gleam continued to dart around the creature, striking at vulnerable spots with remarkable accuracy, making sure to focus on its many legs that weren't as robust as the rest of its body. Rusty watched in awe as his companion demonstrated its combat prowess. Gleam's movements were fluid and precise and reminded him of his own poke and run tactics. With the slugs, he would usually bait out a forward charge before dodging and sinking his sword into the creature. His small friend seemed to have also taken a liking to this strategy, as it methodically dismantled their opponent, taking its time to ensure its own safety. Before the battle started, Rusty intended to jump in as he was fearful for the ant's life. Gleam didn't really have any strong attack like a power bite, and his spells could only manifest light. It was also not the type of light that would scare off the monsters like his elemental spells. However, with tactics and a resolve, Gleam was showing that it was capable of defeating a foe that was larger. The low-level centipede appeared to be thoroughly outmatched, and each time it attempted to ensnare the smaller ant, Gleam deftly sidestepped its advances. Gleam even cleverly evaded the creature by ascending toward the ceiling, where the centipede's fewer legs hindered its pursuit. As the battle reached its climax, Rusty witnessed something truly ingenious unfold before his visor. The monster's larger body was flipped around by the smaller ant. Once its softer underbelly was exposed, the tunnel they were fighting in was turned red. Rusty was surprised at the ferocity that his friend was showing. It didn't show any fear or care about its own safety. It seemed to have identified that this was the chance for victory and took it. To no surprise, the centipede monster was unwilling to meet its demise and began thrashing about wildly. In response, Gleam clung tenaciously to its lengthy body, maneuvering itself toward the creature's head from below. Gleam initiated its assault by driving its mandibles deep into the other monster, displaying remarkable tenacity to hold on. Despite the creature's violent thrashing and attempts to dislodge the ant by slamming it into the ground, Gleam refused to release its grip. With a final surge of strength, Gleam delivered a series of rapid bites to the centipede's vulnerable underside. The creature's thrashing grew weaker with each strike until finally, it collapsed to the ground with a defeated hiss. Gleam, panting but victorious, stood atop the fallen monster, its tiny form showing wounds but still victorious. You have gained +3 experience points. After getting the notification from the system, it became clear that it was over. Rusty was about to rush to his friend's aid, but it was clear that Gleam could handle itself. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at his companion's remarkable display of courage and skill. Then, to make things even better, after bringing up the status screen, Gleam's level had reached the maximum, and it was time for an evolution. The Demon Lord was right, I can select the evolution. Well done, Gleam, you are the best. His ant companion skittered over while being covered in various colored insect liquids. It didn't seem that it liked eating the other monster's flesh, as while returning, most of it was spit out onto the ground. Rusty couldn't hold back his curiosity and instantly examined the evolutionary window that he was presented with and was surprised by one of the choices: lesser gleaming mana ant. Insectoid. A direct evolution of the rare minuscule gleaming mana. This monster, instead of using a larger body for combat, focuses on casting spells. Lesser Miam ant queen. Insectoid. A lesser queen of the Miam ant species, once fully grown, becomes immobile to produce their offspring. Lesser Miam ant soldier. Insectoid. Larger variant of the minuscule Miam ant drone with a larger body and stronger bite, usually spotted around a queen ant as a protector. When looking at the choices, he was taken aback by the possibility of turning his small friend into an ant queen. Rusty turned towards Gleam, who was looking up at him while being confused, and spoke out. Gleam, are you a lady? This wasn't really something Rusty cared about much, but monsters seemed to have some type of internal identity that they followed through. It seemed that his new companion could transform into a matriarchal insect, which indicated that he might be of this gender. It took Gleam a little bit to figure out what the bronze suit of armor was asking for, but eventually she understood. Yes, Gleam performed the same dance whenever she was trying to confirm something. Very well then, but I'm not sure if you should become a queen ant, you wouldn't be able to move then. Gleam wiggled around as if trying to agree with Rusty's words. There was really only one choice from the three that seemed interesting, and thus, Gleam would turn into a lesser gleaming mana ant. After selecting the option with his metallic finger, he was given another prompt to confirm the evolution process. Do you wish Gleam to evolve into a lesser gleaming mana ant? This choice will be permanent. Yes. With a resolute nod, Rusty confirmed the evolution process for Gleam. The tiny ant began to glow with a brilliant light, and its form shimmered as it underwent its transformation. Rusty watched in awe as his companion's body changed. Its size expanded ever so slightly before his metallic visor, and the luster of its body seemed to intensify. However, Gleam was still rather small, probably still smaller than the average ant drone. You look different. Before even looking at the status screen, he noticed the change. Gleam's head, once resembling that of other ants, had transformed. If he had to put it into words, Rusty would describe his companion as looking a lot cuter now than before. However, she was far from harmless. Almost immediately after the transformation was finished, she started testing her newfound abilities, which in this case were tied to spellcasting. Gleam raised her head, wiggling her antennae and mandibles in a rhythmic dance. Before long, a ball of pale blue energy materialized before her, a spell clearly different from the old one and notably more condensed. The new spell swirled and pulsated with a gentle glow before being propelled toward the lifeless centipede carcass. Upon impact, the creature's remains were obliterated in a spectacular display of power. Oh, Rusty was stunned by the display of arcane might, but before he could cheer, something strange happened. Gleam, who had just performed a powerful spell, started sprawling out on the ground. Gleam, are you okay? Hold on. She was not dead or injured, but once he looked at the ant's mana pool, he noticed the number was at 0. He could only chuckle as his friend suffered the same affliction that he did when he used up all of his MP. Quickly, Rusty retrieved one of the small mana crystals he kept within his inventory, the same kind Gleam liked to munch on. It became evident that he would likely need a far greater number of these crystals if he wished to utilize Gleam's offensive spells effectively in the battles to come. However, this was quite a nice addition to his arsenal, and now he would not need to fight alone. Now Gleam, use it while I distract the matriarch. The sound of an insect exoskeleton against bronze echoed as a large centipede monster species collided with Rusty's shield. Gleam, now transformed into a lesser gleaming mana ant, stood behind the long monster, ready to unleash her newfound spellcasting abilities. Rusty engaged the matriarch in combat by deflecting its strikes with his shield and counter-attacking with his sword. Meanwhile, Gleam focused her energy, conjuring a ball of vibrant blue mana between her antennae. As the matriarch lunged forward with its jagged mandibles, Rusty sidestepped and delivered a swift strike to its exposed flank. The creature recoiled in pain, giving Gleam the opportunity she needed. With a flick of her antennae, she released a condensed bolt of mana. This bolt of energy crackled and streaked toward the centipede matriarch. The spell struck true, engulfing the centipede in a brilliant explosion of arcane energy. The matriarch screeched in agony as the mana bolt tore through its chitinous armor and burrowed itself into its flesh. Rusty could tell that this was an opportunity to strike and seized it. His blade was engulfed in a radiant haze before he plunged it into the monster's mouth. Then, with a resounding boom, he discharged the radiant energy into the centipede's throat. Immediately after, a cascading effect took place, and the inside of the elongated monster started expanding. The energy injected through its mouth started exerting pressure from within and burst out through the wound Gleam had inflicted. The centipede matriarch thrashed and convulsed as the energy tore through its body, causing it to thrash wildly in pain. Rusty and Gleam watched as the creature's movements gradually slowed until it finally collapsed to the ground, its body now lifeless. The cavern fell silent once more with only the crackling of residual mana energy dissipating into the air. You have gained plus 146 experience points. As the system's sound echoed, the cave they inhabited remained silent. Sprawled out around them were the bodies of defeated centipedes. They were futile in their attempts to aid their leader as it was thwarted by the combined might of the living armor and his ant companion. Despite their victory, the metallic figure didn't appear entirely pleased with the situation. Oh, sorry, Gleam. I was just thinking that it's becoming a lot harder to level up even after defeating so many of them. I'm not even level 3. Well, some of us can't get levels that fast. Gleam performed her happy dance as she was eager to showcase her achievement of reaching level 4, while Rusty remained stagnant at level 2. He attributed this to 2 factors. Firstly, as an E-rank monster, he found that the F-rank opponents didn't offer much experience. Secondly, he had to share all of his points with the ant, who seemed to be rapidly progressing through the levels. After attaining 3 additional levels, Gleam could cast her attacking spell without risking exhaustion. During the battles, Rusty discovered the difference between spells and skills. Skills proved superior mainly because they didn't require concentration to cast and couldn't be interrupted. Spells, on the other hand, appeared as inferior versions of skills, limited by various strenuous requirements. The main one was a long casting time and the need to remain still in place, which could be deadly during battle. This was why he decided to take on the tanking role in this party of 2. He would bring all the attention to himself, while Gleam aided him from afar. Nonetheless, Rusty couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy that he couldn't perform spells. From what he knew, it was possible to learn these abilities not only through the means of leveling up. At least that was something his fragmented memories were telling him, but he would need to ask his 2 guides to confirm it. Did you learn a new spell or skill? Mana Bolt. Spell. The simplest attacking spell that produces a bolt of mana. The higher the intelligence attribute, the higher the attacking power becomes. Dancing lights. Spell. The caster can create up to 4 torch-sized lights. They will hover in the air for up to a minute and can be moved around. Mana Bolt was the old one, so Dancing Lights is the new one. Gleam did something akin to a nod before attempting to get the hang of the new spell. However, before she could produce the effect, Rusty decided to raise up his hand in protest. This wasn't the first time she did this, but his ant friend tended to forget about her mana pool. At the time being, it was rather small, so he was sure that she would pass out after already having cast Mana Bolt before. Don't do it, Gleam, you'll go to sleep again. The mana crystals. Well, yes, we could use them, but we should conserve our resources. What if we get ambushed while we are going back? There could be other monsters lurking around. Gleam communicated through movements of her antennae and mandibles, prompting Rusty to presume that the bonding contract had bestowed upon him some form of skill-enabling communication between them. Despite the absence of audible words, information seemed to flow effortlessly into his bronze head. "Don't worry, Gleam. How about you see if we can find something here? Maybe there will be some tin or copper here." Rusty pondered over what to do with the remains of the defeated monsters. It seemed wasteful to leave them lying dead on the ground, destined to decompose without purpose. Some parts looked interesting, like the monster's large jaw that could even damage his armor. He couldn't shake the feeling that they held some value, although he wasn't certain what. A decision was made to ask one of his guides for some advice, and this time around, it was the hero's turn. Thus, while Gleam scoured the surroundings for mineral deposits, Rusty patiently waited until his MP recharged to a certain point. Then, when the time was right, he spent the points required for the skill to activate. Once again, the orb of light materialized before his visor, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the whole underground cave. "I'm out." The hero was a bit confused while looking around, but quickly realized that he was still just a spirit tied to a living armor. Rusty could hear him citing before posing a question. "Can I help you with something, Rusty?" "Indeed, hero. I seek your guidance regarding the remains of these defeated monsters. They seem to possess some value, but I am uncertain how to utilize them." The hero pondered for a moment before responding to the question that he was compelled to answer. "Well, Rusty, they are probably useless to a Mons being like you." "They are, but I think they should be good for something like those large mandibles or those poisonous claws." The monster's head was larger than on the smaller variants, and it had a set of large poisonous claws. Rusty knew that poison could be used in various ways to help him achieve victory. This species of centipede typically possesses a poisonous gland, but it appears you've already destroyed it. Without the gland, even if you were to stab someone with those claws, it wouldn't be very effective. If you were an adventurer, you could likely sell some of the parts at the guild and then exchange them for something worthwhile. The poison gland could fetch a good price at an alchemist's shop. I could exchange them for metal. "Not really, you'll be dead before you even enter the city. Do you think they would let a monster wander in? I guess I killed a few adventurers, but I was just defending myself." "Were you really? If I remember correctly, you prepared traps and even used poison against them. But that doesn't matter. Monsters and people see each other as enemies. Don't think too much about it. I'm not sure that I understand." Rusty was a bit perplexed. He was a monster, an armor with a mind of its own. He didn't harbor any remorse about defeating those humanoid adversaries. However, he also didn't feel that they necessarily needed to be enemies. Since forming a bond with Gleam, it seemed that cooperation was indeed a possibility. "Could you be growing and know that's impossible? You're just a monster like the other ones." "Growing a what?" "It doesn't matter, but if you have to, with the inventory and warehouse now operational, you should be able to store some of the monster parts there. Then, if ever needed, you'll be able to retrieve them." The hero seemed to want to tell him something, but he quickly changed the conversation, and Rusty wasn't that interested in prying. Instead, he focused on the monster parts that were seemingly gatherable. Previously, he assumed that he would only be able to retrieve metallic parts. There was no reason to fill out his empty warehouse if it was a possibility. Perhaps later he would have a place to use some of these parts. "What should I keep? What are the best parts?" "That's usually the fangs and claws of a monster. Anything that looks sharp or sturdy is probably worth something besides that. You'll probably want the monster core. That's usually the most important part from a monster. A core just like mine." "Yes, you'll find it somewhere inside a monster's body. They usually only start appearing in monsters of E rank and above. Don't ask me where though, it's usually in the head, but the area can vary." Rusty glanced at the dead monster with its numerous legs sprawled out. Cutting through them all seemed like a chore, but he didn't appear to be in a hurry for anything. However, as he prepared to start cutting, the hero orb called out to him. "Can I go now? You wish to go?" "Yes, I think I've answered your question." There were quite big differences between the white and black balls of light. The Demon King seemed to want to stay longer and talk. Rusty wasn't sure about trusting him fully, but he was unable to tell lies which fixed this issue. On the other hand, the hero seemed less amused by the situation, showing a reluctance to remain. It appeared as though he had reasons for not wanting to be there, or just didn't like his current situation of being a monster's underling. "I still need one thing answered. You seem to know more about this system and inventories than the Demon King." "Yes, it was one of my blessings. It's not something just anyone can have." "Great, then can I do something about this?" Before releasing the hero from his guide work, Rusty pulled out a knife. It was the same one that he had made as his first creation. The hero glanced at the blade and instantly could tell that something was off. "It looks to be chipped in a few areas." Rusty nodded, as this was the crux of his problem. His weapons were deteriorating. "I knew you'd be able to tell." "Sure, so what did you want to know about it?" "I was wondering if there is a way to sharpen it again. I'm not able to make a grinding wheel, nor can I make whetstones." The bronze weaponry and tools weren't the strongest, and all of them were slowly dulling. It was the same with his sword and even shield, which already had a few dents. While he could make new ones with bronze, it felt like a waste of resources. I'm not sure if I can help you with that. Without a proper smithy and tools, it will be impossible to repair those weapons. Eventually, they will break. Is there really no way? Even when they break, shouldn't I be able to melt them back into bronze? Rusty had become knowledgeable about the crafting process. In theory, he should be able to melt some of the bronze items he created to make new bronze ingots from them. Even if he had a large quantity of them now, this could always change. Sure, but you'll need access to the smelter inside of the Soul Forge, but I don't think you can enter it at this time, at least not yet. The hero paused as if there was a possibility of this changing, and Rusty caught on to that. Yet, does that mean that I will be able to? Perhaps I'm not sure. This Soul Forge is different. It's much larger than the one I had, but the possibility is there. So you're telling me that there is a chance. Maybe, if you evolve further and have enough mana. It all started making sense. Rusty started assuming that just like the Call Guide skill, one that allows him entrance to the Soul Forge could exist. Maybe if he became stronger, eventually the path would become open and he would be able to restore his deteriorating gear at a later date. Good, can I go now? Sure, but are you feeling fine? You sound, what's the word, sad? Sad. I'm not sad, just having a hard time processing this situation. Processing, it means to stomach something. I guess you don't have one. It means to accept an unpleasant occurrence or feeling. Oh, do you want to talk about it? The hero orb didn't know how to respond, but just gave out a sigh. I've fallen so low that a monster is feeling bad for me. No, it's fine, Rusty. I just need some time alone. Fine, you can leave then. I'll call you when I need some advice later. The Orb of Light replied, and soon after the skill calling it here had ended. With the hero's departure, Rusty turned his attention back to the task at hand. Gleam had returned from her exploration, without finding anything of interest. It didn't seem that this place had any ore deposits or crystals they could use. Gathering the monster materials turned out to be relatively straightforward. Rusty simply needed to disassemble the monster by cutting it apart, and then, by spending SB, he could transfer the materials directly into his warehouse. The cost varied depending on the size of the object he wished to collect. Additionally, he could bundle certain parts together, such as the centipede legs, taking 3 at a time for just 1 SB. Rusty disassembled the monster with the use of his bronze knife and sword. Slicing through the tough chitinous exoskeleton presented a challenge, but it offered an opportunity to learn something new. As he dissected the creature, he stumbled upon the damaged poison gland with its contents spilling out. Fortunately, his metallic form rendered him immune to such toxins. Meanwhile, Gleam, who was ever eager to assist, utilized her now enhanced mandibles to gnaw off the monster's legs, which Rusty then deposited into his inventory for later use. After they harvested enough materials and his SB was drained, he found himself covered in various monster liquids. Gleam, who had a sense of smell Rusty lacked, kept her distance, which saddened him slightly. Soon the two companions ventured outside of the cave system and made their way back to the main watering hole. The once bustling place was now eerily deserted, with 3 species eradicated in Rusty's pursuit for strength. Only the largest of them remained, and he wondered if their leader would pose a bigger threat than the trio he already defeated. Fine, I'll clean myself off. Rusty found himself getting pressured into taking a bath. During their walk back home, Gleam was insistent on gnashing her mandibles in disapproval. Fortunately, since the watering hole was no longer used by anyone, he could easily submerge himself to cleanse his armor of all the lingering monster residue. Only after Gleam approved did he leave the watering hole, and soon both of them would go after their last target. Once that was done with, Rusty intended to set his metallic sights onto other things, and perhaps soon, he could emerge back into the dungeon he fell from. These guys are tough. An angry suit of armor gazed grimly at his chipped blade. Before him stood a large monster, its thick chitinous armor proving an annoying barrier. Even when his sword was at its sharpest, it failed to slash or pierce the creature, leaving only shallow wounds instead. While it was conceivable to breach the beast's defenses eventually, it would undoubtedly come at the cost of the blade's integrity. The only real way to do it with this sword is to go for the gaps. Yet there existed a method to effectively wield his sword against the creature. There were distinct gaps in this natural armor between the monster insect limbs. Through his short life, he had learned a crucial lesson. Every adversary possessed a vulnerability, a weak point waiting to be exploited. Even his own sturdy form would crumble instantly if someone targeted the core concealed within his helmet. Gleam, distract the other one while I take care of this bigger one. The white ant scuttled towards the ceiling and produced a light show. Another beetle looked up to it but was unable to do anything to the faraway foe. While it was distracted, Rusty was able to focus on his target. The beetle he was facing was indeed large and sturdy, but it did have one weakness: it was rather slow. As the monstrous creature lunged forward with its razor-sharp mandibles, Rusty quickly sidestepped the attack. With precision honed through previous battles, he activated the power thrust skill and drove his blade into the vulnerable gap in the creature's armor, drawing spurts of crimson blood. The monster recoiled in agony and attempted to pivot and retaliate, but Rusty's agility was far above it. He remained within the creature's blind spot by circling to the other side and relentlessly jabbed at it, each strike calculated and precise. T. the beetle, now weakened and disoriented, thrashed about wildly, unable to discern Rusty's movements. Gleam, observing from above, had cast the dancing lights spell. At the moment, she was only able to produce two, but this was enough. Each one danced around a beetle's head, confusing it with a dazzling display of flickering lights. The monster's other weakness showed. Even though the light didn't hurt them, a too bright environment caused momentary blindness. His opponent stumbled, giving Rusty the opening he needed to deliver the finishing blow. With a final, decisive thrust, Rusty plunged his sword deep into the creature's open mouth. The beetle let out a deafening screech of agony before collapsing to the ground, twitching feebly as its life faded away. One was down, and the other was quickly dispatched by the monster duo as well. As the battle concluded, Rusty and Gleam stood victorious amidst the fallen monsters. Two beetles had been slain by them, and it was not such a simple matter. They were sturdier than any other insect within this cave system, and even though they were sluggish, the lack of space to maneuver made up for it. Rusty looked at his chipped blade while Gleam, on the other hand, performed her happy dance. Her level had risen again, and she was now close to advancing further. "I'm happy for you, but I can't keep replacing my weapons." While he had gathered many materials, they would not last forever. His current skills only allowed him to competently use swords and bows, which were not very proficient against these foes. His sword would eventually chip, and the arrows would just bounce off the hard upper shell. Even tipping the monsters around didn't help, as they were armored on both sides. Only jabbing the weak spots was an option, and other kinds of weapons were better for such actions. If I remember correctly, then a spear would be better for this type of monster, or perhaps something that can puncture the shell in one go. While inside of the Soul Forge, he had crafted weapons like spears and axes. The issue with swords lay in the surface area they covered while slashing. Upon striking a monster, the force would disperse along the entire blade's side. Thus, it would often chip when unable to cleanly slash through in one stroke. Swords proved effective against softer-bodied monsters like slugs, but faltered against armored opponents. Rusty, being a living armor, understood this well, as his body was highly resistant to slashing damage. To outright pierce through such an armor, he would need something like an axe that was heavy and had a smaller bladed area. Concentrating the force in a smaller region made it much easier to pierce through. Then there were blunt weapons like maces, whose greater weight could soften the outer shell and cause internal damage through blunt force. Rusty understood this, but he couldn't easily change his approach as he lacked proficiency in any of those weapons. Once I'm out of here, I should try absorbing more weapon-related skills. While the Demon King had told him not to get too many skills and focus on one thing, he thought otherwise. It appeared that there were far too many varied opponents in this world, and to defeat them all, it was better if he could exploit their weaknesses. With easy access to a myriad of weapons that he could customize, Rusty believed in versatility as a key to victory. I should get a polearm. There was one weapon type that he had heard of and wished to learn, the multi-purpose polearm. This versatile weapon could encompass the functionalities of spears, axes, and even warhammers. The combination seemed boundless, and Rusty couldn't wait to give it a try. However, first, he needed to deal with the beetle monsters and find his way out of this area. He could only absorb skills from humanoid monsters that he could fit his helmet over, and there were none of them here. 3 down, 1 left to go. I wonder if it will be stronger than the other ones. The creatures he was fighting now were at the apex of F rank, and it showed. Even he who was in E rank could see himself getting overwhelmed by too many of them. If a few rammed him against a wall, even his armored body would bend. Let's go, Gleam. Letter 1D17, Arabic Wow. Rusty and Gleam pressed forward with a sense of purpose, driven to grow stronger and embark on new adventures. They were aware that their final opponent, the leader of the beetle monsters, awaited them somewhere ahead, and they couldn't wait to face them in battle. The passages here were wider than usual, with fewer monsters occupying them. While these lesser foes posed little threat, the powerful adversary at the end could potentially surpass even Rusty's strength. However, fear was not what he felt, and instead, he was filled with excitement. Testing his abilities against something that could fight back was far more interesting than defeating weaker foes. With each step, Rusty and Gleam drew closer to their final confrontation. Along the way, they continued to face off against some of the beetle monsters. Just like before, they were slayed by his sword, which continued to deteriorate. However, with time a strange occurrence filled the cavern. The attacks just stopped, and it seemed that these insects had retreated. Are they running away? That's odd. Could they be planning something? Japanese letter. You think they are just scared. Perhaps, but it would be better if we are careful. The other types never stopped coming. Gleam didn't seem perturbed by the way the insects were acting, but Rusty knew better. His small friend hadn't tasted defeat yet and hadn't been around for long either. It was understandable that she thought nothing could stop their advancement. Rusty, on the other hand, had already tasted defeat on many occasions. He knew it was better not to underestimate an opponent and that, just like him, other creatures could potentially be capable of setting traps. Hold on, Gleam, something isn't right. Eventually, both of them arrived at a spacious tunnel leading into a large cavern. Strange noises emanated from within, which Rusty identified as potential opponents. While he lacked tracking skills, there were obvious tracks on the rocky ground, larger than those of regular beetles. It was probable that inside lurked the final boss of this underground area, and he wasn't alone. And this could be troublesome. It would be better if I didn't have to face multiple ones at the same time. Letter 1D17, Arabiquao. You want to help and lure them out, Gleam. Are you sure? It could be dangerous. Letter 1559, Letter 15DC, Letter 1557. Gleam bounced around as she was trying to show how much she had grown. Her level was already 9, and probably after this area was cleared, it would reach the maximum. Rusty couldn't deny Gleam's enthusiasm, nor could he ignore her eagerness to aid him in battle. Despite his concerns for her safety, he knew that they needed to face this final challenge together. All right, Gleam, let's do this. Just be careful and don't take any unnecessary risks. Rusty glanced around, his metal head steaming as he formulated a strategy to keep his companion safe. Soon, he had devised a plan and quickly disclosed it to Gleam. Got it. Letter 1D17, Arabiquao. Good, then go. With a confident chirp, Gleam scuttled ahead into the cavern, her tiny form disappearing into the darkness. Rusty didn't follow after, but instead stuck closely to the darkness where his form wouldn't be spotted. It was obvious that multiple insects were waiting inside the cavern, and if they saw him, the plan of luring them out would fail. Soon, he could see lights emanating from the cavern, and in no time, Gleam came running out with a large entourage behind her. Rusty remained hidden, and just as he expected, the monsters ignored his presence. He had learned that his living armor form was quite difficult to discover if he didn't move. It appeared to other creatures like any other inanimate object made from bronze, and only if something approached him or he moved did they realize that he was a living being. Taking advantage of this, Rusty waited until all the monsters ran past him before springing into action and darting into the cavern. There, just as he expected, he saw the beetle leader, who was more than twice the size of its kin. Classification: Lesser Giant Rhinoceros Beetle L3E. Type: Insectoid. There it was, the leader of the beetles. The lesser giant rhinoceros beetle loomed menacingly in the center of the cavern, its massive horn gleaming in the dim light. Its thick exoskeleton was marked with scars and scratches, evidence of countless battles it had won. Rusty looked at his foe's classification and his metallic heart sank. It was a full E-rank monster, not one with a minus like him. The attribute advantage was fully on its side. However, it was too late to back off now. Gleam had successfully lured away the other insects. There was no telling how much time he had before they realized the trick and returned. Before that could happen, he needed to defeat this strong foe, and with the help of his tactics, he hoped to just do so. While his enemy was seemingly stronger, it had one flaw that he could exploit. Here I am, what are you waiting for? Rusty smacked his bronze shield with the side of his blade that he had not yet restored. The moment the sounds echoed within the cavern, the monster beetle let out a low, guttural growl, its massive mandibles clacking together menacingly. It charged forward with surprising speed for its size, its horn lowered to impale Rusty on its sharp tip. However, Rusty was prepared. As the beetle closed the distance between them, he sidestepped at the last moment and narrowly avoided the deadly charge. With the beetle momentarily off balance, Rusty seized the opportunity to strike. He lunged forward, his sword glinting in the dim light as he aimed for the joints in the beetle's exoskeleton. His strike was precise and calculated, and aimed at the same weak point he had identified during his battles. However, although his sword tip managed to connect with the exact spot he was aiming for, it was unable to pierce it. It's hard. His blade, which he expected to at least pierce into the joint to draw blood, bent after sinking in no more than a centimeter. He had used all of his might, causing the blade to bend and eventually snap in half. Quickly, he retreated a few steps and activated his system window. There, he accessed his stash tab to swiftly switch in another sword that he had previously prepared for this occasion. This might be a battle of attrition. I wonder what will give in faster, my blades or your armor. Rusty brandished his new sword and the battle resumed. The monster wasn't too intelligent and had a simple attack pattern, yet its brute strength and durability made it a powerful opponent. Rusty danced around the cavern, dodging the beetle's relentless attacks and striking back whenever he saw an opening. It was a true battle of attrition as he continuously struck the same spot as before. As the battle raged on, his new blade began to show signs of wear and tear. The beetle's tough exoskeleton proved to be a tough barrier, and even with his skills and tactics, Rusty struggled to inflict any significant damage. However, he refused to give up. With each strike, he chipped away at the beetle's defenses, slowly but surely wearing it down. The cavern echoed with the clashing of metal against chitin as Rusty and the giant rhinoceros beetle engaged in their fierce duel. During the exchange, more blades were lost and chipped than he expected. However, just as he was contemplating a tactical retreat, the joint finally gave in. He was able to plunge quite a length of his blade into the monster's body, and finally, it was time to end this. Elemental, discharge. Rusty exclaimed his attack's name inside his mind as his blade turned into a haze of white light. Just as before, he aimed to inject his attack into the monster's body and make it explode from the inside. However, while the light spread, the monster didn't seem to be stopping. It turned its large head and smacked Rusty away with the help of its horn. His metallic body crashed into the cavern wall and dented upon impact. His helmet rattled, and he could feel the vibrations flowing into his monster core, which was slightly damaged in the process. The beetle, now free from his attack, turned its attention back to him and charged forth once more. He was momentarily stunned by the crack produced on his monster core. This was not something he had prepared himself for, and it seemed that he would be impaled on the monster's horn. Fortunately, he was not alone as a blue bolt of energy appeared from the side and connected with the monster's side. Gleam, who had led away the other monsters, had returned from within the tunnel and climbed up the wall. From there, she released her most powerful spell, which left her a bit dizzy. While not inflicting much damage, it gave Rusty enough time to gather his strength. He dodged to the side as the monster plunged its head into the cave wall and became stuck. If light isn't enough, then how about darkness? His blade remained lodged inside of the monster's joint, and he just needed to grab it again for another elemental discharge. Light was his usual choice as it had proven deadly against these creatures, but darkness was also in his repertoire. Without much thought, he activated his skill, mixing it with the residual light from the previous skill activation. The dark haze mixed with the residual light, and a chaotic reaction took place. A massive elemental explosion erupted from within the beetle's body, engulfing it in a swirling vortex of energy. Rusty attempted to shield himself from the chaos, but his body was engulfed in the twilight that ensued. The entire cavern shook from the eruption of magical energies, causing even the ceiling to collapse. A bewildered ant skittered about while charging into a cloud of dust. A massive explosion just rocketed the entire place with her companion within. Amidst the debris and swirling dust, it was hard to see what had happened. However, after a moment of chaos, the dust settled, revealing nothing resembling bronze armor. Where a large beetle monster once stood, there was now nothing more than a gaping hole filled with debris. It seemed as if the two monsters that had clashed had been evaporated by the strange twilight that ensued. Hangul ka miyum enos. Panic struck Gleam as she searched through the rubble, desperately calling out for her companion. Rusty was nowhere to be found amidst the wreckage. She scuttled around frantically, her tiny form darting between rocks and debris, hoping to find any sign of him. As she searched, a strange feeling started to sink in of the possibility that her companion could have died. While their adventure had not been long, he was the only thing that she knew within this strange world, and fear gripped her insect heart. But just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a faint glimmer caught her eye. Further away from the blast zone, among the rubble, she spotted a piece of metal sticking out. It resembled the bronze that Rusty was composed of, so she hurried over to investigate. There, partially buried beneath a pile of rocks, lay Rusty's battered and dented helmet. Gleam's heart skipped a beat as she carefully unearthed it, revealing the familiar bronze surface beneath. She poked the hamlet with her antennae while still panicking as she desperately tried to wake her companion. Hello. After making this realization, she felt relieved and quickly began to carefully dig Rusty out from beneath the rubble. It was not an easy task for the small white ant, but with unwavering stubbornness, she started yanking the larger rocks to clear the way. Luckily, there wasn't much to dig through, and eventually she was able to free his metallic head from under the rocks. However, this was not the end of their troubles, as some trouble lurked close by. While the beetle Rusty had faced off against had been defeated, they had not cleared out the entirety of their foes. Many of the lesser monsters of the same type still remained and had finally decided to return to the main cavern where the explosion occurred. They instantly noticed the white ant and the metallic helmet with it. Instantly, they began to advance, menacingly clacking their mandibles. Gleam realized the danger instantly and quickly started lifting the bronze helmet she needed to escape. With all her strength, she hoisted it onto her back and tried balancing it with her limbs. This was not an easy feat, but somehow she managed to balance it. Soon after, she scurried away as fast as her small limbs could carry her. The monsters could sense that their prey was escaping and gave chase. Their lumbering forms crashed through the rubble as they pursued Gleam and the helmet she was holding. Despite her size, Gleam was surprisingly nimble and darted between rocks and debris with surprising agility. She led the pursuing monsters on a frantic chase through the cavern while her monster heart pounded with conviction. She did not look back, but the clattering of mandibles and the thudding of heavy insect legs was right behind her. It urged her to run even faster, but things weren't looking good. As she raced through the darkness, the sounds continued to pick up. It was painfully obvious that the large beetles were starting to catch up. Normally, she was able to outrun them or just climb up to the ceiling to avoid their attacks. The problem was Rusty's helmet. It slowed her down tremendously, and it was clear that she wouldn't make it back to their lair at this pace. She started looking around for any potential areas she could escape to. Luck seemed to be on her side as Gleam spotted a small crevice in the cavern wall up ahead. Without hesitation, she darted towards it, hoping that it would provide a means of escape. The pursuing monsters were gaining on her, and this seemed like the only path to safety. However, just as she was about to sprint towards the narrow opening, a large beetle appeared from a different side passage to block her way. Hangul ka miyum enos. With no other options available, Gleam skidded to a halt, her antennae twitching nervously as she sized up the new threat. The massive beetle, larger than any she had encountered before, loomed menacingly in front of her, its sharp mandibles clicking together ominously. Gleam knew that she couldn't outrun this creature, nor could she hope to defeat it in direct combat, but she refused to give up. There was still some hope left, and she charged forward. Perhaps she would be unable to reach the crevice, but there were other tunnels nearby. If she could slip past them, her escape could continue until she found a safe spot to hide. Thus, Gleam dashed towards the massive beetle, hoping to evade its snapping mandibles. However, to her shock, the helmet she was trying to protect was struck and flew up into the air, right in the direction of the pursuing group of beetle monsters. She could do nothing but watch as her friend flew in the direction of another monster's mouth, which was opening. The trajectory was set, and there was nothing she could do about it. However, while in mid-air, something strange happened. There was a reaction within the helmet, and something emerged from it. Before the monster could devour it, a metallic hand shot out, delivering a smack to its face instead. The hit was enough to force the monster to retreat, and the transforming helmet fell to the side. Gleam wasn't sure how, but her friend was restoring his metallic body, and more of it began to emerge before her eyes. Things were happening too fast for her to comprehend, but she could sense a surge of magical energy emanating from Rusty. The bronze armor began to reshape and reform itself. Pieces of metal knit themselves by some unseen force. The transformation was quick, but not quick enough. The monster beetles weren't willing to wait for their enemy to restore himself and attempted to halt this process. She knew what needed to be done and quickly let forth a loud screech to get everyone's attention. The piercing screech echoed through the cavern, drawing the attention of both friend and foe alike. The beetles instantly disregarded the strange piece of armor that landed nearby and instead lunged at the white ant. As the monsters closed in on her, Gleam remained defiant. She danced and dodged around their attacks, her movements swift and graceful. Despite their size and strength, the beetles struggled to keep up with her agility. While she was capable of casting spells, they proved ineffective in a direct confrontation like this one. Her mind needed to stay focused on gathering mana, an impossible task during such a frantic battle. Gleam displayed a valiant effort to protect her companion, but she was nearing the end of her endurance. Running through the caverns had depleted most of her stamina. There was no way for her to continue dodging and weaving around these beetles indefinitely, and inevitably they closed in on her. The largest one charged forward in a blind rage, its mandibles spread wide and aimed directly at her head. Things looked bleak for the small white ant that had run out of stamina points. Once depleted, she found herself unable to move. The large adversaries weren't stopping, and she would surely get chomped by their sharp mandibles. But just as the monstrous beetle was about to deliver the final blow, someone appeared to intercept it. It was Rusty, his body now restored and grabbing onto the monster as it attempted to charge forward. There was something different about him. His body exuded a strange gray flash of light before his body seemingly sunk into the ground. Gleam was aware of her companion's fighting style, and this was not something that he usually did. Despite appearing sturdy on the outside, he lacked mass within his hollow body. Ordinarily, the sheer bulk of these creatures would knock him back, yet somehow he resisted it. The sight before her was rather vivid. The monster had been halted by his sheer strength, and now the beetle was being lifted into the air. The beetle struggled against Rusty's grasp, its heavy form thrashing wildly as it attempted to break free. However, Rusty grip was firm, and Gleam could see the chitinous insect armor being dented by those metallic fingers. Then, with a sudden flipping motion, the monster was hurled into the air and landed on its back. One of its companions rushed to aid the struggling beetle, charging just like before. Its mouth opened wide, but before it could close its mandibles, they were seized by the metallic armor. Just as before, the insect struggled, attempting to use its body weight to push forward, only to have its chompers ripped straight off. Blood gushed everywhere as the monster retreated, only to be met with a metallic fist to its face. There didn't seem to be a need for any finesse this time as Gleam watched Rusty tear through the beetles with sheer strength and violence. Even when they attempted to ram him into the walls, he remained in place, resembling some type of giant, immovable boulder. His newly created body ended up with dents and scratches, but this couldn't hinder him. Those metallic fists continued to connect with the monster's heads, and some were even torn off. Oh. Gleam couldn't help being impressed by Rusty's display of power. Monsters that she couldn't handle by herself had been torn to shreds before her eyes. Within this admiration was also a hint of jealousy and longing. Just like Rusty, she wanted to get stronger, and by the look of things, that moment was coming closer as her level had reached 10. As the last of the monstrous beetles fell to the ground defeated, Rusty stood amidst the wreckage. His restored body had suffered some minor damage, but it didn't matter. It was all over now. He looked at the small companion ant that had saved him and could only feel gratitude. Letter 1D54, Letter 1D55, Letter 1D54. Gleam responded with her usual happy dance, though slightly more sluggish than before. Rusty could tell that his little friend had been through a lot, and he noticed the damage to her body as well. Her white body was filled with scratches and covered in the blood of the other monsters. Let us head back for now. We will take care of the rest after we have rested. How about you rest up for now? While he didn't get tired, Gleam certainly did, and he knew that it was better for her to restore her lost health first. The boss beetle had been defeated, so there was no point rushing things. Thus, he leaned down to pick Gleam up and placed her on his metal shoulder. Just as she had carried him through here when he was only a helmet, he was now ready to return the favor. Oh, Rusty noticed something strange happening with the light and dark elements. Before chaos ensued, he managed to take off his head and threw it into the distance. While his body was engulfed in the blast, his core and helmet miraculously survived. For a moment he had been knocked unconscious, probably due to his monster core suffering some damage. Not long after he woke up on top of Gleam's back, who was running away from their enemies. From there, he accessed his inventory screen and quickly used up 6 bronze ingots to restore his body. 1 for each limb and 2 for his chest area were needed for a full recovery. Normally, he would have also summoned a sword to aid him against the large beetles, but a new skill had been granted to him that leveled the playing field: weight control. Active skill grants the ability to control one's weight. It seems that the best skills come at a price. He wasn't the only one who had achieved a new breakthrough. Gleam had also reached her highest level and gained a new skill. She had used it during the fight to get the attention of the beetle monsters, producing a loud, audible screech, startling howl. Active skill emit a piercing sound that can startle and disorient targets. It was a nice addition to Gleam's arsenal, as she didn't have many instantaneous skills, but only spells. This skill didn't startle the monsters for long, but it gave him some time to reform himself. His head was now filled with ideas on how to incorporate their new skills into their combat strategies. However, his deliberation was interrupted as he remembered that Gleam was now level 10. Oh, I wonder if Gleam can turn into something even more powerful. His friend had just recently turned into an F-rank monster, but it was already time for her to evolve further. As Rusty pondered Gleam's potential evolution, he realized that they needed a safe place to rest and recuperate before any further developments could occur. With Gleam fast asleep on his shoulder, he continued to make his way back to their joint lair. The journey back was thankfully uneventful, as the corridors once filled with dangerous insects were now devoid of any life. He had successfully cleared out the area of all adversaries, and it was now time to move on. Rusty and Gleam returned triumphant to their crystal cave lair, marking the culmination of their domination of the underground cave system and the defeat of the last major threat to Rusty's existence. The battle had been intense, with the beetle proving to be their strongest opponent yet. However, it ultimately succumbed to the combined might of the unique duo, living armor and small ant. As Gleam performed her happy dance, Rusty couldn't help but notice something amiss. Her enthusiasm seemed subdued, and it was obvious why. Gleam had pushed her small body to its limits, bearing visible scratches and wounds. Unlike Rusty, who could move through magic, Gleam was a flesh and blood being, susceptible to pain, exhaustion, and damage. While she could heal herself over time, it would take a while for her HP to fully regenerate. It was something alien to Rusty, who could live as just only a helmet. You don't have much HP to begin with. You think that if you get some sleep, you'll be fine. Does it work like that? He wasn't sure how other creatures regained their hit points, but Gleam assured him that she would be fine after some rest. Rusty nodded at her claims and saw her move to a patch of glowing moss within their lair. She circled around it a few times before curling up and drifting off to sleep, a phenomenon unfamiliar to Rusty. He was a being that required no rest himself, which left him with ample time for contemplation. While looking at his partner in crime, he took some time to check out her stats. After defeating so many monsters, her level was already at maximum again. Rusty felt slightly jealous that Gleam was progressing so much faster than him, but also knew that eventually, this pace would start to slow down. It seemed that along with each evolution, it became harder and harder to level up. I wonder what she can evolve into now. I didn't have the time to look at the options. Lesser magical gleaming ant. Insectoid. A direct evolution of the rare lesser gleaming mana ant. This monster further focuses on magical attacks while retaining a small body. Lesser Miam ant queen. Insectoid. A lesser queen of the Miam ant species, once fully grown, becomes immobile to produce their offspring. Lesser horned Miam ant soldier. Insectoid. A larger variant of the lesser Miam ant soldier. Its body isn't much larger, but the horn it receives can be used as a mighty weapon. Lesser silvery magical gleaming ant. Insectoid. A unique evolution of the lesser gleaming mana ant. This monster further focuses on magical attacks while retaining a small body covered in shining silver metal. With more choices available than before, Rusty initially focused on the first option. However, his attention was soon drawn to the appearance of the fourth one. After recalling his knowledge from the Soul Forge, Rusty understood that silver was also a metal. While it was not superior to his bronze body, it was still probably more robust than an insectoid armor. For Gleam, it could potentially enhance her durability while retaining all the bonuses of the normal lesser magical gleaming ant variant and the spellcasting abilities that came with it. This looks like the better option, but... Rusty looked at Gleam, who was sleeping tightly. He was probably able to just select the option right now and let her transform into the next evolutionary stage, but that didn't feel right. As a monster, he knew that evolutions were important, and he wanted to make sure Gleam had a say in the matter. After all, it was her life and her body that would be undergoing the transformation. Gleam, Rusty gently called out to her from afar, the mechanics behind the thing called sleeping not really something he was familiar with. The ant didn't react, and even after a poke, nothing seemed to change. Does the status say anything? After consulting the status screen, Rusty noticed something next to Gleam's name. It resembled the status effects he had seen on some of his enemies when they were poisoned. However, instead of displaying a poison status, it simply read hibernating sleep, with an additional timer next to it. There were no timers on the enemy screens, but this could have been just due to his identification skill not being high enough. Perhaps due to the bonding contract, he could see all of Gleam's negative and positive status effects. This hibernating sleep seems different from regular sleep. Perhaps it's because she lost more than half of her HP. He wasn't sure, but it made some sense as he had never seen Gleam lose this much HP before. Probably once it was done, then all of her health and mana would be back to normal. This left him with some time on his hand before he could ask her for the next evolutionary option. She should be safe here. Should I get rid of the remaining beetles, or just wait here? The lair here was rather safe, and he could see Gleam's status screen even from a great distance. It was quite safe, and since his arrival here, none of the monsters dared to set foot in this place. The only potential threat were the humanoid adventurers, which didn't seem to have discovered this place yet. It should be fine. Her body is also really hard to spit with all these glowing crystals around. He made the decision to engage in some self-leveling while his partner was out, considering that it was impossible to gain any further experience while already max-leveled. With Gleam expected to remain asleep for another 10 hours, Rusty took precautions to ensure her safety. He gathered several large boulders and strategically placed them around her sleeping spot, making it difficult for anyone to discover her slumber. Satisfied with the security of the area, he retrieved some bronze ingots he had previously made and was ready to finish the extermination. However, before leaving, he stopped himself, as there was one more thing he needed to do. This place is great for using skills. Rusty found himself in a cave filled with mana crystals, providing him with ample resources to test his skills. With these crystals nearby, he could easily crush them to regain his MP whenever needed. After utilizing the weight control skill once after his revival, he was eager to further train in its use. This skill addressed one of his biggest weaknesses of being a hollow armor and not having much mass. However, this skill had a notable downside, as it consumed a large amount of MP. First came an easy test of how long he could sustain the use of this skill before his mana reached a critical point. It required a lump sum of 60 MP to activate the skill, followed by a continuous drain of 1 point every 2 seconds. This left him with a skill that he could utilize for approximately 2 minutes before needing to cease, as further use would risk causing him to pass out from mana depletion. Is there a way to increase my mana without an evolution, or will I have to rely on mana crystals? Is there perhaps another way to use this skill? What if I try to focus on just one part instead of my whole body? After a few uses, Rusty was quickly mastering his new skill. His experimentation with focusing the effect on a smaller area of his body proved successful. Upon activation, he could feel his right arm growing heavier. As the weight increased, maintaining balance and control over his movements became challenging. Eventually, he was even forced to the ground by the sheer weight, rendering this method of using the skill seemingly pointless. However, there was one silver lining. It did not consume the same amount of MP as before. I wonder, could I use it like this? Rusty performed one more test, swinging his sword forward. He activated the weight control skill just before his blade descended, and the added weight significantly increased the power behind the strike. However, it had one major downside. Rusty's body was pulled forward with the strike, especially when he only increased the weight of his sword arm. This was a factor he needed to carefully account for in combat situations. I bet if I activate Power Slash with it and maybe even Elemental Discharge, it could devastate even a well-armored foe. This special combination attack had its merits when fighting an opponent that couldn't move out of the way or was rather sluggish. If timed correctly, it could probably devastate even the toughest of foes. However, it required precise timing and coordination, which might prove challenging in the heat of battle. Rusty made a mental note to practice this combination further to perfect its execution. After crushing another mana crystal to replenish his MP, Rusty continued with more tests. He experimented with different methods to increase his weight and discovered that if he focused the skill on his lower body, he wouldn't lose his balance as much. He could envision himself bracing for impact with just his legs, but he remained uncertain if his upper body wouldn't simply fly off into the distance during a genuine confrontation. I can also throw it, but... At the end of his trials, Rusty even increased the weight of one of his gauntlets and attempted to throw it at the wall. While the weight persisted on his body parts even when they were further away, propelling them forward proved to be a challenge. Despite having the limb control skill, using it to propel his fist forward didn't seem to be an option. Any attempts resulted in slow movement, followed by the limb flopping down onto the ground. Perhaps in the future, as the skill level grew, it might become an option, but for now, it served primarily to retrieve his limbs rather than to use them for attacking. After several hours of training, Rusty felt satisfied with his progress. It was now time to pay the other beetles a visit. While his primary objective was to defeat any survivors before Gleam woke up, he was also there on a scouting mission. With fewer monsters left to threaten him and his partner, it was time to seek out new challenges elsewhere. Rusty understood that to grow stronger, he needed a steady supply of monsters to fight. Without them, his journey toward greatness would be impossible. As Rusty made his way through the caverns, he encountered a few straggling beetle monsters that had managed to avoid the earlier confrontation. However, they were no match for his strength and skills. With calculated strikes, he took care of them, and once his weight control ability was activated, their main advantage was not useless. After defeating the remaining beetles, Rusty took his time dissecting their bodies. He recalled the hero's instructions and still believed that perhaps in the future, these monster parts would prove useful. However, despite thoroughly searching the beetle lair upon his return, he regretfully couldn't find the monster core of his latest enemy. The crater he created was astonishing, leaving almost nothing of the rhinoceros beetle behind. However, a part of its longhorn remained embedded in the wall a bit further away, and Rusty quickly deposited it into his inventory. Despite encountering a few attacks on his way to the beetle lair, Rusty found that the remaining insectoids had gathered around the spot where their leader was defeated. Their numbers were considerably smaller compared to the ants and centipedes, allowing him to dispatch them quickly. However, even after vanquishing a sizable group of them, Rusty noticed that his experience bar didn't increase much. It became clear to him that fighting monsters of a lower rank was becoming increasingly pointless for his growth. Is it time to face that spider, or could there be another way to get through these tunnels? Rusty's tracking skills weren't the greatest, but he knew he just needed to retrace his steps to the previously ant-owned tunnels if he wished to reach the area with the shadowy spider. Finding that area wasn't much of a problem now that no creatures remained. However, he wasn't sure if he would be able to use that route. While Gleam could climb walls, his metallic fingers tended to slide off flat surfaces. Rusty pondered the idea of adding sharp claws to his palms, which might make it a possibility. Perhaps if he could return to the Soul Forge, then modifying his body would be another step in becoming stronger. I wonder, if I can create weapons of various shapes and sizes, couldn't I just make some replaceable gauntlets? Rusty found himself pondering a thought that had recently popped into his bronze head. While he could potentially replace parts of his body that appeared in the forge for his evolution, was that truly the only option? What if he simply created replicas of his arms, legs, and torso and kept them in his armory? Perhaps he could then swap them out during times of need. This idea sparked a new avenue that he wished to explore later, but for now he needed to focus on other things. Well, I'll only know once I'm back there again. For now, I should go back. Gleam should be waking up soon. Upon reaching their crystal cave lair, Rusty waited for Gleam to stir from her hibernating sleep. Her movements were slow and groggy at first, but soon she was fully awake and her eyes regained focus. He could see that all of her HP, MP, and SB had been refilled. As soon as their eyes met, Rusty raised his hand, and his gesture was reciprocated by Gleam with a raised forelimb. Great, you are up, Gleam. You have a decision to make now. What do you wish to become? Rusty didn't beat around the bush for too long, as he was also quite interested in how his friend's new form would end up looking. Gleam listened as Rusty presented her with the options for her evolution, her antennae twitching in curiosity. After considering each option carefully, she made her decision. You're so shiny, Gleam, way more than me. Letter 1D17. Rusty was a bit jealous after witnessing the new form of his companion. With a flash of light, Gleam's transformation was complete. She emerged from the glow. Her once pale white exoskeleton was now covered in shimmering silver metal. Her antennae sparkled with magical energy, and her eyes gleamed with newfound power. Gleam had decided to become a lesser silvery magical gleaming ant and had just undergone the transformation. It was a rather quick change that only took no longer than a minute. Her body seemed like it was made from metal now, but it was some type of biological armor that didn't constrain her movements. Rusty couldn't help but marvel at her shiny form that reflected the light from the crystals around them. Gleam danced around, her movements causing light to reflect off her new shiny exoskeleton. The gleaming light cast shimmering reflections across the walls of their crystal cave lair, producing a dazzling display that filled the space with an enchanting glow. Rusty watched with admiration as Gleam's radiant presence illuminated their surroundings, feeling slightly jealous of the sheen she could produce, but his body couldn't. The silver suits you well, Rusty exclaimed while noting that his partner Ant still had a somewhat white appearance with a silvery undertone. Once there was no light, she wouldn't be this radiant. The other changes to her body weren't that extensive. She didn't really look different, and her size didn't increase either. After it was all done, he was able to glance through her status screen that had been enhanced. Rusty observed that Gleam had only evolved into a regular F-rank monster, while he had advanced to an F+ rank on his second evolution. However, Rusty recalled that he had been imbued with a strange force in the form of the Heroes and Demon King's energies, which resulted in his transformation into a Twilight variant. He wasn't entirely certain what this meant, but it seemed plausible that Gleam might need to evolve one more time than him to reach E rank. Gleam had acquired a few new skills, one of which concerned her new body. This skill not only increased her defenses, but also seemed to enhance her mana. Rusty surmised that this explained why her MP was higher than his when he evolved into the corroded Twilight armor form, but it could also be because of the higher wisdom stat, which seemingly affected the MP count. Lesser Silverine exoskeleton. Passive skill. Increases the body's defense and mana. Defense is dependent on durability. Mana arrow. Spell. A simple spell that creates an arrow made up of mana. It is stronger than the mana bolt spell and has higher piercing power. That was about it for the upgrades, and now with more mana and an even better attacking spell which Gleam was excited to use. Rusty was of the same mind. Testing out new abilities outside of battle was the key to victory, so he made a proposition. Gleam, how about you try your new spell and other spells, and see how your new form can handle the loss of MP? Letter 15DC. Yeah, that's the spirit. How about you aim it at that sturdy wall there? With an excited nod, Gleam focused her magical energy, summoning forth a shimmering arrow of mana. The arrow took shape, crackling with magical power as it hovered in front of her. Rusty watched intently, curious to see the full extent of Gleam's newfound spell. Already from the onset, this spell seemed to be more sizable than the other. The mana bolt spell was more similar in size to a crossbow bolt, but also lacked a fully condensed form. It wasn't fully straight and wavered slightly in the air. In contrast, the mana arrow shone with a steady brilliance, its form straight and true. With a flick of her antennae, Gleam launched the arrow toward the designated wall, and the difference in penetrative power was obvious. The mana arrow soared through the air, leaving behind a trail of sparkling energy as it raced toward its target. Upon impact, the arrow struck the wall with a resounding crack, embedding itself deeply into the stone. Rusty was impressed by the spell's power, and it was probably just as powerful as a power thrust attack from a spear. That was amazing, Gleam. Your new spell seems really potent. Letter 1D17, Arabic wow. But it does take a while longer to cast than that mana bolt spell. How about we do a few more tests first? Gleam seemed a bit surprised by the change in Rusty's demeanor, but quickly agreed to some further tests. The ant, just like the metal armor, could recover their MP instantly from having a mana crystal crushed. Thus they could quickly figure out the advantages and disadvantages of the newly gained ability. Rusty and Gleam spent the next few hours experimenting with Gleam's new spells and came to a few conclusions. The casting time of the previous attacking spell, Mana Bolt, had decreased. While it had become more powerful and still utilized the same amount of MP as before, Its cost was half that of the mana arrow spell. However, the damage output was also lowered to about half of the mana arrow spell. It appeared that the new spell was better suited for stronger foes and served as a finishing blow, while the old one could now serve as a more frequent ability, as she would no longer pass out after even using it several times. As they continued their experiments, Rusty noticed that Gleam's physical attacks had also improved slightly. Her new exoskeleton seemed to enhance her durability and also sharpen her mandibles to an extent. She couldn't match his bronze body that was true metal, but she was probably just as robust as monsters primed for defense. It was clear that Gleam was following the path of a spellcaster, a role typically associated with being a glass cannon potent in offense but fragile in defense. However, with her new silver body, she could likely withstand a few powerful hits before sustaining serious injury. Letter 1D17, Arabic Wow. What's that? You want to test out your new spells on the remaining beetle monsters. Their testing session was concluded, and Gleam brought up the remaining monsters. There was one problem with this issue. Rusty had already dispatched the stragglers while she was in her hibernation sleep. Well, about that while you were sleeping, I kind of know. Okay, I killed them all while you were asleep. Hangul Kamium, Inus, I know, but you were sleeping. There was nothing really to do, and there weren't that many of them left. Letter 1D16. What do you think I did it to level up faster? That's preposterous. Hey, stop looking at me like that. I was just bored. Experience points had nothing to do with it. Rusty wasn't lying or telling the truth, as he had accounted for getting more experience points for slaying monsters. Once Gleam wasn't with him, he regained his old rates of gaining experience. Despite Rusty's attempt to justify his actions, Gleam couldn't help but give him a skeptical look. He tried to avoid her gaze, but it didn't seem that this issue could be fixed this easily. How about we ask the Demon King for some advice? Now that the other insected monsters are gone, we will need to leave this place. To get around this issue, Rusty decided to go with a strategic approach of changing the topic. With the help of his guide, he hoped to make his ant companion forget about his stealing all of the experience for himself. Thus, he quickly activated the skill to summon the fallen Demon King, who quickly appeared in the form of a pitch-black orb. Well, if it isn't my old friend Rusty and his little ant friend, you got rid of me quite quickly last time. Will you let me finish my sentence this time around? The Demon King appeared in a seemingly grumpy mood. He seemed to be still mad about the treatment he received the last time he was summoned. However, before Rusty could respond, Gleam was the one to interrupt, quite interested in the appearance of the talking black sphere. Oh, that's strange. I can understand what this little one is saying. It must be the bonding contract. It seems to even affect me. The Demon King paused for a moment, but he seemed saddened for some reason. Luckily, Gleam had another being to interact with, and his plan of changing the subject had been successful. This confirms it. I'm nothing more than part of this armor, tied to its soul. If even the bonding contract affects me in this way, this complicates things. The demon was not hiding the fact that he wasn't too fond of this situation. Previously, he had already tried to escape, and it didn't look like he had given up on that idea just yet. This didn't change the fact that Rusty was still in control, and his demonic guide needed to answer all of his questions. Demon King, we've managed to clear out the remaining insectoid monsters from this area, and now we're faced with a decision. Should we continue exploring the cave system or look for a way out, and where would such a way be? I don't think I'll be able to climb the chasm I fell into, and there are those strange spider creatures there too. The black orb did something akin to a grumble before replying. I'm not much of a Demon King anymore. We have known each other long enough. Just call me a burden, but Master a burden is also fine. Oh, that's fine with me, a burden then. Rusty preferred calling people by their names, as long titles just made things unnecessarily complicated. The Demon King pondered for a moment before responding, his dark energy swirling within his orb-like body. It depends on what you seek, Rusty. It seems that you wish to gain more power by slaying other creatures, quite the monsterly aspirations you have there. Nevertheless, if you want some advice, then be wary of the dungeon you came from. I should be wary of it. Well, those adventurers were strong, but now I'm stronger, and I also have Gleam with me. Letter 1D17, Arabic Wow. I don't mean the adventurers, dear Rusty. They would be the least of your worries. Oh, how so? Rusty was a bit confused by the response. When he was in the dungeon, things were relatively safe. Even when he died several times, he was just restored by the dungeon heart that resided there. It was also probably the source of the voices that were ordering him what to do, and the biggest downside would be if he became stuck there again. I probably wouldn't want to be limited to the first 2 floors either, but shouldn't I be able to go further down? He was an E-rank monster, and was previously limited to the 1st and 2nd floor. It wouldn't be strange if he could venture even further than last time, and perhaps finally be able to use his skill absorption ability, which had been dormant for a while now. Oh, I don't think you would be limited by any of those anymore. I'm not sure if the dungeon heart would even be able to affect you after evolving. But isn't that good? Depends on what you consider good. How do you think the dungeon will react to something it can no longer control? Hello. While Rusty wasn't even a year old, he was smart enough to put things together. A burden insinuated that this dungeon heart that had created him would see him as a threat, perhaps even like another adventurer. But that means that I'd have to fight both those adventurers and the monsters there. That's a possibility, but I'm not sure. You're quite the anomaly, so perhaps the dungeon will still see you as an ally as you have been born there. You'll just have to go and see. Burden's words left Rusty with a sense of unease. The idea that the dungeon, which had been his home and source of security, might now see him as a threat was troubling. But on the other hand, he started looking at this situation from a different angle. If there are more enemies, won't I just be able to level up faster? I guess so, but... Oh, and the monsters inside of the dungeon come back to life after they are defeated. Doesn't that mean that it's an infinite leveling resource? Hangul Kamyum, Inus. That's right, Gleam. We could level up forever and not worry about running out of enemies. Gleam seemed to be on board with the unlimited leveling resource that a dungeon could provide and insisted that they get there as soon as they could. The Demon King started chuckling as if he wasn't sure what to do with these two power-hungry monsters before him. You two remind me of the demons I once commanded. Only the ones that showed some restraint managed to survive, so heed my warning. If your connection to the dungeon core has indeed been severed, you will no longer be able to be revived. Once you are defeated, you probably won't come back. Rusty has somewhat figured that this was already the case, but it was better if this demon lord confirmed this information. The power of continuous revival sounded great, but it wasn't too great if his level was reset either. I can't have you vanishing just yet, Rusty. You do know that there is a vast world outside this pit you spawned in, right? A vast world. Rusty couldn't hide the fact that he was interested in seeing it. The fragmented memories that he acquired from both a burden and the hero offered him a couple of images. He wanted to eventually leave this place and witness the world outside with his own visor. Gleam was of the same mind as she danced around the moment the outside world had been mentioned. Good, now you could try exploring more of these tunnels. You might not find a way out, but even if you don't, there's a way you could scale that chasm you came from. There is, but how? I'm not good at climbing. I'll probably just slide of and fall down. Rusty had thought about scaling that chasm, but he just didn't see himself doing anything besides falling down. Of course, you should never underestimate the wisdom of this demon king of burden. I'll even tell you how if you do something for me. Or you could just tell me, The ball of black started convulsing as if he was trying to resist the order. Damn, fine, have it your way. A burden was unable to refuse the call and had to give in. With indignation, he floated between the living suit of armor and the silvery ant before speaking. The key is your little friend here and that strange metallic body of yours. It's a lot simpler than you might think. Is there really no other way? You promise not to drop me. I'm not really talking about that, Gleam. A somewhat frustrated living armor gave out a sigh in a very human way before turning towards a white ball of light. Since receiving advice from the Demon King, some time had passed, and both Rusty and Gleam had been occupied. The plan for escaping this place was deemed somewhat dangerous and wasteful, prompting Rusty to explore the area in search of alternative options thoroughly. Ultimately, he even reached out to the hero, hoping to hear an opposing viewpoint. I'm not sure, depends if you are in a rush. While there aren't any monsters left here, it does feel like a waste of time to remain right, Gleam. Yeah, it has gotten boring with no one to fight, you're right. The two turned to the white ball of light, seeking advice on this predicament. It was evident they were eager to depart from this place. While a burden's idea wasn't without merit, it entailed abandoning his lair and the resources they had painstakingly gathered. There remained a substantial amount of mana crystals, copper ores, and various other valuable resources that would need to be left behind. For Rusty, who had invested considerable effort to reach this point, this was a sobering reality to confront. I guess we could wait a bit more, but how long do you think that could take? Rusty turned to the orb of light for some guidance, and the hero responded quickly. I'm not sure, but there are two possibilities. Either those insectoid monsters gathered here when they were much smaller, like the ants you faced that were G rank. Would that change anything? Yes, they would be much smaller and able to travel through smaller tunnels. This is only a theory, but they could have fled from something like the spider monster you encountered and crawled through one of those openings in the walls you found. That's a possibility. Rusty arrived here after falling into a large chasm and then had to run away from a strange creature there. He managed to land on a small ledge and then crawled inside of one of the tunnels created by the ants. Together with Gleam, they had retraced his steps and arrived at that area, but it wasn't the only one. There were several other ways and that all led out into that great big hole. What's the second possibility? The second one could be a now collapsed tunnel. I think you've seen a few of them while you were trying to find a way out already. Oh, those. Yes, some of them looked unstable. After receiving the idea from the Demon King, Rusty embarked on a search for an alternative escape route. He dedicated several days to exploring the tunnels and meticulously mapping out the area. With Gleam's assistance, they also unearthed pockets of tin and copper, which they mined diligently. However, their efforts failed to uncover any viable escape routes that Rusty could fit through. If the second theory held true, it suggested that the monsters had traversed a larger tunnel that later collapsed, leaving them trapped in this area. The only apparent exit appeared to be the chasm infested with spiders. While the ants might have been capable of climbing back out, the shadowy arachnids would have swiftly dispatched them. If this were true, then there is a possibility that you could eventually mine yourself out of here, and it's probably the safer way out of here. But even when your body doesn't tire, you might have to mine for weeks, maybe months or longer. Months sound long. To someone who hadn't even existed for a year, the prospect of mining for a month seemed daunting. Adding to the challenge was the issue of direction, with multiple seemingly collapsed tunnels complicating matters even further. They had no clue where to even begin, and without knowing the correct path, this endeavor could be futile. Even Gleam's scouting through the smaller ant tunnels yielded no results, making this option less promising. Yeah, it does sound long, and we don't even know which way to start mining. You want to go with a burden's suggestion, but it could get dangerous. Without my body, I won't be able to help you with those spiders. Letter 1D17, Arabic Wow. I'm glad that you are confident in your abilities, but let me think it through. Rusty began contemplating, as in the end it was up to him to make the decision. He was given two options, one that seemed faster yet more dangerous and the second one that could take forever. There wasn't a need for that much contemplation, as he knew that one choice seemed more promising for various reasons. I have decided. That was quick. I suppose you don't need me anymore, but before I leave, could you tell me your choice? We will follow a burden's plan. The hero of light gave out a sigh as if he was disappointed with the answer and then quickly posed a question. Is there something wrong with that choice? I'm not sure. Why did you decide on it? Rusty looked up at one of the glowing crystals and tried to think. While mining was safer, it would also be extremely boring. With no monsters around, there was no one to fight or to train their skills. It wouldn't be that exciting or fun, I think. Is that a good reason? He wasn't sure if there was a good enough reason to put himself and Gleam in danger, but for some reason, the faster route sounded more appealing to him. Even the ants started dancing around, taking his side. I see it's more exciting. I guess that's a good enough reason. Is something wrong? You sound weird. Ever since he called the hero here previously, he has been acting a bit strangely. When they were in the Soul Forge, he was way more eager to teach him the basics of smithing, but now he sounded sad and without energy. The Demon King, on the other hand, always talked with a lot more energy, as if he had some underlying goal which the hero lacked. Weird. Well, this whole situation is bizarre. I suppose you reminded me of the past. There was someone I knew who also rushed into things, never caring what the future might bring. Oh, there was? They sound like a fun person to be around. The hero chuckled softly, and if he had a face, then a wistful smile would be crossing it. I'm not sure about that. They were quite reckless and an idiot, but anyway, I think this is fine, right? You should probably conserve your mana for your great plan. With a nod, Rusty acknowledged the hero's words. Despite the strange shift in the hero's demeanor, he felt confident in their decision. Gleam, too, seemed eager to proceed with their chosen path. Their resolve was firm, and they were almost ready to venture into the depths of the chasm. However, there were some things to prepare before their departure, and there was one last issue he needed to discuss with the hero. Wait, before you go, hero, how about you tell me your name? My name. Yes, you're the only one without one. I have one. Gleam has one, and we even know that a burden is a burden. You're the only one left without a real name. The hero fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. When he spoke again, his voice carried a tinge of nostalgia. My name, do you wish to know the first one or the second one? First and second, someone can have two names. Well, not really, just forget that I said anything. I guess here they called me Alexander. With the hero's revelation of his name, Rusty felt that for some reason their connection was deepened. Alexander, it's a great name. Rusty felt a mix of emotions. He was somewhat pleased, yet also a tad envious of the impressive names those around him possessed. The Demon King's name exuded strength and power, while the hero's name evoked bravery and heroism. And then there was him, named after the mundane phenomenon of rusting. I suppose it wasn't bad. Take care of yourself, Rusty, and try doing what I've mentioned before. It might save you some of those precious resources you seem to love. With those last words, the orb of light vanished and left the ant and the living armor glistering in the crystal light. Now that the choice is made, we should start preparing. I refuse to waste all of these resources. No, I'm not going to leave them. Instead, I'll use them all up. Not like we'll be coming back here, at least not for a while. There was a strange hint of sadness when he thought about leaving this place. This was the area where he found Gleam and reached E rank. However, his adventure needed to continue, and going up and back towards the dungeon was the fastest choice. He regretted leaving behind the ores he had mined and the ingots he had processed, but both his stash tab and warehouse had reached their limits. This left him with only one choice, and that was to use up as much bronze as he possibly could. I'll just reproduce all the weapons and make multiple copies until it's all gone. I can stick a lot more into the warehouse. Gleam wasn't as thrilled as her bronze companion. This departure left her with little to occupy herself, except watching him consume his SB. It was a lengthy process, as waiting for it to recharge his SB was a must. Eventually, a large arsenal had been crafted and stored in his system for future use. Some raw ores remained, but at least half of his stash had now been depleted. With their preparations complete, Rusty stood before the entrance. He squeezed himself in. On the other side awaited a small ledge, upon which Gleam would carry him to a new location. He patiently awaited her return from a scouting trip, occupying himself by scrutinizing his inventory screen. There he readied himself for a unique maneuver that the hero had mentioned. Welcome back, Gleam. The cost is clear, you say. At first, Rusty harbored doubts about the plan because he deemed himself too large for Gleam to carry. At her current size, he would be able to fit her into his chest cavity. Yet his uniqueness helped in this scenario. He was a living armor, and his monster core was situated inside of his helmet. A burden's strategy was straightforward. Affix Rusty's helmet onto Gleam's back and have her transport him like a backpack up the chasm. The plan was relatively straightforward, as Rusty could utilize bronze ingots to restore himself, provided he had 6 on hand. However, the main reason he hesitated to execute this plan was the necessity to expend a whole 6 of them. Fortunately, the hero proposed an alternative, which he was eager to test out now. First, the harness. How does it feel? It's a little itchy, but it's fine. Good. Don't worry, Gleam. We aren't going to leave my body behind. Look at this. Everything's fine, Gleam. I'm just stowing away my body parts. From the outside, it looked rather peculiar as his limbs began to vanish. Initially bathed in a grayish light, they gradually disappeared. Once all his parts were tucked into the stash tab, his body vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. The only thing that remained was his helmet, which was secured to Gleam's back. Gleam chirped excitedly, her antennae twitching with anticipation as she prepared to embark on their next adventure. All right, Gleam, let's do this. Up we go. After squeezing through the opening, they arrived at the ledge he descended to. That time he had been fleeing from a mysterious, shadowy spider, something Gleam would do well to avoid. Finally, Gleam began her ascent, her insectoid legs gripping the rocky surface of the chasm with ease. You are doing great, Gleam. Keep it up. The climb was rather smooth as Gleam skittered up the steep wall. Despite the absence of light, her ant-like senses enabled her to navigate skillfully in the darkness. Everything seemed to be going fine, and he even felt a gentle breeze against his helmet. The shadowy spiders remained hidden, and his guides had assured him that as long as they avoided touching their webs, they would not appear. However, the gentle breeze that was hitting his helmet began to intensify. It switched from a soft caress to a forceful gust, threatening to knock Gleam off balance. Her movements became more erratic, and her antennae twitched with confusion. What's wrong, Gleam? Is everything okay? Do you need to take a break? Rusty couldn't really see what was happening as he was just a helmet strapped to a silvery ant. Although he couldn't see much, he sensed the increasing strength of the winds and noticed his small companion beginning to slow down. Gleam, being only an F-rank monster primarily suited for spellcasting, lacked the stamina typical of other creatures as her focus leaned towards mana instead. If you're getting tired, then look for a ledge. Let's follow the instructions. There was nothing to worry about as they had come prepared. A burden had cautioned that if the climb proved too tedious, Gleam might exhaust her stamina. In such a situation, they were instructed to seek out a ledge where she could rest. Fortunately, luck favored them, and a small cavern appeared not far ahead and would provide a welcome respite from the strong winds. Gleam hastened towards it, her movements becoming increasingly sluggish with fatigue, but she persisted through the discomfort. You did great. How about we rest a bit, or perhaps could this be enough? I might be able to bring out my body here. Gleam, could you make some light? For some reason, even his gaze couldn't pierce through the darkness here, so some magic was needed. Gleam didn't hesitate as burning mana didn't affect her stamina recovery. Soon a tiny light appeared, and that was when the two realized that they had probably made a mistake. Instead of an empty cavern, they were greeted by many sets of multiple eyes, which were now directly staring at them. Numerous eyes shone eerily in the dimly lit cavern, reflecting a faint magical light. All these multifaceted orbs were fixed on the solitary ant casting a spell within. The helmet strapped to its back faced the unsettling sight of shadowy spiders. Though smaller than the one Rusty had encountered before, they still dwarfed his companion in size. Gleam, I think you should start running now. Gleam's antennae quivered with apprehension as she processed Rusty's words. Despite her, she understood the gravity of the situation and the impossibility of surviving a battle with all of these arachnids. Without wasting another moment, she turned on her 6 legs and scurried back towards the entrance of the cavern, her small form casting long shadows against the rocky walls. The spiders, with their multiple eyes fixated on Gleam, began to skitter in pursuit, their long legs carrying them swiftly across the cavern floor. Their movements were eerily synchronized, as if they were acting on a shared consciousness. Gleam, keep going, don't stop. Rusty felt terrible as he could do nothing more than watch the scene play itself out. He was just a helmet now and unable to do much to help Gleam. The horde of spiders gave chase and even continued to follow after her when she sprinted up the wall. The shadowy monsters had picked up her scent now, and even with no light source there, they continued to chase. The ants' chirps were filled with fear as she pushed her tiny body to its limits, her legs propelling her forward as fast as they could. Rusty could see her exhaustion through their connection. Her stamina bar was depleting rapidly with each step she took, and it was probably just a matter of time before one of those spiders got to them. I guess we'll have to use it now. Gleam slowed down. Don't worry, it will work, trust me. Having encountered one of these arachnid monsters before, Rusty knew that despite their frightening appearance, they had a weakness that could be exploited. Though he was just a helmet, he could still utilize some of his skills. As he instructed, Gleam began to slow down. Seeing an opportunity, the shadowy monster spiders quickly lunged at the silvery ant, their large fangs gnashing and ready to administer their venom. However, just before they could make contact with Gleam's body, the entire area suddenly lit up, the light emanating from Rusty's helmet. The skill Rusty employed was the basic elemental charge, which empowered his blade with either light or darkness. Through repeated use, the skill had leveled up to level 5. Over time, Rusty discovered that he could extend this ability beyond just his weapons to charge his own body parts as well. His helmet was one such part, and as it radiated with bright light, the spiders recoiled in agony. The sudden burst of light caught the shadowy spiders off guard, causing them to scuttle back into the darkness with shrill hisses of pain. Gleam took advantage of the situation to recover some stamina. While she was aware of Rusty's ability, witnessing the spiders so closely was still nerve-wracking. With the sudden illumination, the entire chasm became brightly lit and revealed quite the predicament. The area was teeming with these shadowy spiders, and now all of them were alerted to their presence. Rusty had not expected there to be so many of them. Only now, after the light was shining, did they notice the swarm they were against. Their webs were everywhere, and every cavern just reflected the faint glint of shadowy threads. It was clear that attempting to fight was futile and climbing up was their only escape. That's why I didn't want to use it. This soon we need to move Gleam. This skill won't last forever, and now they all saw us. Arabic wow. That's the spirit. Shaking off her nervousness, Gleam pushed forward, resuming her ascent at full speed. Rusty understood that he could frighten off the spiders with his skill, but activating it would likely draw the attention of all the shadowy arachnids in the vicinity. He had hoped to avoid such a scenario by stealthily navigating and minimizing light using Gleam's spells, but their plan had failed. It was clear that using even faint light was a mistake. The two monsters were still young, and this was a learning experience they would not forget, but first, they needed to get out of here in one piece. As they continued their ascent, Rusty kept a close eye on the surroundings, ready to activate his skill again at a moment's notice if the spiders attempted another ambush. Gleam, meanwhile, focused on maintaining her pace, conserving her stamina as much as possible for the climb ahead. Once the light died down, Rusty could hear the skittering of legs and the occasional hiss echoing through the chasm. The monsters were now in pursuit, and to make things worse, the sounds were seemingly coming from all directions. Gleam, watch out, there are some coming in from up ahead. Rusty informed his friend about the danger just in time as a spider attempted to ambush them from above. Gleam reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and continuing her climb without hesitation. The monster that lunged itself at her collided with some of the other spiders that were pursuing them, and the hissing increased. As they ascended higher, the terrain became increasingly treacherous, with narrow ledges and jagged rocks posing additional challenges, but also giving them an opportunity. Gleam, do you see that sharp ledge? Use your Mana Bolt spell on it, I know you can do it. While she was tired from running, Mana didn't cost any stamina. Her antennae, used for casting, could act independently from her legs. Before long, a pale ball of mana formed above Gleam's head and was flung at one of the jagged edges in the distance. Upon impact, the rocks shattered and started falling down. Gleam quickly dodged to the side and let the spiders be showered by the rubble. This maneuver momentarily slowed down their enemies, but there were just far too many of them around. Not long after, more of them were upon them, which forced Rusty to activate his skill once again. The sudden burst of brightness caused the spiders to falter. Their sensitive eyes were unable to withstand the intensity of the light. All of them scattered out of the way, and the duo of living armor and ant had a moment to rest. We can do it, Gleam. We'll just continue at this pace. Letter 1D17, Arabic Wow. Gleam agreed and their escape pressed onward, yet the duo underestimated the depth of the chasm they were traversing. Despite several more minutes passing, they remained far from the summit, with no end in sight. Rusty relied on his skill, but his mana was dwindling rapidly. He neared his final burst of energy before facing the prospect of slipping into a dormant state, just like in the past, which would render him immobile for hours. As the spiders continued their relentless pursuit, the situation grew increasingly dire. The escalating winds proved to be a larger obstacle than anticipated as they relentlessly pushed against Rusty's helmet and caused Gleam to slow down with each gust. Unlike their pursuers, who effortlessly navigated the terrain, Rusty and Gleam found themselves at a disadvantage. With the relentless pace of the arachnids closing in, it appeared only a matter of time before they were caught. They needed to come up with a solution and do it now. Rusty racked his brain for a solution, but with his mana reserves nearly depleted, options were limited. To his surprise, before he could come up with a plan, Gleam spoke up first. "You want me to use my skill after they get closer, even if I enter a dormant state?" Letter 1D54, Letter 1D55, Letter 1D54. This was a strange proposition. Without his body, he could not crush any mana stones, and if he tried to reform himself to fight, he would just fall down the chasm along with Gleam. The two would probably end up on one of the spider webs they were avoiding, and would die, so he needed to remain in his helmeted form. "Are you sure? I won't be able to do it anymore, and I won't be conscious for a while." "No, I do trust you, but are you sure?" Rusty placed his trust in his partner, already knowing she had proven herself capable in the past, such as when she rescued him from the beetle monsters. He believed in her judgment and hoped she had a plan in mind. Perhaps there was a solution above them that he couldn't see, and his final burst of light might be the key to ensuring their survival. "Fine, I'll do it after they close, and it won't last for long, so use it well." Letter 1D17, Arabic Wow. With no option but to move up, Rusty and Gleam continued their ascent, knowing that jumping across the chasm was impossible due to the presence of numerous spider webs. As the spiders closed in on them, Rusty unleashed another blast of radiance from his helmet, pushing the creatures back temporarily. Seizing the opportunity, Gleam recovered some of her stamina. Mana reserves are critically low. Despite receiving the system message warning him of imminent mana depletion, Rusty paid it no heed. Continuing his skill was important, as he placed his trust in Gleam's judgment. He could feel her move, of course, a bit, skittering sideways on the wall somewhere, and his vision was becoming blurry. "Gleam, what are you doing?" Letter 1D17. "What do you mean, take care? What are you doing?" Something felt off as the ant began to behave strangely. Rusty sensed that his skill was being wasted as they entered a small cavern occupied by only one arachnid. Suddenly, he felt as if the harness holding him together was severed, and he heard rustling and skittering before everything went black and he lost consciousness. As he drifted into unconsciousness, Rusty experienced a strange sensation of weightlessness, as if he were floating through space. Images flashed through his mind, focusing on the little white egg he had discovered in the ant lair. Then, gradually, he began to regain his senses. He felt solid ground beneath his helmeted form, as well as something covering up from the top. "Gleam," he called out, but no one answered. His companion was not there, and for some reason had left him buried under some rocks. Rusty didn't wait but brought up his system screen. There he accessed his stash tab, where his whole body had been tucked away to be equipped later. Without his hands it was a slow process, but after he equipped his torso, his helmet rose up from the shallow rock pile he was covered under. In the darkness, danger lurked nearby. Rusty was not alone. Fortunately, his adversary seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of a metallic torso and delayed engaging him in battle. Taking advantage of this brief break, Rusty managed to reattach one of his arms, which then allowed him to assemble the rest of his body a lot faster. His adversary resembled the spider that inhabited the cave where he lost consciousness. However, it was notably smaller than the one that had almost eaten him alive when he fell into the chasm. With some time to assess the situation, Rusty determined that this foe was within his capabilities to handle alone. Classification: Lesser Giant Shade Spider E. Type: Arachnoid. With his body fully assembled, Rusty wielded his longsword and shield, intercepting the monster's charge just in time. The spider recoiled upon impact as its fangs collided with the hardened bronze of Rusty's shield. Despite being smaller than some of its counterparts, it proved to be a formidable opponent, matching Rusty in rank. Despite knowing he couldn't afford to underestimate the creature before him, Rusty's thoughts were consumed by concern for Gleam. He realized the sacrifice she had made, likely using herself as a decoy to divert most of the monster spiders away. Hours could have passed, and the thought of her potential demise filled him with restlessness and anger, emotions he hadn't been aware he could feel. This newly acquired rage fueled his movements, making them erratic and filled with animosity. As the battle intensified, Rusty endured numerous scratches and gashes to his armor, yet his opponent fared far worse. 2 of its 8 legs were already missing, and the venom from its fangs proved meaningless against a living armor. Eventually, Rusty's longsword found its mark, thrusting into the creature's mouth and ending its life. Normally, he would be ecstatic to hear that he had earned a large amount of experience, but his mind was elsewhere, consumed by worry for Gleam. Where could she be? Is she still alive? He was met with silence as no one answered his inquiry. With the lesser shade spider vanquished, he found himself alone in the cavern, the only sound being the faint echo of his metallic footsteps. After a moment of pause, he started looking around, but discovered nothing that could lead him to his companion, and the cavern he was in was also a dead end, with nothing more than bones and remains of some eaten prey. Rusty took some time to examine this area and discovered that one of the bodies hadn't fully decomposed yet. Wrapped in a cocoon of darkened webs, it resembled a mummy. After recognizing the attire as that of an adventurer, Rusty's attention was drawn to a strange card protruding from the wrappings. After a brief inspection, he decided to take it along with a pouch containing round metal objects and placed it into his inventory. He searched through the remains, dreading the thought that Gleam could be within the remains, but he could not discover any ant parts, only humanoid bones. Good, she isn't here. I need to find Gleam. Her status screen is grayed out, but what does this mean? Rusty considered reaching out to one of his guides, but he couldn't afford to waste precious mana at this critical time. After glancing at Gleam's status screen, he noticed it was grayed out and seemingly frozen in limbo. Normally, it would provide immediate updates on her status, but it remained stuck at a moment when her health was halfway depleted. Before he lost consciousness, she was at full health, which meant that she must have sustained some damage while he was incapacitated. With no other leads to follow, Rusty decided to head back towards the ledge they had come from. As he peered into the darkness, he noticed something unusual, lights in the distance. Surprised, he realized that this area was much closer to the top than he had initially thought. Far away, he spotted a familiar bridge that he had previously fallen from. It seemed that not all was lost, and that perhaps his friend had made it out alive. Did she see it? He wondered if Gleam had realized that if his head remained on her back, then none of them would have made it out alive. While he could see some lights in the distance, it was still quite far away. Without him weighing her down, there was a possibility that she made it out alive. Don't worry, I'll find you. Rusty felt a surge of determination enter his body. The rage he felt was slowly subsiding as he was given another goal. While he was uncertain of how much time had passed during his slumber, he vowed not to rest until he located Gleam and brought her back to his side, no matter the cost. Are you sure this is safe? What if something jumps out and eats us? That's why we have hired adventurers, so stop worrying about nothing. But no buts, let's just focus on the task at hand, and you'll be back in your stuffy room in no time. I hope you're right, Alana. I just don't like dark places. 2 people were talking while being accompanied by a group of adventurers. One burly warrior in chainmail was behind them, clearly keeping watch to prevent any monsters from attacking them from the rear. 2 similarly dressed men flanked them on each side, while a better armored gentleman led the group from the front. Only one person in the group looked different, wearing leather armor with a bow slung across their chest. They were also up front, seemingly keeping watch of any movement, ready to inform his party of any incoming danger. Of course, I'm right, Eugene, aren't I? The person talking seemed to be a young woman in her late teens. Next to her was a man of similar age and thin stature. Both looked more like scholarly types, and their clothes resembled something more fitting for a library than monster-infested dungeons. Despite the obvious unease in the young man's voice, his companion carried an air of confidence, though perhaps misplaced given their surroundings. Young miss, it would be better if you remained silent. The monsters in the dungeon react to sounds. The young woman turned to one of the adventurers surrounding her for confirmation of her claim, but was met with a rebuttal. The man seemed annoyed for some reason, but didn't want to voice his opinions more negatively. See, I told you to be quiet. That's why we were attacked so many times already. That's why Master hired these adventurers for us. Don't worry, they will protect us from these monsters. Stop being scared, they are only F ranks. Are you even a man? What is that supposed to mean? The young man glared at the young woman, but his momentary bravery was interrupted by a strange clacking of bones resounding from the side. A skeletal monster emerged from the shadows and started running toward the group. Eugene, frightened, instantly ducked behind the woman named Alana. The skeletal monster charged forward with unnerving speed, its bony limbs clattering against the rocky ground. However, the adventurers didn't seem perturbed by its appearance, even less as it targeted the heavily armored man at the front. The monster raised its corroded weapon and brought it down swiftly, only for it to bounce off the man's armor. In a matter of moments, the creature's body crumbled from a direct hit by the man's large 2-handed blade, and its remains were now scattered on the ground. Looking for something back there, Alana turned to Eugene, who was hiding behind her like a scared rabbit. Her tone was teasing, and the young man quickly straightened himself out after realizing what he had done. His face went red from embarrassment as he stammered out an excuse, but Alana merely chuckled and patted him on the back reassuringly. And no, I was just a little startled by the reflection the torches made. It made it look like there were more of them coming. Sure there were. Come on, Eugene, let's keep moving. We've got to finish the job master assigned to us. Yeah, sure, but couldn't he have just bought those Crimson Fell roots at the next action? You know how he is, he's impatient and doesn't trust adventurers to handle them correctly. If you don't dig them up in a specific way and store them instantly, they'll lose half of their potency. You won't be able to make good products with low-quality ingredients. Or at least, that's probably what he would say. She shrugged in response to the question. The girl knew their master was a peculiar person and perhaps had sent them here to gain more life experience. Her friend seemed quite scared and would likely learn a lot from this little expedition. Now, let's go. The adventurers probably want to go back home just as much as you do. Eugene nodded, and they ventured deeper into the dungeon cavern. The air grew thicker with the scent of damp earth and mildew. The torches lining the walls provided just enough light to illuminate their path, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the rocky terrain. Along the way, they continued to encounter more monsters, but none of them proved to be much of a challenge for the experienced adventurers accompanying them. Despite Eugene's initial fear, he began to relax slightly as they progressed, reassured by the competence of their hired protectors. Alana, on the other hand, maintained her air of confidence, seemingly unfazed by the dangers lurking in the shadows. Eventually, they arrived at a long bridge that would bring them to the area they would find the roots. I wonder how deep this is. Once there, she couldn't help but look down into the chasm, where nothing but darkness awaited them. The abyss seemed endless, and no one had yet confirmed if there was anything valuable down there, due to the monsters occupying its side walls. People had tried already, and sometimes people ended up falling to their death. We are almost there. Let's just get it over with, Alana. Yeah, I'm coming. There was nothing down there, and she knew it, but right as she was about to turn away from the depths, she noticed something. A little glint of light shone from below, and her curiosity was piqued. Wait, there is something down there. There is, Alana asked Eugene, who for some reason had a frown on his face. The adventurers around them nodded at each other and moved forward as if they had something to add. Some time ago, there were mentions of monsters using bows to attack people traveling through the bridge. It hadn't happened since, but they had to assume the worst and act accordingly. Can you see something? The armored man, seemingly the leader of the party, turned to the man wearing leather armor. This adventurer was clearly an archer, with eyes capable of seeing things at a distance much better than anyone else in the group. After urging the young woman to take a step back, he began to peek, and to his surprise, he was able to see something. There is something down there. It's a white bug, and it's getting chased by something. Shit, what are those things doing here? What is it? Giant shade spiders. What? Their leader replied in a panicked voice after hearing the words uttered by the archer. However, before he could panic any further, Alana's voice resounded from the side. Calm down, those are only the lesser variants, and they seem to be rather small. She was holding a spyglass which was shining brightly. On the side, a strange symbol could be seen, glowing and making her tool look otherworldly. The adventurers looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to have such a useful tool with her. Alana quickly scanned the area below, focusing on the white bug being chased by the shadowy spiders. It looks like some sort of insect. Wait, is that an ant? Not a regular one either, but a gleaming mana ant and some sort of silvery variant of it. How wonderful. Her voice indicated excitement as she almost leaned over and fell into the chasm while looking through the magical spying glass. Her entourage wasn't sure what she was saying and if the ant was dangerous, but they knew that those spiders shouldn't be there. Can you get them? Sure, let me try. The leader made the decision to stay for the moment, knowing the characteristics of the spider monsters. Even if they were attempting to climb up, the brightness of the torches here should keep them at bay. While they didn't take damage from the light, their senses couldn't handle brightness too well. They would become disoriented in environments filled with light and avoid them. An arrow was notched into the archer's bow, and as he took aim, he held his breath. At first, he pointed at the malicious-looking spiders, but then an idea dawned on him. If they were chasing after the strange white insect, wouldn't they seize the moment it was dead? There was no reason to waste his arrows on all of them. If he could just get the white ant, then the spiders would probably retreat. Many times monsters frenzied into long chases, and only when their target was captured did they relent. No, don't. However, before he could target the white ant, one of his clients grabbed his arm to stop him. It was the young girl that identified the ant with the help of a magical tool. What are you doing? Get back. The archer was puzzled by the young woman's sudden interference, but she was still someone that he needed to listen to. He could tell that she was serious, and perhaps there was some reason that he didn't comprehend just yet. Don't kill it. Don't you know how rare gleaming mana ants are? It's rare. Yes, we'll pay extra, we must capture it instead. He was stunned by her words and quickly looked to the party leader for confirmation. The man thought for a second and nodded. It seemed he was intrigued by her words, and if the ant was indeed a rare monster, then they would be rewarded for catching it, or perhaps for the monster parts it could drop. After getting confirmation, the archer changed his target and started firing his arrows at the spider monsters instead. The archer's arrows flew true, striking the pursuing spiders with deadly precision. One by one, the shadowy creatures faltered and tumbled off the walls, their bodies crashing down into the abyss below. Eventually, the creatures started slowing down as they approached the top of the chasm, where torchlights impeded their progress. The ant they were chasing seemed injured, even missing one of its legs, but it managed to crawl all the way up to safety. It does look like a rare monster. I don't think any books mention this evolutionary variant. Could it really be the first of its kind? Eugene's comment was heard by the adventurers, who smiled. If what these kids were saying was true, then their commission from this easy mission could increase several times. Alana couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. She had been genuinely worried for the creature's safety. She did not really care for the rewards that it could provide, as her reasons were different. Come on, let's go help it. Oh gosh, I can't believe that this is happening. The ant was able to crawl up the chasm, but it didn't look good. From up close, its body looked dented in a few regions, and it seemed to be struggling to move. Alana attempted to rush to the creature, but she was stopped by one of the adventurers. Stop, it's still a monster and is dangerous. It was heavily injured, its status screen indicating that its hit points were in the single digits. At first, it seemed that the monster wanted to retaliate. Its antennae started wiggling around in an attempt to cast a spell. The adventurers surrounded the young woman to stop her from going any further, but before the monster could continue casting, it just flopped forward. I told you that there was no danger. It just ran out of mana and stamina. If we don't help it, it might die. Now let me through. The adventurers reluctantly let the young woman through. Their biggest concern was her safety, as if they allowed her to be harmed, then their heads would roll. Alana carefully approached the injured ant and could barely hide her excitement. This was a rare opportunity to interact with such a unique creature, one that could potentially hold valuable insights into the world of monsters. As she knelt down beside it, she could see its silvery exoskeleton shimmering faintly in the torchlight. Hey there, little one. Alana spoke softly, extending a hand toward the barely moving ant. It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you. The shimmering monster didn't react, as it was fully passed out from exhaustion. She knew that the small creature wouldn't last long, and if it wasn't taken out of this dungeon, then its life would probably end. How did this thing come here? It doesn't look to be a dungeon spawn, but an independent monster. Interesting, isn't it? Perhaps there is an ant colony down there, but how did it even survive? This variant usually gets eaten right after birth or is unable to hatch by itself. It needs to absorb a lot of light, which is usually non-existent in the ant-made tunnels. Very interesting. You're quite knowledgeable about this stuff. Are you trying to become a tamer or something? This is just simple monsterology. You should know this too. We don't all have time to read obscure knowledge in our free time. Eugene seemed annoyed by the claim, but also interested in the creature's origins. It was a known fact that dungeons could connect to outside spaces where other monsters resided. This seemed to be the case here too, as within one dungeon, monsters that were created there would not attack each other. Young miss, what are you planning to do with that? We are going to take it with us, of course. She quickly replied while also moving behind her friend Eugene. The young man was wearing a rather large backpack, and from within it she pulled out a rectangular box. After placing it on the ground, she pressed her thumb against a strange symbol, which soon began glowing with the same magical light as her spyglass earlier. The box started to expand in size, transforming into something that resembled a cage with a handle on top. It's good that I took the monster cage with me. Now we can bring this ant back and show it to Master. This is much better than those boring roots. Master will punish us if we don't bring them back, though. You're right, I suppose you'll have to carry this little for the time being. Huh, why me? Because we can't have the adventurers do it. They need their hands for the weapons. Don't worry, I'll take the backpack. Alana's quick decision left Eugene with no room to argue. With a resigned sigh, he accepted the cage and placed the ant inside. To help it regain health, a potion of healing was poured over its form. While it would not restore the missing leg, it would take care of some of the injuries. The ant stirred slightly as the healing potion took effect, its once lifeless antennae twitching faintly. Eugene secured the cage's lid and with some effort lifted it, the weight surprising him despite the ant's small size. Careful now, Eugene, Alana cautioned, a hint of amusement in her voice. You don't want to drop our new friend. Yeah, let's just get this over with. He nodded, though his annoyance was clear. Soon the group resumed their trek through the dungeon. Meanwhile, in another location, a different scene was unfolding. A suit of bronze armor had finally reached a safe ledge, which led into an illuminated tunnel.